The Enchantress of Medicine with the Heaven-Defying Child and the Black Belly Father Chapter 3631 to Chapter 3800. Ningyu came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Both times she interacted with this girl were very short, but they left a deep impression on Mu Yan. She thought about it, and went to Tianguang Ruins. First host. As soon as she entered Tianguang Ruins, the youth pounced on her. The current little light had already shed the coldness and sharpness from when they first met, and had the same childish smile on his face as little Tian. The two of them looked almost exactly the same. His appearance was that of a 13 or 14-year-old youth, but his mind was actually only equivalent to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Looking at the smiling youth, Mu Yan almost thought that she had returned to the Xiozhen continent's Tianguang Ruins. First host, you haven't come to see Little Light for XX days. Hearing Little Light's precise number of days, and meeting his slightly resentful eyes, Mu Yan guiltily averted her eyes. Because she had already become the master of the floating island, Tianguang Ruins. So as soon as Mu Yan entered, she went straight to Floating Light Island. Spreading her divine sense slightly, she took in the entire scene of Tianguang Ruins in her mind. Seeing the Tianguang Ruins in front of her, Mu Yan couldn't help being shocked. After she opened Floating Light Island and rescued Little Light, the world of slaughter in Tianguang Ruins disappeared. What replaced it was a place where cultivators could barter and exchange goods, as well as release and receive information from each other. Just like the Xiozhen continent's Tianguang Ruins. It was quiet and noisy, peaceful and prosperous. It could be said to be a peaceful paradise in a world where the strong preyed on the weak, where life and death fought. However, the floating island's Tianguang Ruins had been artificially changed. From a paradise, it had become a killing field. And for many people, there was no way out, and they could lose their lives at any time. Even if Mu Yan later lifted this blockade. The cultivators on the floating island still had an instinctive fear of Tianguang Ruins. So no one came up. The entire bustling and beautiful Tianguang Ruins was empty, like a ghost town. But Mu Yan never expected that after just a few months, everything would change. People came and went in Tianguang Ruins city of trade from time to time. The afterlife square was even more packed with people. They gathered together noisily, and no one knew what they were discussing. Wasn't this change a little too fast? Little Light proudly said, "This is all because of you, first host." Mayan is suspicious. What does this have to do with me? Under Little Light's narration, Mayan finally understands the reason why Tianguang Ruins is changing so quickly. The world's #1 sect, Mu Yan didn't expect that Ma Quishan and his son were actually talented people. In the absence of him, they managed the lousy world's #1 sect to great effect. There were more and more people in the faction, and the hierarchy was strict. Moreover, they were all loyal to their leader, Yap Liangchen. Even after Tianguang Ruins was unsealed, everyone was able to leave. These people were also reluctant to part with the old master's #1 gang in the world, so they would come up from time to time. Ma Quishan took the opportunity to give all sorts of benefits to the gang members. For example, pills that couldn't be bought outside. There were also mutated talismans that were several times more effective than the clan's talismans. Ma Quishan even claimed that he had some connections in Liberty City. As long as one made enough contributions and wanted to train in the 6 Stars Pagoda in Liberty City, he could arrange it. Ma Quishan's most tempting condition was, if the backbone of the gang had someone in their family with an incurable disease, they could make an appointment to go to Liberty City to receive treatment from City Lord June Charming Witch Doctor. Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect, Charming Witch Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad. In fact, strange diseases had arisen on the floating island in recent years, and 90% of them were incurable. And so many years had passed. There was only one person who could save these patients from the scythe of the Grim Reaper. The Lord of Xiaoyao City, the Enchantress June Mayan. Over the past few months, more and more people from the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects came to Liberty City to seek treatment. The reputation of the Enchantress of Medicine also became more and more resounding. As long as one was human, who would not care about their own lives, therefore, when they heard this condition, the members of the old master's #1 gang in the world were so excited. They forgot their fear of Tianguang Ruins and started to report to the gang at a fixed time every day. They even took the initiative to advertise the various benefits of the #1 gang in the world. Gradually, there were more and more people in Tianguang ruins. The people who came in realized that Tianguang ruins was really different from before. It was very convenient to buy things that couldn't be found outside, so they were gradually attracted. Like a rolling snowball, more and more people rolled. Then it turned into the appearance that Mu Yan saw now. After listening to Little Light's narration, Mu Yan simply doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was Ma Quishan trying to build another Bright Day army for himself in the Sky Island sky ruins? Better not, she didn't plan to stay on the floating island for long. Right now, her greatest wish is to ascend to the Xianxia continent with her fellow apprentices as soon as possible, and reunite with Di Mingju's family, never to be separated again. Of course, before he left, there were still some doubts he had to solve. Little Guang, do you know the Ning family of Maomu City? Could you tell me everything you know about the Ning family? Even if it's just a minor detail. Light nodded. His body suddenly froze and became motionless, as if he was a puppet. But his eyes kept flickering. The speed at which it flashed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see it with the naked eye. It was as if it had flashed thousands of times in a single breath. Mu Yan was dumbstruck watching from the side, becoming more and more doubtful about the identity of Xiao Tian and Xiaoguang. It seemed to be different from ordinary artifact spirits. And why did they call him the first host? As Mu Yan is lost in thought, Xiaoguang's eyelids suddenly blink. Then, he clasped his hands together and spread them out like a lotus. At this moment, a silver ball appeared in his palm. First host, all the information you wanted is inside. Please take a look. Mu Yan gently pressed his hand on the silver ball in surprise. The sphere instantly began to spin. Mayan's mind is flooded with countless messages and voices. The Wild Sand Palace that originally occupied Maomu City was destroyed in a single night. How is this possible? I heard that it's a clan from the Xianxia continent. Their surname is Ning, but they look quite miserable. There are only a few of them. In my opinion, even the #1 expert of the Lan clan empire might not be a match for them. Strange, why hasn't anyone from the Ning family of Maomu City ascended? Their cultivation had obviously reached the peak of the heaven-breaking state long ago. Logically speaking, they should have attracted the heavenly tribulation, right? Hehe, don't you know? I heard that the Ning family is cursed. As long as you are a member of the Ning family, you will never be able to ascend to the upper realm. Shoo, you're crazy. How dare you speak ill of the Ning family? Even if this is Tianguang ruins, you still have to be careful with your words and actions. Don't forget that the Ning family isn't even afraid of the Lan family. Isn't it a piece of cake for them to kill you? Damn it, is that Ning Su of the Ning family a lunatic? Laozi's cultivation method is a bit strange, but it clearly has nothing to do with the demon race. He didn't even listen to my explanation and slashed at Laozi. Alright. You're lucky to have escaped. It's all thanks to the young miss of the Ning family who arrived at the critical moment and saved your worthless life. Tisk tsk, but that young miss of the Ning family is really beautiful. Whoever can marry such a celestial immortal will have made a fortune in this lifetime. Ah. Young Master Ning, spare me. I'm just saying it casually, I didn't really mean it to young Miss Ning. Shut your filthy mouth, you're not worthy of profaning her. Ah. Mu Yan withdrew her hand, frowning. The information left by the Ning family in Tianguang ruins was really too little. There were almost only a few words mentioned by others. And during the most important period when Jun Shiyuan broke into the Ning family, Tianguang ruins had already changed, so it was naturally impossible to leave any relevant records. But some information could still be extracted from these pieces of information. For example, the Ning family wasn't native residents of the floating island, but migrated from the Xianxia continent. That was very strange. She had heard of clans migrating from the lower realm to the upper realm, but she had never heard of one deliberately descending from the high and mighty Xianxia continent. Unless they couldn't stay in the Xianxia continent any longer. For example, they were cursed. Or, they offended the demon race. Little Light's eyes were bright as he looked hopefully at Mu Yan. First host, is the information Little Light collected useful to you? Very useful. Mu Yan smiled and patted his head, thank you, Little Light. Little Light immediately revealed a bashful and happy smile. After ensuring that there were no abnormalities in Tianguang ruins, Mu Yan left with a few words to Ma Quishan. She didn't know that not long after she left Tianguang ruins, a masked man in black clothes appeared outside the base of the Old Man World gang. Looking at Ma Quishan's figure instructing everyone, the face under the mask slowly curled up into a meaningful smile. Then, his figure disappeared. In the Lan Empire Imperial Palace. Greetings, State Preceptor. The masked man bowed and knelt down. The man sitting by the window didn't turn around. He waved his hand lightly and said, "Get up. Have you found out Yi Liangchen's identity?" The masked man nodded. This subordinate has already obtained some clues. Then, he told them about the relationship between Yi Liangchen and the Old Master's No. 1 gang in the Tianguang ruins, as well as the clues that Ma Quishan had been following Yi Liangchen since the beginning. Yi Qingfeng curled his lips into a faint smile. His pale face suddenly turned red. "So, as long as we find out Ma Quishan's identity, we will be able to find Yap Liangchen?" The masked man nodded. This subordinate has already ordered people to investigate. I believe there will be news soon. After a pause, he asked again, "State Preceptor, what should we do with the little rat that broke into the palace?" The masked man seemed to smile bitterly. Among the 4 people of Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, this subordinate is the fastest. However, this person is much faster than this subordinate. I'm afraid that if he really wants to escape, even you might not be able to catch him. Yi Qingfeng gently brushes away the vines creeping in from the window, and casually says, "You know what his goal is, don't you?" The masked man nods and says in a low voice, "His Highness, Lan Luohan." His slender fingers pinch the vines lightly, and the whole vine instantly turns into ashes. Yi Qingfeng can't help but chuckle, "Then let's do as he wishes." What does the state teacher mean? A person can run away without a trace, but what if he carries a burden? Yi Qingfeng sneers, "There's no need to hurry to catch him. Follow them and see where they can go. Wouldn't it be better to catch them all in one fell swoop? The state teacher is wise. This subordinate will do it right away." The masked man bows and leaves. Only Yi Qingfeng is left in the room. He looks out of the window, not knowing where his eyes are focused. He stares blankly, as if he's crazy. Very soon, don't worry, wait for me a little longer." Mayan didn't expect it. Just a few hours ago, Ningyu told her to stay away from the Ning family and not let them discover his existence. But not long after Ningyu left, the Ning family actually came to find her. Mu Yan slowly walked into the main hall of Liberty City for receiving guests. Her eyes fall on a middle-aged man in the hall. This man looks to be in his early 40s, with a short beard and jet-black hair, but obvious wrinkles can be seen at the corners of his eyes and the sides of his nose. These wrinkles don't make him look old and haggard, but add a bit of fierceness and inhumanity to him. Hearing the footsteps, the middle-aged man looks over. At the first glance at Mayan's appearance, he suddenly stands up, revealing a trance, disbelief, amazement, and nostalgia expression. But this kind of emotion is only exposed for a moment, and he forcibly restrains it. His eyes regain their coldness, and he says with a straight face, "You are Jun Mayan?" Mayan smiles faintly, sits down on the seat of honor, and asks, "May I know who you are?" Seeing her action, the middle-aged man's face suddenly turns cold. He seems to want to reprimand something, but in the end, he forcibly restrains himself. He says with a calm face, "My name is Ning Fuxing, the head of the Ning family in Maomu City. I think you should have heard of me from Ningyu, right?" Mu Yan stares blankly, revealing a somewhat astonished expression. Although he had heard from his subordinates that the visitors were from the Ning family, he did not expect that the visitors were from the Ning family. But she didn't expect that Ning Fuxing would be so straightforward to introduce himself. Ning Fuxing sneered, his eyes full of mockery. "Ningyu thinks I don't know that she snuck back to the Ning family? Do you really think that I'm the head of the Ning family for nothing?" Mayan touches her nose, silently mourning for Ningyu in her heart. Ning Fuxing clenched his teeth in anger. It would be fine if Ningyu wasn't caught by him, but if she was, her fate would be extremely miserable. After Ning Fuxing says this, he sees that Mu Yan, who is sitting in the main seat, has no reaction. He could not help but look a little unsightly. After a long while, he gritted his teeth and said, "Shouldn't you call me grandfather?" Mu Yan stares blankly. She looks down at the old man, whose face is flushed red, somewhat embarrassed, and trying his best to restrain himself. She can't sit still on the chair under her butt. It would have been fine if he didn't know the other party's identity. Knowing that she's sitting in the main seat, but letting her grandfather stand, how can she say this? Mu Yan touches her nose, stands up, and walks down. She chuckles and says, "I thought that the Ning family didn't want to recognize me as their granddaughter. Charming Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect." Charming Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Ning Fuxing seemed to have thought of something. The muscles on his face twitched, and his hands clenched into fists. He forcibly suppressed his surging emotions, and after a long while, he said in a hoarse voice, "Your father is your father, and you are you. No matter what, the blood of my Ning family flows in your body." Saying that, he raises his head to look at Mayan. His gaze is somewhat startled, as if he is looking at another person through her. Then, his eyes slowly turned red. "Child, how have you been alone all these years?" Facing such an old man who is suppressing his heart, lowering his posture, and asking her with reddened eyes, even if Mu Yan has a heart of stone, she can't remain indifferent. She gave a brief account of her experience. Of course, a lot of things were omitted. Ning Fuxing stares blankly for quite a while before saying, "It turns out that for so many years, you were abandoned in the Yanwu continent. You've suffered all these years." Mayan smiles. In this world, there was no such thing as right or wrong. Sometimes, it was a blessing in disguise. If she hadn't lived in the Yanwu continent, it would have been impossible for her to have given birth to Xiao Bao, it would have been impossible for her to meet Di Mingju, and it would have been even more impossible for her to obtain the Shin musician inheritance. Her life would also undergo earth-shaking changes. Ning Fuxing looked at her quietly, his eyes filled with admiration and gratification. "Grandfather came here today to take you back to the Ning family. In the future, you will be the young lady of the Ning family. No one will dare to bully you anymore." Mayan inwardly thought, "No one dares to bully me now. It's more like I bully others." However, she shook her head with a smile on her face. "There's no need for that. I'm doing very well here." Ning Fuxing was stunned. He immediately remembered that she was now the governor of Liberty City. At such a young age, his cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the earth creation realm. Even in the main Ning family, there weren't many people who could achieve this kind of talent. Surprised, Ning Fuxing's face showed a bit of desolation. "Grandfather won't force you to move back to the Ning family, but you should at least follow grandfather back to the Ning family to take a look. The grand elder would be overjoyed to know that Xianxia's child was still alive. Besides, I've kept all of Xianxia's things, but I don't know who to give them to. Now, I can return them to you." The Ning family's ancestor was called Ning Kunshan. It was said that he was an old monster with the highest cultivation on the entire floating island. He was the one who single-handedly massacred the entire Wild Sand Palace. But for thousands of years, Ning Kunshan rarely left the Ning family's bunker. Many people on the floating island even speculated that he had died of old age. Mayan's eyes flash, and she asks, "Where is my mother now? Is he still alive?" Ning Fuxing's body stiffened. His eyes flashed subconsciously, and then he said with a cold face, "Your mother ran away from home 20 years ago and disappeared. I don't know where she is now." Something was indeed strange. Mu Yan lowers her eyes, revealing a shallow smile. "Good. Then I'll follow grandfather back to the Ning family." Ning Fuxing was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly. Good boy. Let's go home now. Old ancestor will be very happy to see you return." "Sixth sister, you want to go to the Ning family alone? Will it be dangerous?" "That's right, little sister, do you want us to go with you?" Mu Yan shook her head. "Don't worry, Di Mingju has sent a lot of people from the Falling Moon tribe to investigate around the Ning family's main residence. If something unexpected happens to me, I'll just ask them for help." Charming Enchantress, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect. Charming Enchantress, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father. Hearing this, everyone immediately showed a look of understanding. "Tut-tut, little junior sister has always been bold and careful. How could she be so reckless as to agree to go to the Ning family this time? It turns out that there is someone behind her. So, she came to tell us not because she was afraid that we would worry, but to feed us dog food. Mu Yan looks at them with a smile that isn't a smile, envy, jealousy, and hate? Sorry, envy is useless. F***ck. Sixth senior sister, you are getting more and more arrogant. F***ck. I also have a little monk. Who wants to be jealous of you? After everyone laughed for a while, Mu Yan stopped smiling and said solemnly, we don't have a good relationship with Yi Qingfeng, and it's only a matter of time before he finds us. Before I leave, I will open the defense formation of Liberty City. During this time, try not to go out. Everyone must be vigilant at all times, understand? Everyone nodded quickly. Xiao Bao is now at the critical stage of his breakthrough. There is no need to tell him that I am leaving for the time being. I will come back from the Ning family in 7 days at the latest, or 3 days at the earliest. Mu Yan looked at Chumoli again, third senior brother, I will leave Liberty City to you. Protect everyone, but don't let yourself get hurt. After saying that, she turned around and left without waiting for Chumoli to refute. Chumoli was left in a daze for a long time before he chuckled softly. Leave Liberty City to me? Aren't you afraid that I will destroy it? Maomu City, the floating island. Everyone on the floating island knew that the Ning family was a very strange family. The residences of other sects and aristocratic families were either magnificent palaces or courtyards with small bridges and flowing water. In short, it would definitely be beautiful and elegant. But the Ning family was different. Most of the buildings of the Ning family were underground. Only a bare semicircle of a building was exposed. The gate of the fortress was closed all year round, and the people living inside almost never saw the light of day. The people of the Ning family were obviously powerful and almost invincible on the floating island. But they lived in this fortress all year round, deep underground, and not even a shadow could be seen. As for the matters on the floating island, he didn't care about them at all. So when Yi Shuasong formed the demon-slaying alliance, he didn't take the Ning family into consideration at all. Because he knew that even if he went to their door, the Ning family would definitely refuse. It was more likely that he wouldn't even be able to enter the Ning family's gate. As for the big and small clans and sects in Maomu City, as well as the side branches of the Ning family, they were all shocked. They worshipped and feared the Ning family from the bottom of their hearts. As a result, no cultivator dared to approach the Ning family's fortress within a radius of several dozen miles. At this time, Ningyu was hiding in a huge banyan tree, eating nuts while looking in the direction of the bunker door from time to time. Sitting next to her was a boy dressed in green, who was also nibbling on a nut. While gnawing, she asked suspiciously, Miss, didn't you say that you would run far away after leaving the Ning clan? Otherwise, if the clan leader discovers any clues, we won't be able to escape? Ningyu chewed on a nut and said with a bitter face, my right eyelid has been twitching for the past 2 days. I keep feeling like something bad is going to happen. I suspect that when I return this time, I will be discovered by eldest uncle. If I end up implicating Mayan and bringing her back to the Ning family, that would be a great sin. Then why don't you go to Liberty City to inform Miss June to be more careful? Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father. What do you know? Ningyu threw away the shell and said, I have the blood vein bell. If first uncle follows the scent of the blood vein bell, wouldn't I be leading the way for first uncle? Before she finished, she heard an angry curse from below. Damn. Who is so wicked to throw things around? Don't you know it's on me? The voice was sharp and thin, almost piercing through people's eardrums. Ningyu took a look and was shocked. The one who spoke was not a person, but a weird-looking, spirit beast. Its body was slender, but its head was very large. On its face, it had a pair of very large and lively round eyes and a round, bulbous nose. Ningyu frowned. Why did she feel the spirit beast looked familiar? Hey, was it you who threw fruit shells all over my face just now? I'm talking about you. Don't think I don't know you're the culprit just because you're silent and half of your body is hiding in the tree. The spirit beast's voice was cunning and thin. When it spoke, every scale on its face was twisting, looking very exaggerated and annoying. Let me tell you. You hit me, so you have to pay me at least 10,000 crystals. Otherwise, I won't let you off. 10,000 crystals? Ningyu screamed. She was still thinking about why the spirit beast looked familiar, but she threw it all out of her mind. Damn, what kind of devil was this ugly spirit beast extorting? 10,000 crystals. Ever since she left the Ning family, she had been living in the wilderness every day. She didn't even have more than 1,000 crystals on her. Okay, this damned beast kept asking for 10,000 crystals. Did it think she was a fool? Ningyu jumped down from the banyan tree, clenched her fists, and was about to fight with the ugly spirit beast. However, at this time, a low and magnetic voice came from behind Ningyu, making her ears feel like they were being tickled by a feather. Chiwen, come here. The strange spirit beast that was just showing its teeth and fighting with Ningyu. As soon as she heard this voice, her eyes immediately lit up. She happily ran past Ningyu and ran forward. Master. Ningyu turned around and saw Chiwen jumping into a man's embrace. He wrinkled his ugly face and complained, Master, this brat bullied me and threw fruit shells at me. You have to take revenge for Chiwen. Ningyu's gaze slowly shifted from Chiwen to the man's face. She suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. Descriptions such as orchids and jade trees, rosy clouds and the moon, dragons and phoenixes, tragic beyond compare, as if something strange had been mixed in, and so on were flying around in his mind. Ningyu recognized it almost instantly. The young man in front of her was the beautiful man she saw when she came out of the heaven-mixing cave. However, at that time, Ningyu only took a glance from the side. How could they meet face to face like now? Even those long, fan-like eyelashes could be seen clearly. How big of an impact was this? Luo Yunxiao raised her head to look at Ningyu after listening to Chiwen's narration. His ink-black eyes were tranquil and indifferent, without any ripples or ripples, but they were as beautiful as the most transparent obsidian in the world. Ningyu was startled. She subconsciously raised her head and greeted him, Hi, Mei Nan, how are you? We meet again. As soon as she said those words, she wanted to slap herself hard. Damn it, she was too frivolous and shameless. Then, she discovered an even more painful truth. So, when she greeted him just now, she clenched her fists, looked obsessed, and almost drooled, oh. So stupid. It was so shameful. Ningyu threw the nut in her palm behind her to destroy the evidence. While pretending that nothing had happened, she walked forward and put on her most gentle and sweet smile. Young master, I didn't mean it just now. If I hurt your spirit pet, please forgive me. Luo Yunxiao said lightly, It's okay. It's just that it was unreasonable. Master. Chiwen was so angry that she bit Luo Yunxiao's sleeve. The other party was clearly handsome and suave. Just what part of him was making trouble out of nothing? Luo Yunxiao ignored it at all. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Ningyu. It's just that I haven't seen you before. Girl? Before Ningyu could react, Chiwen had already raised her head abruptly. Her pair of large, bell-like eyes were rolling around. Hey, it's really a delicate beauty. Since you are a beauty, you don't have to pay me 10,000 crystals. As long as you let me smell you, I will forgive you. Ow. Master, I don't dare to do that. I don't want to go into the spiritual beast bag again. It's too stuffy there. Ningyu's mouth twitched. How could such a handsome man have such a wretched spiritual pet? She wanted to chop him up and throw him out to feed the dogs. Although she thought so, Ningyu still tried to show a gentle smile. Young master, you may not have noticed it, but when I came out of the Cave of Chaos, I saw you in the nine-tailed black sunflower field. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt something and turned around to take a look. In the distant horizon, something was approaching at lightning speed. Others might not know what it was. But Ningyu immediately recognized from the fluctuation of spiritual power that it was her grandfather Ning Fuxing's Moon Creek boat. It could travel thousands of miles in a day, faster than a flying sword. But shouldn't her grandfather still be in the bunker? How could he come back from outside? Ningyu had a bad feeling in her heart. She glanced at Luo Yunxiao and hurriedly said, The members of the Ning clan have returned. No one is allowed to approach this place. You should quickly find a place to hide. Then, she hurriedly used her spiritual power to send a sound transmission, telling her servant to leave quickly and wait for her at the same place. Luo Yunxiao nodded but did not move. Ningyu panicked and wanted to pull him away to hide. In the blink of an eye, the Moonstream boat had already reached a position where they could see it clearly. Ningyu took a glance at the flying boat and couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. F***ck. Grandpa really went to catch Mayan and bring her back. How did he find Mayan? Luo Yunxiao, who was standing to the side, narrowed her eyes and frowned. Chiwen couldn't help but shout, "Master, isn't that Mei Yanyan? Why did she come here? Could it be that Mei Yanyan also sensed yin and yang?" Luo Yunxiao pressed her hand down and stopped Chiwen from speaking. At the same time, a talisman flew out of his hand. As it burned, it lit up and shrouded Ningyu. The two were clearly standing on the wide grass, but for a moment, it seemed that their auras and figures had completely disappeared. The Moonstream boat soon landed in front of the Ning clan's bunker. The door of the bunker opened and slowly closed as they entered. Luo Yunxiao doesn't remove the talisman's effect until the door of the bunker is quiet again. She frowns at Ningyu. "What do you mean by what you just said? Someone wants to harm Mayan?" Ningyu blinks. "Handsome guy, bah. Gongzi, you also know Mayan?" Suddenly, she remembered. Back in the nine-tailed dragon's sunflower field, that ugly monster also clamored to see Mei Yanyan. It turns out that this Mei Yanyan is Mayan. Ningyu remembers the anxiety and worry in Luo Yunxiao's eyes at that time, and the ugly monster's words. He was indifferent to her just now, but now that Mayan is involved, his whole person shows urgency and fierceness. She can't help but feel sour in her heart. It's so sad, she was just moved by a handsome man, only to find out that this handsome man is already taken. Moreover, the handsome man's sweetheart is her own cousin Mayan. Ningyu has lived for more than 30 years, and it's the first time she felt like falling in love. As a result, she fell in love like lightning, and then fell in love like lightning. Is there anyone more miserable than her in the world? But Ningyu has always been open-minded. She was only moved by Luo Yunxiao at first sight, but it was strangled in the cradle before it had time to plant its roots. So she quickly calms down. She begins to worry about Mayan's situation. Is your relationship with Mayan very close? Of course. Chiwen yells, the person that Master cares about the most in this world is Mei Yanyan. Tell me, how did she run underground? Was he captured by someone? Ningyu frowns. I don't know why Mayan came to the Ning family. I clearly told her not to get involved with the Ning family. Luo Yunxiao says lightly, to find her mother. Ningyu is surprised. You even know this? Woo, the handsome man really has an affair with Mayan. She really has no chance. Luo Yunxiao doesn't explain much, just asking, will she be in danger? Ningyu says, I don't know, but my father told me to tell Mayan not to get close to the Ning family. He must have his reasons. Hearing this, Luo Yunxiao turns and goes to the entrance of the bunker. She takes a step and her figure is already dozens of meters away. Damn, what are you doing? Wait, you want to break into the Ning family? Please don't. Handsome, you will be torn to pieces by the array. Handsome, listen to me. I know you want to save Mayan. I'll think of a way to sneak you in, okay? He met Luo Yunxiao's puzzled gaze. Ningyu grinned, revealing 2 rows of pearly white teeth. I'm Ningyu, Mu Yan's cousin. If you want to save your sweetheart, then obediently listen to me. I promise to let you see Mayan safe and sound. Shoshan continent, Netherworld region. Bang, a loud noise came from inside the house. What followed was a series of muffled cries for mercy, as well as the sound of whips landing on flesh. Young master, we won't dare to do it again. Please spare us. Yan Leji, who was standing outside the door, shuddered. He almost wanted to pull his hand back from the doorknob and run away. But thinking that he was Yin Yuan's personal servant, he couldn't run away from him. Yan Leji took a deep breath and carefully pushed the door in. Young master, how did these idiots upset you? Yan Leji walked over to a sobbing girl and gave her a hard kick on the head. Idiots, good-for-nothings, I asked you to serve the young master, but you're all clumsy and can't do anything well. What's the use of you? Yan Lezhi kept kicking as he spoke. The little girl's face was immediately covered with blood, and she kept screaming. Yin Yuanyi, who was sitting in the seat of honor with a whip in his hand, looked gloomy and irritable. Seeing the little lass being brutally abused by Yan Lezhi, a look of interest appeared on his face. Yan Lezhi saw that he was indeed Yin Yuanyi's favorite. His actions of abusing the little maids kneeling below him became more and more violent. He even picked up a heavy ornament from the side and smashed it hard on the face of one of the little girls. Several of her teeth were directly smashed out, and her nose was also broken. The little girl screamed and passed out. Yin Yuanyi looked more and more comfortable. Yan Lezhi stole a glance at Yin Yuanyi to make sure that he was in a better mood. He then secretly let out a long sigh of relief and walked forward with a smile. With a face full of flattery, he said, "Young master, these useless pieces of trash have angered you. You can just instruct me to teach them a lesson. Why must you let them make you unhappy? Young master, you don't need to deal with these lowly things yourself." Yin Yuanyi looked at the maids lying on the ground, who were tortured beyond recognition, with an expression of excitement and disgust on his face. "Idiot, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and clean this young lord's house." Yan Lezhi didn't dare to delay. He quickly ordered people to drag the half-dead people out of the room. He didn't stay idle either. He carefully cleaned the floor and the furnishings in the hall with a water-cleaning spell. Then he approached Yin Yuanyi with a smile. "Young master, are you in a better mood now? If you don't feel satisfied, why don't you vent your anger on me? If this servant can share young lord's worries, it would be a blessing cultivated over 3 lifetimes. Humph, you're so talkative." Yin Yuanyi squinted at Yan Lezhi. He had just vented his anger, so he didn't beat Yan Lezhi. Besides, although Yan Lezhi's trusted subordinate was not very capable and had ordinary cultivation, he knew how to read his mind. But he knew how to figure out his mind. She was always able to give him plenty of entertainment. If Yin Yuanyi really broke the man's body, he would be even more bored in the days to come. Although he refrained from making a move on Yan Lezhi. However, Yin Yuanyi was still in a bad mood. He picked up the teacup and took a sip, then smashed the precious snow-top cypress on the ground. "We can't go out. He could not be targeted by the polar domain. Damn it, how long do I have to hide here? Isn't it Demingju? Does he really think I'm afraid of him?" Yan Lezhi cautiously said, "All of this can only be blamed on that idiot, Muluyun. He was unexpectedly infected with the curse, and was even caught red-handed by the polar domain. Now, the polar domain has already announced to the entire Xianxia continent that the calamity of the collapse of the heavens and the destruction of the Spirit Rhino Valley's barrier were all related to Muluyun. Furthermore, young master, you are rather close to Muluyun. The polar domain has already pressured the domain master many times to take you away for investigation. The domain master is doing this for your own good. That's why she's not letting you out. The people of the polar domain have always been insidious and cunning. If young master really falls into their hands, they'll frame you, saying that the calamity of the collapse of the heavens was caused by young master. I'm afraid that the people of the entire Xianxia continent won't let the nether realm off." Hearing this, Yin Yuanyi's face distorts. There is a hint of surprise, resentment, and fear in his eyes. Because he remembers what Muluyun once tempted him to do during the falling sky disaster. At that time, he was almost mad with anger. He only wanted to kill Demingju and Jun Shirtian. His head was dizzy and he didn't know what he had done. Later, when Muluyun's actions were exposed, Yin Yuanyi realized that the thing Muluyun gave him was probably related to the curse. It was said that once you were infected with the curse, you would never be able to get rid of it. Muluyun, that bitch, dared to harm him like this. No, he must be fine, that can't be the curse, not to mention that there is nothing wrong with him now. Yin Yuanyi becomes more and more agitated. He suddenly kicks away a chair next to him. Can this young lord only be locked up here? What's the difference between me and a prisoner? Luo Yunxiao, that bastard, can go anywhere. Who am I to be a prisoner here? Yan Lezhi rolls his eyes and suddenly says, "Young lord, if you are really bored here, this subordinate has a good place for you to relax." A good place? Yin Yuanyi sneered and looked at Yan Lezhi with murderous eyes. You just said that I can't go anywhere, or I'll be taken away by the people of the polar realm. Now you're telling me there's no good place to go? Do you want this young lord to go to the Tianguang ruins, that damned place where even killing and playing with women are not allowed? Yan Lizhi is frightened by the violence emitted from his body. He steadies his expression with difficulty and smiles flatteringly. Young lord, this slave means that you really can't wander around in this Xianxia continent, but it's different in the mortal world. The mortal world? Inyuani frowns. Why should I go to that dirty, chaotic, and barren place? The cultivation method related to the darking holy flame in the netherworld realm must keep the meridians and dantian clean without any impurities. If I go to that place, won't my cultivation be unable to progress for a long time? Yan Lizhi took out a jade slip from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Inyuani. Young master, please have a look. This was given to me by a family on the floating island. They have already set up the teleportation formation to the floating island. I guarantee that it will not cause any burden or trouble to you, young master. And this family's request is also very simple. They just hope that you can help them with a small matter, and they are willing to pay any price. Inyuani raised his eyebrows, took the jade slip, and asked calmly, the sky-floating island? Yes, young master, you must know that the floating island is located between the cultivation continent and the cultivation continent. It is filled with rich spiritual energy and a little immortal energy. The barren chi is almost extinct. If young lord only goes for a few months to relax, it shouldn't have any effect on your cultivation. And because the laws of the heavenly Tao and the floating island are chaotic, if you rashly go there, you might suffer a huge backlash from the spatial barrier. The immortals of the Xianxia continent rarely go there. Presumably, even the people of the polar domain would never have thought that you, young master, would appear on the floating island, right? Yan Lizhi's vigorous speech finally aroused some interest in Inyuani. As he casually swept through the jade slip with his divine sense, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up in a mocking smile. You want this young lord to help you by sending this trash that can't even be seen in public? It's quite a good idea. Yan Lizhi sees that although his words are unpleasant to hear, he's obviously moved. He can't help but smile. Young lord is wise. Young lord, of course you won't be interested in something that a small family from an island in the lower domain can offer. But this is also their sincere loyalty to you, young master. And among the gifts they prepared, there is one that will definitely satisfy you, young lord. Inyuani looks at Yan Lizhi suspiciously. What is it? He sees Yan Lizhi blinking at him in a fawning and mysterious manner. It's a stunning beauty. Inyuani's face has just raised a bit of expectation, but it's immediately replaced by boredom. Do you think this young lord is as blind as you? There are 3,000 beauties in the Xianxia continent. How many of them haven't this young lord seen or played with? Can a stunning beauty from a small family compare to Yu Yanran? As soon as he thinks of Yu Yanran, Inyuani's face suddenly darkens. He really didn't expect it. Linglong Island unexpectedly also has a relationship with Mu Luyun and the curse. And Di Mingju is really ruthless. Yu Yanran is such a stunning beauty, but he doesn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. He said to cripple her, and directly crippled her. Now that Yu Yanran has lost her cultivation, I'm afraid she's already become an old woman with a face full of wrinkles. Maybe she's already dead. He, Inyuani, hasn't even gotten his hands on such a stunner, hasn't even had a chance to play with her, but she's already been destroyed by Di Mingju. Inyuani can't help but grit his teeth when he thinks of this. What is Di Mingju? One day, when his darking holy flame is completely refined, he will definitely turn the polar domain into a sea of fire, and make Di Mingju kneel in front of him and beg for mercy. Inyuani's words make Yan Lizhi reveal an embarrassed expression. Fairy Yanran is one of the 4 great beauties of our Xianxia continent. She's naturally not comparable to ordinary rouge and powder. But from what I heard, the beauty they're offering to you this time is absolutely the best of the best, a stunner among stunners. Young lord, as long as you see her, you'll certainly be satisfied. Inyuani sneered and said nothing. Yan Lizhi thought of the huge profit that person promised him, and for a moment, 100 claws scratched his heart. Although he was Inyuani's confidant, in the nether realm, Wuji was the true ruler. Wuji, on the other hand, was different from Inyuani. He paid more attention to experts with real strength. As for a sycophant like Yan Lizhi who only knew how to suck up to others, how could he possibly treat him well? if Yin Yuanyi hadn't been so favored by Yin Wuji and Fu Yushu, Yan Lizhi would have lost his foothold in the nether realm long ago. Yin Yuanyi's temper was very eccentric. He was tyrannical and self-righteous, so he was never generous. Yan Lizhi had been living in fear every day, so he did not have much wealth or cultivation resources on him. As a result, after so many years, it was difficult for his cultivation to advance even an inch. If this continued, he would be finished, so this time, when the family of the floating island came to ask for help, Yan Lizhi looked at the huge sum of money they promised him and was immediately tempted. Yin Yuanyi was high and mighty. He could have anything he wanted. Of course, he didn't care about these things. But he, Yan Lizhi, needed it. No matter what, he must make Yin Yuanyi go to the floating island. By the way, young master. Yan Lizhi suddenly thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Some time ago, I overheard someone report to the domain master that His Highness has been active on the sky-floating island. What? Yin Yuanyi suddenly stood up. What is that bastard Luo Yunxiao doing on the sky-floating island? Yan Lizhi shook his head and said in a low voice, I don't know, but hasn't His Highness been looking for something in the mortal world all these years? Maybe he has the same purpose on the sky-floating island now. But I vaguely heard Queen Ming say what? Yin Yuanyi said anxiously, since mother said it, is there anything that I can't hear? Yan Lizhi said carefully, Queen Ming said that when the domain master asked His Highness to sign a marriage contract with the demon princess, His Highness refused. Now he frequently goes to the mortal world before he recovers from his injury. I'm afraid that he has a woman he likes on the sky-floating island. Although the marriage with the demon princess has been settled, His Highness probably wants to take the woman back to the Xianxia continent secretly and raise her outside. A woman Luo Yunxiao likes? Yin Yuanyi paced back and forth in the room, and the expression on his face became more and more excited. Haha, that bastard Luo Yunxiao has a woman he likes? How can he like someone else with his dirty and lowly body and soul? He stopped. Yin Yuanyi looked at Yan Lizhi with burning eyes. Tell me, if I snatch the woman Luo Yunxiao likes, what kind of expression will he show? Will he still be able to maintain his fake mask? Haha. Yan Lizhi laughed and said, in terms of identity, status, and cultivation, how can His Highness compare with you? If you wave your hand, I'm sure that woman will throw herself into your arms without hesitation. At that time, I'm afraid His Highness will know who the high and mighty Lord of the Netherworld is. Moreover, with His Highness' status, he has already married the demon princess, but he still dares to look for a woman outside. Young master, if Junshi Tian the demon lord knows about this, do you think their marriage contract will still be valid? Yin Yuanyi's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he couldn't help laughing. Not bad, he wanted to snatch away the woman that Luo Yunxiao was desperately pursuing. He wanted to snatch away everything that belonged to Luo Yunxiao. He wanted to make him hate, make him crazy, and make him crazy. He wanted to let Luo Yunxiao know that he was the true master of the nether domain. His imperial father and imperial mother doted on him. The woman he loved was his. The demon race princess and everything he cared about would all belong to him. As for him, he would forever be a dog under his feet. Ha 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 ha, alright. After laughing, Yin Yuanyi said excitedly, we'll go to the floating island right away. You don't need to tell father and mother about this. Ask the people in the hall to cover for me. Yan Lizhi was naturally in favor of this decision. If Yin Wuji and Fu Yushu knew that he had taken Yin Yuanyi to an unknown floating island, he might be punished. But if he didn't tell anyone, it would only take him a few months to go back and forth. By the time they returned from the floating island, the domain master and the nether queen might not even know that the young master had left the nether realm. That was really good, Yan Lizhi beamed and said, young master, please wait a moment. This subordinate will go and contact the floating island to open the teleportation array to welcome young master. After Mu Yan entered the Ning family, she was warmly received by the Ning family. A sumptuous banquet, friendly smiling faces, and luxurious gifts were given to her one after another. Mu Yan was simply overwhelmed by this. But the dishes on the banquet were just as Ningyu said. Not vegetables or fruits. They were bland and tasteless, boiled and steamed. The goal was to maintain the original nutrition of the spirit herbs and immortal medicines. However, the smell was so faint that it could even be compared to a bird's smell. Mu Yan only ate 2 mouthfuls, and her interest waned. While drinking the fruit wine in her hand, her gaze swept across everyone present. The Ning family's population composition was unimaginably simple. According to Ning Fuxing, apart from the ancestor Ning Kunchen who was in seclusion and would only come out after 3 days. Apart from the 2 elders who were rarely seen, the rest of the Ning family were already here. But even so, he only managed to sit at one table. The Ning family's ancestor Ning Kunchen only had one son, Ning Xianting. But he passed away thousands of years ago. Ning Xianting only left a son and a daughter. The daughter passed away early, and the son's talent was average. After marrying and having children, he left 3 sons. They were Ning Fuxing, the current head of the Ning family, and Mu Yan's grandfather. As well as the Ning family's 2 shattering heaven stage elders, Ning Jiangwen and Ning Jianwu. Ning Jiangwen and Ning Jianwu were a pair of twins with extremely high talent. In a short few hundred years, they had already reached shattering heaven stage primary level. Both of them had wives, and had given birth to daughters. But what was sad was that neither of their daughters were able to survive. Ning Jiangwen's daughter gave birth to a boy 1,000 years ago, and died of illness. And Ning Jianwu's daughter also died a few hundred years ago due to injuries. In the Ning family's 5th generation, there was only Mu Yan's grandfather Ning Fuxing's second son, Ning Zhongbai. And Ning Jiangwen's wife's posthumous son, Ning Xianxia. And Mu Yan, Ning Yu, and Ning Su all belonged to the Ning family's 6th generation. Apart from these first sons and daughters. At the table, Mu Yan also saw the Ning family's concubine children. But compared to the concubine children, these concubine children were obviously much more humble and timid. Occasionally, they would sneak a glance at Mu Yan, and immediately lower their heads in panic, not daring to look at her. The history and genealogy of the Ning family were told to Mu Yan by Ning Zhongya's wife, Hua Yuhua. She was an enthusiastic woman who looked to be in her early 30s. She was beautiful and hearty, and the Ning family's requirement was that she didn't talk while eating or sleep. But she keeps pulling Mayan down and muttering incessantly. He was just short of counting all the ancestors of the Ning family in detail. Until she mentioned Ning Su. Ning Zhongya, who was sitting quietly at the side, suddenly gave her a backhand slap to stop her from speaking. Hua Yuhua covered her face with her hands. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she did not dare to speak again. Ning Zhongya revealed an apologetic expression towards Mu Yan. Mu Yan, please don't take offense. Your Aunt Yuhua has always been like this. Don't lower yourself to her level. Mayan's gaze sweeps over everyone at the table, looking pensive. However, he only smiled calmly and stood up. Grandfather, uncles, I'm full. The journey has been tiring, and I'm exhausted. Let's go back and rest. Saying that, she turned her gaze to Ning Fuxing. Ning Fuxing's face, which was just cold and stern just a moment ago, immediately revealed a somewhat stiff and benevolent smile. Mu Yan, you've had a hard journey, you should have a good rest. Your mother's things, grandfather will have someone send them to your room in a moment. But you shouldn't think of her too much. Rest well, conserve your energy, understand? Mu Yan nods obediently. Ning Fuxing then summons the maids and orders them to bring them to Mu Yan. At the same time, his sharp gaze sweeps over all the Ning family members present, coldly warning, Yenner is only staying in my Ning family for a while, she is the most important guest of the Ning family. Everyone must be respectful to Yenner, do you hear me? Yes, we understand, clan leader. A sumptuous banquet ends in a strange silence. Mu Yan is sent to the best wing of the Ning family. As soon as she enters the room, Mu Yan immediately sticks talismans on the door and windows to prevent anyone from approaching and peeping. Qi Huang, how is it? What do you think is strange about the Ning family? The red-clothed youth in the space has a strange expression, you should ask what is not strange about the Ning family. Yes, the Ning family is too strange. The entire Ning family is built underground, where the sun never shines. It must be said that it's safe underground. But the problem is that with the Ning family's current cultivation, there is almost no one on the entire floating island that can pose a threat to them. Who are they guarding against when they build such a fortress? And what's even stranger is the Ning family's population structure. It's too simple, the Ning family has already settled on the floating island for 2,000 years. The earliest ancestor, Ning Kunshan, has yet to pass away. But there are only so few people in such a big Ning family. And they clearly have such great ability, but they have to live in such a place. Would the Ning family really not feel resentment and unwillingness? There's also Ning Su. When Hua Yuhua mentioned Ning Su before, the faces of Ning Fuxing and the others are even uglier than when his mother, Ning Yanqin, was mentioned. Ning Zhongye even directly slapped Hua Yuhua in front of this outsider. And Ning Su was killed by him on the road of cultivation. It's reasonable to say that he hasn't returned to the Ning family for a long time. But none of these people mentioned it. It's like no one in the Ning family cares about Ning Su's life or death. All of this is too unimaginable. Seven Brilliance snorted coldly. The strangest thing is that the entire Ning clan is under surveillance. No matter which corner of the Ning family you are in, even if it is the most private bathroom or bedroom, the person controlling the array can clearly see your every move. Mayan's brows sink, and she slightly lowers her eyes. Yes, this was what she discovered as soon as she entered the Ning family. He was supposed to be at home that he could rely on the most, but his actions were being monitored at all times. The purpose of this action was simply incomprehensible. Who was the person monitoring this house? Someone knocked on the door. A servant girl and a manservant carried a wooden box in, and respectfully said to Mu Yan, "Miss Mu Yan, these are the things that the patriarch asked us to deliver to you, please take a look." Mu Yan knew that these belonged to Ning Yanqin. She opened the box and saw that it was full of clothes and jewelry. It was obvious that it was quite old, but it was well maintained. It could be seen how diligent the person who took care of these things usually was. Mu Yan gently rummaged through the clothes in the box, her expression somewhat absent-minded. Ning Yanqin seemed to be the same as her. They both preferred plain and cold colors. What kind of person was her biological mother? In her previous life, she didn't even know there was such a person. Now she knows. And step by step, she's getting closer and closer to her mother, to her origins. Mu Yan suddenly says, "Qi Huang, I'm going to investigate the Ning family tonight. Help me keep an eye out and see if you can find any clues about my mother." Qi Huang makes an "oh" sound and casually agrees. As for the surveillance array, neither Mu Yan nor Qi Huang cares about it. If she can't even block this little surveillance array, then she's a Shen musician descendant in vain. Knock knock knock, there's another knock on the door. Mu Yan shows a puzzled expression, because the one standing outside is Ning Zhongbai, Ning Yu's father. At the banquet just now, Ning Zhongbai didn't say a word to her. He didn't even look at her. It's like he doesn't know her at all. Mu Yan opens the door and welcomes him in. Ning Zhongbai is a fair-skinned, handsome, and gentle man. The Ning family's eyebrows are somewhat similar. The corners of his eyes are raised, flirtatious and fierce. Even Mu Yan's own peach blossom eyes are also smiling and charming, cold and indifferent like an arrow or frost, breathtaking. But Ning Zhongbai is different. His eyes always seem to carry a bit of melancholy and pity, causing him to lose his aggressive aura, leaving only gentleness and tolerance. As soon as Ning Zhongbai enters, his eyes freeze on Mu Yan, looking her up and down several times. The rims of his eyes slowly turn red. I really didn't expect that Yanqin still has a child in this world. This is really, really good, really good. Mu Yan can feel the joy and excitement from the man in front of her. The way he looks at her is different from the other Ning family members. It's really the way he looks at a loved one that was lost and regained. Not mixed with any calculation or exploitation. Mu Yan took a step forward and whispered, "Uncle, can you tell me what happened back then?" Hearing Mu Yan call him uncle, Ning Zhongbai's whole body quivers, tears almost rolling down from his eyes. But when he hears Mu Yan's question, a trace of panic flits across his face. He subconsciously glanced at his surroundings. He forced a smile and said, 20 years ago, your mother was suddenly brought back from the Shoshan continent by Xiao Su. Not long after, a man found the Ning family and turned the Ning family upside down. Xiao Su wanted to kill that man, and your mother fought him to the death. In the end, Big Brother had no choice but to let them go. From then on, I never heard any news about you or your mother. I think that man should be your father, right? Mu Yan slightly frowns. What Ning Zhongbai said was exactly the same as Ning Fuxing. But why did fear and panic flash across Ning Zhongbai's face just now? What he said was a lie, but because of the Ning family's grand array, he didn't dare to tell her the truth. I have come this time to give you this blood vein bell. Ning Zhongbai smiled and took out a bell from his bosom, handing it to Mu Yan. Every member of the Ning family has to wear a blood pattern bell. Only in this way can they get the blessing of the ancestors, expel the barren impurities in their bodies, and advance quickly. Of course, the most important thing was that there was a powerful defensive formation at the entrance of the Ning clan. If you don't wear the blood vein bell, you can't go in and out as you wish. Saying that, he didn't wait for Mu Yan to speak. Ning Zhongbai personally tied the blood vein bell to Mu Yan's waist. Ning Zhongbai's voice is slightly hoarse. Remember, you must wear this blood vein bell firmly, don't drop it. Mu Yan meets his gaze without blinking, and subconsciously nods as he solemnly looks at her. Ning Zhongbai's face shows a shallow smile. He reaches out and touches Mu Yan's head, his voice soft. Good child, Yan Xian will be very happy to see you grow up so well. Mu Yan wants to ask him, where is Ning Yu now? Will she be punished? Do they know about Ning Su's death? But Ning Zhongbai doesn't give her this opportunity. After saying this, he hurriedly leaves. It's like there's something chasing behind him. In the dead of night, the already quiet Ning family is even quieter now. TSK, why do I feel like I'm locked in a tomb? The Ning family that I'm in contact with now, are they all ghost zombies? Mu Yan can't help but complain as she cautiously moves forward. To be honest, the Ning family's underground palace is still very splendid. The foundation is dug very, very deep. It makes the ceiling of the entire palace seem very high. The ceiling is also inlaid with illumination stones that change regularly. It's bright and dazzling during the day, and twinkling with stars at night. There are ponds, streams, and hot springs formed by underground water in the palace. There are also flowers, trees, and ornamental birds and beasts that are suitable for survival in the underground environment. Especially walking in this underground palace at night, you almost feel like you're walking under the starry sky, among the pavilions. But an illusion is an illusion after all, and it can't be compared with the real sunlight and the night sky. There are clearly birds singing and flowers fragrant, but the entire palace is filled with a kind of decadent and oppressive smell. Qi Huang suddenly exclaims, Jun Mu Yan, northeast ahead. Mu Yan nods, you also sensed it. The center of the whole array is there. Qi Huang slightly frowns and shakes his head. I seem to smell a familiar and nauseating smell, but it seems that it's not just nauseating. There's also an inexplicable attraction. There's suddenly a voice in his mind telling him that there's something that belongs to you, get it, and you can become stronger. Qi Huang tightly frowns and grits his teeth. He grabs the little chick and rubs it. Bah, such a stinky, disgusting smell, what good thing can it be? I won't eat it. I won't eat it even if I die. Gujiji? Brother Red Pants, what are you doing? You've messed up Huang Huang's hair. The little chick flapped its wings and claws to resist. In the end, after meeting Seven Brilliance's sinister gaze, he immediately cowered. She obediently placed her little head in his palm. Sob sob sob, woof woof woof. Brother Red Pants, you can rub me if you want, as long as you don't make Huang Huang bald. Mu Yan quickly arrived at the location of the mysterious array core. Soon, an old, yellowed stone tablet appeared in front of him. 3 words were written on it, Meteor Pool. In front of the stone tablet was a thick fog. He could vaguely see a tall wall. Mu Yan carefully spreads out her divine sense, wanting to find out what's inside. However, as soon as his divine sense reached the position of the thick fog, it was blocked by an invisible barrier. It seemed that if he wanted to know what was here, he could only go in and take a look. Mu Yan looked around and found that there was no one around, so she quickly crossed the stone tablet and stepped inside. However, at this moment, swoosh, swoosh. 2 cold lights whistled one after the other, wrapped in the momentum of 1,000 caddies. Mu Yan was caught off guard and jumped in fright. She hurriedly jumped and dodged. At the same time, the 7 absolute swords were unsheathed. With a clang, a wave of intense numbness and pain came from her arm, causing her to almost moan out loud. And the attack from the opposite side had no intention of stopping. Pa pa, the 3rd and 4th whips attacked again. Mu Yan was about to be hit. The blood vein bell on her waist suddenly vibrated violently, emitting a dazzling red light. Huh? A soft cry came from behind the thick fog. The whip that had already arrived in front of Mayan trembles, and like a spirit snake, it retracts. Then, two tall and thin figures came out from behind the thick fog. They looked to be in their 50s or 60s, with slender figures and gray hair. The strangest thing was that the two looked almost the same. The old man on the left glanced at Mu Yan, then at the blood vein bell on her waist, and frowned. How come I don't remember a junior like you in the Ning family? Since you were the blood vein bell, you should know that the Lu Miao pond is a forbidden area. How can you wander around at will? The old man on the right stared at Mu Yan for a long time, and suddenly said, Big brother, look at her, doesn't she look like Xianxia? The old man on the left suddenly thought of something. You are the little girl that third brother brought back, Xianxia's daughter? Mu Yan smiled slightly, and cupped her hands towards the two. Hello, elders, I am Jun Mu Yan. The two people in front of her were obviously the only two heaven-breaking realm elders of the Ning family. The twins Ning Jiangwen and Ning Jianwu. She didn't see them at the previous banquet. Hua Yuhua only said that the two elders were in seclusion all year round, and didn't even see their family members, let alone outsiders. Now it seemed. The two were not in seclusion, but guarding the forbidden area of the Ning family. But why was the Lu Miao pond the forbidden area of the Ning family? What was hidden inside? Although she was full of doubts, Mu Yan still showed a perturbed and confused expression of a young girl. I came to the Ning family for the first time today, and couldn't sleep at night, so I wanted to walk around. Elders, can't I come here? Ning Jiangwen and Ning Jianwu heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed their vigilance. Ning Jiangwen said in a gentle tone, Little girl, you've just arrived at the Ning family, so it's normal that you don't know the rules here. You could go anywhere in the Ning family's underground palace, including the Ning family's treasury on the west side. But only the flowing goblet pond was forbidden to anyone. Trespassers will be killed without mercy. Remember this clearly in the future. Mu Yan nodded repeatedly, and under the watchful eyes of Ning Jiangwen and Ning Jianwu, she carefully retreated. Until she can no longer feel the line of sight and the probing of divine sense, Mu Yan finally lets out a long sigh of relief. Qi Huang said disdainfully, too useless. Two heaven-shattering tear-old things are enough to scare you into this state. Hee hee. Mu Yan sneers, if you're amazing, then go and deal with them for me. Qi Huang was so depressed that he stopped talking. If he could get out of the Tian Emochin space and not be afraid of exposing his whereabouts, would he not be able to deal with those two wastes of trash? The flowing noodle pond could no longer be explored. But Mayan is also unwilling to go back like this. She remembers what Ning Jiangwen said, that she could even go to the Ning family's treasury on the west side as she pleased. Mu Yan hooked up her lips, and her figure flashed, heading towards the west side. Huh? This is the Ning family's treasury? Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, Qing Do updates the fastest. All the way to the west, Mu Yan saw ordinary courtyards and rockery scenery on both sides. After flying for a full quarter of an hour, she finally reached the end. But the scene she saw made Mu Yan somewhat unable to come back to her senses. Because what appeared in front of her was neither a tightly guarded warehouse, nor a magnificent palace. Instead, it was a dozen or so caves standing side by side. That's right, it was the most ordinary kind, without any decoration or repair, just the kind of caves that were dug into the stone walls. And in front of these caves, there wasn't even a stone to block the door. Is the Ning family too poor, or do they not care about treasures? Mu Yan walked into the first cave, and sure enough, she found piles and piles of crystals inside. Each piece was a high-grade crystal, and there was even a small pile of obsidian crystals. Mu Yan's eyes were almost blinded by the light. She went to the second and third cave. She saw all kinds of elixirs and magic treasures piled up inside. The total amount of reserves was even greater than 10 Liberty cities put together. Mu Yan, who had to support a lot of people all the time, was so poor that her eyes were about to stare blankly when she saw this. The Ning family was really too rich. So many treasures were casually thrown in the cave. They didn't even set up a concealment defensive array. Were they really not worried that someone would steal it? After reluctantly looking at the heavenly treasures in front of her for a few times, Mu Yan retreated and came to the fourth cave. As soon as she entered this cave, Mu Yan found that it was completely different from the previous two. This cave was very long, winding, and she couldn't see the bottom from the outside. And the deeper she went, the colder she felt. In the end, it was almost to the point that she couldn't stay in this cave if she didn't circulate her spiritual power to resist. Mu Yan didn't know how long she had walked, but the long and narrow tunnel finally opened up. In front of her appeared a wide cave covered with ice and snow. In the middle of the cave was an ice coffin, and she could vaguely see a person lying inside. Mu Yan took a few steps forward and came to the ice coffin. She pressed her palm on the top of the ice coffin, and gently wiped away the frost on it. The whole ice coffin was made very crystal clear. The falling frost was wiped away, and the appearance of the person in the ice coffin was clearly displayed in front of Mu Yan. What the? How is this possible? The moment she sees the people in the ice coffins, Mu Yan suddenly widens her eyes, revealing an incredulous expression. Qi Huang, what's going on? Inside the ice coffin was a young man. Mu Yan recognized it at a glance. This was Ning Su, but Ning Su had clearly been killed by her in the Cultivation continent. Furthermore, under the dual suppression of the power of laws and the divine punishment heavenly thunder, not even his bones were left. Then who was this man in the ice coffin, a ghost, or another pair of twins? The key was Ning Su in the ice coffin alive or dead? Mayan's complexion alternates between green and white. For a long time, her mind is buzzing, and she can't say a word. Even Seven Brilliance, who was in the space, was dumbfounded. He was also one of the people who had witnessed Ning Su's physical body being destroyed and his soul dispersing with his own eyes. The person in the ice coffin in front of him looked exactly like Ning Su. Even if they were twins, it was impossible for there to be no difference at all, right? That's an extremely rare demonic art called soundless doppelganger. Girl, you don't have to be afraid. The one lying in the ice coffin isn't Ning Su's ghost, nor is it his corpse, but his clone. Mu Yan abruptly turns her head. She sees that an old man with white hair and a face full of wrinkles has appeared in the cave without her noticing. At first sight of this old man, Mu Yan was subconsciously shocked. Because the old man in front of her is too old. Wrinkles all over his face, sparse white hair, and age spots all over his hands, neck, and face. Generally speaking, a cultivator's lifespan is based on their cultivation. The more talented a person is, the longer their appearance will be maintained at its peak. Even if their cultivation can't advance, and they gradually age, they still look much younger than ordinary mortals. There are very, very few high-level cultivators who would age like this old man in front of her. He sees that Mayan is staring at his face. The old man smiles warmly and steps forward. You're the little girl that Fusheng brought back, right? I remember you're called Mu Yan, right? To be able to reach the peak of the earth-opening realm at such a young age, your talent is really hard to imagine. Mu Yan composes herself and bows slightly to the old man. Mu Yan greets the old ancestor. Good child, get up, no need to be so polite. Ning Kunshan smiles benevolently, looking at her with eyes full of gratification and nostalgia. I still remember that when Xianxia was a child, she was also as beautiful as you. It's just that her temperament was too cold, and she didn't like to talk to anyone. You're still good like this girl. Little girls should be lively and lively, not like an old antique like me who should be in a coffin. He chuckles as he speaks, slowly walking to the ice coffin and gently buckling it. A pair of eyes that were incomparably benevolent just a moment ago falls on Mu Yan's face, suddenly carrying a bit of fierceness. Girl, was it you who killed Ning Su in the Shoshan continent? Mu Yan's heart shudders, but her face doesn't change. What is the old ancestor talking about? Mu Yan doesn't understand. Ning Kunshan chuckles, the pressure around him dispersing. Girl, you don't have to be nervous. I think it must be Ning Su who wanted to kill you, so you had to resist, right? Mu Yan stares blankly again. Seeing her reaction, Ning Kunshan revealed a look of understanding. Then he sighed softly and said, Ning Su was very attached to your mother back then. He always thought that it was your father who took Xianxia away. In addition, because of his background, he especially hates the demon race, so I guess that he might make a move against you. Mu Yan knits her brows. Ning Su's past? For a moment, Ning Kunshan's gaze became absent-minded and sorrowful, as if he wanted to look into the distance. The old man's low and hoarse voice sounded so fragile and lonely that people couldn't help but feel pity for him. "Lass, I think you must be very curious about this Ning family that is built underground and lives like the living dead, right? Also, why did you set up a formation in your own home to monitor everyone's movements? You're making our home not feel like home, and our family not feel like family." Mu Yan's eyes flashed as she vigilantly looked at the old man in front of her. Ning Kunshan acted as if he didn't see the change in her expression. Still using his low and hoarse voice, he slowly said, "Girl, are you willing to listen to this old thing's story? After listening, you'll know why my Ning family has become like this, and why so many people opposed your mother and father being together." Mayan nods and helps the swaying Ning Kunshan sit down on a rock covered with ice. Listening to Ning Kunshan talk about the legendary and tragic past of the Ning family. A long, long time ago, the Ning family was also one of the largest families in the Xianxia continent. But in a catastrophe 10,000 years ago, the Ning family was inadvertently hit by a vicious curse technique. It was called Yuan-breaking devil soul curse. Ning Kunshan looks at Mayan. "You probably don't know what a curse is, right?" Mayan doesn't speak and just listens quietly. "A curse is 100 times more terrible than witchcraft and poison. If possible, I hope that you won't understand it for the rest of your life." After being hit by the Yuan-breaking devil soul curse, all the high-level cultivators of the Ning family began to age rapidly, and the number of people gradually withered. They were equivalent to being cursed. As long as it was a new generation of descendants, their cultivation could not break through the Xian immortal realm. Even if they went through untold hardships, or encountered a fortuitous encounter, and really advanced to the Xian immortal realm by coincidence, they would also age rapidly, and live no more than 10 years at most. Because of the erosion and torture of the Yuan-breaking devil soul curse, the Ning family gradually declined. Slowly, they could only live in the most remote wilderness of the Xianxia continent, struggling at death's door. More than 2,000 years ago, Ning Kunshan, whose cultivation reached the peak of golden immortal, became the head of the Ning family. During one of his adventures, Ning Kunshan accidentally consumed a precious immortal herb. His cultivation, which had been stuck in the golden immortal realm, suddenly broke through and reached the Xian immortal realm. The Ning family, who learned the news, not only didn't feel happy, but they were frightened. Because they knew that Ning Kunshan, who broke through the Xian immortal realm, would be attacked by the Yuan-breaking devil soul curse, and in a short period of time, he would grow old, weak, and even die. The Ning family would also lose the head of the family and the strongest person, and from then on, the situation would become more and more unstable. At that time, Ning Kunshan already had a son named Ning Xianting. He was a proud son of heaven whose cultivation talent was several times stronger than Ning Kunshan's. His appearance was unparalleled, and his personality was gentle and elegant. He was once the dream lover of many women in that area. In order to consolidate the Ning family's position, Ning Xianting married the daughter of the head of the largest sect in the wilderness 2 years ago. Although it was only a marriage, Ning Xianting was a good husband. He was gentle and considerate towards his wife. Even if there were countless women throwing themselves at him, he would never say no to them. Ning Kunshan closed his eyes slightly, a pained expression on his face, and his voice became hoarse and trembling. "I still remember that Yao had just become pregnant with her second child at that time. Xianting already had a son before that, and he was looking forward to having a daughter when he suddenly received the grievous news that I'd broken through into the mysterious immortal realm. Xianting is a very filial child, and he carries the responsibility of the Ning family on his shoulders. I didn't expect that the child would make such a decision to save my life. And it was this decision that changed the fate of everyone in the Ning family." In the past, the demon race had not yet been unified in the Xianxia continent. Although most of the demons still lived in the hidden abyss. But there was also a portion of the demon race that liked to live under the sun and were also confident in their strength, so they chose to settle in some areas outside the sphere of influence of the polar domain and the nether domain. In the wilderness, there was also a demon race sect called the Demon Illusion Palace. The Ning family asked around and found out that the princess of the Demon Illusion Palace was born with a spirit demon body. From the moment she was born, a crystal-like pearl would condense in her heart, called the tear of a ghost. As she grew older, the power of the tear of the ghost would become stronger and stronger. But for Princess Xianxia, this tear of the ghost was not a rare treasure, but something that could threaten her life. Because the tear of the ghost could not be taken out of Xianxia's body. Once it was taken out, the tear of the ghost would dissipate in the air. There was only one way to take out the tear of the ghost. That was, Xianxia was willing to give up her life for another person and shed a blood tear that contained all of her essence and blood. That was the tear of the ghost. It was said that the tear of the ghost was extremely pure and affectionate. It could expel all the filth in the world, even the most terrible curse. Although these were only rumors, in order to save his father's life and to revitalize the Ning family, Ning Xianting was determined to give it a try. He disguised himself as a human rogue cultivator and sneaked into the town where the demon illusion palace was located. Then he created all kinds of coincidences and came to Xianxia. Ning Xianting was born handsome, tall, elegant, and knowledgeable. He was gentle and strong. After spending a lot of time with him, he quickly captured the heart of Xianxia. The two were deeply in love and would not marry anyone but him. In order to be with Ning Xianting, Xianxia did not even hesitate to break up with her mother in the demon illusion palace and insisted on following Ning Xianting back to the Ning family. And just when they were about to arrive at the Ning family, Ning Xianting was seriously injured in order to save Xianxia. Xianxia was heartbroken and made a wish to heaven, willing to exchange her life for Ning Xianting's. The tear of the ghost finally turned into a bright red blood tear and rolled down from Xianxia's eyes. And this young and beautiful demon girl also died in Ning Xianting's arms and lost her life. And she would never know. All of this was just a scam made by Ning Xianting. He was not injured at all, nor was his life in danger. All the drama was just to cheat the tear of the ghost that was condensed from her life. Ning Xianting returned to the Ning family with the tear of the ghost. The tear of the ghost that was said to be able to expel all filth really lived up to its reputation. It really began to break the yuan-breaking demon soul spell that the Ning family was suffering. But right at this time, the fiend race army rushed into the Ning family, killing people on sight. It turned out that although Nichang's mother, the palace master of the demon fantasy palace, had broken off with her daughter, she was still worried about her only relative, so she sent someone to follow her. Who would have thought that he would witness such a complete scam, and because of such a liar, Xianxia did not even give him a chance to stop him before she shed the tears of a ghost. A bloody battle broke out in the wild north. The Ning family, the illusionary demon palace, and the sect that Ning Xianting's wife belonged to were all involved. Spirit cultivators and demonic cultivators were natural enemies. The spirit cultivators of the wildlands did not care about the cause of the matter. He stood directly on the side of the Ning family and joined forces to kill the devils. Moreover, everyone knew that there were many treasures in the enchanted palace. As long as they destroyed the enchanted palace, those treasures would be theirs. In the end, evil cannot triumph over good. The illusionary demon palace was slaughtered, and no one was left alive. Blood dyed the ground where the enchanted fantasy palace was. Even after 100 years or 1,000 years, it still wouldn't fade. The spirit cultivators congratulated each other and ran around to spread the news. However, they did not know that the palace master of the enchanted fantasy palace also had the tear of the ghost. It was just that after she married and had children, the tear of ghost had lost its effect of eliminating filth and saving people. But it became the primer to launch the curse. Before the palace master of the demon illusion palace died, he sacrificed his soul and cursed all the spirit cultivators who slaughtered the demon illusion palace to die a horrible death. Ning Kunshan still clearly remembered the heart-wrenching voice of the palace master before he died, crying and laughing. I will use my soul as a sacrifice and pray for the tear of the nether ghost to activate the curse for me. I want to curse these sanctimonious and self-righteous spirit cultivators. From today on, their cultivation will stagnate and they will be haunted by demons. The world is so big, but there will be no place for you. Ning Xianting, for your own selfishness, deceived my daughter's feelings, killed her body and soul, and then united with the spirit cultivators to destroy my demon illusion palace. Now the karma is reincarnated. I want you to watch the Ning family you care about the most be doomed. I curse the Ning family to be haunted by the Yuan destroying devil soul curse again, to suffer day and night. I curse the Ning family to fall into hell and never see the light of day. Unless there comes a day when the women of the Ning family become prostitutes for generations and the men become slaves for generations, unless all the descendants of the Ning family die, this curse will haunt the descendants of the Ning family for generations to come, never to disappear. Mu Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. This curse was too cruel. But from the perspective of the palace master of the Demon Illusion Palace, she did nothing wrong. It was Ning Xianting who first deceived and killed her daughter, and then slaughtered the entire Demon Illusion Palace. The hatred in her heart could be imagined. Mu Yan looked at Ning Kunchen. She saw that the old man's wrinkled face was covered with tears. There was remorse, pain, and many unknown things in his eyes. Mu Yan asked, "What happened then?" The curse was obviously not fully fulfilled. Otherwise, after more than 2,000 years, Ning Kunchen could not still be alive. And Ning Yu could not be so carefree outside. Ning Kunchen sighed and showed a wry smile. After the palace master of the Demon Illusion Palace successfully cast the curse, the spirit cultivators who were still excited panicked. They thought that our Ning family caused all this and caused them to be cursed, so they banished our Ning family from the cultivation continent. In the battle with the enchanted palace, the Ning family had already suffered a lot of casualties. Without the protection of any space jump magic treasure, they were directly thrown into the space barrier channel. When they reached the floating island, there were only a few people left in the Ning family. And the yuan-breaking devil soul curse on me broke out again. I suddenly became extremely old and dying. Xianting believes that his actions have brought an even greater disaster to the Ning family. His heart was full of remorse and guilt. In order to leave a glimmer of hope for the Ning family, he left a jade virtual reincarnation formation and sacrificed his life to finally break half of the curse of the palace master of the Demon Fantasy Palace. Mu Yan was stunned. Jade virtual reincarnation formation? Ning Kunchen looked at her in surprise. "Lass, do you know about this formation?" Mu Yan shook her head. "I don't know, but the name sounds a little strange." Ning Kunchen sighed and said, "This formation was found by Xianting a long time ago, but it can only be operated by sacrificing the life of a loved one. I didn't allow him to use it anyway. But who knew that Xianting would still walk on this path in the end?" Mu Yan frowned slightly. Mu Yan always felt that the name Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation was familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere. But when she asked Qi Huang, he also said he didn't know. Mu Yan could only put it aside and listen to Ning Kunchen continue to talk about the history of the Ning family. Ning Xianting's sacrifice gave the Ning family a chance to breathe. Everyone was eager to return to the immortal cultivation continent as soon as possible and restore the glory of the Ning family. But soon they found that everything could not go as they wished. Because the Ning family could not ascend. Even if they reached the Xian immortal realm, they would no longer become old and weak. But there was no way to ascend to the immortal cultivation continent. Once a Ning family tried to pass through the space barrier, it would attract the 9 cycles heavenly thunder. Instead of crossing the tribulation, they would be directly killed. And the most terrible thing was, they could not walk under the sun for a long time. Otherwise, they would gradually lose their minds and age. The formation arranged in every corner of the Ning family was not to monitor everyone's every move, but to prevent someone from getting sick and not being treated in time. Mu Yan couldn't help but be surprised. "Ning Yu has been outside." Ning Kunchen smiled and asked, "Have you met Ning Yu?" He shook his head and said, "Don't worry, it's Fu Xing and the others who can't walk under the sun. When it came to your mother's generation, as long as their cultivation broke through the 5th stage of Golden Immortal Realm, they were not so afraid of the sun. As for Ning Su and Ning Yu, and you, the sun will not cause any harm to you." "Why?" Ning Kunchen sighed softly. "That's because, for many years, there have been Ning family members who have been willing to sacrifice the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation. It weakened the curse of the Palace Master of the Magic Illusion Palace. In your generation, you don't have to be afraid of the sun anymore, and you don't have to hide in this grave-like castle for the rest of your life." Mu Yan's heart jumped, and she asked subconsciously, "Sacrificing the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation means sacrificing one's life like Ning Xianting?" "Yes." Ning Kunchen heaved a long sigh. "As long as the Ning family can prosper and regain the glory of the ancient times, I'm willing to pay any price." However, not everyone can sacrifice themselves to the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation. I want to do something for the Ning family, but the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation is not willing to accept it. As Ning Kunchen spoke, a self-mocking smile appeared on his face. Then, the smile turned sad and gratified. Fortunately, the children of the Ning family are not selfish people who are afraid of death. For the glory of the Ning family, they are willing to sacrifice their lives. It was Xian Ting and the sacrifice of these children that allowed the Ning family to find a chance of survival amidst the vicious curse and survive. Soon. He shakily stood up and touched the ice coffin with his hand, but his eyes were looking into the distance. Soon, the Ning family will be able to completely get rid of the curse and return to the Xiaoxian continent. Xian Ting, you will definitely see this moment come with your own eyes, right? Mu Yan subconsciously frowns. The glory of the Ning family had to be exchanged with the lives of their descendants. Even if it was voluntary, it still made her feel uncomfortable. Ning Kunchen turned around and saw her frowning at Ning Su in the ice coffin. He couldn't help smiling. Girl, I know you don't like Ning Su, but there is a reason why he is so stubborn. Because of the grudges with the illusionary demon palace, our Ning family has always hated the devil race. But Ning Su's mother was the beloved concubine of a devil cultivator. Mayan Gox, what? Ning Su's background was actually so bizarre, Ning Kunchen said. Ning Su's father is called Ning Zhongyu. He was once the son that your maternal grandfather valued the most. He was also recognized as the next successor of the Ning family. Unfortunately, he fell in love with a mysterious woman, Shizhuyu, whom he had rescued from the outside. The two of them fell in love with each other, and Shizhuyu told Zhongyu the truth. She was a devil cultivator's beloved concubine. Because she couldn't stand the devil cultivator's torture, she fled from the Xiaoxian continent to the lower realm. However, that devil cultivator has her soul lamp. One day, he will chase her to the floating island. In order to escape the pursuit of the fiendish cultivators, Ning Zhongyu escaped to the cultivation mainland with Shizhuyu and gave birth to Ning Su in the branch Ning family on the cultivation mainland. Mu Yan looks pensive. No wonder teacher Yao Guang had addressed Ning Su as young master back then. Ning Su was active in the cultivation continent all year round. It turned out that he was actually born on the cultivation continent. However, good things didn't last long. When Ning Su was 5, the fiendish cultivator still chased him all the way to the cultivation land and killed almost everyone in the Ning family branch. Even Zhongyu died at the hands of that fiendish cultivator. In order to take revenge and protect her son, Shizhuyu pretended to be obedient to the devil cultivator and seduced him to make love with her on the cultivation continent. Yet, in the midst of joy, he suddenly launched an attack, intending to perish together with the devil cultivator. That devil cultivator's strength was superb. He actually survived Shizhuyu's sneak attack, but his cultivation was crippled from then on, and he can no longer return to the Xiaoxian continent. He hated Zhongyu and Shizhuyu to the bone, so he kept the 5-year-old Ning Su by his side and tortured him day and night. It wasn't until your mother, Xianxia, went to the cultivation land to relax and accidentally saw the keepsake that belonged to her brother on Ning Su, that she killed the fiendish cultivator and brought Ning Su back to the Ning family. And at that time, Ning Su had already been tortured by that devil cultivator for a whole 8 years. Even though he did not have a good impression of Ning Su. Hearing Ning Kunchen's narration, Mu Yan couldn't help but be slightly moved. Being tortured for 8 years in the hands of an enemy, one could imagine what kind of hell this kind of life was. It was no wonder that Ning Su would hate devil cultivators to the bone, almost to the point of being paranoid. Ning Kunchen gently shook his head and said with a sigh, in fact, Ning Su's talent is very good, even far surpassing that girl Ning Yu. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to easily master the soundless doppelganger, an evil skill that no one has ever been able to master. However, no one taught him well, so he grew up crooked. Fu Xing had always felt that it was Ning Su's mother, Shizhuyu, who had killed his eldest son, whom he valued the most. So he didn't show any mercy to Ning Su, so the whole Ning family went along with him and bullied him wantonly. Only your mother, Xianxia, treats him well. Perhaps because of this, Ning Su saw your mother as the only thing he could rely on. He even developed a twisted paranoia and possessiveness. Ning Kunchen sighed softly, his expression compassionate and self-reproachful. If I hadn't been in closed-door training all year round because of the torment of the yuan-breaking devil soul spell, I couldn't devote myself to teaching Fu Xing, and I couldn't change his mind in time. He wouldn't have become what he is now, and he wouldn't have almost caused your parents to die. Mu Yan's breathing paused slightly. Looking at Ning Kunchen, she slowly asked, "What happened back then? Did my father come to the Ning family? Where did he and my mother go? I remember your father is called Jun Yuan, right?" Ning Kunchen frowned slightly and tried hard to recall. He was a handsome and spirited young man. If I looked closely, he looked similar to you. Your eyes look like Xianxia's, but your gaze is more like your father's. Mu Yan asked, "Did my father really come to the Ning family?" "Yes. About 20 years ago, Xianxia was supposed to be relaxing in the Cultivation continent, but she was suddenly escorted back by Ning Su." Ning Kunchen shook his head and said, "Only then did we know that Xianxia had gotten married and had a child behind our backs. Furthermore, the person she married is a devil cultivator." Everyone in the Ning family was enraged and kept Xianxia under strict surveillance. But it wasn't long before your father came knocking on my door. That boy's cultivation isn't high, but his temper is very stubborn. He blocked the entrance of the Ning family's bunker and refused to leave, even if he was beaten half to death. Ning Kunchen wiped his face and said, "When people get old, their hearts soften easily. I've always felt that the grudge between the Ning family and the magical fantasy palace, the Ning family is also at fault. That's why I persuaded Fu Xing to accept your father, as long as he was willing to stay in the Ning family and live a life of darkness with Xianxia. Your mother is your grandfather's most beloved child." In the end, she couldn't change his mind and agreed to be together. There were also people in the Ning family who were reluctant, but in the end, they still accepted. But who knew that night, Ning Su would suddenly attack? It was as if he had gone mad. He would rather kill your mother than allow her to be taken away by others. Your mother was severely injured by Ning Su's sword. Your father was shocked and angry, and refused to trust the Ning family anymore. So he carried your mother and left in the middle of the night, and never came back. Mayan quietly listens to Ning Kunchen's narration, not saying a word. In fact, she still had many doubts in her heart. There were so many people in the Ning family. Their cultivation levels should be higher than Ning Su's at that time. Why couldn't they stop a crazy Ning Su? But Mu Yan knows that there are some questions that she can't get an answer to even if she asks them now. Even if he got the answer, he wouldn't be able to tell if it was true or false. In that case, he might as well not ask. Ning Kunchen stretches out his skinny hand and gently pats Mayan's shoulder. His voice is indescribably gentle and kind. "Girl, I know that you must have suffered a lot of grievances outside for so many years. But now that you've returned to the Ning family, you will have the old ancestor to back you up. No one can bully you anymore. As for Ning Su, although he is still alive, after half of his soundless doppelganger was destroyed, he will have to sleep for at least 100 years before he can wake up. Moreover, his cultivation will also regress by a lot. This is the punishment he deserves. From now on, just treat the Ning family as your own home. Don't regard yourself as an outsider, understand?" Mayan lifts her eyes and meets a pair of muddy but bottomless eyes. There was the gentleness and kindness of an elder. There are also some things that Mu Yan doesn't understand. She smiled and nodded, "Got it." Good child." As the two were talking, Ning Zhongya's voice suddenly came from outside the cave. "Ancestor, have you finished your seclusion? Just now, someone reported seeing a figure here. Did you notice anything unusual?" Ning Kunchen made a shushing gesture at Mayan, then blinked mischievously. Then he coughed lightly and said, "I've finished my seclusion, so I came to this ice cave to check on that Ning Su kid. I didn't find anything unusual." Yes. Since old ancestor has already come out of seclusion, there will definitely be no problem. Xianxia will go and report to the patriarch. Until Ning Zhongya is far away. Ning Kunchen then gently looks at Mayan, "Child, go back and rest. The Ning family's underground palace may be very strange, but the Ning family absolutely has no malice towards you. After all, you are also a descendant of the Ning family." Mayan nods and turns to walk out of the cave. Ning Kunchen's low voice faintly comes from behind her, "I also hope that when the Ning family needs you, you can help the Ning family, That night, Mayan doesn't sleep well. She doesn't know if it's because she has heard too many stories from Ning Kunshan. There are always some bizarre and dazzling scenes in her dreams. Sometimes, it's the demon girl Nikhang, who shed tears of blood. Sometimes, it's Ning Xianting who sacrificed himself and scattered his soul. Sometimes, it's Ning Su who was tortured by the devil cultivator. And sometimes, it's her parents. The dream finally stops at an incomparably beautiful pool. This pool is dark blue. The water of the pool is sparkling, clear like a mirror. The bottom of the pool is paved with blue stone, but there isn't the slightest seam. There are only beautiful runes drawn on it. There's a place in the middle of the pool that's bubbling. The bubbles are constantly rising, supporting a blue bud, bobbing up and down in the water. A lustrous light emits from the blue bud, and is transported through the clear water to the bottom of the pool. One rune after another begins to become clear and shiny. Like a beautiful painting, it's being sketched at the bottom of the pool, stroke by stroke. When all the runes at the bottom of the pool have been lit up, the blue bud suddenly and slowly blooms. The next moment, Mayan meets a pair of bloody eyes without upper and lower eyelids. Mayan suddenly jumps up from the bed, cold sweat dripping down from her forehead. Was that a nightmare just now? What kind of place is that pool? Why is there a pair of eyes in the blue bud? No, it should be said that it's the eyeballs. In fact, there might be something else. But she didn't see it clearly. Why does she have this kind of dream? Really, Ning Kunshan isn't telling a horror story. Miss Mayan, are you up? Several maids of the Ning family filed in. Seeing what they are holding in their hands, Mu Yan is simply dumbfounded. Gorgeous clothes, head ornaments, pendants, and even powder and rouge. What are you doing? The head maid said respectfully, the clan leader ordered us to serve Miss well to attend the family banquet at noon. Family feast? Didn't you just participate yesterday? The maid smiled and said, of course not. At most, yesterday's banquet could only be regarded as a welcoming banquet for Mississippi. Today is the real family banquet. I want everyone in the Ning family to know that you are a legitimate young lady. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth twitches. There were only a few people in the Ning family, while Yu was big mouth could casually say a few words and everyone would probably know. Was there a need to hold a real family banquet to announce it? She saw a few maidservants bringing her clothes and jewelry, wanting to help her put them on. Mu Yan quickly said, no need, I'm fine wearing this. But you are Miss Ning. How can you dress so shabbily? That's right, Miss Mayan, you are so beautiful. How could this coarse and tattered clothing match your beauty? Seeing that Mu Yan still wouldn't agree. The maidservants' faces reveal a terrified expression, and they kneel down one after another. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, green beans update the fastest. Miss, we were ordered by the patriarch to serve you. If we don't serve you well, the patriarch won't let us off. Can you just let us help you dress? Mu Yan sees that the little maids are about to cry, and the fear in their eyes can't be concealed. She can't help but sigh helplessly. All right. Isn't it just wearing new clothes and putting on makeup? She won't lose a piece of flesh. Mu Yan lets them help her put on clothes and jewelry. When everything is ready, the little maids can't help but let out exclamations one after another. Too beautiful. Young miss, this servant has never seen anyone as beautiful as you. A girl dressed in red is reflected in the Lioli glass. Mu Yan rarely wears red clothes. She's often dressed in white, like a beautiful bright moon, or in green, as elegant as an immortal. But at this moment, this red dress makes the girl's complexion whiter than snow, more delicate and glistening than a flower petal. The slightly raised peach blossom eyes seem to be overflowing with the brilliance of the world. With a gentle flash, it can already take away a person's soul. She's really delicate, fairy-like and jade-like. All the men in the world who wouldn't be captivated by Miss's appearance, confused and infatuated awe. If anyone is lucky enough to marry Miss in the future, that would really be a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Mu Yan smiles carelessly, refusing them to apply makeup on her face again. She doesn't care if all the men in the world would be captivated by her. But this outfit, it would be great if Di Mingju could take a look. What kind of expression would Jun Shangdaran show? Would he continue to maintain his iceberg face, or would he show a look of amazement and infatuation? She imagines Jun Shang showing an infatuated expression. The painting is too beautiful to look at. Her divine sense schemes over the space, meeting Qi Huang's dazed gaze. Mu Yan hooks up her lips and says with a playful smile, "What? Dumbfounded? Captivated by this big sister? Get lost." Qi Huang suddenly comes back to his senses, stomping his feet in anger. "This sage is an ancient artifact spirit. Do you know what an ancient artifact spirit means? Stupid woman, whose sister are you calling yourself?" Mu Yan thinks for a moment and says, "Qi Huang, little bastard, have you been captivated by master's beauty?" "Aha! Jun Mayan, I'll fight it out with you." "Who are you calling a little bastard?" "F***ck your little bastard." Ha 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 ha. Amidst the laughter and banter with Qi Huang, Mayan is led by the maid towards the south. She discovered that the place where the Ning family held the banquet this time wasn't the same hall as last night. Instead, it was an even more dazzling hall. And this time, the table was no longer empty. Instead, there were many servants of the Ning family shuttling back and forth. There were already several tables in the hall. The table was filled with fragrant delicacies. The empty space in front of the main hall was extremely large. At this moment, there was a beautiful woman dancing to the music of a stringed instrument. Mu Yan is puzzled. She was getting more and more unfathomable. Is this how the Ning family's family banquets are held, other than grandfather Ning Fuxing's table, which was full of people from the Ning family? Who were the other tables? She didn't seem to know any of them. Yanner is here. Seeing him, a rare smile appeared on Ning Fuxing's cold and serious face. He actually personally came forward and led her to the main table. Seeing Ning Fuxing pass by with Mu Yan, the people at the other tables stood up one after another in fear and trepidation. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect, saluting Ning Fuxing, and greeting Mayan. This must be the Ning family's newly recognized daughter, right? She really is an outstanding beauty, and her appearance is peerless. Not to mention her appearance, she has already reached the earth-opening realm at this age. It's no wonder that Patriarch Ning would attach so much importance to her. Patriarch Ning is really blessed. His own strength is not bad, and his granddaughter is also so outstanding. We are really fortunate to be able to attach ourselves to the Ning family. Yes, saying that we are from Maomu City's Ning family will make others think highly of us. All of this is thanks to Patriarch Ning. Only now does Mayan know that the people sitting at the other tables are the patriarchs and elders of the Ning family's branches. So, this banquet, is it really to introduce her to the Ning family, everyone? Mayan frowns slightly. She feels that something is not quite right. She remembers Ning Yu saying that the Ning family's main family would never put the Ning family's branches in their eyes. These people are not allowed to enter the main family's underground palace on ordinary days, unless there is a particularly urgent matter. Today, in order to show their identity, they deliberately invited these people from the branch families. It's very strange no matter how she thinks about it. After Mayan and Ning Fuxing are seated, the family banquet officially begins. The dances in front of them change, one after another. Each dancer is more beautiful and enchanting than the next. But most people's attention is simply unable to focus on the dancers. Because compared to Mayan, the beauty of these dancers is too vulgar, too cheap. Like pearls and fish eyes, they simply cannot be compared. From time to time, someone would cast an infatuated and stunned gaze on Mayan, and then quickly avoid it. Mayan has always been used to being the focus of others, and doesn't care about this kind of gaze. But soon, she feels that something is wrong. There seemed to be a scorching, invasive line of sight falling on her body. Then, it doesn't even blink, and doesn't leave again. Mayan looks around. Except for the Ning family, everyone else is in awe of her, the eldest daughter of the main family. So even if they were just peeking. At this time, as soon as they meet her gaze, they immediately shrink back in fear. But even if everyone lowers their heads, that scorching gaze, which seemed to be inspecting and selecting its prey, never dissipated. He followed her like a shadow, like maggots in a tarsal bone, constantly falling on her body. Moreover, he was getting more and more unbridled. Unfortunately, Mu Yan can't find the source of her gaze. Her long eyelashes drooped down, covering the darkness in her eyes. Ning Fuxing, who was sitting in the main seat, let out a sigh of relief and smiled. However, the smile disappeared in an instant. After 3 rounds of drinking, Ning Xianxia discreetly gave Hua Yuhua a look. Hua Yuhua's eyes were filled with struggle. But under Ning Xianxia's warning gaze, she still managed to force a smile and tugged at Mayan's sleeve. Mu Yan, it's too stuffy here. Why don't we go to the garden at the back to get some air? Hua Yuhua no longer had any uneasiness on her face. It looked like he really couldn't hold it in any longer. Mayan nods and stands up. When Ning Zhongbai, who was sitting at the side, saw the two of them stand up, his grip on his chopsticks tightened. He almost subconsciously shouted, "Don't go out." Mayan looked over, flabbergasted. Ning Zhongbai's face was almost drained of blood, and the hand holding the chopsticks was trembling. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. On the side, Ning Jiangwen and Ning Jianwu look over with murderous eyes. But Ning Zhongbai still grits his teeth, and says in a hoarse and desperate voice, It's cold outside, it's better to stay here, don't go out. The atmosphere at the main table suddenly turns cold to the extreme. Pfft, second brother, are you possessed? Ning Zhongye suddenly laughs, this is the underground palace, it doesn't see the sun all year round, and it's not exposed to wind and rain, how can there be heat and cold? Yuhua isn't going to take Mayan out of this underground palace, we're just strolling in the back garden, why are you so worried, second brother? Saying that, he shows a helpless and gentle smile to Mayan. Mayan, don't blame second cousin for being alarmed, he only has one sister, Yanxin, and he used to treasure her very much. Now that you've finally come back, he becomes suspicious, afraid that you'll bump into something, hee, second brother is really too much, who would harm Mayan in their own home, the people at the main table all agree one after another. Ning Zhongbai still wants to say something. Ning Fuxing's sharp, hawk-like gaze is already looking over. Ning Zhongbai suddenly feels as if all the blood in his body has been frozen. His whole body is stiff, and he can't say another word. He can only look at his niece smiling and saying to him, second uncle, I'll be back soon, don't worry. Then she's taken out by Yuhua. The suffocating pressure disappears. Ning Fuxing's slightly warning voice comes to his ears. But Ning Zhongbai's ears are buzzing, and he can't hear what he's saying. Tears unconsciously fall from his eyes. Everything is cold. The Ning family's underground palace is underground, and doesn't see the light of day. But the garden is more beautiful than the courtyards of the big families outside, and it's full of flowers. The gurgling of water comes from far ahead, accompanied by bursts of flower fragrance. The wind elemental array formation created a gentle breeze that would gently blow every once in a while. The most amazing thing is that there are actually bees and butterflies flying among the flowers. If you don't look up, what you see is not the blue sky and white clouds, but the dazzling illumination stones. Mu Yan almost thinks that this is a beautiful natural courtyard. Hua Yuhua holds Mayan's hand as they walk on the flower path. Her face is full of cordial and enthusiastic smiles, and she chatters on about the Ning family's matters. Mu Yan, don't look at how the Ning family has always been living in this underground palace that doesn't see the light of day. However, the foundation of the Ning family is definitely not something that the 3 alliances, 8 sects, or the other 5 families can compare to. The subsidiary branches and sects of the Ning family that you saw today are all completely loyal to the Ning family, and they definitely wouldn't dare to go against the Ning family. Although the Ning family's main family members live in seclusion, the Ning family's branch business has spread all over the country. When you go out in the future, as long as you say that you're the Ning family's young lady, the entire floating island will be under your control. Listening to Hua Yuhua's praise of the Ning family, Mu Yan declined to comment. Hua Yuhua suddenly stops talking and gives her a meaningful look, but Mayan, your future good fortune is far more than this. Perhaps the entire Ning family will have to rely on you in the future. Mu Yan lightly said, third aunt must be joking. A complicated look flashed in Hua Yuhua's eyes as she turned to look behind her. This thing is every Ning family's treasure, it absolutely can't be lost. Mayan, wait here for Auntie for a while, Auntie will go back first. With that, without waiting for Mayan's response, Huayuhua quickly turns and leaves. In the blink of an eye, that figure disappears among the flowers. Mayan narrows her eyes, the corners of her lips slightly hooked up, and she continues to walk forward. Soon, the narrow path between the flowers comes to an end. What appears in front of her is a dark blue lake, and the wide meadow beside the lake, as well as the flowers that compete with each other in beauty. The illumination crystals above reflect the lake, sparkling and clear, beautiful beyond compare. But Mayan's line of sight only glances around, and then falls under a blackwood pine. There stands a young man in luxurious purple clothes. Sensing Mayan's approach, he slowly turns around, revealing a handsome face. Looking at his appearance, this man is about 25 or 26 years old. High nose, deep eyes, noble and extraordinary temperament. His appearance is a bit more handsome than the men of the Ning family. But this person has a pair of eyes that make people very uncomfortable. When he turns to look at Mayan, the pupils in his deep eyes constricted slightly. In an instant, a blazing flame sprang up from the depths of his eyes. Stunning, excited, greedy, determined to win. Even if he still has his hands behind his back, a reserved and proud smile on his face. Even his face is somewhat indifferent, as if he doesn't put Mayan in his eyes. But those eyes are naked, as if he wants to pounce over and strip Mayan clean of her clothes right now. Mayan slightly frowns, stopping her footsteps. The man in front of her hooks up his lips, and says in a gentle tone, "Come here." Mayan remains motionless in her place. A trace of hostility flashes through the man's eyes, and his tone is also gloomy and impatient. "Gu told you to come over, didn't you hear?" "Sorry." Mayan carelessly says, "Who the hell do you think you are, that I'll go over just because you tell me to?" The man suddenly stares blankly. He seems to have never encountered a woman who dared to speak to him like this. The first thing that comes to his mind is anger and ruthlessness. But then he feels that it's incomparably novel. He lowers his smile, and unexpectedly condescends to slowly walk towards Mayan. "Very good, woman, you've successfully aroused my interest." Mayan, she was just short of rolling her eyes. Where did this lunatic come from? She turned to leave. The man's figure had already appeared in front of her in an instant. Mu Yan's heart jumps. What a fast speed, what a powerful pressure. When the man arrived in front of her, he saw that her face was a little pale and her body was unable to move. A look of disdain and pride appeared on his face. The Xianxia on Floating Sky Island, no matter how talented they were, so what if they were stubborn? In his eyes, they were nothing more than ants that he could squash to death with a wave of his hand. He only needed to release a little bit of pressure. He could make a proud and disobedient woman tremble in fear, or have a face full of infatuation and worship, and then melt into a puddle of water in his arms, letting him play with her. Inyuani looked down at the girl in front of him. The look in his eyes became more and more infatuated and passionate. Looking at her from afar, he felt that the woman the Ning family wanted to present to him was indeed a stunner. She was not inferior to Yu Yanran at all. But now that he looked at it up close, he realized, the girl's skin was as white as snow. Even if he stared at her inch by inch, he couldn't find the slightest flaw. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, Qing Do updated the fastest. Just by looking at it, he can imagine how delicate and soft this skin will feel under his hand. Just like the world's most translucent white jade. Not to mention her peerlessly exquisite and devastatingly beautiful facial features. Her red dress is like fire. It sets off her ice skin and jade bones even more. It also outlines her perfect lines that can make a person's blood boil. That pair of peach blossom eyes, even when sneering, seems to be full of ripples. Inyuani's body unconsciously becomes hot. He can't wait to have a good taste of this stunner right now. Moreover, she's clearly only in her early 20s, but her cultivation has already reached the 6th level of Golden Immortal. Even in the Shoshian continent, such talent is extremely rare. Inyuani really didn't expect it. On a small floating island, there's actually such a superb woman. Peerless beauty, purity, nobility, and exceptional talent. It's a waste to play with such a stunner on the floating island. He can take her back to the netherworld, keep her in his boudoir, and play with her at any time. Wait until he marries the demon princess. If the princess is not obedient enough, he will make this beauty a side concubine. In this way, the demon princess will know what kind of plaything she is. If she wants to establish a foothold in the netherworld, if she wants to get Inyuani's favor, she can only be obedient and please him. Inyuani releases his pressure and stares at Mayan for a short period of time. In his mind, thousands of years have already been running. His eyes are also getting deeper and hotter, with a bit of doting and pity. Gu's name is Inyuani. You'd better remember these 3 words for Gu, because in the future, this will be your man's name. His voice becomes incomparably soft, and he reaches out to caress the girl's face. As long as you are obedient and serve Gu well, in the future, countless glory, wealth, and cultivation resources will all be yours. Of course, for your Ning family's sake, Gu will give you face and do it in passing. Not far away, watching this scene, Yanleji's heart is beating wildly, his face full of surprise. In the netherworld, the young master, who has always been fierce and casual with women, completely treating them as objects to vent his anger, unexpectedly shows such a gentle expression to a woman. He even said that in the future, endless glory, splendor, wealth, and cultivation resources were all yours. These words were enough to prove how satisfied the young master was with this Miss Ning. The Ning family had made the right move. Yanleji had made the right move. The young miss of the Ning family was offered to them through Yanleji. In the future, when Miss Ning was favored, wouldn't she have to thank Yanleji? The day of his meteoric rise and his exaltation had finally arrived. However, just as Inyuani's hand was about to touch Muyan's face, suddenly, he felt a chill on his neck. An indescribable fear welled up in his heart, causing him to instinctively lean back and disappear from where he stood. Mu Yan holds the 7 absolute sword with some regret. Just now, Inyuani's throat was almost cut off by the soundless, almost transparent, and colorless 7 absolute swords. She held her sword and looked at the furious man in front of her. She smiled faintly and said, "I'm sorry. If you want to be my man, you have to line up from Gravel Hill to Mamu City. Who do you think you are? Oh, you're not a green onion, you're a dog at best. Moreover, you're especially fond of running everywhere, making people sick, but you still think that your charm is unparalleled, and you like to daydream, a mad dog who thinks that he's in love. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect." You can search on Baidu for The Enchantress of the City, heaven-defying baby's black-bellied father. Find the latest chapter at the Magic Brush Pavilion. Yanleji's vision darkens when he hears these words from a distance. His legs almost go soft and he falls to the ground. Is this woman crazy? How dare she? How dare she say such vulgar and vicious words to the young master? How did the Ning family train this woman? Is it possible that they want to loosen the reins only to grasp them better? But this is too much. Aren't they afraid that the young master will directly destroy the entire Ning family in a fit of anger? Inyuani's face is so cold that it can almost drop ice shards. The pressure from his body exudes an incomparably explosive aura. Woman, do you know what you're talking about? Do you know who this solitude is? Do you know what will happen to you if you disobey this solitude? What will happen to the entire Ning family? The pressure that crosses several realms makes Mayan's face pale in an instant. The hand holding the 7 absolute sword can't stop shaking. Fine beads of sweat come out from her forehead. The girl in front of her is beautiful and delicate, making people want to protect her and press her under their bodies, making her look more pitiful and lovely. But the most attractive thing is the girl's awe-inspiring and inviolable beauty, as if she would never bow her head to anyone. Inyuani looks at such a stunning beauty, and the hostility in his eyes fades a little. He chuckles and steps forward. Did you just say that to make this solitude care more about you? I have to say that you succeeded. This solitude has never seen such an interesting little thing. Like you, making this solitude want to teach you a lesson, and also want to love you. Inyuani hasn't finished saying the words of love that he thinks are overbearing and gentle. A sword light whistles along with the sound of the zither. If it was just sword energy, Inyuani wouldn't care at all. But the sound of the zither turns into a prison in an instant, imprisoning his body. Although it's only for a moment. But Inyuani's action is blocked. And the sword energy, which is as fast as lightning and mixed with a bone-chilling chill, has already whistled. Yuani's face changes greatly. He quickly flicks out a flame with one hand. The dark red flames instantly burned the cage that bound him into ashes. At the same time, it swallowed the whistling sword chi. When the flames dissipated, Yuani was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that on this floating island that he didn't care about at all. He had almost failed miserably in an easy task. Who was this woman? How could a puny golden immortal trap his movements? However, when Yuani turned his head, he saw that the slender figure had already disappeared into the flowers. It turned out that Mu Yan had long realized that there was a huge gap between her and Yuani's cultivation. No matter how many tricks they used, they would never be a match for him. That's why he just used the Tian Mo Qin to display all kinds of skills, and also used Sword Chi to launch a sneak attack. That was why Yuani was in a panic for a moment. As for herself, she didn't stay for even a moment longer and planned to quickly escape. Everything that happened at the family dinner, plus Yuani's words, Mayan now understands everything. She had been sold by the Ning family. Even if Mayan's shrewdness runs deep, and she's very careful with every step, she still wouldn't have thought of it. The Ning family had done everything they could to bring her back to the Ning family. Everyone was warm and friendly to her. They didn't do it for her mother or her father. Instead, they wanted to sell her to the strong people of the Xianxia continent. To fight for a future for the Ning family. Not to mention that she had nothing to do with the Ning family, and she didn't receive any kindness from them. You can search on Baidu for Charming Witch Doctor, Heaven Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Father Wonderful Brush Pavilion to find the latest chapter. Even if she really grew up in the Ning family, she would never exchange her lifelong happiness for the great future of the Ning family. What's more, her biological mother and father had disappeared. They really eloped and left the Ning family. Moreover, it was the Ning family who had harmed her. She hadn't even found out the truth, just at the moment when Mu Yan fled into the flowers. Yuani gritted his teeth and shouted, "Go after her. Catch this woman and bring her back in one piece. I want her to know what will happen if she disobeys my orders." Immediately, a dozen or so black-cloaked figures scuttled out from the surrounding flowering shrubs, chasing after the place where Mayan disappeared. These people were the elites sent by the Lord of the Nether Realm and the Queen of Hell to protect Yuani. Each of them was above the Xian immortal level. They didn't care about a golden immortal girl from the floating sky island at all. They just took it for granted that they could catch her quickly and easily. But they didn't expect that. Mu Yan's speed was completely beyond their imagination of a golden immortal. Even if they had run their immortal chi and tried their best to catch her, they were always a little bit away from catching her. Especially in this garden where there were bunkers everywhere. Mu Yan threw a formation plate, and several of Yuani's guards would be trapped. It was a clear day, and everything was clear in front of them. But these people seemed to have stepped into a maze, going round and round, unable to get out. Soon, Mu Yan escaped from the back garden. As early as when she entered the Ning family, she remembered the way in and out. So at this moment, she rushed in the direction of the bunker gate without hesitation. The gate was right in front of her. Holding the 7 absolute sword in her palm, she slowly raised it as it got closer and closer. However, at this moment, a hand suddenly rested on Mu Yan's shoulder. A pure spiritual power was injected into her. The blood-patterned bell on her waist lit up with a dazzling light. In an instant, Mu Yan felt as if all the strength in her body had been sucked out. The 7 absolute sword in her hand fell, then dissipated like smoke and returned to her body. An old, gentle, and familiar voice reaches Mu Yan's ears. "Little girl, young Master Yin and our Ning family are relatives. He can be considered as your cousin. Cousin was just reminiscing about old times with you. How could you be so rude and abandon young Lord Yin?" Mayan coldly looks at Ning Kunshan, who has appeared beside her at some unknown time. The wrinkled old man in front of her, who looked as if he would die at any moment, had a gentle and benevolent smile on his face, just like yesterday. The way he looked at her was as if he was looking at a disobedient junior that he loved dearly. Even after he finished speaking, he was stunned. He even stretched out his hand and lovingly combed her hair. He softly said, "All right, lass, don't make a fuss. I'll bring you back to apologize to young Master Yin. I'm sure young Master Yin won't blame us." Ning Kunchen doesn't seem to see Mayan's cold questioning gaze. She chuckled and said to the two maids behind her, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help the young miss to young Master Yin's courtyard." Inyuani's guards caught up with them in a hurry. Hearing Ning Kunchen's words, they didn't speak. They just looked at Mayan with a bit of vigilance and anger. Just now, they were fooled by such a little girl. They took Mayan and left in a hurry. No one noticed that a yellow fluffy chick appeared at the door of the bunker. Little Linghua let out a few anxious cries. Looking at the direction of Mu Yan who had been taken away. Then looking at the closed door, tears welled up in its big eyes. Whimper, someone bullied Mommy, Mommy released it from the space, it must be for Huang Huang to ask for help. But the door was closed, how could Huang Huang ask for help? Bad door, open quickly, the little chick patted the stone door with its wings. Unexpectedly, the stone door that it was paying close attention to just now shook slightly, opening a small gap. The bad door opened, oh. Such an obedient door didn't seem to be bad, it should be called a good door, the little chick was overjoyed. It immediately hopped out of the crack. Mommy said before that Daddy's people were nearby, as long as I told them, Daddy would come. It wanted to find Daddy, let Daddy beat the big bad guy, let them bully Mommy. Humph, not long after the little chick left. Another figure sneaked into the entrance of the Ning family's underground castle. The door opened. I'm still thinking about how to let an outsider in without making a sound when the formation doesn't react. God is helping me. In the Ning family's underground palace, the most luxurious palace was called Xianxia Palace. The entire Xianxia Palace was temporarily built by the Ning family in recent years, gathering hundreds of skilled craftsmen. Every ornament placed inside was not an ordinary ornament, but a magic treasure of considerable value on the floating island. Xianxia Palace was magnificent, almost surpassing the Lan family's imperial palace. And all of this was to satisfy the esteemed guest who was staying here today. But at this moment, Inyuani was sitting in the courtyard in front of Xianxia Palace. But his face was gloomy. He threw a priceless treasure in front of Ning Fuxing. This is the beauty that your Ning family offered to me? Do you want to ask me, or do you want to assassinate me? Do you believe me when I say that I can crush every single one of you to death with just one finger? Swish, Inyuani's guards standing on both sides all unsheathed their long sabers, their whole body suddenly emitting pressure. Killing intent spread throughout the entire Xianxia Palace. The Ning family members kneeling on the ground were already shivering. Ning Zhongbai and Hua Yuhua, who had low cultivation bases, had already vomited blood and almost fainted. Only Ning Fuxing, Ning Jiangwen, and Ning Jianwu, who had already reached the heaven-breaking stage, were able to resist the pressure. But fear still caused their clothes to be drenched in cold sweat. Suppressing his fear and rage, Ning Fuxing gritted his teeth and said, "Please rest assured, young Master Yin. My Ning family will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. That girl, Mu Yan, has been living outside since she was young and has never received any proper education. I didn't expect that she would actually offend young Master Yin. When I bring her to young Master Yin, I will personally teach her a lesson." As they were talking, two servant girls escorted Mayan into the courtyard of Xianxia Palace. Ning Kunchen followed behind him with a smile. When he got close, he bowed slightly to Inyuani and said, "I'm Ning Kunchen." "Greetings, young Master Yin." Inyuani squinted at him. He didn't expect that there would be profound immortal-level spirit cultivators on the floating island. Moreover, they were at the third stage of profound immortal. This kind of cultivation was not inferior to his personal guards. But he was only surprised for a moment. You can search on Baidu for Charming Witch Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father Wonderbrush Pavilion, find the latest chapter. Inyuani looks away in disgust. Because Ning Kunchen's old face is too ugly. His eyes fall on Mu Yan again. He is still amazed and excited, but compared with before, he has a more violent desire to ravage and torture her. Even in the Xiaoxian continent, there are several women that he, the young master of the Nether Realm, can't get. She is just a little girl of golden immortal on the floating island. She dares to resist him and almost hurt him. Inyuani's chest rises and falls slightly, and his eyes are shining with greed. Although he is angry, he has to admit. He is more interested in this woman. But obviously, before he dotes on this little woman, he has to teach her a lesson. Feeling Yin Yuan's cold eyes, Ning Fuxing's heart shudders. He suddenly stands up and walks to Mu Yan, shouting sternly, "Evil creature, kneel down." The two maids escorting Mu Yan lift their feet and kick her knees, trying to force her to kneel. However, just as they lift their feet, he felt a huge rebounding force coming at him. The two of them screamed and fell to the ground. They hugged their legs and wailed in pain. Mu Yan moves her hands and feet to make sure that the spiritual power left by Ning Kunshan in her body has been dispelled, and then she is relieved. She wants to take off the blood-patterned bell on her waist. But she finds that the blood-patterned bell seems to be tied to her whole body. It even cuts the rope tied to her waist and sticks to her firmly without falling. Mu Yan frowns and sees Ning Fuxing walking towards her with a gloomy face. She has to take out a talisman and stick it on the blood-patterned bell. Whoosh, a fierce slap comes to Mu Yan's face. But before it touches Mu Yan's face, she catches it in the air. "Grandpa, what are you doing?" Mu Yan looks at Ning Fuxing with a faint smile. "Yesterday, you were still showing your filial piety to me, and the family banquet in the front hall is not over yet." "What? Now you are turning your back on me?" After that, she swings her hand hard. Ning Fuxing almost stumbled from the shake. Ning Fuxing's face was full of anger and disbelief. He, a dignified heaven-shattering stage-top expert, had just been suppressed by an earth creation stage little girl. Although it was only for a moment. But Ning Fuxing suddenly realized. He seemed to have underestimated this granddaughter. Ning Fuxing took a deep breath and said with a sullen face, "Yan, it wasn't easy for Grandpa to reunite with you. I don't even have time to dote on you, so how could I bear to really hit you? But look at what you just did. Young Master Yin is an honored guest of my Ning family. He has a noble status, so it is my Ning family's honor that he is willing to stay with my Ning family. But you actually dared to harm young Master Yin. Aren't you afraid of bringing calamity upon our Ning clan?" Mu Yan glanced at Yin Yuan and smiled sarcastically. "Grandpa, do you mean that if I run into a lecher who flirts with me or a mad dog who wants to bite me, not only can I not resist, but I have to let him bite me?" Yan Leji was furious. "How dare you? How dare you say that our young master is. Yan Leji was so scared that he almost fainted. Where on earth did the Ning family find such a bold girl? Did she really want to die? Yin Yuan's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. There was no killing intent in his eyes when he looked at Mu Yan, but it was full of madness and brutality. He didn't lose his temper immediately. Instead, he stood aside with a sneer. "You can search on Baidu for Enchantress of the City, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Father Wonderbrush Pavilion, find the latest chapter," because he knew that the Ning family had a favor to ask of him. They would definitely send this woman to his bed. She allowed him to vent his torment at will. Hearing this, Ning Fuxing's face turned livid, and he hurriedly took a look at Yin Yuan. She heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that he wasn't about to explode. "Yan, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you know how honorable young Lord Yin is?" He raised his hand and pointed towards the sky. "The Xianxia continent is divided into 3 parts, the polar domain, the devil domain, and the nether domain. Among the 3, the nether realm had the longest history and was the most powerful. The former Nether Saint Emperor had even almost unified the 3 realms and became the supreme ruler of the human race. Do you know who young Master Yin is? He is the only son of the Nether Queen and the Lord of the Nether Realm. He is the heir of the Nether Realm and the future Lord of the Nether Realm." Gasps could be heard from the audience. The Ning family already knew that the guest they had invited this time was extremely noble. But except for Ning Kunshan and Ning Fuxing, it was the first time for the others to know that Yin Yuan's identity was so respected. The young master of the Nether Realm, the future king of the Nether World? Such a distinguished guest actually came to their Ning family, and actually took a fancy to Mayan. Hua Yuhua, who was still feeling guilty before, is now looking at Mayan with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. On the other hand, Ning Zhongbai's face was deathly pale, and he was on the verge of collapsing. He had originally thought that even if he had to risk his life, he would still help Mayan escape. But now, he knew that it was impossible. The other party was the domain lord of the nether realm. If they wanted to contend against such a colossus, wouldn't that be akin to ants trying to shake a tree and courting death? In the entire Ning family, only Mu Yan frowns when she hears this name. The domain lord of the nether region? She remembers Han Yi and the others saying that the netherworld realm and the polar domain are sworn enemies. The strength of the nether realm was indeed incomparably strong. Although Inyuani looked like a fool, he was actually a fool. But since he was the domain lord of the nether domain, he would not be easy to deal with. Inyuani enjoyed the admiration and awe of the people around him, and even the expectant eyes of the women and maids of the Ning family. He couldn't help but show a mocking and proud smile. It was only natural that the ants of the lower realms would look up to him and beg for his favor. However, he was not interested in a group of vulgar women. He could just give it to Yan Lizhi and the others. What he wanted to see was the woman who dared to resist him showing a panicked and regretful expression, as well as a strong desire for his love. However, Inyuani was destined to be disappointed. Because Mayan only frowns and looks at him for a moment, then looks away. It was as if he was just a piece of trash, and anyone who looked at him would feel disgusted. Inyuani was furious. Then, he comforted himself that it was just a way for this bitch to attract his attention. Perhaps this woman's heart was surging with emotions and longed for him to be with her. Ning Fuxing's eyes were fixed on Mayan, and he said in a gentle tone, Yan it was fate that you and young Master Yin met. Young Master Yin favored you, and wanted to take you as a concubine. That was a blessing that you had cultivated for 3 lifetimes. Before, you thought that young Master Yin was impetuous, so your words were offensive. Young Master Yin is a great and magnanimous person, so presumably he would not take offense. But now you should also understand that with young Master Yin's identity, what kind of woman wouldn't throw herself into his arms? You can search on Baidu for Charming Enchantress of the City, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father Wonderful Brush Pavilion to find the latest chapter. He put down his pride and whispered to you intimately. That's because he thinks highly of you and of our Ning family. Don't be so petty. You clearly have feelings for young Lord Yin. Why do you have to throw a tantrum just because of a moment of anger? Let's go and apologize to young Master Yin, and this matter will be over. At this time, Ning Xianxia also cautiously interrupted. I remember that Yan once told Yu Hua that if she wants to marry, she must marry a hero of indomitable spirit. As long as she can be with such a perfect man, even if she has to be a slave or a maid, she is willing. Now that young Master Yin is willing to marry Mayan as a concubine and is willing to take her to the Xiaoxian continent, Mayan must be ecstatic. Don't you think so? Hua Yuhua suddenly comes back to her senses and nods repeatedly, yes, yes. To be taken to the Xiaoxian continent by young Master Yin and become the young master's favored concubine, this is a blessing that many people can't even ask for. Mayan must be a fool to refuse. Ning Fuxing looks at Inyuani with a smile and says respectfully, what do you think, young Master Yin? Inyuani snorts coldly and takes a deep look at Mayan, not saying anything. This clearly means that he doesn't object to Ning Fuxing's words. As long as Mayan is willing to apologize and admit her mistake, he is really willing to let go of what happened before. Yan Lizhi is amazed again and again. He didn't expect that the young master, who has such a bad temper and doesn't tolerate any disobedience, would be so easy to talk to in front of Mayan. Sure enough, is this the privilege of a stunning beauty? Ning Fuxing is wild with joy and looks at Ning Kunshan on the side. Then he says to Mayan, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and pour tea for young Master Yin and apologize. Ning Kunshan says kindly, girl, do you remember the story I told you in the ice cave before? The Ning family can persist for so many years and still stand tall in the wind and rain. It is inseparable from the sacrifice of each and every Ning family member. You are also a member of the Ning family. Without the blood of the Ning family, you wouldn't be who you are today. It is time for you to make a contribution and sacrifice for the Ning family. What's more, being able to marry a talent like young Master Yin can be considered a heavenly path. It's a beautiful path that your grandfather tried his best to find for you. No matter how you look at it, it's not a sacrifice, right? Don't be stubborn and go accompany young Master Yin. Mu Yan feels that she really underestimates the Ning family's skin. He recognized his granddaughter so that she could be someone else's concubine. He even said that the glory of the Ning family required everyone to make sacrifices and contributions. And everything we do is for your own good. Damn it, I don't have any. What does the Ning family's glory have to do with me? Could it be that his mother had also been forcefully brought back and then sacrificed by this group of sanctimonious beasts? Mu Yan's heart is ice-cold with anger, but her face doesn't show it in the slightest. She just says with a faint smile, "I'm sorry, I've lived in the countryside and never understood what it means to take the overall situation into account and what it means to sacrifice for the family's glory. Since you like to sacrifice so much and like to curry favor with the young master of the netherworld, why don't you just rush to marry him? The Ning family's affairs have nothing to do with me. This kind of trash." She looks him up and down with undisguised contempt in her eyes. This kind of trash, let alone as a concubine, even if she's a wife, Jun Mayan, wouldn't like her. Presumptuous. You can search on Baidu for Enchantress Charming Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father Wonderbrush Pavilion, find the latest chapter. This time, not only Yan Leji, but also Yin Yuan's personal guard shouted. It seemed that as long as Yin Yuan gave the order, this audacious girl's head would be cut off. Yin Yuan didn't hide his ruthlessness at all. His eyes were burning with the flame of anger. He looked at Ning Fuxing and the others fiercely, and the corners of his mouth slowly curved, revealing a vicious smile. "I think your Ning family wants to be exterminated." Ning Fuxing's face changed dramatically. Even Ning Kunchen's eyelids twitched. Ning Fuxing shouted, "Evil creature, I am your grandfather. Marriage is decided by parents and matchmakers. Now that your parents are gone, I am your only elder. Whoever I want you to marry, you have to marry. Where is there any room for you to say no? Guards! Capture this ungrateful girl for me and hand her over to young Lord Yin to deal with." Yes. With a command, the Ning family, including Ning Jiangwen and Ning Jianwu, the two heaven-breaking state experts. The Ning family's subordinates all rushed out and surrounded Mu Yan. Everyone in the Ning family had extremely high cultivation. And the servants were obviously trained. They cooperated with each other and had a tacit understanding. They were like a well-trained army. And under Mu Yan's feet, the Ning family's formation was shining brightly. The blood vein bell on her waist seemed to be unable to be sealed, making a buzzing sound and about to break free at any time. This was an inescapable trap, and there was no hope of escape. Mu Yan's face was solemn. Qiu and the others' anxious voices kept ringing in her ears. "Beautiful sister, what should we do? Can't we escape? Jun Mu Yan, let me out, let me deal with them." Mu Yan gritted her teeth, her face cold and calm. "No. There are people from the nether realm here. Qi Huang, if you come out, you will be discovered." "Absolutely not. Then what should we do?" Qi Huang was almost roaring, "Do you want me to watch you, watch you?" The Golden Crow Fire Essence had originally been watching the show like a bystander. At this moment, it suddenly blinked and rushed out of the space. He clearly hated this woman who bound him and forced him to sign a contract. However, the pure fire attribute energy was delicious. Although the dead rabbit and the stinky sword were annoying. But sometimes, when they played together in the amusement park, they seemed to have a good time. The Golden Crow Fire Essence thought. For some reason, it suddenly didn't want this woman to have a sad expression, and didn't want her to die. Boom, the scorching sun rose in the underground palace. In an instant, half of the plants in the lush garden withered. Under the burning of the fireball, the crystals that illuminated the sky actually began to melt bit by bit. This is Golden Crow Fire Essence." The leader of Yin Yuan's guards exclaimed in disbelief. "How can there be Golden Crow Fire Essence on the floating island?" Yin Yuan also stood up and stared at the fireball in the air. The Golden Crow Fire could not compare to his netherine sacred flame. However, it was also a top spiritual fire that was hard to find in the world. How many alchemists and blacksmiths of the Xianxia continent yearned for this kind of god-level spiritual fire, but he didn't expect that a little female practitioner on the floating island could have Golden Crow Fire Essence. And this Golden Crow Fire Essence was actually willing to be used by her. You can search on Baidu for Charming Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father Wonderful Brush Pavilion to find the latest chapter. The ruthlessness in Yin Yuan's eyes turned into a little excitement and greedy desire. This woman really brought him more and more surprises. The guard leader beside him also whispered, "Young master, take this woman back to the nether realm, maybe she will be of some benefit to you. If you can completely absorb the golden crow fire essence, your darking holy flame will certainly reach a higher level." Inyuani nodded, smiling complacently. I didn't expect that this young master's trip to the floating island would have such a harvest. Even the heavenly fate is on my side. But this woman doesn't know what's good for her. Let's wait for her to suffer a bit more in the hands of the Ning family, then this young master will save her. At that time, she will know that obeying this young master is her only way out. The guard leader nodded, thinking that what the young master said was very right, so he quietly watched the battle from the side. But soon, the expressions of Inyuani and the guard leader changed again. Because Mu Yan took out a zither. This was a zither that didn't seem to have anything special. The ink-black body of the zither flickered with a restrained and charming glow. However, when that pair of slender hands plucked the strings of the zither, the body of the zither immediately seemed to be plated with a layer of beautiful moonlight. Among them, 3 of the zither strings shone brightly and dazzlingly. The sound of the zither resounded. The Ning family's besieging subordinates all began to feel dizzy, their footsteps weak. Even Ning Xianxia and the other experts who had reached the earth-opening and sea-splitting realms. They also felt as if their bodies were bound, unable to move. As the sound of the zither became louder and louder, a figure that looked exactly like Mu Yan separated. One played the zither, the other held a sword. 7 transparent child swords sprang out from behind Mu Yan. They scattered around the golden crow fire essence. Flames curled around the 7 absolute child swords. In just a turn, they had already been plated with a layer of golden crow fire. The fire swords whistled as they flew out. Poochie, poochie, they pierced through the chests of several people. These experts who had clearly reached the earth-opening realm didn't even have the slightest chance to resist, screaming and falling to the ground. Terrifying golden-red flames sprang up from their bodies, burning them into charred corpses in an instant. Apart from Ning Zhongbai, no one from the Ning family participated in the battle. As for the others below the sea-split stage, although they weren't pierced in the chest, they were still injured by the 7 Despair Master Sword. Golden Crow fire instantly attached to these wounds. It was only a small wound, but it would start a prairie fire, and it would be too late to even use spiritual power to extinguish it. One of Ning Xianxia and Huayu's arms was directly burned off, and they could only fall to the ground and squeal like pigs being slaughtered. Even Ning Fuxing, Ning Jiangwen, and Ning Jianwu, the 3 top experts of the Breaking Heaven stage. Even with the assistance of Mu Yan's 7 absolute swords and the sound of the zither, he still couldn't do anything to a lone and delicate little girl. Ning Kunchen's originally relaxed brows furrowed little by little. After seeing the Ning family's other sea-splitting realm expert get injured by Mayan's sword, he finally could not hold it in any longer and slowly walked forward. At this time, the people of the Ning family didn't notice the expressions of Inyuani and the guard leader. The 2 of them looked at each other. They could see the shock and horror in each other's eyes. Inyuani murmured, "Tian Mo Qin, that's the Tian Mo Qin. So, this woman is a remnant of the Shin musicians?" The guard leader also stared blankly for a long while before coming back to his senses. He nodded with difficulty. This subordinate had seen Bailey Yinlu play the Tian Mo Qin from afar, displaying the Shin musician's consummate skill. This subordinate would not be mistaken. You can search on Baidu for the Enchantress of the city, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father wonderful brush pavilion to find the latest chapter. That is indeed the Tian Mo Qin. This Jun Mayan is a Shin musician. As he says this, the guard leader himself feels that it's unbelievable. Even though the spirit bell has already rung 3 times in the Xiaoxian continent. Even though the nether realm has long received the news that there might still be remnants of the Shin musicians still living in this world. But all this news is far less shocking than seeing the Shin musician with his own eyes. That's a Shin musician. Back then, she could move unhindered across the 3 realms, turning the entire Xiaoxian continent upside down. A Shin musician that almost became a supreme overlord. The horror in Inyuani's eyes is gradually replaced by a tempestuous wave of excitement and greed. Shin musician, ha ha ha, this young master has actually found a Shin musician. As long as I bring this Shin musician back, as long as this Jun Mayan becomes this young master's woman, then what else would I have to fear in the Xianxia continent? The guard leader promptly says, "Young master, be careful with your words. The Shin musicians are the enemies of the entire Xianxia continent. Even in the Nether Realm, there are many people who change their expressions at the mention of the Shin musicians. If they knew." Inyuani waves his hand indifferently, sneering, "It's fine as long as they don't know. This woman will naturally be raised in a boudoir for this young master to enjoy. No one will know her identity as a Shin musician, and no one else will see her. She only needs to practice every day, then refine pills for this young master, study arrays, plant immortal medicines, and then accompany this young master to sleep. It's enough to give birth to the best heir for this young master. It's only a woman. So what if she's a Shin musician? To be able to realize such a great value is already her fortune." The guard leader sees that his thoughts are clear, and he promptly bows and flatters, "Young master is wise, young master is benevolent. If the remnants of the Shin musicians fall into the hands of others, they will undoubtedly die, and they will die extremely miserably. Now that she has fallen into the hands of young master, it's really a blessing that she cultivated in her previous life. But this matter, even if it's Yan Leji, you must not tell him. Even if it's the Lord and the Queen of Hell, it's best to hide it from him. After all, the Shin musicians are too infamous for the entire Xianxia continent." Inyuani couldn't help laughing. Of course he wouldn't. He won't let anyone know that he's secretly hiding a Shin musician, treating her as his own exclusive property, to be trained and toyed with at will. But this didn't stop him from feeling pleased with himself. He had thought that he had only found a stunningly talented woman. Who knew that she had a golden crow fire essence by her side? He had thought that getting a beauty and a golden crow fire essence was already a blessing from the heavens. Unexpectedly, the one he found turned out to be a remnant of the Shin musicians. The Shin musician, whom everyone feared, was actually a plaything of Inyuani. Inyuani couldn't control his excitement and complacency. At this time, the battle on the opposite side had reached its climax. Ning Kunshin's action is tantamount to completely cutting off Mayan's path of survival. Profound immortals and golden immortals were fundamentally different. Moreover, Ning Kunshin was an old monster who had lived for more than 2,000 years even though he was only at the third stage of the mysterious immortal realm. However, the moment he made his move, Mu Yan was hit by a palm. He felt as if his internal organs were being stirred up by someone. Her whole body flew out, crashing into a Zui Wanfeng tree, and she violently spits out a mouthful of blood. The leaves of the black pine tree flutter down. You can search on Baidu for Charming Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Father Clever Brush Pavilion to find the latest chapter. Some fall at the girl's feet, and some fall on her hair. The pale complexion and the bright red dress make the girl's appearance even more captivating. Ning Kunshin slowly walks forward with his hands behind his back. There's still a gentle and kind smile on his face. It's like an old man helplessly looking at his disobedient little granddaughter. "Girl, the old ancestor has clearly broken the reason into pieces, broken it, and clearly explained it to you. Why do you still persist in going about things the wrong way? The Ning family belongs to every one of us. Only when the Ning family is well and restored to its former glory can every descendant of the Ning family live a good life. Your mother didn't understand this reason back then, so why don't you understand it now?" He gently shakes his head, his eyes full of resentment. "Girl, you really let the old ancestor down." Mu Yan's pupils slightly contract. She wipes the blood from the corner of her mouth and sneers, "Sure enough, didn't my mother elope with my father and leave the Ning family? Where is she now?" Ning Kunshin smiles, "Your mother was young and didn't understand reason back then. She was unwilling to sacrifice for the Ning family, but after the old ancestor had a heart-to-heart talk with her, she understood the responsibilities of the Ning family. The Ning family gave her birth and raised her, gave her the best life and the most generous resources, made her the young miss of the Ning family, and was respected by everyone outside. Since she enjoyed the Ning family's benefits, it's only right that she fulfill her responsibilities and obligations, and make sacrifices for the Ning family." Fortunately, the girl Yan Xian came to her senses and took the initiative to shoulder the responsibility for the Ning family. "Girl, you see, even your mother later realized her mistake and turned over a new leaf. Why are you still persisting in going about things the wrong way? Marrying young Master Yin and serving him well is your way out, and also the Ning family's way out. Why do you want to disappoint everyone in the Ning family? Mu Yan is so angry that she wants to laugh at these shameless words. She looked at Ning Kunchen coldly and said expressionlessly, "You said that my mother was raised by the Ning family, so she must repay the Ning family. But my surname is not Ning, and I have not received any kindness from the Ning family. What right do you have to make me sacrifice for the Ning family?" Ning Kunchen's smile was even more gentle and kind. "Therefore, didn't Elder ask your grandpa to pick you up in person and invite all the affiliated branches and sects of the Ning family to tell them that you are the real lady of the Ning family? Since you are already the young lady of the Ning family, it is only natural for you to make sacrifices for the Ning family." Hearing this, Mu Yan is simply stunned. What the hell, there was actually such a method of forcefully buying and selling. She would directly hold a family banquet and announce to the world that she was the young miss of the Ning family. So, he owed the Ning family. Did he have to sacrifice himself for the Ning family? Such an invincible bandit logic, such a shameless family. This is really the first time that Mayan has seen it. She slowly nodded and said, "Very good." The selfishness and self-righteousness of the Ning family are indeed carved into their bones. It was no wonder that Ning Su himself behaved like a demon, but kept saying that he would exterminate all evil spirits. He completely did not care if others had any difficulties, or if there were innocent creatures under the demon-slaying sword. It turns out that the Ning family were a bunch of selfish people, but they insisted on their own set of principles and felt that there was nothing wrong with them at all. Ning Kunchen narrowed his eyes. The kind smile on his face turned into a cold murderous intent. "Girl, it seems that you really don't want to come to your senses." Ning Kunchen gently shakes his head, sighing, "Then don't blame old ancestor for being too heavy-handed. You have to go to young Lord Yin's side whether you want to or not. Since you don't want to be obedient, then old ancestor can only abolish your cultivation, then hand you over to young Lord Yin, let him train you well." After saying that, he raises his hand, and his palm begins to gradually condense light. "No!" Ning Zhongbai yelled, throwing caution to the wind as he threw himself in front of Mayan. "Old ancestor, I beg you, please don't. This is Yanner's child, Yanner's only child." He can't help but sob, tears streaming down his face. Hasn't Yanner sacrificed enough for the whole Ning family? Why won't you let go of her only child? "Father, father." Ning Zhongbai looks at Ning Fuxing, his face full of despair. "Father, Yanner is your most beloved child, Mu Yan is your granddaughter, how can you treat her like this?" Ning Fuxing's face is expressionless, without a trace of pity or reluctance in his eyes. He still says indifferently, "Everything is for the Ning family's prosperity. Since she is a member of the Ning family, isn't it natural to make some sacrifices? She didn't grow up in the Ning family, why should she sacrifice for the Ning family?" Ning Zhongbai screams hysterically, "Yanner already. I will never allow you to hurt Mu Yan, never." Ning Fuxing frowns, raising his hand and swinging it in the air. Ning Zhongbai immediately screams, rolling to the side. "Impudent, do you have the right to speak in front of old ancestor?" Ning Zhongbai doesn't even have the time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He crawls in front of Ning Kunchen, kowtowing nonstop, "Old ancestor, I beg you, please let Mu Yan go. I beg you to leave Yanner's child a way out, I beg you." Mu Yan looks at the frail body in front of her, kowtowing again and again, just to save her niece whom she has only known for 2 days. Her heart suddenly feels indescribably sour. The Ning family isn't without good people. Her mother doesn't have any relatives who truly love her. At least, she still had an uncle in the Ning family. Mayan crouches down and forcibly helps Ning Zhongbai up. She softly says, "Second uncle, don't beg them anymore. If they listened, my mother wouldn't have ended up like this back then." Ning Zhongbai's entire body trembled, and the tears in his eyes flowed even more violently. He grabbed Mu Yan's hand and said with a trembling voice, "Child, do you know everything? Your mother, she..." Mu Yan's eyes turned cold. She didn't know how her mother, Ning Yanxin, was doing. But he could roughly guess it. He still remembered what Ning Kunchen had said when they were frozen. It was Ning Xianting who sacrificed himself that allowed the Ning clan to survive. Later on, more and more descendants of the Ning family were willing to sacrifice themselves. to resist the curse left behind by the palace master of Magical Illusion Palace. At that time, Mu Yan only listened to it as a story and didn't think much about it. But now that he thought about it, were there really so many descendants of the Ning family who were willing to sacrifice their lives to maintain the glory of the Ning family? Could her mother, Ning Yanqin, be one of them? Mu Yan gazes at Ning Kunchen. At that time in the cave, she really thought that this was a compassionate, guilt-ridden, and grieving elder. Now it seems that the most disgusting, selfish, and sanctimonious person in the entire Ning family is this Ning Kunchen. Just like now. At least Ning Fuxing knows to be true to himself. But Ning Kunchen looks at the weeping and pleading Ning Zhongbai, and his cheeks are also streaming with tears. His eyes are full of struggle and reluctance. Looking at him, people feel that there's hope for their prayers to be fulfilled. But in reality, Ning Kunchen's turbid tearful eyes look at Mayan, choking with sobs. Girl, do you see? It's all because of your stubbornness that your uncle is so upset, that the old ancestor has no choice but to be ruthless. Do you think that the old ancestor will be happy to abolish your cultivation? No, I'm not happy at all. My heart hurts like a knife. But I'm the Ning family's old ancestor. Everything I do is for the continuation of the Ning family's glory. As long as the Ning family can live better, as long as the Ning family can return to its former glory, even if I have to pay everything, I'm willing. Girl, why don't you understand? He says as he cries. His voice is hoarse and choked with sobs, as if it contains endless pain. But the spiritual power condensing on his right hand is increasing. His left hand slowly shakes, sealing off all of Mayan's escape routes. Even if the words coming out of his mouth are pleasant to hear, Ning Kunchen's determination to abolish Mayan's cultivation hasn't weakened in the slightest. Ning Zhongbai's complexion is deathly pale, his eyes already full of despair. He closes his eyes and hoarsely says, Old ancestor, if you want to destroy Mayan, then kill me first. I couldn't save little sister that year, today I will never allow anyone to hurt Mayan. Ning Fuxing angrily says, Unfilial son, come over here right now, do you hear me? Ning Zhongbai unwaveringly protects Mayan, turning a deaf ear. Ning Fuxing is about to restrain him. Ning Kunchen waves his hand, the tears in his eyes are even more turbulent. His face is full of sorrow and pain. Forget it, Fuxing, since this is the path they chose, then let them bear the consequences themselves. That year, Yan Xian's matter almost led to a catastrophe because of him. Now that he's still so resolute, it's better to fulfill his wish. The meaning of these words is that he doesn't intend to let Ning Fuxing pull Ning Zhongbai away. Instead, he wants to kill him first, and then cripple Mayan's cultivation. For a moment, Mu Yan feels her blood rushing to her head. Killing intent filled every inch of her senses. It had been a long time since she had wanted to kill someone so badly. It had been a very, very long time since she had seen how shameless and disgusting a person could be. Even if this person was related to her by blood. Mu Yan reached out to pull Ning Zhongbai behind her. Suddenly, a sword light whizzed over from the left, directly stabbing toward Ning Kunchen's temple. Ning Kunchen, however, was not the least bit flustered. Tears were still welling up in his eyes. With a casual wave of his hand, a loud bang could be heard. A figure was dragged down from the sky. Ningyu fell to the ground, her face flat on the ground. But she didn't care how miserable and embarrassed she was. He leapt up from the ground and stood in front of Ning Zhongbai, shouting in a stern voice, Who dares to hurt my father? All of this happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. When Ning Fuxing saw Ningyu, his face fell, and he cried out, when did you come back? Ningyu gritted her teeth and glanced at everyone present. Ningyu, why do you care when I came back? Luckily I came back, otherwise wouldn't I have to watch an old monster like you kill my father? Ning Fuxing's expression changed when he heard the words old monster. How dare you? How can you speak to the elder ancestor like that? Tui. Ningyu sneered. He survived by feeding on the flesh and blood of his children and grandchildren. What is he if not a monster? Ning Kunchen's expression darkened. He looked at Ning Zhongbai reproachfully and shook his head, sighing, Zhongbai, it's fine if you're not a righteous person, but how can you teach your daughter to be so disobedient, unfilial, and disloyal? Is this how you teach her to speak to her elders? Is this how you teach her to humiliate her own elder ancestor? Ning Zhongbai's face flushed red. Although he had risked everything to stop Ning Kunchen just now, but deep down, he still saw Ning Kunchen and Ning Fuxing as his real elders. Putting the Ning clan first, being filial and sincere, this belief was carved into his bones. Hearing Ning Kunchen's rebuke, he was at a loss. He couldn't help but pull his daughter, whispering, don't be rude to the elder ancestor. Ning Yu's face was cold and she didn't speak. Ning Zhongbai pulled her, Ning Yu's eyes reddened. She bit her lower lip and suddenly sneered, why should I respect an old monster who crippled my father's cultivation and caused him to be mocked in the Ning clan for the rest of his life? Why should I be filial and sincere to a selfish person who wanted to kill my cousin and my father? Ning Zhongbai was stunned and blurted out, how do you know? Ning Yu's tears finally fell. I heard grandfather and father's conversation a long time ago. It was you who let aunt and uncle go, and then the elder ancestor almost beat you to death. It caused your cultivation to drop from sea-split realm to mysterious life realm, and from then on, you aged faster and could no longer walk under the sun. You treated them as your family, as your elders, but did they treat you as family? Is there such a thing as an animal in this world? Ning Kunchen suddenly waved his palm. In the air, a palm-like force formed and slapped towards Ning Yu's face. But almost at the same time, the Tian Emochin sounds. An invisible barrier blocked Ning Yu's face. The slap shattered the sound wall created by the divine hand's weave. But it was also cancelled out. Ning Yu was unharmed. Mu Yan slowly walked forward and gently patted Ning Zhongbai's shoulder. She softly said, Second uncle, can you step back a little and go to the Blackwood to take a rest? Ning Zhongbai hurriedly said, Mu Yan, hurry and leave this place. Mu Yan smiled. Her eyebrows and eyes could topple a city, her smile like a flower, captivating and soul-stealing. You can't. I came to the Ning family to find out the whereabouts of my parents. I haven't found out the truth yet, and I haven't gotten justice for my mother for the grievances she suffered in the past. How can I just leave like this? Ning Zhongbai was startled. But you will be, I will seek justice for my mother. Second uncle's justice will be sought by Ning Yu. Today, we will settle accounts with these sanctimonious, selfish hypocrites of the Ning family. Second uncle, you only need to watch from the side. Hearing this, Ning Yu laughed loudly, Mu Yan, you said it too well. Ha ha ha, I told you, you're the only one I like in the whole Ning family. As they spoke, the two were already leaning against each other. They were just two little girls who hadn't reached the heaven-breaking state, but facing Ning Kunchen, a third-level abstruse immortal, they didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Ning Kunchen's eyes were cold. The dense wrinkles on his face trembled slightly. Then he sighed, Ning Yu, you forced the old ancestor to do this. Fuxing, I killed your only son and granddaughter, will you blame me? Ning Fuxing shook his head expressionlessly, why would I? Fuxing knows that everything the old ancestor did was for the Ning family. As long as the Ning family can prosper, and the old ancestor can live well, anyone should pay any price. Mu Yan didn't react to Ning Fuxing's words. Ning Yu suddenly clenched the sword in her hand, and her body couldn't help trembling in anger. Ning Zhongbai's face was even paler, and his eyes were red. After Ning Fuxing said this, a mandarin duck crutch appeared in Ning Kunchen's hand. This crutch was thick, and looked like a black crutch. But when Ning Kunchen injected spiritual power into it, the crutch immediately emitted a strong murderous aura. It lightly touched the ground, and the hardest rock immediately cracked like a spider web. Ning Yu's face was pale, and she whispered to Mu Yan, that's the old monster's Rakshasa mandarin duck crutch, a superb divine king tool. I'll block her, and you just need to find a way to stall for time. Soon, your sweetheart will come to save you. Mu Yan was startled, and looked at Ning Yu in surprise. How did Ning Yu know that she wanted to stall for time, and how did she know that Di Mingju would come to save her? In fact, with Mu Yan's current cultivation, Ning Yu, and the other Ning family members, including the heaven-breaking state Ning Fuxing, Ning Jiangwen, and Ning Jianwu, could all contend against them. But against Ning Kunchen, it was extremely difficult. Basically, she didn't even have a 10% chance of winning. What's more, Ying Yuani and the others were watching the fun from the sidelines. During the fight with Ning Fuxing and the others, Mu Yan could feel a greedy and excited gaze on her. Even though Ying Yuani and the others didn't move. Mu Yan doesn't think that he would be kind enough to let her go. That was her only hope now. It was the little chick that had gone out to ask for help. The gates of the Ning family's bunker were tightly shut. Little chick couldn't get out, that might not be the case. In terms of luck value, even little treasure couldn't compare to the little chick. As long as the little chick could find the people of the Falling Moon tribe, he would still have a chance of survival. While Mu Yan and Ning Yu have their own thoughts, Ning Ku and Shan's attack has already arrived. The curling airwaves rolled along with the movement of the Rakshasa mandarin duck crutches in the air. Above the walking stick, the thing that looked like a mandarin duck or two ghostly faces suddenly began to spin violently. Ning Kunshan soared into the sky. The mandarin duck crutch floated in midair before striking out with a palm. Boom, the bluestone on the ground cracked open. Countless trees and grasses were swept up into the sky, forming a huge whirlpool that enveloped Mu Yan and Ning Yu. It's the Blood Sea Ghost Wave. Mu Yan, be careful. Don't get cut by the red blades in the hurricane, or else, Ning Yu had just reminded him. A red blade flew out of the hurricane and directly cut her arm. Ning Yu immediately grunted. Blood gushed out of the small wound like a fountain. Beautiful Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Beautiful Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. The wounds caused by the blood ghost blade will not heal until all the blood is drained. Ning Yu tried her best to finish this reminder. Then, disregarding his bleeding wound, he looked for an opening and attacked Ning Kunshan in the air without any hesitation. Ning Yu's sword light was already in front of him. Ning Kunshan sneered. He waved the walking stick in his hand. A dark purple light suddenly shot out from the ghost-faced mandarin duck on the walking stick, heading straight for Ning Yu. Watch out! Ning Zhongbai knew what was shot out from the Rakshasa mandarin duck crutch. It was the Ning family's unique poison that could take someone's life in an instant, Yama's death taker. No cultivator below the heaven-breaking state could block it. Ning Zhongbai knew his father and ancestor were cruel. But he had never imagined that they would be so heartless. Ning Zhongbai shouted and wanted to rush in front of his daughter. But he was only at the mysterious life state now. He couldn't participate in a battle of this level. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the dark green light had already sprayed onto Ning Yu. Even her protective clothes made a sizzling sound after coming into contact with Yama's death taker. Then, a hole was burned through. Ning Kunshan's eyes showed some pity. Then he shook his head and sighed. Ning Yu was the most promising among his grandchildren, other than Ning Su. Ning Su was too stubborn. Now that the soundless doppelganger was broken, it would sleep for at least 100 years. Ning Yu was supposed to be the Ning family junior that he valued the most. But Ning Yu didn't know what was good for her and didn't understand his good intentions. She was too disloyal and unfilial. She didn't know how to be grateful. He felt sad and reluctant to kill his own blood relative. However, he had no choice but to do so. Tears appeared in Ning Kunshan's eyes, as if he was extremely sad. But Yama's death taker had already burned Ning Yu's skin. The horrifying purplish color spread to her entire hand, and even her entire body. Ning Kunshan didn't have any intention of stopping her. Suddenly, Ning Kunshan's eyelid twitched. An ominous premonition suddenly welled up in his heart. Boom, a loud sound exploded in the air. The light from the golden crow fireball almost blinded people's eyes. Ning Fuxing's expression changed drastically. He stared at the figure that was burned to ashes in the air and let out a shrill scream, "Ancestor!" He suddenly turns to look at Mu Yan and Ning Yu. At this time, Mu Yan had already arrived at Ning Yu's side and was feeding her an antidote. No one on the floating island could dispel Yama takes life. But that doesn't mean that mine can't solve it. Everything that had just happened was actually planned by her and Ning Yu. One of them was in the open and the other was in the dark, one attacking and one defending. With Ning Yu attracting Ning Kunshan's attention, Mu Yan launches the Shin musician skill, Heavy Phantom. Ning Kunshan thought that she was still trapped in the blood sea of ghostly waves. In reality, he had already secretly controlled the Golden Crow fire essence, and attached it to the 7 Extinction Mother and Child sword. He secretly launched a fatal attack on Ning Kunshan. Ning Fuxing's eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent as he looked at the two of them. "How dare you kill our ancestor?" Evil creatures. You are not worthy of being a descendant of the Ning family. I will kill you and clean up the house for the Ning family. Mu Yan sneered, that's why the old thing wants to kill us. We can't resist, we can only let him kill us. I have no interest in being a member of the Ning family. If you want to be one, go be one yourself. The Enchantress doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. The Enchantress doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect it. Ningyu's face was also full of disdain. Grandfather, you have been with that old monster for so many years, don't you understand his conduct? Do you think he will die so easily? Haha, Fuxing, don't panic. I'm fine. Ning Kunshan's voice came from behind Ning Fuxing. He lightly patted Ning Fuxing's shoulder, his voice gentle. These two girls really have some skill. I, the old ancestor, was careless and almost made a fool of myself. Fortunately, I used the shifting forms in the nick of time, so I was not burned by the golden crow fire. Ning Fuxing stilled, then heard an exclamation come from behind him. Husband, where did husband go? He was clearly here just now. The person who shouted was Ning Fuxing's concubine granddaughter-in-law. He immediately reacted. At the critical moment just now, Ning Kunshan had used the shifting forms to switch his position with this concubine grandchild. Using the concubine grandchild's life in exchange for his own safety. Ning Fuxing, who learned of this news, was not angry, but gave a long sigh of relief. His eyes were filled with relief and joy. Fuxing knew that old ancestor would be fine. As for that concubine grandchild, he was just an ordinary person, unimportant. If he died, then he died. To be able to use his life in exchange for the old ancestor's life, in exchange for a prosperous future of the Ning family, it was a worthy death. Looking at the actions of the two, Mu Yan felt nauseous. Ningyu's expression was icy, the last thread of warmth in her eyes replaced by disgust. Was this kind of family still a family? Was this kind of family still family? She suddenly grasped the hand of Ning Zhongbai who had hurried over, saying resolutely, Father, let's leave the Ning family. Ning Zhongbai stilled, dazedly looking at her. Ningyu looked at him with a determined gaze, her entire body seeming to give off a dazzling light. Father, if you cannot see the sun, we will find a place to build a small bunker. Don't let it be as empty as an ancient tomb, just small enough for a few people to live in. In the future, when we find a son-in-law, I will give birth to some children for you to play with. At that time, we will build a new family, and you will never be lonely again. Mu Yan smiled. Why find a new place to build a bunker? Why don't we go to my Xiaoyao city? We can look after each other as a family. Also, I might have a way to solve second uncle's problem of not being able to see the sun for a long time. Hearing this, Ningyu was pleasantly surprised. Mayan, is this true? Mayan nods, but she doesn't say much on this occasion. As long as it was related to the curse. Up until now, she had never seen anyone who knew more than her third senior brother. Although he didn't reveal himself and didn't explain why he knew so much about curses, he didn't reveal anything. But Mayan had never doubted that third senior brother would never harm her. As for second uncle's condition, as long as he brought him back and asked third senior brother for help, he would definitely be able to resolve it. The smile on Ningyu's face became even more excited and expectant. She held Ning Zhongbai's hand tightly and said in a trembling voice, Father, did you hear that? In the future, you'll be able to walk under the sun, and you won't need to be locked up in a graveyard like the Ning family. After today's matter, let's leave the Ning family together and never come back, okay? Ning Zhongbai's eyes gradually lit up with hope. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Even if he was just imagining it, he felt that the future described by his daughter and niece was so beautiful. Children and grandchildren around the knees, relatives by his side. There are no more cruel and unreasonable family rules. Ning Zhongbai opens his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. But when the words are on the tip of his tongue, the light in his eyes dimmed a little. His face shows a painful expression, gently shaking his head. No, I can't leave the Ning family, I swore, Father. Ningyu is about to faint from anger at her silly and sweet father. What is there in the Ning family that you are reluctant to part with? Ning Zhongbai is about to speak. Then she hears Ning Kunchen chuckle, slowly walking forward with the help of the Rakshasa mandarin duck crutches. Two girls, if you want to leave the Ning family, shouldn't you ask this ancestor's opinion first? Ningyu sneers, about to speak. Unexpectedly, Ning Kunchen suddenly makes a move at this time. Ningyu is simply stunned. An old man at the third stage of profound immortal, facing two juniors whose cultivation is far below his own, actually resorted to such a shameless sneak attack. She didn't expect this, so much so that she had no time to react. Although Mayan is also shocked, she has been on guard. So almost at the same time as Ning Kunchen makes his move, 7 absolute swords have already been unsheathed. Clang. The Rakshasa mandarin duck crutches and 7 absolute swords collide, creating sparks. Mayan's face changes greatly. Because from the beginning, Ning Kunchen's target wasn't her and Ningyu, but a feint to lock Ning Zhongbai. Boom, Ning Zhongbai, whose cultivation is low, is blown away. You can almost hear the sound of his bones breaking. Blood sprays in the air. Father! Ningyu lets out a mournful scream, rushing out to save him. But Ning Fuxing, who has been waiting there for a long time, waves his hand. Ning Jiangwen and Ning Jianwu step forward, grabbing Ning Zhongbai from both sides. His deadwood-like fingers turn into claws, tightly locking Ning Zhongbai's neck. Ning Fuxing snaps, Ningyu, Jun Mayan, immediately surrender, otherwise don't blame me for being ruthless. Ningyu's body shakes violently. Her eyes are red, staring at the man in front of her. Her angry voice is hoarse and trembling, Ning Fuxing, this is your son. He's your biological son. You want to kill your own son with your own hands? Are you even human? Ning Fuxing's face was expressionless, and there was not the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. 20 years ago, when he betrayed the Ning family and tried to release that demon, Jun Shiyuan, he should have died. It was the old ancestor who pleaded on his behalf, that was why he was spared his life. Now that he's returning his life to the ancestor, it's just the ending he deserves. In Ning Jiangwen's hands, Ning Zhongbai's face was drained of all color, and he couldn't even stand properly. His eyes were unfocused, and he exhaled more than he inhaled. It was obvious that his life was on the line. Ningyu was so angry that her whole body trembled, and tears fell from her eyes uncontrollably. Only now did she realize how naive she had been. She had thought that her grandfather was just too old-fashioned and strict, placing too much importance on the honor and responsibility of the family. However, he still had some feelings for his family members. However, it turned out that in Ning Fuxing's eyes, she and her father were nothing. As long as it was for the Ning family, for the old ancestor, Ning Fuxing would not hesitate to let his son and granddaughter die. Just like how he could sacrifice his most beloved daughter without blinking an eye. Ning Fuxing sees the golden crow fire essence quietly flying towards Mayan. He suddenly raises his hand and punches Ning Zhongbai's abdomen. This punch contains powerful spiritual power. Ning Zhongbai's already dying body spits out another mouthful of blood, completely losing consciousness. Looking at Ning Zhongbai's face that is beginning to be shrouded in death, Mayan's face changes, and she snaps, we give up resisting, don't hurt second. Uncle. She throws the 7 absolute sword on the ground without hesitation. Ningyu closes her eyes, grits her teeth, and also throws the weapon in her hand on the ground. Ning Kunchen looks at Mayan with a smile, girl, if I remember correctly, you should still have a zither. Mayan gives him an indifferent look. She takes out the Tian Emochin and also throws it on the ground. Ning Kunchen's gaze unconsciously drifts to the Tian Emochin, and his eyes darken. He doesn't know why, it's clearly just a very unremarkable zither. But when he looks at it carefully, it makes him tremble with fear. Moreover, he vaguely feels that he seems to have seen this zither somewhere before. Show this gu the zither. Yin Yuani's arrogant voice comes from behind, interrupting Ning Kunchen's thoughts. Ning Kunchen comes back to his senses, revealing a gentle smile, and says to a servant of the Ning family, young Master Yin said that he wants to see the zither. What are you waiting for, quickly bring it over. The Ning family servant quickly brings the Tian Emochin to Yin Yuani. Yin Yuani casually fiddles with it. He finds that it's impossible to play this famous Tian Emochin in the 3 realms without being a descendant of the Shin musician. He can't help but raise his head and look at the girl not far away. Just in time to meet her line of sight. After the baptism of battle, the pair of peach blossom eyes that are already rippling like water become brighter and more seductive. Inyuani only feels a burst of excitement, and his mouth is dry. He can't wait to enjoy this woman. On the other side, Ning Kunchen looks at Mayan with a pair of kind eyes, and says warmly, "Do you have anything else to say?" Mu Yan hooks up her lips, and slowly says, "You previously said that through the sacrifices of the Ning family one after another, the curse that the palace master of magic illusion palace left for the Ning family has already been dispelled bit by bit. Now it seems that the situation is clearly the opposite." Ning Kunchen narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression became a little dangerous. The smile on Mu Yan's face deepens. "Perhaps, I should say this, it's not that the Ning family's situation is very bad, it's that your situation is very bad, right?" His old, rotten body could no longer accommodate an ambitious and selfish soul. "Even if you use the lives of so many descendants of the Ning family to pay for it, you are getting closer and closer to the abyss of death." "What's that curse called again?" "Oh. That's right, the Yuan Destruction Devil Soul Curse. Upon reaching the Xian immortal level, one would age and die. Right now, the rise and fall of the Ning family is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that you, an old monster, can no longer hold on." That's why he humbly asked for help from the netherworld realm. He even had to do such a shameless thing as picking up his granddaughter, whom he had barely raised for a day, and giving her away as a gift. Old ancestor of the Ning family, am I right? The gentle and kind smile on Ning Kunchen's face finally faded completely, turning into a frightening malevolence and ruthlessness. "Jun Mayan." He slowly raised the Rakshasa Mandarin duck crutch. "You're a devil just like your father Jun Shiyuan. All the demons should die. I'll spare your life so that you can contribute to the Ning family and forgive your father." "What's wrong with that?" Boom, the crutch directly hits Mu Yan's dantian. Within the Mandarin duck ghost mask, the Yama takes his life, once again shot out. However, at this time, a ball of golden crow fire essence flies over and blocks in front of Mu Yan, and is hit by the killing Yama. Golden crow. Mu Yan is startled and quickly reaches out to catch the fireball. The golden crow fire essence is very powerful. On the entire floating island, those that can subdue it can be counted on one's fingers. But after signing the contract with Mu Yan, its strength will change according to its master's strength and weakness. In other words, Mu Yan is only at the earth-opening realm, so the enemies it can fight against will not be much stronger. On the contrary, if Mu Yan becomes stronger and stronger, the golden crow fire essence's strength will also increase, even surpassing its peak in the end. The current golden crow fire essence is still too weak against Ning Kunchen. The Xian Immortal's energy breaks through the defense. The killing Yama burrows into the fire essence like a maggot in a tarsal bone. A mournful scream comes from the fireball. But Ning Kunchen's hand is also burned by the golden crow fire. He retreats several steps and uses his immortal energy to gradually extinguish the flames. Mu Yan looks at the small fireball lying in her palm, her heart is filled with mixed feelings. Unlike the other little guys, Jinwu doesn't follow her willingly. Usually, he would look at her and the other little fellows with disdain. This time, facing a crisis, Qi Huang can't appear in front of people. The little phoenix is still a young bird and doesn't have much fighting power. The fat rabbit and Bai Xia are both guarding Xiaobao. Mu Yan thought that she will have to fight alone today. But Jinwu flies out of the space. Now, in order to save her, it is corroded by the killing Yama. The fire energy in its body is lost by more than half, and it is seriously injured. The always arrogant and cunning one eye has completely lost its luster. It droops listlessly and looks at Mu Yan from time to time. A vague consciousness intermittently enters Mu Yan's mind. "I didn't steal on purpose. I didn't lie on purpose. You have to feed me a lot of fire spirit source in the future. The roller coaster is taking me along. That damned rabbit and stinky sword can't bully me. I, Golden Crow, am the hero who saved my master." Originally, Mu Yan's heart was filled with emotion and sorrow. Hearing these voices in her mind, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She gently touched the Golden Crow and injected some fire spiritual power into the small fireball. "Good, you are a great hero. No one can bully you in the future." Without the blessing of the Shin musician skill, a single spark makes a great fire. Fire spiritual power is just fire spiritual power. It was like plain, tasteless water. The golden crow protested a few times, but it still absorbed them all. Suddenly, Mu Yan's face changes. He quickly put the golden crow back into his spatial ring before he turned around and struck out with his palm. She was met with a palm that was as withered as a corpse's. Almost at the moment when their spiritual powers collided, Mu Yan felt the spiritual power within her body being continuously swallowed by the other party. She tried to retreat. However, there seemed to be a huge vortex in that withered palm. It held her firmly in place, and even the strength in her body disappeared bit by bit. Mu Yan! Ningyu screamed and wanted to rush over to save her. But two whips immediately lashed at her. They blocked her way. They were Ning Jiangwen and Ning Jianwu. They had received Ning Fuxing's order to kill Ningyu. Time went by. As the spiritual power in her body was drained, Mu Yan's face was pale. She couldn't hold on any longer and fell down softly. Ning Kunshan withdrew his hand and took a deep breath. His face showed an incomparably happy expression. Girl, your spirit root is even purer than your mother's Xianxia's. There seemed to be a flash of regret in his eyes. He said in a low voice that others couldn't hear, it's a pity to give such a peerless beauty away to be a favored concubine. But everything is for the future of the Ning family. He lifted the Rakshasa mandarin duck crutch and stabbed it at Mu Yan's dantian. However, at this moment, Inyuani finally spoke. Wait a minute. He slowly walked down the steps in front of the Chuya palace. The corners of his mouth hold a lofty smile as he arrives in front of Mayan, looking down at her. Woman, you should know very well that I am the only one who can save you now. He slowly squatted down. With a burning finger, he clasped Mu Yan's chin and forced her to come closer to him. His fingertips touched the girl's delicate skin. Inyuani's heart swayed again. He could hardly suppress the burning desire in his eyes. He said in a slightly hoarse voice, word by word, beg me. Beg me to pamper you, and I will let you and the others live. How about it? Mu Yan's face was pale because of the exhaustion of spiritual power. However, those peach blossom eyes became more and more translucent, as if they were twinkling stars in the pitch-black night sky. Inyuani's breathing was slightly heavy. Holding the girl's soft and delicate chin, he slowly bent down, wanting to kiss her first. No, why was it just a kiss? So what if he directly took her in front of everyone? He was the young master of the Nether Realm. What in the world didn't belong to him? However, he hadn't tasted the girl's fragrance. A sharp pain came from his abdomen. Inyuani snorted and flung Mu Yan away. Inch by inch, his face turned pale. He lowered his head and looked at his stomach in disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, a sparkling and translucent longsword had appeared there, directly piercing through his dantian. Young master! Young master, are you okay? Yan Leji and the guards were scared out of their wits, and they rushed over in a panic. At the side, Ning Kunshan's expression also changed drastically. His eyes were filled with terror. He's sure that the spiritual power within Mayan's body was completely devoured by him just now. This girl definitely didn't have the slightest bit of lethality right now. But why? How could she still injure young Master Yin? At the thought of Inyuani's death on the floating island, in the Ning family, Ning Kunshan felt like the world was falling apart. He looks at Mayan with malevolence and resentment in his eyes. Mayan slightly gasps for breath. She quickly revolves her dantian to restore her spiritual power while supporting herself with the help of Blackwood to slowly stand up. Ning Kunshan's evil technique had indeed drained all the spiritual power in her body. If it was someone else, they would not be able to fight back at all. They became like mortals, waiting to be trampled upon. But Mayan was different. In addition to spiritual power, she also had mysterious energy and immortal energy. Although with her current cultivation, she couldn't use much immortal energy. But it's enough to summon the natal sword to attack. You're crazy. You're really crazy, bitch. Yan Leji screams almost hysterically, how dare you hurt the Lord of the Nether Realm? Young master, how are you? Yan Leji almost cries. On the contrary, the guard leader is relieved after checking Inyuani's condition. With Yin Yuan's current cultivation, even if he was attacked by surprise, how could he be hurt by a little golden immortal? Yin Yuan shakes off Yan Leji, who comes to help him. His face is distorted, and he rushes towards Mu Yan like a demon. Yin Yuan, who has never been so humiliated and frightened, is about to go crazy. The pressure of the immortal king is released without reservation. Mu Yan's face, which has just recovered a little, suddenly loses all color. The Tian Emochin, which has been floating in the air and flying towards her, also falls to the ground. Yin Yuan clasps her neck. He reaches out and pulls it hard. Her outer clothes are torn to pieces. Bitch, I gave you face, but you don't want it. This young master is a little lenient to you, and you think you're something? A lowly thing like you, this young master can play with it however he wants. In public, this young master will let everyone have a good look at your lowly appearance. Mu Yan suddenly bites her lower lip. Blood oozes from her pale lips. She is not suppressing her anger and hatred, but suppressing Qi Huang, who wants to rush out of the space. No, not yet, Qi Huang must not be exposed until she is in a desperate situation. The remaining immortal power in her dantian surges. Mu Yan wields the 7 absolute sword to stab Yin Yuan. But this time Yin Yuan is prepared. He raises his hand, and a black flame bursts out of his palm. The spark burns Mu Yan's wrist. A wave of heart-wrenching pain followed. Tears fall uncontrollably from her eyes. The hand holding the 7 absolute sword no longer has any strength, and she can only let the remaining weapon fall. Yin Yuan slaps her weapon. He raises his hand and slaps her in the face. He had already made up his mind to make this bitch, who didn't know what was good for her, beg for death. He wanted to see her crawling at his feet, crying and begging him to pamper her. However, before the slap could land, a voice rang out. Yin Yuan felt dizzy. Then, accompanied by a loud bang, he was sent flying and landed on the ground in a sorry state. Mayan is being tortured by the darking sacred flame, to the point where she wishes she was dead. That kind of pain was not physical pain. Even his soul was being burned over and over again. She felt as if all the strength and warmth in her body were being sucked away bit by bit. He didn't even realize what had just happened. She felt as if she had been pulled into a somewhat familiar yet somewhat strange embrace. The cool bamboo fragrance, accompanied by uncontrollable trembling, passed to her through her thin clothes. Mayan absent-mindedly opens her eyes. She could vaguely see a handsome face. That pair of eyes that were as black as ink had always been calm and indifferent, like an ancient well without ripples. But at this moment, he couldn't suppress his panic and heartache. Mu Yan blinked lightly and called out in a low voice, "Junior Marshal Uncle?" Luo Yunxiao closes his eyes. The hand hanging at his side is clenched into a fist until his nails are deeply embedded in his palm. Blood drips. He can use that little bit of pain to force his surging killing intent to calm down and stop the trembling of his body. Luo Yunxiao lets go of Mu Yan's hand, takes out some clothes from the storage space and puts them on her. His slender, jade-like hand clasps Mu Yan's wrist and pulls it to his heart. He uses almost all his strength to suppress the hoarseness and trembling in his voice. He says softly, "I will expel the darking holy flame from your body. The process will be a little painful, bear with it." Mu Yan's rationality returned slightly. She allowed Luo Yunxiao to hold her hand, and then a pure energy drilled into her body. Mu Yan recognizes that this is divine power. It is different from Di Mingju's divine power, which is like a vast blue sky. Luo Yunxiao's divine power is like a vast ocean of ice, bone-chilling. But at this moment, it is just enough to extinguish the darking holy flame in Mu Yan's body. The process of expelling the darking holy flame is indeed very painful. But Mu Yan has endured all kinds of inhuman torture in her 2 lives. This bit of pain was nothing to her. "Young lord, are you all right?" Yin Yuan is supported by a guard, struggling to get up from the ground. Seeing Luo Yunxiao who is helping Mu Yan expel the darking holy flame, there is a look of disbelief on his face. Even Yan Leji's eyes widened as he stammered, "Young master, isn't that the first prince? Why is he here?" Suddenly, a light flashes in his mind. "Young lord, could it be that the woman that His Highness likes is this June Mayan that the Ning family wants to offer to you?" Yin Yuan's eyelids suddenly jump. His eyes are fixed on Luo Yunxiao, who is helping Mu Yan expel the darking holy flame. More than half of the illumination crystals above the Ning family's underground palace have been destroyed by the golden crow fire essence. The light around the entire Chuyu palace has become a little dim. Plus the fight just now. Grass and leaves are flying, sand and dust are flying. It caused the surrounding vision to become unclear and hazy, as if it was covered by a layer of gray fog. But even in such a dim light, Luo Yunxiao's face and expression are clearly reflected in Yin Yuan's eyes. The young man had a face that could turn all living things upside down and drive all women crazy. The maids of the Ning family, who had shown reverence and shyness to Yin Yuan just a moment ago, were stunned. In the bitter battle just now, everyone was already in a state of panic, and they couldn't care about the romantic feelings in their hearts any longer. But when Luo Yunxiao appeared, these womenfolk of the Ning family even forgot their fear and panic. Each and every one of them stared at him in a daze. Their eyes were watery, and their faces were bashful and absent-minded. He had actually completely forgotten about him, the true young master of the Nether Realm. Every time Yin Yuan saw Luo Yunxiao's face, he couldn't help gnashing his teeth with hatred. Ever since he was young, he was obviously more favored by his father and the people behind the scenes. He was clearly the publicly acknowledged successor of the Nether Realm. However, the servants always favored Luo Yunxiao in private. Those young girls, no matter how much respect they showed him on the surface. When his eyes were filled with adoration and infatuation, they were always directed at Luo Yunxiao. These people thought that they were being secretive. But how could Yin Yuan not know? His hatred towards Luo Yunxiao accumulated little by little, to the point of madness. He didn't hesitate to send these servants who loved Luo Yunxiao to hell. Let them beg for death but be unable to, Luo Yunxiao, that bastard, also crawled back from hell anyway. Dirty, dark, disgusting, even Imperial Father and Imperial Mother feared him. Since these servants liked to accompany him so much, they should stay in this miserable hell and never be reincarnated. Yin Wuji and Fu Yushu obviously knew what he had done. But Yin Wuji chose to ignore it. Fu Yushu tried to persuade him. But after Yin Yuan cried that Luo Yunxiao had ordered the servants to harm him, he didn't say anything else. So all the servants and officials of the Nether Realm knew about it. There was no future for them to be nice to Luo Yunxiao, the First Highness. They might even die a horrible death and implicate their whole families. Then, gradually, no one dared to help Luo Yunxiao anymore. No one would show an infatuated look at Luo Yunxiao's face. The First Highness of the Nether Realm became a taboo. Everyone treated him as if he didn't exist and even hated him. Yin Yuan only felt comfortable. Later, Luo Yunxiao ignited the dark Yin holy flame and obtained the inheritance of the Nether Holy Spirit. He even became the fiancé of the demon princess. Yin Yuan didn't panic or resent it. Because he knew clearly that so what if Luo Yunxiao got all this, as long as Yin Yuan wanted it, Luo Yunxiao must spit out everything and give it all to him. Thinking of this, Yin Yuan took a deep breath. Because he saw the attention and love of others for Luo Yunxiao, his twisted face gradually returned to normal. The corners of his mouth even curled up into a horrifying arc. Go, bring that woman to this young master. Yin Yuan winked at the leader of his guards. The leader of the guards showed a little hesitation on his face. They were very clear about the strength of the First Highness. If he really wanted to go against the young master, he, a peak Xian mortal, might not be a match for the First Highness. Seeing the hesitation of the leader of the guards, Yin Yuan was furious. Didn't you hear my order? Are you still afraid of that trash Luo Yunxiao? Oh, do you think Luo Yunxiao has the guts to refuse the woman I want? The leader of the guards didn't have time to speak. Yan Lezhi immediately smiled flatteringly and said, Young master, there's no need to trouble Lord Jiang. I'll go and bring them over for you. As he spoke, he flashed a fawning smile at the leader of the guards. Yin Yuan's anger turned into joy. Yan Lezhi immediately strode toward the two people who were sitting cross-legged. The expulsion of the dark Yin holy flame had reached a critical moment. This can be seen from the black flame mark that flashes from time to time between Mayan's eyebrows. Yan Lezhi didn't care about that. He goes to Mayan's side and says with a bit of disdain and carelessness, Your Highness, I'm sorry. Our young master has taken a fancy to this Miss June Mayan. The Ning family has already offered her to our young master, and young master has decided to take her as a concubine. Now, young master has ordered me to bring her to his side. After all, it is improper for men and women to touch each other. His First Highness's attitude towards young master's beloved concubine is so ambiguous and intimate. If word of this gets out, it won't be good, right? Your Highness has declared righteousness. I believe you won't blame me for bringing Miss June to young master's side, right? With that, Yan Leji reached out to grab Mu Yan's hand and pull her up. However, just as he was about to move, the man in front of him suddenly opened his eyes. Those dark eyes were always calm and indifferent in the past. It was like a tranquil sea without any waves. There were no waves, and it was unwilling to fight. But at this moment, the darkness suddenly turned into a bottomless abyss. Bone-chilling cold. Azure flame. Their anxiety combined and transformed into the strongest killing intent and warning. Yan Leji shuddered all over. Cold sweat slid down his forehead uncontrollably. His back was already wet with sweat. He stood there stiffly for a long time before he suddenly exhaled and gasped for breath. The fear of his internal organs and soul being crushed at any moment made him so scared that he even forgot to breathe. Was this really the First Highness who had a weak sense of existence and could be bullied by anyone in the nether realm? Why did he feel that he was facing a murderous azure from hell? Yan Leji, what are you doing? Seeing that he didn't move, Yin Yuan's face suddenly darkened and he snapped, bring that bitch to this young master. Yan Leji suddenly came back to himself. His face suddenly turned blue and white. He was afraid of Luo Yunxiao at this time, but he was even more afraid of Yin Yuan's cruel and angry hunger. Taking a deep breath, Yan Leji gritted his teeth and said, Your Highness, why are you looking at me like this? This woman is the young master's concubine, and the young master is the future heir of the nether realm. I dare not disobey his orders, but you also have to obey, right? He glanced at Jun Mayan. The black mark of the dark holy flame on her forehead was getting brighter and brighter. Obviously, the expulsion would be successful soon. But if he really waited until the expulsion was successful and then brought her to Yin Yuan, he would be in serious trouble. Thinking of this, Yan Leji suddenly made up his mind. He bent down to grab Mayan's arm and was about to pull her up. He shouted fiercely, Your Highness, even if you want to expel the dark holy flame, it should be the young master who does it. Your identity is not legitimate, and you are so close to the young master's concubine. Even if the First Highness can't punish you, Miss June's chastity will be ruined. At that time, it is unknown whether she will end up in a pig cage or not. Before he finished speaking, Yan Leji suddenly felt a cold light flash in front of his eyes. Then, an arm splashed with blood flew in front of him. Yan Leji feels that the sinking force that was originally pulling Mayan has disappeared. What replaced it was a sharp pain that came after he realized it. Aha! Yan Leji clutched his severed arm and fell to the ground, letting out a blood-curdling scream. In front of him was Luo Yunxiao, who slowly stood up with a long sword in her hand. His appearance was like an orchid, a jade tree, unparalleled in the world. But his expression was bone-chilling, like an azure from hell. His voice was clear and pleasant to listen to, filling the ears and causing one to be intoxicated. However, the words that came out of his mouth were like the voice of a ferocious ghost, causing one's body and soul to tremble uncontrollably. Even though Yan Leji was in excruciating pain, he could still feel those voices drilling into his ears like ice-cold venomous snakes. Don't touch her with your dirty hands. This change caused the entire courtyard in front of Chiya Palace to sink into a strange silence. Only Yan Leji's miserable howls echoed in everyone's ears. Luo Yunxiao's eyes fell on Yin Yuan's face. Her eyes were as calm as still water. Yin Yuan's face turned pale. The fear and memories from a long time ago surged up like a tide at this moment. He suppressed the fear in his heart and shouted, Luo Yunxiao, how dare you hurt my people? How dare you? Luo Yunxiao stepped forward with a sword in her hand. The leader of the guards quickly stepped forward and blocked Luo Yunxiao's way. The rest of Yin Yuan's guards also spread out and surrounded Luo Yunxiao. His eyes met with a pair of bottomless black eyes. The guard leader couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He forced himself to calm down and said, Your First Highness, what are you doing? The young lord is your younger brother and the future successor of the nether domain. Have you forgotten the promise you made in front of the Region Lord and Empress Dark? Luo Yunxiao looked at Ying Yuanyi expressionlessly. His voice was still calm and indifferent, as if there were no fluctuations in his emotions. You used the darking holy flame to deal with her? After a pause, he asked again, you used the darking holy flame that you took from me to deal with her? Mu Yan wakes up from Qiuqiu and Qi Huang's worried calls. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw this scene. That was what he heard. Mayan stares blankly at Luo Yunxiao's back. For a moment, she's somewhat dumbfounded. Ever since she was brought back to Qiyu Palace by Ning Kunchen, she had been trying to stall for time. But she didn't expect that the one who came first wasn't Di Mingju, but youngest martial uncle. Why would junior martial uncle come to the Ning family? Moreover, he had just said, you used the darking holy flame that you took from me to deal with her. Qi Huang, what does little martial uncle mean? Qi Huang's face was ashen. After a long while, he finally gritted his teeth and said, what else could it mean? The darking sacred flame was ignited by that pretty boy Luo Yunxiao in the river of forgetfulness. I almost died back then. There was one more thing that Qi Huang did not say. Back then, Luo Yunxiao had almost died. He was also implicated by that detestable gigolo and was in so much pain that he hovered between life and death. It was Mayan Sither that eased his pain and also saved Luo Yunxiao from the edge of life and death. Mu Yan whispered, Ying Yuanyi took away the darking holy flame that youngest martial uncle refined? How did you take it away? She asked, but a scene from a long time ago had already appeared in her mind. Little martial uncle suddenly came back, but he was seriously injured. His back was a bloody mess. But what was more serious was the damage to his divine soul. He had spent a great deal of effort to barely heal him. Could it be that time? Qi Huang lightly snorted. According to the relevant ancient records of the Nether Realm, activating the darking sacred flame is equivalent to obtaining the inheritance of the sacred spirit. The inheritance of the sacred spirit is directly engraved on a person's body using a special rune. In order to dig it out and transfer it, the inheritor had to be willing to bear the heart-gouging and bone-gnawing pain, having the entire rune pattern scraped away from his body while he was still alive, and even cutting off the connection between his divine soul and the inheritance of the sacred spirit. That pain. He pauses, then coldly says, that kind of pain is probably 100 times, 1,000 times more painful than when you made the Tian Emochin recognize you as its master. Mu Yan's face suddenly darkened, and a faint baleful aura appeared between her brows. How dare he bully the young martial uncle of the Xiaoyao sect? How dare they let their celestial little martial uncle suffer such torture? Very good, Ying Yuanyi, you're going to die today. Humph. Qi Huang mocked, isn't all of this the pretty boy's fault? Who asked him to be so stupid? Others wanted to take away the Holy Spirit inheritance from him, and he just obediently let them take it away? You even caused this noble one to have to follow you. Qi Huang didn't say anything else after that. Mu Yan already had some guesses about the connection between Qi Huang and little martial uncle. But all of her guesses were hazy and vague. The correct chapter of Alluring Enchantress of the Magic Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby's black-bellied father will continue to be updated on the Hand-to-Play bar. There are no advertisements on the site, so please collect and recommend the Hand-to-Play bar, like Alluring Enchantress of the Magic Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby's black-bellied father. Please collect. In reality, up until now, even Qi Huang was still confused. He couldn't explain why he had a soul connection with that pretty boy, Luo Yunxiao. But he was definitely a fool, an idiot, and an idiot. The darking holy flame, which he had risked his life to cultivate, was taken away just like that. Qi Huang only bore 30 to 50% of the pain for Luo Yunxiao, but it was already unbearable for him. It could be imagined what kind of inhuman torture Luo Yunxiao had endured when the inheritance of the Netherworld Holy Spirit was taken away. But perhaps, that torture was not the most unbearable for Luo Yunxiao. What made him the most unbearable, even to the point of mental collapse? Ying Yuanyi used the darking holy flame, which he had taken from him, to hurt Mayan. To hurt the woman he was willing to sacrifice everything to protect. Qi Huang lowered his eyes slightly, revealing a sarcastic expression. But there was a touch of desolation and sorrow in his eyes. On the other side, Ying Yuanyi, who heard Luo Yunxiao's question, was stunned at first. Then he noticed that his personal guard, and even the Ning family all looked at him. He panicked. Luo Yunxiao, shut the hell up, she yelled in fury. The darking holy flame is something that I, young master, painstakingly cultivated. The inheritance of the netherworld Holy Spirit also belongs to me alone. What does it have to do with you, a lowly bastard, a rat who can't see the light? Luo Yunxiao chuckled in a low voice. He was already incomparably handsome and gentle like jade. At this time, when he smiled, it was really like the sun shining on a snow-covered mountain top, dazzling people. But such a peerless face, such a seductive smile, the smile did not reach his eyes at all. In his eyes, there was only a bone-chilling coldness and undisguised killing intent. "Yin Yuanyi, I gave you what I gave you willingly. But if I don't want to, I can take it back at any time. Yin Yuanyi, do you believe me?" As soon as the voice fell, Luo Yunxiao's tall figure had disappeared. An indescribable panic rose in Yin Yuanyi's heart. He almost shouted hysterically, "Stop him, stop him. No, kill him. Kill him for me. If anything happens, I'll take care of it. I order you to kill him right now." Yin Yuanyi's guards were ready, and half of them surrounded Yin Yuanyi to protect him. The other half charged forward without hesitation, wanting to kill Luo Yunxiao. This battle was no longer something that the people present could see clearly. Apart from Mayan, only Ning Kunshan can vaguely capture Luo Yunxiao's figure. But before he could see the man's movements clearly, a soundless sword chi suddenly streaked across the underground palace of the Ning family. A cold sword shook the 9 provinces. The sword made no sound, and heaven and earth resonated. Buzz buzz buzz. Violent quakes came from every corner of the Ning family's underground palace. Countless rocks, sand, and glowing crystals tumbled down from above. What's wrong? What happened? The people of the Ning clan all let out panicked cries. In the next moment, he heard a loud rumbling sound. Then, a fierce gust of wind mixed with sand and dust blew down from above. Sand and stones appeared together with the gale. And the bright and beautiful sunshine. Ah 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 ah. The people of the Ning family all screamed in horror, hiding everywhere. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father. Mu Yan looked at the huge hole above, the blue sky, the white clouds, and the bright sun. She was stunned. What happened just now? Did youngest martial uncle pierce through the Ning family's underground palace with one strike? No, it was not a big deal. If she used all her strength, it was not impossible to pierce through. But youngest martial uncle just made one strike, right? Moreover, it was done in an extremely casual manner, as if it were chopping vegetables. It was an effortless slash. This sword not only pierced through the Ning family's underground palace. It also knocked down half of Yin Yuanyi's guards. More than a dozen Xian immortals, as if he was chopping vegetables, he silently fell to the ground without the slightest bit of resistance. Mu Yan was shocked for a long time, and then her eyes slowly fell on Luo Yunxiao. She frowned in confusion. Was youngest martial uncle so strong before? On the Cultivation continent, youngest martial uncle had fought with Ning Su, who was a Xian immortal. At that time, youngest martial uncle obviously had the upper hand. But he was a little timid, as if he was afraid to show his full strength. And even if he used all his strength, he could never make such a shocking strike. Did youngest martial uncle become stronger, or, at this moment, youngest martial uncle was not in his normal state, but she had to admit that youngest martial uncle was so handsome, she was so envious of him. In the Xiaoyao sect, only Mu Yan and Yun Ruhan were sword cultivators. Since her strength had improved by leaps and bounds on the floating island, Mu Yan had always thought that her swordsmanship was improving little by little. But now, seeing youngest martial uncle's one strike, only now did she realize how far away her attainments in the sword Dao were from the great perfection realm. These days, she was complacent about the rapid growth of her cultivation, and the number of her natal swords increased from 1 to 8. She was getting closer and closer to the heavenly tribulation. But in fact, her swordsmanship was not advancing, but regressing. Now, the distance between her and youngest martial uncle was getting farther and farther. How long had it been since her heart of sword was consolidated and broken through? How long had it been since her realm stopped at the 4th level, she still had a long way to go if she wanted to become a true powerhouse and protect her loved ones. Seeing that Luo Yunxiao had killed half of his guards with just one strike, he felt a chill run down his spine. Yin Yuanyi finally panicked. He desperately pushed the guards beside him forward and screamed, "Stop him, quickly stop him." She rushed to Ning Fuxing's side, grabbed him, and dragged him in front of her. Then, she screamed, "Take me to the teleportation formation. Take me to the teleportation formation. I want to go back to the Xiaoxian continent, do you hear me?" Ning Fuxing's face was pale. He was hiding from the sunlight shining through the hole. Pulled by Yin Yuanyi, it was immediately exposed to the sunlight. There was no burning sensation, nor was there any obvious pain. However, Ning Fuxing could clearly feel his life slipping away bit by bit under the sunlight. It was as if countless terrifying images flashed before his eyes. He hurriedly took out the elixir and swallowed it. If the Ning family wanted to go out for a short period of time, they had to take a special age-retaining pill. Otherwise, they would age quickly and become delirious under the sunlight. However, before he could swallow the elixir, Yin Yuanyi slapped him hard in the face. "I want you to bring me to the teleportation array immediately, do you hear me?" As he roared, he gnashed his teeth and swore in his heart. When he returned to the Xiaoxian continent, he would tell his father and mother that Luo Yunxiao, that bastard, was going to kill him again. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby is a black-bellied father. Please add this to my collection. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby is a black-bellied father. Please add this to my collection. His father and mother will never let him go. Luo Yunxiao, you're going to die, ha ha ha. However, Ning Fuxing's next words make his ferocious smile freeze on his face. Young Master Yin, it will take at least 1 month for the transmission array to be reactivated through the space barrier. Now, it can't be used yet. What did you say? Yin Yuanyi grabs Ning Fuxing's neck fiercely and roars hysterically, "Bastard, I dare you to say it again." Ning Fuxing's eyes bulge and his face turns purple. He looks at Ning Kunshan with a pleading look. But Ning Kunshan avoids it. Yin Yuanyi is mad. As he hears the screams of his guards behind him, more panic and resentment surges in his heart. A ball of black flame suddenly sprang up from his palm, directly burning Ning Fuxing's neck along with the action of grabbing it. Ning Fuxing immediately let out a blood-curdling scream and fainted. Under the sun, his middle-aged face is covered with wrinkles in an instant. He looks so old as if he will die at any time. Yin Yuanyi makes up his mind and suddenly pounces on Mayan. Ning Yu, who is watching the battle, can't help shouting, "Mayan, be careful." Luo Yunxiao, who is in front of him, pauses and ignores the sword of the leader of the guards. He quickly turns around and rushes to Mayan. Mayan squints slightly. Looking at Yin Yuanyi who is rushing over, she can't help but smile grimly. Does he think I'm a pushover that can be bullied at will? Raising his hand, the Tian Mo Qin appears in his palm. The melodious sound of the qin is accompanied by the whistling cold wind. Yin Yuanyi sees that he is getting closer and closer to his target. He is about to catch the B*TCH and threaten Luo Yunxiao to stop. Suddenly, he feels a cold light flashing and countless sword qi gathering from all directions. Ha, Yin Yuanyi sneers. He doesn't care about the sword qi released by a little golden immortal at all. He doesn't even try to block it. He just lets the sword qi fall on his robe and rushes directly to Mayan. He suddenly stretches out his hand with the darking holy flame and clasps the girl's slender white neck. In other words, he had grasped Luo Yunxiao's lifeline. A hideous smile appeared on Yin Yuanyi's face. However, in the next moment, his expression changed abruptly. This was because the figure in his hand suddenly disappeared like a phantom. Behind him, a silent killing intent penetrated his body. Ah dash! Yin Yuanyi screamed, his face twisted. His robe was almost invulnerable. But Mayan's sword is a clone of the Tian Mo Qin. After experiencing the Tian Mo Qin's several restorations, it can be said to be invincible. Therefore, the 7 absolute swords easily pierced into Yin Yuanyi's body. The tip of the sword was also coated with the deadly poison, death-stealing Yama, and golden silkworm goo. Of course, the poison and the goo couldn't kill Yin Yuanyi. However, it caused his entire body to spasm in pain. Especially the golden silkworm goo that entered his body and began to gnaw at his fragile internal organs. Inyuani couldn't help but groan in pain. He held the 7 ultimate sword that had pierced through his body. His face contorted as he pulled out the sword. Then, he turned around with an incomparably swift movement. The hand that was raised has turned into a burning flame, and the nails are black-hooked claws. The Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect it. Inyuani's eyes were bloodshot as if he had gone mad. He reached out to grab Muyan's heart. Poochie, the nails pierced through the flesh, and blood splattered everywhere. But Muyan doesn't feel the slightest pain. In front of her, a tall figure was standing quietly, shielding her behind him. There was a long gash on his thin green robe. Under the torn clothes, his back was straight, but one could see the exposed skin and flesh, so deep that bones could be seen. His green robe was already soaked in blood. But the figure didn't even shake. Even when he was under Inyuani's attack, he suddenly raised his sword and pierced a guard's throat. Muyan's lips moved. For a moment, he felt that his throat was dry, and he was unable to speak. She wanted to ask, youngest martial uncle, why? She wanted to ask, youngest martial uncle, just to save a martial nephew, you don't even care about your life? But when the words reached his mouth, not a single sound came out. In the depths of his heart, a vague thought emerged. But he was quickly slapped back by her. The situation was critical, and it was not the time to let one's imagination run wild. Little martial uncle, you're injured. Muyan steps forward, wanting to give Luo Yunxiao a healing elixir. He said coldly, step back, don't come near me. But don't stay too far away from me. Luo Yunxiao's voice was cold and harsh, which was rarely seen. But Muyan didn't think too much about it. Without hesitation, she retreats several meters away, then takes the Tian Emochin and sits down cross-legged. The wound on Luo Yunxiao's back healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Inyuani's claw in Luo Yunxiao's chest was pulled out by his wrist. The long black nails cut through the flesh. Watching from the side, Muyan couldn't help but feel the pain. However, Luo Yunxiao didn't seem to notice it at all, and she didn't even frown. Inyuani's guards rushed over, trying to save their young master. Luo Yunxiao was seriously injured, but her right hand was still controlling Inyuani. However, he was able to kill each of the guards with a swing of his sword. In the end, the ground in front of Chiyu Palace was filled with the corpses of Xian immortal guards. Blood flowed like a river. Only Yan Leji, who had lost his arm, and the leader of the guards were still alive. Inyuani screamed and struggled desperately. Luo Yunxiao, are you rebelling? If you dare to lay a hand on me, my father and the people behind the scenes will never let you off. Aha! With a cracking sound, Inyuani's wrist was broken. Luo Yunxiao's eyes were cold as he turned around and threw the long sword in his hand. The long sword whistled and immediately split into 3 in the air. The leader of the guards, who had silently rushed over to launch a sneak attack, could not even see the trajectory of the long sword flying towards him. He only felt a sharp pain in his shoulder and abdomen. Then, he was ruthlessly nailed to the tree. Luo Yunxiao turned around and looked at Inyuani expressionlessly. Inyuani's face was finally filled with panic and fear. Luo Yunxiao, what are you going to do? Do you remember what you promised Imperial Father and Imperial Mother? You swore that you would never hurt me again, and you would never let your own flesh and blood kill each other ever again. Muyan, who hears this from behind, is simply shocked by his shamelessness. Oh, I remember, your parents are even more shameless than you. You guys are really shamelessly close like a family. Through Chihuang's narration, plus what she had seen and heard from Luo Yunxiao, Muyan has already learned about her youngest uncle's life. It's not a big deal. Isn't it just a pair of biased parents who love their youngest son? No matter what youngest uncle got, he must give it to his youngest son. Otherwise, it will be treason. Even the darking holy flame that youngest uncle cultivated by a narrow escape must be given to his youngest son. Even if youngest uncle was stripped of the darking holy flame, he may be in great pain. This was no longer just favoritism, it was pure shamelessness. Inyuani's face is ferocious, and he says angrily, bitch, you know nothing. You don't understand what a dirty thing Luo Yunxiao is. He shouldn't exist in this world, he hasn't finished his words yet. Mu Yan's figure suddenly disappears. The next moment, she slaps Yin Yuanyi hard in the face. He sees stars and blood oozes from the corner of his mouth. Yin Yuanyi is completely stunned. He stares at Mu Yan incredulously and screams, "Bitch, how dare you hit me?" Slap 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 slap. Countless slaps fall on Yin Yuanyi's face like a series of thunder. Because he is restrained by Luo Yunxiao, he can't use his immortal power. Yin Yuanyi is now just a relatively strong mortal body. And Mu Yan didn't slap him with her own hands. She feels that touching this garbage hurts her hands. She uses a miniature version of the 7 supreme swords. It is guaranteed to be invincible and unbreakable. Not to mention that Yin Yuanyi can't use his spiritual power now, even if he can. Mu Yan will definitely hit him until his parents don't recognize him. After a round of slaps, Yin Yuanyi's head immediately swells like a pig's head. His eyes are almost covered by his swollen eyelids, and he can't see. Even a few of his teeth were loose from the beating. Mu Yan takes back the 7 supreme swords, shakes her hand, and sneers, "Idiot, I hit you." As she spoke, she glared at Luo Yunxiao and said with slight disappointment, "Young martial uncle, you're usually ruthless and merciless when you teach us a lesson, yet why are you so merciful to this stupid and useless weakling? What happened to father and mother?" There were many beasts in the world who were worse than pigs and dogs, who were not worthy of being a father or a mother. Why do you care about them? In this world, there are naturally people who treat you as a true family member. Why do you have to be so stubbornly loyal to those who hurt you? A smile flashed across Luo Yunxiao's eyes. Looking at the young girl's angry face, the coldness, brutality, and killing intent in his heart slowly dissipated. But he did not let his emotions show. It only took an instant for it to completely vanish. He looked at Yin Yuanyi coldly and said indifferently, "As I said, I can give you my things, and I can take them back." Yin Yuanyi's swollen eyes suddenly widened. His eyes were filled with fear and disbelief. He didn't believe that Luo Yunxiao would dare to do that. Luo Yunxiao clearly obeyed imperial father and imperial mother, not daring to disobey them. He wouldn't dare, he absolutely wouldn't dare to hurt himself. Yes, he wouldn't dare, However, the next moment, a piercing pain surged from every inch of his meridians and dantian. Yin Yuanyi felt that it was his own power. The Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect, Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father. Yin Yuanyi felt that it was his own power. The powerful dark Yin holy flame, which made him excited and fascinated, was being extracted from his body little by little. Yin Yuanyi's face was full of horror and despair. How dare Luo Yunxiao? How dare he do this to himself? Moreover, he had clearly taken the dark Yin holy flame from him. How could it be taken back again? No, no. Yin Yuanyi screamed loudly. He even cried and begged, "No, the dark Yin holy flame is mine. It's mine. You can't take it away. Luo Yunxiao, it's mine. I beg you, brother, I beg you." Luo Yunxiao just looked at him and cried expressionlessly. There was no trace of emotion on his face. He could tolerate Yin Yuanyi taking anything away from him. It was what he owed him, what he owed the Nether Realm. But Yin Yuanyi shouldn't have hurt Mu Yan. Yin Yuanyi's screams became more and more miserable. And on his forehead, there seemed to be a black flower breaking through his skin, desperately trying to drill out. However, at this moment, a dark red rune suddenly appeared on Yin Yuanyi's rune. Then it suddenly flew towards Luo Yunxiao, piercing between his eyebrows. Luo Yunxiao's whole body flew out, fell to the ground, and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Young martial uncle!" Mu Yan screamed and rushed over. Then she heard a cold and majestic voice in the air. "Evil creature! I left this restriction just in case you hurt Ear again. I didn't expect that you would be worse than an animal. You really dared to hurt your brother again. Luo Yunxiao, you really disappointed me. Hurry back to the Nether Realm to accept your punishment." As the voice resounded, Yin Yuanyi's body slowly floated in the air. The black flower on his forehead, which seemed to break through his skin at any time, gradually disappeared. Instead, the unique rune flickered and wrapped Yin Yuanyi's whole body. Soon, the wounds on Inyuani's face and body were all healed. He slowly landed on the ground, raised his intact hand and looked at it. He was ecstatic. It's father. Haha. I knew that Imperial Father would absolutely not allow me to be killed by that bastard, Luo Yunxiao. Ha ha ha, not only did Father heal my wounds, he even lent his power to me temporarily. As soon as Inyuani's feet touched the ground, he couldn't wait to throw a punch. There was a loud bang. An underground palace of the Ning family was directly reduced to ruins. The smile on Inyuani's face grew wilder and wilder. He walked towards Luo Yunxiao step by step, his eyes flickering with extreme hatred and brutality. Luo Yunxiao, you son of a bitch. You've finally fallen into my hands today. How did you treat me just now? I'm going to pay you back 1,000 times over. As he spoke, Inyuani punched out. Luo Yunxiao wanted to dodge. However, a red light immediately appeared on his body and turned into countless silk threads that tightly bound his body. This was no ordinary binding. It was like a restriction that had been placed in Luo Yunxiao's body a long time ago. As long as this restriction was activated, he would not have the slightest ability to resist. Bang, the punch landed on Luo Yunxiao's body. The destructive power that could cause a palace to collapse directly smashed into Luo Yunxiao's body. It made him spit out another mouthful of blood. Alluring witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. His abdomen is sunken in. Inyuani sees the uncontrollable pain on his face, and his eyes turn red with excitement. He took a step forward, intending to throw another punch. How can Mayan allow him to hurt little martial uncle like this? She doesn't think about it and jumps forward. The Tian Emochin blocks Inyuani's attack. This is a blow from a venerable immortal. The Tian Emochin can't be broken. But Mayan feels as if her internal organs have been ruthlessly smashed and stirred. Her body suddenly flies out, and she spits out a mouthful of blood. Mayan. Luo Yunxiao sees the scene, and his eyes are about to split open. He struggles desperately to stand up. But the red line on his body firmly binds him, making him unable to move. Inyuani is very dissatisfied that his torture of Luo Yunxiao has been interrupted. He sneers, and is about to punch for the third time. But Mayan, who has been flying upside down in the air, suddenly takes a step and flies back. The 7 absolute swords split into 7, blocking Inyuani. At the same time, the Tian Emochin plays the divine hand weaves the heavens, blocking Inyuani's action. Ah! A scream overflows from Mayan's mouth. Her whole body lightly falls from the air, and blood gushes out of her mouth and nose. Mayan! Mayan, how are you? Ningyu screams and wants to rush over, but Ning Kunshan smiles and holds her down. Luo Yunxiao doesn't care about the comfort of the red energy, and desperately crawls towards Mayan. The red energy cuts his flesh inch by inch, and even his bones. But he doesn't seem to feel it. At this moment, there is only the girl in his eyes that he swore to protect with his life. Not only did he not protect her. Instead, he made her die trying to protect him. At this moment, Luo Yunxiao only feels that something in his mind has broken. His eyes turn blood-red little by little. His bloody hands, cut by the restriction, crawl on the ground, approaching Mayan little by little. A thought is getting clearer and clearer in his mind. Destroy all of this, destroy everything in this world that will hurt Mayan. Inyuani sees Luo Yunxiao's miserable appearance, tears streaming down her face. He stopped attacking with great interest. He slowly walks forward and grabs Muyan's hair, forcing her to raise her head. Luo Yunxiao, it seems like your love for this woman is unforgettable. You didn't even show such an expression when you were about to die. When the Netherworld Holy Spirit's inheritance was taken away, I didn't see you shed a single tear. But now, you're crying over a woman. Hehe, Luo Yunxiao, do you want me to let this woman go? Kneel down and beg me. Luo Yunxiao closed her eyes and knelt down to Inyuani without hesitation. I beg you, let Muyan go. Ha 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 ha. Inyuani burst out laughing. The expression on his face was indescribably contorted. He had always wanted to see Luo Yunxiao like a stray dog. However, when the maidservant beside him was killed, he did not have any mood swings. When the netherworld Holy Spirit's inheritance was taken away, he didn't have any interest in it. When he was despised by his imperial father and imperial mother, he didn't have any interest. He's obviously a pitiful worm with nothing, an existence that should be hated and disliked by everyone. But he always keeps his back straight, revealing an awe-inspiring and inviolable expression. Why? Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. 1. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Why didn't that bastard Luo Yunxiao get trampled into the mud? Why didn't he beg and cry to him? And now, Yuan finally got what he wanted. He finally saw Luo Yunxiao kneeling in front of him like a dog, crying and begging for mercy. He longed for him to give him a little mercy and charity. Ha 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 ha, Luo Yunxiao, you deserve this. Do you want me to let this woman go? But I won't. The expression on Yuan's face became more and more ferocious and excited. He tore off Luo Yunxiao's clothes that Mu Yan was wearing. He reached out and clasped Mu Yan's chin. Not only will I not let her go, but I will also have her in front of you. Luo Yunxiao, I want you to know that whether you want it or not, you can't get it. Luo Yunxiao suddenly stood up and roared, Yuan, don't you dare. Clouds of bloody mist burst out of his body. Even his unparalleled handsome face was riddled with holes by the restriction at this moment. It was too horrible to look at. At this moment, he was no longer the young Master Yunxiao who was as beautiful as a jade. He was a sure ghost who walked out of hell step by step, stepping on red lotus fire, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Yuan's face showed a touch of horror and fear. But soon, the red energy lines on Luo Yunxiao's body lit up. His fragile body could no longer support him and fell to the ground. Yuan breathed a long sigh of relief. Then he couldn't help but spit, and his grinning eyes fell on Mu Yan's face again. A peerless beauty. That was what moved him in the first place. But what made Yuan more excited was that he knew how angry and mad he would be if he played with his beloved woman in front of Luo Yunxiao. His mother had always told him to avoid Luo Yunxiao and not to make him angry. It was obvious that Empress Mother still had feelings for this son of a bitch. But why, his father and mother, everything in the nether realm should be his. Luo Yunxiao, that monster who was neither human nor ghost, was not qualified to have everything in the world. He should die without a burial place, fall into hell forever, and be consigned to eternal damnation. Yuan's fingers pinched Mu Yan's face tightly, making a cracking sound. Because of the pain, Mayan wakes up from her coma. Looking into her eyes, Yuan's smile became more and more excited. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to have fun with a dead body. Now that you've woken up, we can put on a good show. Luo Yunxiao, you must open your eyes wide and watch how this young master takes your woman. Yuan and Mu Yan didn't notice. Luo Yunxiao's crimson eyes gradually turned black. Bit by bit, it was as if it wanted to infect his eyes and soul. However, at such a moment, which should have been filled with grief, despair, and rage, Mu Yan looks at Yuan's smug smile and slowly raises the corner of her mouth. It was a look of looking at a dead person or an idiot. Contempt, disdain. There was also a thick murderous aura that wanted to kill him. Yuan suddenly felt very unhappy. He frowned and sneered, bitch, what are you laughing at? Do you think anyone will come to save you now? Mu Yan moved her cracked and pale lips and said word by word, I'm laughing at how miserable your death will be. Do you think that Luo Yunxiao, who can't even protect herself now, can save you? In this world, no one can save you. The 5 fingers on her chin suddenly tighten. There's a sharp pain in her bones. But the smile on Mayan's face is even more gloomy and brilliant. Yuan, when you fall into my fiancé's hands, don't cry too ugly. Your fiancé, ha 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 ha? Are you using your fiancé to scare this young lord? So your fiancé isn't Luo Yunxiao, then who is it? Could it be the prince of the Lan family empire on this floating island? Yuan says this, simply convulsing with laughter. Don't you know that on this floating island, no matter how many people come, for this young lord, they are just ants that can be casually trampled to death. You expect these ants to save you and Luo Yunxiao, ha 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 ha, slut, don't dream. You'd better think about how you're going to moan under this young lord's body, wail and beg for mercy. With that, Yuan reaches out to pull her clothes. He doesn't forget to look at Luo Yunxiao with malicious excitement. However, at this moment, Yin Yuanyi hears a voice that he will never forget. Yin Yuanyi, do you want Ben Jun's fiancé to wail and beg for mercy under you? Yin Yuanyi is startled. He wonders if he's hallucinating. How did he hear Di Mingju's voice? Moreover, this voice is bone-chilling and eerie, as if it's coming from the depths of hell under the 9 serenities. Every word, every syllable seems to tear him into pieces, mince him into 1,000 pieces. Yin Yuanyi shakes his head. He secretly wonders if he's hallucinating because of Luo Yunxia's stimulation. But when he looks up, he sees Yan Leji's frightened eyes turning white. He shakily raises his hand and points behind Yin Yuanyi. He stutters and vaguely shouts something, Di Jun. Jun. Young lord, it's Di Jun. Yin Yuanyi slowly and stiffly turns around. Then he meets a pair of bone-chilling blue eyes. Immediately after, there's a handsome face that seems to be carefully carved by the heavens. Like a god, like a born king. No one dared to look at his face or look into his eyes. The moment they saw him, they only wanted to kneel down and submit. Di Mingju. Yin Yuanyi screamed. The expression on his face was even more horrified and incredulous than when he saw Luo Yunxiao massacring his guards. Why is Di Mingju here? Shouldn't he be in the Shoshan continent, in the polar domain? Why would it appear in a lower realm like the floating island? Before he could finish thinking about it, a voice suddenly rang in his head. Yin Yuanyi felt a sharp pain all over his body. Then, his body flew into the air and was smashed into the ground. Intense pain came from his limbs and bones. It was accompanied by the cracking sounds of bones all over his body. The power bestowed upon him by Yin Wuji, which had allowed him to sweep through everything in his path and destroy everything in his path, was actually completely suppressed at this moment. His body, along with the power that Yin Wuji had lent him, was firmly pressed to the ground. It was as if a hand was crushing him like crushing an ant, causing all the bones in his body to nearly shatter and making it hard for him to breathe. Yin Yuanyi was in so much pain that he wished he could immediately faint. But he couldn't even let out a groan. He fell to the ground like a puddle of mud, unable to move his hands and feet. He looks on helplessly as Di Mingju quickly walks in front of Mayan. He bent down and picked up the girl. Then, as if he was holding a rare treasure, he carefully, anxiously, painfully, and bewilderedly pulled the girl into his arms. Yin Yuanyi was going crazy. Wasn't Jun Mayan the stunning beauty that the Ning family offered to him? Wasn't he Luo Yunxia's sweetheart? Aren't they the Shin musicians that everyone wants to kill? Why is it related to Di Mingju, and what did Di Mingju just say? Yin Yuanyi, do you want my fiancé to beg for mercy under your body? Fiancé? Jun Mayan is just a little golden immortal on the floating island. How could she be Di Mingju's fiancé? Mu Yan's eyes were hazy as he stared blankly at the man who had descended in front of him like a god. There was only one sentence in his mind, Di Mingju, I've finally waited for you. The strength that had been supporting her suddenly dissipated. A piercing pain came from all over his body. Mu Yan's body went soft. She couldn't hold on any longer and fell backwards. But she did not fall to the cold ground. Instead, she was pulled into a scorching and trembling embrace. Mu Yan, the polar domain's sovereign emperor, who had always been cold and aloof, would always let out such a panicked and distressed voice because of her. Mu Yan's heart feels like it's being pricked by needles, but there's also an indescribable sense of peace and sweetness in the pain. She reached out and hugged the man, buried her face in his chest, and directly complained. Di Mingju, they bullied me and young martial uncle. There's no need for Mayan to expend the effort to narrate what just happened. Little Phoenix has already rushed out of the space with tears in his eyes. Choking with sobs, he tells Di Mingju everything that just happened. Especially those who bullied the beautiful sister. The little phoenix flapped its wings and pointed at them, not letting any of them go. Following little Phoenix's narration, Di Mingju's complexion becomes more and more gloomy, the look in his eyes becoming more and more bone-chilling. Everyone that was looked upon by the imperial monarch's icy cold eyes shivered, and they were terrified to the point of losing their souls. The more cowardly ones had already knelt on the ground with a thud. He shouted, Emperor, spare me. Ning Kunshan unwaveringly stares at Di Mingju, almost unable to believe his own eyes. No, he couldn't believe what he was seeing more than he knew any. Who is Di Mingju? That was the lofty and aloof extreme domain sovereign lord with unparalleled authority. Among the three sovereigns, Di Mingju has the highest cultivation and the youngest. Some time ago, it was rumored that he had already broken through and become the only immortal emperor in the Xianxia continent. Such a supreme powerhouse. In the three realms, he could get whatever he wanted, and he could get whatever woman he wanted. How could it be? How could he be so gentle and protective towards a female cultivator from the lower realms like Mayan? His attitude didn't even seem like he was treating a beautiful concubine. Instead, he guarded the rare treasure in a humble and precious manner, as if he was afraid that it would slip away from his hands if he was not careful. And what did he hear Di Mingju say before? You want Ben Jun's fiancé to beg for mercy under your body? Fiancé, Jun Mayan is actually Polar Domain's monarch's fiancé? How was this possible? Ning Kunshan only felt a buzzing in his head, his body swayed, and he almost couldn't stand. Obviously, they only need to say a word from Jun Mayan, and they can get everything that they've been dreaming of. But now, would Mayan let them off? Would Defying let them go? It's over. Ning Kunshan's face kept trembling. There was only one word in his mind, it was over. No, it can't be over. He clenched his teeth tightly, and his turbid eyes were bloodshot. The Ning family would not be finished. He, Ning Kunshan, would not be finished. He still had the final trump card in his hand. God Monarch, this is a misunderstanding. Ning Kunshan shakily opens his mouth and tries to squeeze out a kind smile. I am Mayan's ancestor, how could I harm? He did not finish his sentence. Crackling sounds could be heard in his ears. Then, a sharp pain came from his internal organs. He didn't even have time to look down before a mist of blood exploded in front of his eyes, accompanied by scattered intestines. Ning Kunshan's eyes widened in disbelief, and his body collapsed powerlessly. Ning Fuxing, Ning Jiangwen, Ning Jianwu, and the others were just as miserable as him. Their bodies exploded. Blood flowed out, and his intestines and organs rolled on the ground. However, none of them died. They endured the pain of having their chests and stomachs cut open. Just like that, their eyes bulged out and their mouths were wide open as they struggled at death's door. Only Ning Zhongbai and Ning Yu were safe and sound. When an imperial lord was enraged, corpses would float for thousands of miles. Little Phoenix fiercely glared at the Ning family members who were wailing and groaning, and spat out a few mouthfuls of saliva. Serves you right for bullying my pretty sister. Don't you know that His Majesty cares about beautiful big sister the most? How dare you bully this beautiful sister? You're dead meat. Moreover, he would die an extremely miserable death. Not a single one could escape. Mayan swallows a healing elixir. Only then did his pale face slowly return to normal. By the time she opened her eyes, her fiancé had already brutally avenged her. None of the Ning family members were dead. At this moment, it was 100 times more painful than death. Mu Yan thinks of this group of people's shamelessness, cold-bloodedness, and selfishness, and her heart feels unspeakably carefree. But when he turns his head, he can't hide the heartache in Di Mingju's eyes. She could feel his body trembling uncontrollably because of fear. Mayan can't help but feel guilty. She reaches out and hugs him, softly saying, Di Mingju, don't worry, I'm fine. Di Mingju's lips move, wanting to roar at her, this is nothing? Only God knows how angry and panicked he was when he arrived and saw Mayan's disheveled clothes and bloodstains all over her body. He could barely suppress his crazy desire to kill and destroy. He wants to destroy everything except Mu Yan, including the floating island. However, when he saw the pale face of the girl in his arms and the trust in her eyes, Di Mingju still takes a deep breath, swallowing back the words that are on the tip of his tongue. He doesn't want Mayan to encounter any danger. But he can't keep Mu Yan by his side like he keeps a canary. Break her wings and lock her up in a luxurious and comfortable cage. Of course, it could isolate all the dangers. However, it was tantamount to depriving Mu Yan of the chance to experience wind and rain and grow. Mu Yan doesn't want that kind of life. She had said that she wanted to become stronger, to have the opportunity to protect everyone around her. She wants to have the qualifications to stand side by side with him one day. Di Mingju swallows back the sourness, pain, and endless worry in his heart along with the words that are on the tip of his tongue. If you like the Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. he reaches out and pulls the girl into his arms again. Tightly, tightly. As if he can't wait to integrate her into his own flesh and blood. He won't stop her from spreading her wings and flying high. But that doesn't mean that he will let her fall into danger time and time again. June Mayan, do you remember what you promised me? Mayan stiffens. The hands holding his body suddenly tighten, and her voice is low, like an injured and frightened cub. Mingju, why did you only come now? I was really scared just now. I thought that both me and young martial uncle would die in Yuani's hands. Fortunately, you came. It's not that I didn't care about my own safety, I believed that you would come to save me. Mingju, you will always stay by my side, won't you? The anger on Mingju's face is replaced by heartache and guilt in a flash. Even if he knows that this girl is trying to change the subject and pretend to be pitiful. Mingju still can't help but want to obey her and spoil her. Don't be afraid, Yan Yan. I'm here, no one can hurt you. I will always stay by your side. You can do what you want. I will stay by your side. Protect you. Rely on you. Indulge and spoil you. Let you live the life you want to live. When you encounter a crisis that you can't get through, I will appear by your side. Let all the disasters and torments not be able to really hurt you. This is my promise to you as a husband, as a man who loves you. Mayan's eyes suddenly feel a little hot. She has never liked to cry or act spoiled. No matter how much she has suffered, she can easily forget it and let it be in the past. But at this moment, in the arms of the man she loves, listening to his gentle and doting words, all of a sudden, Mayan really wants to vent all of her grievances. All the dark sides that she has seen since she came to the Ning family. Yuani's sudden appearance, caught unprepared. Ning Kunchen, Ning Fushing's shamelessness. Betrayal and betrayal of her loved ones. Young martial uncle was injured because of her, on the verge of death because of her. Yuani's humiliation. All the grievances and pain, she thought that she could ignore them, that she could bear them by herself. But at this moment, she suddenly realized something. It turned out to be such a warm and happy thing to be able to find someone who would accept her unconditionally, allowing her to show her weakness and vent her grievances. Mu Yan hugs Mingju, burying her face deep in his chest. Mingju doesn't know if she's crying. However, he felt a burst of heat and wetness in his chest. For a moment, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. It makes him wish that he could immediately dismember everything that had harmed Mayan. He is at a loss as to what to do. He can only tightly hold the girl in his arms while hoarsely saying, Yan Yan, I'm sorry, I came late. I shouldn't have left your side. Mu Yan pushes him away, revealing a bright smile on her face. Although her eyes were a little red, there were no tears. Mingju stares blankly. Mayan smiles and says, Mingju, are you angry now? Don't be mad at me, okay? The young girl smiled like a flower. Hearing this, she acted like a spoiled child and begged, revealing a side of her that she would never show in front of others. No matter how angry she is, she can't let it out. Mingju couldn't help but grit his teeth and pinch her face. June Mayan, you're relying on the fact that Ben June can't do anything to you. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. 1. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Mu Yan's smile becomes brighter, but she immediately restrains it. Because she remembers the seriously injured Luo Yunxiao. Yuani, who is pressed to the ground by Mingju and unable to move, suddenly shines with a dark red light. Yuani's wounds begin to heal, and his suppressed body slowly stands up. Clearly, the fight is not over. Yuani, who has stood up again, looks like a completely different person. His body shines with a dazzling black and red light. His eyes twinkle, making his whole face blurry. Vaguely, Mu Yan seems to see a double image on Yuani's face. Mingju, what do you want to do to my son? It's an old and rough voice, borrowing Yuani's body to angrily question Mingju. Mu Yan had also heard this voice before Luo Yunxiao was restrained by the restriction just now. She has already guessed that this should be Wuji, Little Master and Yuani's father, the lord of the Netherworld domain. As soon as she thinks of what this person has done to little martial uncle, Mayan's face suddenly sinks. But separated by two worlds, Yin Wuji can possess Yin Yuan's body and lend him such a powerful strength. This person is obviously very strong. Mu Yan can't help but hold Di Mingju's hand, her eyes revealing some worry. She's afraid that Di Mingju will be injured. Di Mingju gives her a gentle and comforting expression, "Don't worry, nothing will happen to me." Star Wolf, who has entered the Ning family at some point, immediately proudly raises his chin and sneers, "Even if Yin Wuji, that old thief, is here, Jun Shang would be too lazy to pay attention to him. What's more, it's just an insignificant skill like spirit not possessed by body. Yin Wuji can't even display half of his cultivation when he borrows Yin Yuan's body. Jun Shang only needs to move a finger to crush people to death." Hearing Star Wolf's words, Mu Yan sighs in relief and can't help but look at Di Mingju. Di Mingju feels his heart skip a beat when he is gazed at by those focused and shining peach blossom eyes. His ears are a little hot. Anyone who was looked at by the girl they loved with a gaze of worship and trust would be flustered and his heart would be shaken. Even the lofty emperor of the polar domain is no exception. He resists the urge to hold her in his arms and kiss her fiercely in public. He looked up at Yin Yuan. The gentleness in his eyes was instantly replaced by a bone-piercing killing intent. Di Mingju carelessly says, "Isn't the Region Lord very clear about what Ben Jun wants to do? Yin Yuan's worthless life is mine." "Di Mingju, you dare." Yin Wuji roared in anger, but there was some panic in his voice. Is the successor of my nether region, the successor of the nether Holy Spirit. If you kill him, it is equivalent to the polar domain declaring war on the nether region. Are you really going to disregard everything and stir up a war with two other regions? Are you going to watch as the people are plunged into misery and suffering? He dash. Di Mingju lets out a sneer of ridicule, his eyebrows as sharp as a knife. "Protectorate Lord Yin, you're really quick to accuse us. If you treasure your stupid son so much, why don't you keep a closer eye on him? Since he has the guts to humiliate this lord's fiancée, then he should have the guts to bear this lord's wrath." Yin Yuan's cold body seemed to shiver instinctively. Yin Wuji's voice is angry and anxious, "What fiancé?" Went to the floating island. How could the dignified future holy empress of the polar domain be on the floating island, and coincidentally run into Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect, charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Di Mingju, you're clearly talking irresponsibly. You want to stir up the flames of war between the polar domain and the nether domain. Di Mingju hooks up his lips, the corners of his eyes revealing a trace of impatience and fierceness. "Yin Yuan, I'm going to kill you today. Region Lord Yin, if you insist on thinking that this monarch is intentionally provoking the flames of war between the polar domain and the nether domain, then so be it. If the nether realm wants to start a war, the polar realm will accompany them." Yin Wuji could not believe his ears. "Just for a woman? Di Mingju, are you crazy? Are you really willing to go to war with my nether realm just for a woman?" He took a deep breath, feeling a little aggrieved, and softened his tone. "Di Mingju, I admit that was rash this time. But didn't your fiancé suffer no losses? My nether realm is willing to express our sincerity and apologize to you. Mingtu Bay has already been taken, and I am willing to give it to the polar domain for free. This should be fine, right?" Xing Lang's eyelids twitch, and he subconsciously looks at Di Mingju. The north of Mingtu Bay was ceded to the polar domain. This loss was too great for the nether realm. It seemed that Yin Wuji really valued his son Yin Yuan. Unfortunately, he was about to be disappointed. Star Wolf couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips, revealing a mocking sneer. Miss June and the little master are Jun Shang's reverse scales. Whoever touched it would die. Yin Yuan hurt Miss June so badly. He even wanted to encroach on the future divine empress of their polar domain. It would be strange if Jun Shang would let him go. As expected, these benefits that could make all those in power palpitate with eagerness were promised. But Di Mingju doesn't even have a trace of expression on his face. With a wave of his hand, a black longsword flew out of his hand and struck straight at Yin Yuan. Crackle, dark blue flames burst out of Yin Yuan's chest, making him let out a shrill scream. The dark red light that enveloped his body flickered, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Yin Yuan's face twisted in pain. However, his eyes were filled with fear and despair. Father, save me. Save me. I don't want to die. Mingju, I didn't know she was your woman, I really didn't know. I thought she was Luo Yunxia's sweetheart. If I had known that she was your fiancé, I would never have touched a single hair of hers. Mingju, let me go. As long as you let me go, my father will give you a lot of compensation. He had yet to finish his horse please. Mingju's second sword has already come out. Yin Yuan, a false immortal king, has no power to resist Mingju. His body was so stiff that he couldn't move at all. It was the flickering red light that controlled him to dodge to the side, allowing him to narrowly avoid the fatal blow. But the red light enveloping his body was getting weaker and weaker. Yin Wuji's voice was filled with rage, but it also carried an indescribable panic. Mingju, don't go too far. What kind of compensation do you want? As long as you say it, we can discuss it. Mingju coldly enunciated each word. I only have one request, and that is to let him die without a burial ground. Father, Imperial Mother, save me, save me. I don't want to die. Yin Yuan's shouts were heart-wrenching and lung-splitting, and he cut a sorry figure as he fled. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and screamed, Luo Yunxiao is in cahoots with that woman. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Imperial father, quickly order Luo Yunxiao to save my life. Mingju will never dare to hurt Luo Yunxiao. As long as Luo Yunxiao is my shield, I will definitely be saved. Mayan is simply shocked by the shamelessness of this father and son pair. How did they treat little master just now? Now they want little master to be Yin Yuan's shield, but fuck them. Mayan coldly glances at Mingju. Mingju raises his hand and directly sets up an isolation boundary, isolating Mayan and Luo Yunxiao from himself. He must kill Yin Yuan. But Yin Wuji has lived for so many years, and is also the lord of a region. If he is forced into a desperate situation, he might do something desperate. It would be bad if he really uses Luo Yunxiao as a shield or injures Mayan. Mayan has been worried about Luo Yunxiao's injury. Seeing that Mingju is dealing with Yin Wuji with ease, she turns around and goes to Luo Yunxiao's side. She carefully helps her up. Little master, how are you? When she gets closer, she sees Luo Yunxiao's miserable appearance. Mayan's tears almost fall. At this time, there is almost no good flesh on Luo Yunxiao's body. That incomparably handsome face was densely covered in scars, and fresh blood was still dripping down at this moment. The wound on his abdomen was punched by Yin Yuan's fist. It is the severe pain of his broken bones and his internal organs being severely injured. There are even several white ribs directly piercing through the flesh on the left side. This is the unparalleled, young Master Yunxiao, that everyone in the Xiaoxian continent seeks after. This is their Xiaoyao sect's most brilliant, most elegant and peerless little master. But now, he has been tortured to such a state by Yin Yuan and Yin Wuji, father and son. And listening to the meaning of Qi Huang's words. Little master may have suffered this kind of torture from childhood to adulthood. Luo Yunxiao opens his eyes in a trance and meets Mayan's red eyes, as well as her infuriated expression. At this moment, his cold and numb heart suddenly seems to be washed by a warm current. Something that is constantly hovering and growing in his heart, constantly trying to drill into his heart and soul, quietly disappears under the wash of this warm current. Luo Yunxiao's clothes suddenly move. With reddened eyes, Chiwen struggled to free herself from the spirit pet pouch and squeezed out. Seeing Luo Yunxiao's miserable appearance, Chiwen can no longer hold back and cries out. Master, how did you get hurt so badly? Why didn't you let me help you just now? Woo-woo. Chiwen wants to cry in Luo Yunxiao's arms. But Mu Yan's sharp eyes and quick hands pull him back. Mayan's face darkens as she says in a hoarse voice, do you want to make Junior Martial Uncle's injuries worse? Chiwen didn't dare to move anymore, but she continued to sob and cry. Mu Yan's heart ached and ached as she cried. At this time, the red energy that bound Luo Yunxiao had yet to disappear. Yao. Qi Zhao's Tian Mu Yan's cultivation was naturally unable to contend against the restriction left behind by an immortal venerable Yin Wuji. Yan, Tian Xiaoyao Master. Only after Di Mingju has thoroughly dealt with Yin Yuani and made Yin Wuji's power disappear from this part of the world, can Luo Yunxia's injuries be completely healed. Mu Yan has no way to relieve Luo Yunxia's pain, even if she has medical skills. She can only use Qi-Wen to carefully wipe the blood off him, and then sprinkle painkillers. She feels the hot liquid dripping on her body. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad. Luo Yunxiao opens her eyes slightly and says weakly, don't cry, I'm fine. Qi-Wen stops sobbing. Mayan finds that Luo Yunxiao is still looking at her. She is startled to find that she is also crying. She bites her lip and says hoarsely after a long while, if seeing your brothers and Xiaoqi saw you suffer like this, their hearts would ache to death. Every time they were in danger, Xiaoshu would always appear by their side, casually saving them from danger, and then casually leaving. But what about Xiaoshu? He has suffered so much, endured so much humiliation and injustice. But they don't know anything. They can't do anything for Xiaoshu. Mayan raises her reddened eyes and looks at Luo Yunxiao. Xiaoshu, don't go back to the Nether Realm, okay? Come back to Xiaoyao City with me? My brothers have always missed you. If they see me take you back, they will be very happy. After a pause, she says word by word, Xiaoyao School is our home. Xiaoyao 7 sons and Xiaoshu are indispensable. We already have no master, and we don't want Xiaoshu to leave us forever one day. Xiaoshu, Yin Wuji is not your family, but we are. Come home with me, okay? Luo Yunxiao stares blankly at the pale girl in front of him, whose eyes are brighter than the stars. He only feels that something is slowly rolling in his heart. He can't tell what kind of feeling he has. Warmth, happiness, pain, bitterness, all emotions are intertwined together. He slowly closes his eyes and says to himself in his heart, that's enough, she treats him as family, as Xiaoshu. She would weep because of her own pain. That's enough. At least he is not alone, at least he has the Xiaoyao School. That is his home, a home that belongs to him, Luo Yunxiao. He can't help but gently raise the corner of his mouth. His hands hanging by his side gently clench into fists. Go see your uncle. Luo Yunxiao closes his eyes and says lightly, I don't need treatment for the time being. Since he wants to be family, since he has already decided to be her Xiaoshu, then he must not cross the line. He can't let her find out and worry. It was the only thing he could do for her. Only then did Mayan remember that second maternal uncle Ning Zhongbai was also seriously injured just now. She hurried over to Ningyu and Ning Zhongbai. Mu Yan, don't worry. Ningyu hurriedly said, Father has already felt much better after eating the healing pills you gave him. Mayan breathes a sigh of relief, but she still takes out the Tian Mo Qin. He used Shu Jing Qi Qi Huang to treat Ning Zhongbai's internal injuries. The sound of the guqin dissipated. Ningyu suddenly asks in a soft voice, Mayan, aren't you and Master Luo a couple? Mu Yan looks at her in surprise, of course not, Luo Yunxiao is my younger martial uncle. Who is my man? I made it so obvious just now. Can't you tell? The corner of Ningyu's mouth twitched. Alright, everyone saw it just now. Di Mingju suddenly appears, holding Mayan in his arms. However, the Ning family, whether it was the half-dead Ningyu or Ning Zhongbai, were all in a daze. Polar Domain's monarch was actually Mayan's fiancé? Were they really not dreaming? Ning Zhongbai's face turns pale when he hears this. He rushes over to cover his daughter's mouth, don't talk nonsense. How can you make fun of the emperor? Mu Yan can't help but chuckle, Ningyu is right. You are my uncle, and Di Mingju is my future husband. Isn't it natural for him to call you uncle? Ning Zhongbai's lips tremble, dumbfounded. After a long while, he suddenly laughs in a low voice. Looking at Mu Yan, his expression is kind and gentle, full of gratification. If your mother knows that you have found such a good home, she will be very happy. Mu Yan's mind shudders, and she says in a low voice, Second uncle, how is my mother now? What happened that year? Ning Zhongbai looks startled, and his teeth involuntarily bite his lower lip. That year, he hasn't finished his words yet. Mu Yan suddenly hears an old, hoarse voice coming from behind, Yan Xian is not dead yet, but only I can take you to see her. Mu Yan turns around. She sees Ning Kunchen, with a big hole in his stomach, struggling to crawl towards her. His turbid eyes are full of hope. Girl, save me, save my life. Only if I am alive, can I take you to see your mother. Only I know how to save your mother. Mu Yan looks at him coldly, not hiding the disgust in her eyes. Where is my mother now? What did you do to her? Ning Kunchen's eyes are filled with tears, and his body is trembling because of the severe pain. I can't hold on any longer. Girl, save me first. Your mother is in the virtual jade reincarnation array. Only I can open that array. If I die, the virtual jade reincarnation array will be destroyed directly, and your mother's soul will fly and scatter. Mu Yan frowns. Ning Zhongbai says, what he said is true. The virtual jade reincarnation array was arranged by him. Other people in the Ning family, including his loyal father, have never been qualified to enter the array. Ning Kunchen's face was full of fear and pleading. Girl, why would I lie to you at a time like this? You have the backing of the Emperor Monarch. I can only live if you want me to live. If you want me to die, the Emperor Monarch only needs to lift a finger to kill me. Even if you cure me now, I will never be a threat to you. In fact, at this moment, Ning Kunchen really didn't have the slightest bit of malice towards Mayan. It's too late for him to regret it now. It's too late for him to repair his relationship with Mayan. How could he lie to her and harm her, even if he wants to deceive him? In front of Di Mingju's absolute force, he's still as fragile as a piece of paper. With a light poke, he'll be pulverized. Ning Zhongbai glanced at Ning Fuxing, whose face was full of wrinkles and who was silently weeping. He couldn't help but show some hesitation on his face. Mayan, can you give the Ning family a way out? After all, they are our blood relatives. Especially Ning Fuxing, who was his biological father. No matter how many heartless things he had done, the shackles of blood could not be removed. How could he watch them die and not save them? Before Mayan could say anything, Ningyu said angrily in surprise, Father, why are you being soft-hearted again? You think of them as blood relatives, but do they think of you as family? Ning Zhongbai's face was pale. He mumbled for a long time, but couldn't say a word. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Mu Yan smiles, takes out the Tian Emochin, and unhurriedly says, since uncle is pleading for them, then I'll spare their lives. Mu Yan, have you forgotten how they treated you? Ningyu is simply furious. Her father's soft-heartedness is one thing, but now even Mu Yan is like the Virgin Mary, repaying evil with good. Mu Yan shows her a smile to calm down, and begins to play the Tian Emochin. The sound of the zither is melodious. The injuries of the Ning family members present begin to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fear and despair on their faces are gradually replaced by ecstasy. However, this joy only lasts for a moment, and is replaced by screams of horror. What about my cultivation? Why is my cultivation gone? Ah! It hurts. Why am I burned by the sun? I'm obviously not afraid of the sun. The Ning family is in a mess. Someone runs to Mu Yan and asks, what did you do to us? What about our cultivation? Why are we burned by the sun? Mu Yan sits there, casually plucking the strings. When they are done quarreling, she sneers and says with a teasing face, I promised uncle to spare your lives, but I didn't say that the death penalty can be avoided, and the punishment can also be spared. Don't you like to hide in the dark and be complacent, and scheme against others as fools? Don't you like to attach yourself to others and suck their blood to help your family prosper? Now I'll fulfill your wish. From now on, you can show your darkness, selfishness, and shamelessness in the underground world. You can kill each other, or you can linger at death's door. You can also dream of the Ning family's meteoric rise. But in any case, you can only be like rats in the gutter, forever and ever, unable to see the light of day. Mu Yan's gaze falls on Ning Fuxing's face, and the corners of her mouth slowly curve up. Grandfather, do you like the gift I offered? Ning Fuxing falls to the ground, his eyes staring straight and his face ashen. After a long while, 2 lines of clear tears fall from the corners of his eyes. The Ning family members are angry and desperate. Someone recklessly rushes over to attack Mu Yan. However, what greeted them was the sharp long sabers of the falling moon tribe. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Ning Zhongbai's face turned pale and his lips trembled. Mu Yan doesn't even spare a glance at the corpse at her feet. Her sharp gaze swept over all the Ning family members present, and she said coldly, "Is there anyone who doesn't want to live and wants to die? You can step out now and I'll fulfill your wish." Just in time, the long blades of the falling moon tribe guarding Mayan's side are unsheathed with a swish. Cold air radiated in all directions. The members of the Ning clan were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to question anything and ran away in an instant. Ningyu looks at Mu Yan's operation and is simply dumbfounded. Just now, she was afraid that her little cousin would be as soft-hearted as her father and repay evil with kindness. From the looks of it now, it wasn't a woman's benevolence. What a ruthless, merciless she-devil. This move of Mu Yan's was really too ruthless. Did she let the Ning family survive? Indeed, he had survived. Moreover, he was still alive and kicking. Even if one used their knees to think, they would know how miserable the future of the Ning family would be. Without cultivation, they couldn't see the light of day. They no longer had the strength to deter anyone, and they couldn't find the resources they wanted. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father. From then on, they could only live sneakily like a rat in a sewer. For the Ning family, who had always been proud and virtuous, this was simply worse than death. Moreover, the Ning family used to act ruthlessly and arbitrarily. Even if they lived like this, they probably wouldn't be able to live for long. Those who couldn't bear the sight of the Ning family, but dared not speak up, would not let go of this opportunity to hit them while they were down. Ningyu felt that she couldn't help but sympathize with the Ning family. Of all people to provoke, they had to provoke Dijun's fiancé. When the Ning family has run away, Mayan's line of sight turns to Ning Kunchen and Ning Fuxing, who are still in the same place. Where is my mother? Ning Fuxing has lost his soul, his face full of tears. Ning Kunchen's complexion turns green and white, staring at Mayan in disbelief. The hatred and resentment in his eyes can't be concealed no matter what. He didn't expect that. June Mayan really didn't kill him, but she crippled his cultivation. She also caused the whole Ning family to fall apart, with no possibility of prosperity. This is simply more unbearable than killing Ning Kunchen. His eyes are red, and the muscles on his face keep trembling. Suddenly, he opens his mouth and lets out a sharp laugh. June Mayan, you crippled my cultivation and destroyed my Ning family's century-old foundation. You're so vicious and merciless, I will never let you have it easy. Want to find your mother, Ning Yanqing? Ha ha ha, you will never find her, and even if you find her, you can't save her. June Mayan, you are disloyal, unfilial, and utterly devoid of conscience. You can even deal such a murderous hand to your grandfather and ancestors. I curse you, to die a horrible death. You and your mother, Ning Yanqing, die together. Ha 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 ha. The laughter slowly becomes weak. Ning Kunchen's complexion is pale, and his body slowly falls down. His eyes are still wide open, black blood slowly flows from the corners of his mouth, and he stops breathing. Old ancestor. The muddle-headed Ning Fuxing sees the scene and suddenly sobers up. He screams and pounces on Ning Kunchen, tears falling like rain. Old ancestor, wake up. Ning Fuxing suddenly raised his head and looked at Mu Yan. The hatred in his eyes was like a sharp knife, wishing that he could tear Mu Yan into pieces. Bastard, are you satisfied? You killed our ancestor and destroyed our Ning family. Are you satisfied now? June Mayan, you're really worthy of being a child of the demon race. You're just like your father, sinister and vicious, cruel and heartless. One day, you will all go to hell. Mu Yan coldly looks at the hysterical old man. She doesn't even have the interest to talk nonsense with him. Everyone in the Ning family was like this. Selfish, greedy, paranoid. He would always live in his own world and always have his own set of rules of conduct. It was only right and proper for them to hurt others. If others resisted or retaliated, it would be treason. Talking to such a person would only be a waste of breath. Bang, the enchantment set up by Di Mingju on the side bursts open with a loud noise. Mu Yan immediately turned his head to look, only to see a fire charging, thunder crackling. Mingju, dressed in a black robe, slowly walks out from the fireworks and lightning. There isn't a speck of dust on his body. He steps out, and in one step, he's already in front of her. When he looks down, Mu Yan's figure is fully reflected in his ice-blue pupils. It's as if the woman in front of him is already his entire world. Charming Enchantress of the city, Heaven-Defying Baby's black-bellied father will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the site. Please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. If you like Charming Enchantress of the city, Heaven-Defying Baby's black-bellied father, please collect. A warm smile slowly bloomed on Mu Yan's face. Ning Kunchen, Ning Fuxing, and the disgusting and shameless Ning family were all thrown to the back of her mind. The polar domain and carefree city were her home. Di Mingju, Xiao Bao, Qi Huang, her fellow apprentice brothers, little martial uncle, these were her family. What did the Ning family count as? Is Yin Yuani dead? Di Mingju frowned unhappily and shook his head. Yin Wuji didn't hesitate to consume his cultivation to open a space barrier passage for him and bring him back. But the corners of his lips slowly curled up, revealing a murderous and gloomy smile. Even if he goes back, he will only be a cripple through and through. Mu Yan, Yin Wuji dotes on this son so much, he should find the best doctor to treat him, right? Di Mingju sneered. Can Ben Jun's, Godslayer Thunder Fire, be easily treated by an ordinary doctor? Not to mention treatment. Anyone below the venerable immortal level, as long as they touched the Godslayer Thunder Fire, it would be as if they were pierced through by the 9 revolutions heavenly thunder, and the pain would be unbearable. Yin Wuji wanted to find someone to cure Yin Yuani, stop dreaming, knowing that Yin Yuani would live the rest of his life worse than a paralyzed cripple. Mu Yan felt an indescribable comfort in her body and mind. But then she suddenly thought of something and frowned. How many sons does Yin Wuji have? Yin Yuani is crippled, he won't have ideas on little martial uncle, right? No. This kind of biased parents should be struck by lightning. She absolutely could not let little martial uncle go back to be tormented by them. The blue veins on Di Mingju's forehead throbbed, and his face immediately turned as black as the bottom of a pot. When fighting with Yin Wuji just now, he noticed that Mu Yan was very careful when taking care of Luo Yunxiao. This heartless woman, she didn't even shed a few tears for him. She was actually so distressed for Luo Yunxiao. The jealousy in Jun Shangdaren's heart was overturning the seas. But on the surface, he still said indifferently, the polar domain and the nether domain have been at odds for so long, and both sides have pretty much figured out each other's ins and outs. But I've never heard that Yin Wuji has a son like Luo Yunxiao. It's clear that Yin Wuji has never thought of letting Luo Yunxiao become the successor of the Nether Realm. Hearing this, Mu Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Then she couldn't help but feel unhappy. Yin Wuji, that old dog, has no taste. My youngest martial uncle Gaoshan Jingxing is talented and good-looking. How is he not as good as that idiot Yin Yuani? He didn't cultivate youngest martial uncle and treated him as an invisible person. Instead, he supported a piece of trash like Yin Yuani. Di Mingju is finally at the end of his patience. He clasps her waist and fiercely presses her into his arms. Mountain scenery? Beauty and talent? Your evaluation of Luo Yunxiao is very high. Mayan stares blankly. Seeing the man's gloomy expression that could drip water, she can't help but burst into laughter. Di Mingju, you're really jealous of everyone, ah. In my heart, youngest martial uncle is equivalent to my master. Seeing master injured, shouldn't I be concerned? She felt that she had enough desire to survive. He even used the phrase high mountain scenery, which was obviously used to describe the elderly. I didn't expect Jun Shangdaren to actually be jealous. Mayan's eyes widened little by little. You mean, Xiaoshi Shu is going to marry the demon princess? This news is really explosive. Why didn't Xiaoshi Shu tell them that he already has a fiancé? Mayan thinks of the expressions of her fellow apprentices after she tells them this news, and she can't help but smile. Xiaoqi said before that he and Xiaoshi Shu were the only single dogs left. Now it seems that Xiaoqi has always been the only single dog. She also inexplicably feels relieved in her heart. Just now, in the battle with Yin Yuani, Xiaoshi Shu desperately stood in front of her, even disregarding his own life. There's a vague idea in Mayan's heart that takes root and sprouts, as if it will break through the soil. Xiaoshi Shu is too good to her. From a long time ago, he would always appear in her most dangerous moments. He clearly doesn't want to have too much involvement with others, but because of her request, he was even willing to stand for Laozi's #1 shop in the world. Again and again, he shows a gentle and focused expression, but when she looks over, it always changes back to indifference. And when she was tortured by the darking holy flame, he held her in a trembling and careful embrace. At that time, there was a voice in her ear that kept telling her, Luo Yunxiao treats her differently. No martial uncle could do this for his nephew. She doesn't want to lose any of her relatives in the Xiaoyao sect. But in her heart, Xiaoshi Shu is just Xiaoshi Shu. He's her teacher, a close relative who is like a brother and a father to her, a person she can risk her life to protect. But there's not a trace of love between a man and a woman. The battlefield is hanging by a thread, and the danger is like a pile of eggs. Mayan forcibly suppresses these thoughts, forcing herself not to think about it. But she also knows that she can't escape forever. But at this moment, those irritations and worries disappear in an instant because of Di Mingju's words. She's so stupid, why does she always like to think that she's in love? She can risk her life to protect Xiaoshi Shu, so why can't he protect her? What's more, Xiaoshi Shu looks cold on the outside, but he also silently protects the other people of the Xiaoyao sect. Mayan's eyebrows are curved, and her smile is indescribably bright and brilliant. She grabs Di Mingju and asks, have you seen the demon princess? Are they good-looking? Are they gentle and docile? Are they good enough for my junior martial uncle, who is unmatched in the world? Jun Shangdaran almost fell out with these direct questions. Mu Yan didn't seem to notice. Oh, and most importantly, would the demon race's princess be willing to marry into the Xiaoyao sect? In the face of Di Mingju's sinister gaze, a trace of craftiness flashes through the young girl's eyes. She says with a beaming smile, Di Mingju, our Xiaoyao school has an unwritten rule. Whether the children of the school marry, they can only be recruited into the school, they can never be married out. So what if she was a demon princess? If the princess of the demon clan wants to marry my martial uncle, she has to follow the rules of the carefree school. What do you think? Juan Shangdaran. Hearing this, Star Wolf's eyes widened. So, if Jun Shang wanted to marry Miss June, he could only marry into the Xiaoyao sect? What a joke! Their Jun Shang was the dignified emperor of the polar domain, the #1 expert of the Xiaoxian continent. How many women cried and yelled to marry into the polar domain? How could Jun Shang possibly marry into the family of a small? Before he could finish thinking about it, Star Wolf hears his Jun Shang's indifferent and cold voice, without the slightest bit of hesitation. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Ben Jun can marry into the Xiaoyao sect today. Yan Yan, will you marry Ben Jun today? How about we consummate our marriage tonight? Ben Jun hasn't tried the bed of the Xiaoyao sect yet. Mu Yan. Flirting with him instead of getting flirted with, so annoying. On the side, Xing Lang's mouth twitches fiercely, wishing he could cover his eyes. No, this isn't his aloof, arrogant, unparalleled Jun Shang, absolutely not, he just had an auditory hallucination, that's right, it must be an auditory hallucination. After Yin Yuani disappears. The seal that Yin Wuji left on Luo Yunxiao is lifted. Without the obstruction of the seal, Mu Yan's Shin musician skill, art of yellow qi, immediately plays its role. Soon, her battered body recovers. Her badly mutilated face also becomes incomparably handsome. Mu Yan looks at the handsome face of her little martial uncle, and she can't help but sigh, it would be a pity if such a peerless man was disfigured. Luo Yunxiao's ears are a little hot from her unblinking gaze. After enduring for a while, she finally couldn't help but say coldly, what are you looking at me for? Hee hee. Mu Yan shows a sly smile, little martial uncle, be honest, do you have a fiancé? Luo Yunxiao stares blankly, subconsciously looking up to meet her eyes. Mu Yan has an expression that says don't pretend anymore, I know everything, Di Mingju told me, the demon princess, and you are engaged, is it true? Luo Yunxiao subconsciously clenches her left hand. There have been several heartfelt imprints there. It was his betrothal, his fetters, his hopeless love and hope. Mu Yan's expression becomes serious, and she cautiously says, little martial uncle, isn't this engagement voluntary? You don't like the demon princess? Could it be that little martial uncle was forced by the demon lord? How can this be tolerated? How can the people of the Xiaoyao sect be bullied by others? Even forced to marry. What's more, the one being bullied is little martial uncle. What's wrong with the demon princess? If the demon princess dares to threaten their little martial uncle, then she must be killed. At worst, they could just go to the demon race's headquarters and kidnap the bride. Mu Yan is already secretly imagining how little martial uncle is being bullied by the unscrupulous demon lord and forced into prostitution. The scene. However, Luo Yunxiao suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "I volunteered." Mayan's train of thought pauses, and when she raises her head to meet Luo Yunxiao's face, she can't help but stare blankly. She had never seen youngest martial uncle with such an expression. It was as if he was swearing an oath, but also as if he was venting the deepest secrets and desires in his heart. Word by word, he repeated what he had just said, "This engagement is of my own free will. I have no regrets in this life." Even if he knew it was just an illusion. Even if he spurned his own greed and cowardice. No matter how deep one's hope was, the more despair one would feel when the pain came in the future. However, he still gladly endured it and had no regrets in this life. Mayan stares blankly for a good while, then a brilliant smile blooms on her face. It seemed like junior martial uncle really liked the demon princess. There was no blind marriage, no forced marriage, no forced prostitution. That's really great. Mayan happily says, "Little martial uncle, it's really great that you can be together with the person you like." She hopes that everyone in the Xiaoyao sect can get what they want, and grow old together with their loved ones. Di Mingju's low and cold voice comes from behind. Mayan promptly puts away the Tian Mo Qin and returns to Di Mingju's side. Like the Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect. Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father. Mu Yan quickly puts away the Tian Mo Qin and returns to Di Mingju's side. She doesn't see that behind her, Luo Yunxiao is staring at the girl's departing back, and then he lowers his eyes. The corners of his mouth hooks up into a gentle smile. He says to himself in his heart, "So what if I can't be with the person I like? So what if I can't get what I want?" As long as he can see her happiness from afar, and see her smile brightly, it's enough. Although Ning Fuxing is stubbornly refusing to say the location of Ning Yanxin. But Mu Yan can roughly guess. That is the Ning family's forbidden area, Luiyue Pond. However, even if they know the location, they can't do anything about it. Because they can't get in. Not to mention Mu Yan, even Luo Yunxiao has never seen the great array that wraps around Luiyue Pond. It should be the virtual jade reincarnation array that Ning Kunshan mentioned. Mu Yan uses the Shen musician skill, Star Curtain, to check the entire array, but she can't find any flaws or entrances. With Di Mingju's cultivation, it's naturally easy to break this array by force. But the problem is that once the array is forcibly destroyed, Ning Yanxin, who is inside, is likely to perish along with it. Mu Yan grabs Ning Fuxing's collar and coldly says, "Speak, how can we break this virtual jade reincarnation array?" Ning Fuxing's eyes are cold and resentful as he stares at her, a sinister smile on his face. "There's no way. Didn't the old ancestor say that the life gate of the virtual jade reincarnation array is connected to his heart? Once the old ancestor dies, the life gate of the virtual jade reincarnation array will also close." Ha ha ha, your mother can only be trapped in the virtual jade reincarnation array for the rest of her life, unable to live or die. All of this is because of you, an unfilial daughter. Mu Yan's face turns white with anger. The hand that grabs his collar turns around and clasps his neck, suddenly squeezing tightly. "Ning Fuxing, isn't my mother your own daughter? Even a vicious tiger eats its cubs. How can you be so cruel and merciless to your own daughter? Are you still human? No, your Ning family is worse than beasts." Ning Fuxing's face instantly turned red. There was a bit of fear in his eyes, but there was even more anger and resentment. As members of the Ning family, isn't it natural for you to sacrifice for the glory and survival of the Ning family? I loved Yan Xian so much and gave her whatever she wanted, but what about her? Betraying the Ning family for a man. Why do you all have to be so selfish? You only think about your own love, hate, life and death, and not think about the rise and fall of the Ning family. Without the Ning family, where would you come from? Mu Yan takes a deep breath, her eyes surging with killing intent. Her fingers were about to exert force when Ning Zhongbai suddenly broke through and grabbed her arm, his voice trembling. "Mayan, he's your grandfather, he's my father. Please don't kill him, I beg you." Say something." Ning Yu's expression was so cold that it could drip water. "Father, you treat me as your father, but I don't treat you as my son. Have you forgotten how he attacked you just now? Why do you still care about this kind of person's life and death? But Mayan, he's your blood relative after all. If you want to kill him, don't dirty your hands, lest you get infected with evil karma." Ning Yu rebuked Ning Zhongbai until he couldn't say a word. But he had lived in the Ning family for so many years. "Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect." "Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad." When Ning Fuxing didn't involve the family's interests or Ning Kunshan, he was a kind and strict father. He didn't care about the life and death of other people in the Ning family. But how could he just watch Ning Fuxing die? Father, I beg you, open the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Array, okay?" Ning Zhongbai knelt in front of Ning Fuxing, crying with tears streaming down his face. "Hasn't my little sister suffered enough in these 20 years? Don't you feel the slightest pity and heartache for her? She's your most beloved daughter." Ning Fuxing's eyes flashed, and his face showed some emotion. Ning Zhongbai shed tears and looked at Mu Yan imploringly. Mu Yan pursed her lips and finally let go of Ning Fuxing. Ning Zhongbai knelt in front of Ning Fuxing and choked with sobs. "Father, do you remember? My sister liked to make clothes and shoes for you the most. The inner clothes you wear now were all made by her 20 years ago. She would make dozens of sets every month. Even if you said it was too much and she didn't need to continue, she still wouldn't listen. Because she knew at that time that she would become the Ning family's next sacrifice." At this point, Ning Zhongbai couldn't hold back the surging tears in his eyes. He sobbed and choked. "My sister already knew, she actually knew everything. I still remember that my sister was very lively and innocent when she was young, but after the age of 10, she suddenly became taciturn and alienated from others. That's because she heard the conversation between you and old ancestor, and knew that one day she would become the Ning family's sacrifice. She alienated from everyone and was alone because she was afraid that father and brother would be sad for her when she became a sacrifice. She didn't dare to love, and she didn't dare to be loved, because she couldn't face the separation of life and death that would come one day. My sister was ready to sacrifice herself for the Ning family. Even when she got together with Jun Shiyuan, she never thought of staying with him forever. It was the Ning family that was too cruel and merciless. They wanted to kill Jun Shiyuan and take away his treasures, so my sister couldn't bear it and resisted." Ning Fuxing listened in a daze, his expression absent-minded. Hearing this, he suddenly said sternly, "Jun Shiyuan is a devil cultivator, a great devil that everyone has the right to kill. What's wrong with us plotting to kill him? How could Xianxia resist me, her father, for a devil?" Mayan grinds her molars together, her hands itching to kill again. Did the Ning family really treat shamelessness as a tradition? Di Mingju embraces her in his arms, faintly saying, "If you can't do it, Ben Jun will have someone deal with it." Mu Yan takes a deep breath and shakes her head. Forget it, she only had one uncle, there was no need to make him sad. In any case, Ning Fuxing's cultivation was crippled and he would die sooner or later. Ning Zhongbai didn't argue with Ning Fuxing, but continued to speak mournfully. But in the end, Yan still chose to stay in the Ning family to become a sacrifice, didn't she? Father, now that the Ning family has become like this, the existence of the Jade Virtual Reincarnation formation has become meaningless. Are you really unwilling to release my sister and let her see the light of day again? Ning Fuxing looks foolishly at the dense fog in front of him, and then glances at Mayan. The expression on his face kept changing. Father, I'm begging you. Even if my sister was in the wrong, wasn't it enough for her to suffer so many years of torture? Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Listening to Ning Zhongbai's crying, Ning Fuxing finally closed his eyes and said hoarsely, there is indeed a way to open the life gate of the Jade Virtual Reincarnation formation. Ning Zhongbai's eyes lit up. What is it? Ning Fuxing stared at the stone tablet engraved with the words Liu Miao Pool and said slowly, the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation was created by my grandfather, Ming Xianting. In his body, there is the tear of the ghost from the witch Nikhang. By using himself as a sacrifice to experience the reincarnation tribulation in the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation, he can provide endless vitality and blessings to the bloodline of the Ning family. But the tribulation of reincarnation is extremely painful. No matter how strong-willed one is, there is no way to endure it for too long. Therefore, the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation will pass the power of the tear of the ghost to the next bloodline of the Ning family through the blood-patterned bell. The blood-patterned bell is born from the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation. It has its own consciousness and will choose the corresponding bloodline of the Ning family. Who will be the next sacrifice is not decided by us, but by the blood-patterned bell or the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation. As he said, he suddenly turned his head and looked at Mu Yan with malicious eyes. The life gate of the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation disappears, and others can't go in. But the next sacrifice will be accepted by the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation. However, only the sacrifice can go in. Do you dare? Ning Zhongbai trembled all over, and his face was as pale as gold paper. He kept murmuring, how could it be? Is the next sacrifice really Mu Yan? Why are you so cruel to my little sister? Ning Fuxing showed a sarcastic smile to Mu Yan. I have told you the way to save your mother. Now, let's see if you have the guts to do it. Once you are captured by the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation, you will be in a state where you can neither live nor die. You can't escape until your soul is scattered. Mu Yan looked at him coldly. It turns out that you also know what kind of pain your daughter is suffering in there? Do you want to have a taste of the same pain as her? After that, she didn't look at Ning Fuxing again, but turned around and walked towards the stone tablet of the Liumiao pool. Yan Yan. Di Mingju grabs hold of her, unable to hide the worry in his eyes. Mayan smiles at him. Di Mingju, believe me, nothing will happen to me. Ning Fuxing sneered. Back then, Jun Shiyuan, the devil, also walked into the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation confidently. What was the result? Now, there might not even be any bones left. At the side, Star Wolf could not bear it any longer. He raised his leg and fiercely kicked him in the face, causing him to fall to the ground. Meeting Ning Fuxing's furious gaze, Xing Lang sneered coldly, you are Miss Jun's grandfather. I can't kill you, but I have at least 100 ways to make you beg for death. Do you want to give it a try? Ning Fuxing did not dare to speak again. However, his eyes shone with malevolence and hatred. He's waiting to hear Jun Mayan's terrified scream, waiting to see Di Mingju's pained and regretful expression. As long as it was a sacrifice that entered the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation, no one could come out alive. At this time, Mu Yan had already arrived in front of the flowing noxious pond, stone tablet. She didn't need Ning Fuxing's explanation to know that this was the location that connected to the heart of the formation. Mu Yan lifted the blood vein bell on her waist and placed it on the stone tablet. Charming Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Father, please collect. Charming Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Father. In the next moment, he felt the thick fog in front of him surge violently, as though it was being curled up by a gale. Gradually, a vortex formed in the center of the white mist. A huge suction force came over, as if an invisible hand had stretched out, wanting to pull Mayan directly into the thick fog. Star Wolf cursed in a low voice, what energy fluctuation is this? How could there be such an evil formation on the floating island? He had been waiting for this from the start. But now, he found that he couldn't even get close to the vortex in the white fog. The smile on Ning Fuxing's face became more and more excited. However, before he could be proud of himself for long, the smile on his face froze. This was because he saw that the handsome young man had unknowingly thrown out a disc array. White light flickered and enveloped the entire fog. The vortex that had grabbed Mu Yan and was about to swallow her was actually imprisoned by the energy lines that extended from the array disc. A passage appeared in the white mist. Then, he was unable to close it, nor was he able to grab Mayan inside. Mu Yan took back the blood vein bell, clapped her hands, and gave Luo Yunxiao a thumbs up. Junior Master's attainments in arrays are getting stronger and stronger. Luo Yunxiao's brows are indifferent, she doesn't respond to Mayan. He only looked at Di Mingju and said, "You accompany her inside, I will stand guard outside." Ning Fuxing's eyes were full of horror as he looked at Mu Yan and the others in disbelief. Impossible. Why weren't you swallowed by the jade virtual reincarnation formation? Mu Yan looks at him mockingly. There's no gap, there's no way to break a great array without any flaws. But if the jade virtual reincarnation formation wants to catch me as a sacrifice, there will naturally be a flaw. Once there was a flaw, be it her or little Uncle Master, it would only be a matter of minutes for them to break the formation. It was just that she chose to be the sacrifice, and youngest martial uncle just cooperated with her to break the formation. Ning Fu was so angry that his whole body was trembling, but he was suddenly kicked into the misty passageway. Don't you want to see with your own eyes how your own daughter sacrifices herself for the Ning family? My dear grandfather, on the first day she entered the Ning family, Mayan had a dream. She dreamed of a blue pool. Blue buds in the pond. There was still that pair of bloody eyes in the flower bud. However, she never expected that. At this moment, in the jade virtual reincarnation formation, everything that happened in her dream reappeared. The ice-cold hand suddenly grabs Di Mingju's hand, and her body snuggles up tightly in his embrace, as if she wants to draw strength from him. Di Mingju hugs her tightly, his voice carrying an unconcealable worry. Yen Yen, what's wrong? Mayan's gaze is unblinkingly fixed on the blue flower buds floating in the pond in front of her. Her clothes were soaked in cold sweat. She now knew what the bloody eyes she saw in her dream were. It was her mother. But why did her mother's face have no eyelids, no nose, and no bones, only that pair of terrifying eyes? Di Mingju touches her ice-cold face with a distressed expression. He suddenly grabs her waist, and the two of them soar into the air, floating in front of the blue bud. Divine power slowly poured into the blue flower bud. The flower bud swayed, as if it was about to shatter. Di Mingju is so scared that he promptly withdraws his divine power, and pretends that he didn't do anything. Perhaps it's his mother-in-law inside. If he kills her, his road to marrying Mayan will be far away in the indefinite future. Charming Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. At this time, Mayan's mind is in a mess. She doesn't even notice Jun Shangdaren's little movements. She takes a deep breath, and after a long time of mental preparation, she slowly presses her hand on the blue flower bud. A numbing warmth flowed through her body. This kind of feeling is a bit like the first time she touched the blood vein bell. But it's more intense. Then, she sees the originally closed blue flower bud, petal by petal, open. Ning Zhongbai, who has just walked inside with Ning Yu's support, sees the scene. Within the blossoming petals, there's a shocking scene that he will never forget in this life. There seems to be a huge explosion in his mind. Ning Zhongbai's body softens, and he falls down. He mournfully cries, little sister, little sister. How could this be, my poor Yener? How could they do this to you? Even Ning Yu's face turns pale when she sees this scene, and she's on the verge of collapse, forgetting to support her father. Ning Fuxing also falls to the ground. But what he feels more is not pain and shock, but fear. Especially when that pair of bloody eyes looked at him. He feels as if his throat is being choked, unable to breathe. Almost at the same time as the blue flower bud blooms, Di Mingju covers Mayan's eyes and holds her in his arms. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Jun Shangdaren is shocked speechless for a long time. Even he didn't know that there's such inhumane torture in this world. There's actually such a bloody and cruel family in this world, treating their children and grandchildren as pigs and dogs. Within the flower bud, there was a woman floating along with the current. But at this time, she can't even tell if she's alone. Because more than half of her body is already missing. That's in the truest sense of the word. Whether it's skin, flesh, or bones, they've all been bitten full of holes. And in the remaining intact body, there are countless thin tubes, like the meridians of plants. These tubes are like blood-sucking worms, nibbling away at her life little by little. But this isn't the most terrifying thing. The most despairing thing is that the nibbled flesh and bones grow back. When the Great Jade Reincarnation Array realizes that the offering is about to die, it will stop devouring, and turn to feed its vitality back to the offering. Until the offering was as good as new. Only then would the Jade Virtual Reincarnation formation begin the next round of devouring. Life and death, the cycle repeated until his soul collapsed and he completely perished. This kind of torture and endless despair. Just thinking about it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. And Mayan's mother, Ning Yanxin, has been here for a full 20 years. It was unknown how many reincarnations he had experienced. His body was broken, mended, healed, and broken again. He couldn't die even if he wanted to. Living was more painful and desperate than dying. It was eerily quiet next to the pool. Only Ning Zhongbai's uncontrollable sobs and the sound of bubbles in the pool echoed in everyone's ears. Mayan tightly clutches Di Mingju's lapels, burying her face in his arms. Only this familiar embrace and warmth could give her strength and courage. Let her face everything in front of her. That was her biological mother. Although they had never spent much time together, he had carried her for 10 months before giving birth to her. Mu Yan thinks that if she could, her mother would also be eager to stay by her side and take care of her as she grows up. Just like how she dotes on Xiaobao. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad. At that time, Ning Yanxin's heart was like dead ashes, and she bid farewell to her father. In the past 20 years, what kind of despair and helplessness, what kind of hellish torture she experienced day after day. Mu Yan takes a deep breath, pushes Di Mingju away, and approaches the blue bud. She reaches out to help Ning Yanxin up, but finds that her outstretched hand is trembling, and she doesn't know where to put it. In the bud, that pair of bloody eyes suddenly turns and falls on Mu Yan, not even blinking for a moment. It's clearly a scene like a horror movie, but Mu Yan finally lets a drop of tears fall from her eyes. She bites the tip of her tongue, takes out the Tian Mo Chin, and slowly plays it. Like crying and complaining, like crying in grief. She uses the Shen musician skills, and also uses the sound of the zither to tell Ning Yanxin. Mother, I am Jun Mu Yan, your daughter. I'm coming to save you. Mother, do you hear me? With the melodious sound of the zither, Mu Yan randomly launches all kinds of Shen musician skills. She doesn't know how to save Ning Yanxin at all. She can only try one by one, and work hard. Finally, the realm of stars is effective. Ning Yanxin's body begins to gradually recover. A pale and weak, but still beautiful face appears in front of everyone. But when Mu Yan wants to pull Ning Yanxin out of the blue bud, she finds that she can't do it at all. Mu Yan, calm down, listen to me. Qi Huang's cautious and worried voice comes into her ears. I finally found the relevant records about this Jade Virtual Reincarnation Array. In fact, it wasn't originally called this, and it's not something that a spirit cultivator and array master can construct. This is a kind of evil array that is fused with curse techniques, called the Hell Rebirth Array. The array's core is made of the most and evil things in the world, and it can autonomously choose sacrificial offerings to maintain the operation of the array, and then grow little by little. Once it becomes a sacrificial offering, the body will gradually integrate with the Hell Rebirth Array, and become inseparable. If the array is destroyed, the person is destroyed. If the array is broken, the person dies. If the sacrificial offering is forcibly separated from the Hell Rebirth Array, the sacrificial offering will turn into bones in an instant, and the soul will fly away and scatter. You're the next sacrifice. If you stay here for a long time, the Hell Rebirth formation might choose you, a more powerful and suitable sacrifice. Even that pretty boy Luo Yunxiao won't be able to hold on for long. Mu Yan sharply interrupts him. What do you mean by saying these words? Are you saying that no matter what I do, I can't save my mother, so I should just abandon her? After yelling, she covered her face with her hands to hide the hot tears that were gushing out of her eyes. Using his divine sense, he said to Seven Brilliants, I'm sorry, Seven Brilliants. My attitude just now wasn't good. I'm not blaming you. I just... Once again, she realized how powerless she was. He clearly had medical skills. She is obviously a Shen musician who is proficient in medicine, martial arts, and alchemy. However, she could not save her master, Shi Qing, nor could she save her mother, Ning Yanxin. Behind him, Di Mingju's eyes are filled with distress. He wanted to reach out and pull her into his embrace. But in the end, he could only gently press his hand on her shoulder and tell her that he was always behind her. You are. Moo. Yan, a hoarse and sluggish voice suddenly rings in her ears, making Mu Yan jerk her head up. Ning Yanqin, who has just recovered her body thanks to the realm of stars, has a blank expression. It's like her mind has already collapsed and gone haywire. Like the Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect, Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Even when he looked at her before, there was no focus in his eyes. But at this moment, when Mu Yan meets those eyes again, she sees her own reflection there. She opens her mouth, wanting to say something, but finds that her throat is choked and she can't speak. You are. Mu Yan, Ning Yanqin's lips squirm with difficulty, and she asks again. It's not that her body is weak, but she has been suffering in this pool for 20 years in this flower bud, and almost forgot how to speak. Mu Yan bites her lip and nods. She reaches out to hold her and let her lean on her arms. Then she whispers, my surname is June, my name is Mu Yan. Ning Yanqin looks at her blankly. Has it been so many years? How did the child who smiled at her in swaddling clothes grow so big, so beautiful, so dazzling? Not exactly like her, but also different from June Shiyuan. But she doesn't know why, at first sight, such a thought comes to her mind. This is Mu Yan. This is Ning Yanqin's daughter. Ning Zhongbai stumbles over at this time. Seeing Ning Yanqin in the flower bud, he can't help crying, little sister, why are you so stupid? You could have run away, why did you come back? Second brother? Ning Yanqin's eyelids blink again, why are you here? She turns her eyes and sees Ning Fuxing who has lost his soul, and Ning Yu who is supporting Ning Zhongbai. There is also Di Mingju who is carefully guarding Mu Yan, and his eyes never move away from her. Ning Yanqin suddenly understands something. The corner of her mouth pulls up into a faint curve. The Ning family is finished, isn't it? Both Mu Yan and Ning Zhongbai are stunned. Ning Fuxing, who is beside the flowing goblet pool, seems to wake up suddenly and hysterically shouts, yes, the Ning family is finished. Completely ruined by your daughter, June Mayan. In order to save you, she turned the Ning family upside down and killed the old ancestor. Ning Yanqin, are you satisfied now? Ning Yanqin's face twitches slightly, then she looks at Mu Yan and slowly says, yes. No wonder you're my daughter. Mayan's face is a little red, and her heart is inexplicably surging with a strange emotion. It was as if he had received the praise of a beloved elder, and he could not conceal his excitement and agitation. At the same time, she was shocked by Ning Yanqin's perseverance and willpower. He had been trapped in the dark pool for so long, experiencing day after day of hellish torture. Loneliness, despair, there was no end in sight. If it were an ordinary person, regardless of whether they were willing or forced at the beginning, they would have gone mad after 20 years. However, Ning Yanqin was only in a trance at the beginning, but she soon returned to normal. Mayan is aware that her mind is far superior to that of ordinary people. Ordinary physical torture was almost unable to make her change her expression. However, she couldn't guarantee that she wouldn't break down if she lived like Ning Yanqin for 20 years. Ning Fuxing's face twisted at Ning Yanqin's words. He rushed over and wanted to hit Ning Yanqin. Unfilial daughter. I'll beat you to death, you unfilial daughter. If you hadn't seduced the devil, if you hadn't given birth to this debt-seeking daughter, how could my Ning family have fallen to such a state? Ning Yanqin, I will strangle you with my own hands to give an explanation to the ancestors of the Ning family. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect, charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. But before he can rush to Ning Yanqin, Mu Yan suddenly backhandedly stabs him. The 7 absolute sword pierces Ning Fuxing's shoulder and the bottom of the pool, nailing him firmly to the bottom. Gurgle, bubbles of panic come up with bright red blood. The clear pool water becomes muddy, and Ning Fuxing's panicked face can be vaguely seen below. Help, help, help me, Ning Zhongbai can't bear it, so he dives down and pulls out the 7 absolute sword. Ning Fuxing rushes to the surface of the water and gasps for breath. He looks at Mu Yan with resentment and fear, but he doesn't dare to act rashly again. Mu Yan has come to the edge of the pool with the blue flower bud. She meets Ning Yanqin's eyes and whispers, bear with it a little longer, I will find a way to get you out. The smile on Ning Yanxin's mouth slowly fades, but then it becomes gentle and calm again. That pair of eyes that were 70 to 80% similar to Mu Yan stared deeply at Mu Yan, as if he wanted to deeply engrave her appearance into his bones. All these years, how have you been living alone? Can you tell me? I really want to know. Mu Yan is the next sacrifice. She can't stay in the hell rebirth array for long. Now is not a good time to tell a story. But facing Ning Yanxin's focused and gentle eyes, Mu Yan can't refuse. She simply describes her growth in the Yanwu continent, step by step across the Shozhen continent, and came to the floating island. She doesn't talk about those pains and tribulations. Instead, she focuses on the fact that she has a child who is so cute that it can melt people's hearts. His name is Xiao Bao. She has a husband who is in love with each other, who has accompanied her all the way from the Yanwu continent. She also has fellow apprentices, the Xiaoyao sect, and superb medical skills. Mu Yan looks down at the woman in her arms. Ning Yanxin's appearance seems to be fixed at the moment when she was in her 20s. She has obviously suffered so much, but her eyes are still as clear as ice crystals, as clear as colored glass. It's not innocence, nor is it naivety. But after 1,000 years, no one and nothing can shake the tranquility and detachment of her mind. Mu Yan said softly, I have Liberty City. You can live with me. Xiao Bao will accompany you every day. My medical skills are very good. No matter what illness you have, I can cure it for you. After a pause, her voice became slightly hoarse. Maybe not this time, but I promise I will find a way to get you out of here. Trust me. Ning Yanxin gently smiled and softly said, I believe you. But. She lowered her eyes. But there's no need. Being able to see you today, my wish has been fulfilled. After you leave, destroy this hell rebirth formation along with me. Ning Zhongbai had just come ashore. When he heard this, he felt like a knife was twisting in his heart. Yan don't be like this. As long as he's not dead, we still have hope, right? Mayan's husband is the polar domain's monarch. He's so powerful, he'll definitely think of a way to save you. Hearing that, Ning Yanxin's body trembled. Her gaze turns towards Di Mingju, and she says in a daze, Polar Domain's sovereign monarch? Are you from the Cultivation continent? Di Mingju knit his brows and said in a low voice, no matter who I am or what my identity is, Mayan is my wife. I swear, I will never let her down in this life. Ning Yanxin's expression softens a bit, but there's a bit of sadness in her eyes. But she doesn't say anything more, and just says softly, as long as you know who you are, and who you like, it's enough. Ning Zhongbai quickly says, that's right. Yener, even if you don't think about yourself and Mu Yan, you should think about brother-in-law. At that time, Jun Shiyuan risked his life to break into the Ning family again and again in order to save you, to be with you for a long time. What he couldn't do even if he risked his life, now you and his daughter have done it. Shouldn't you be happy, shouldn't you have hope? Ning Yanxin listens in a daze. Looking at the ceiling, the corners of her lips suddenly curve up, revealing a light smile. This smile accentuates the outline of her originally bloodless face, making it incomparably beautiful and tender. It was like a distant and indifferent black and white ink painting had suddenly been added with thick ink and heavy colors. Jun Shiyuan ah, she sighs softly and murmurs, like a lover's soft whisper, and also like a low call. Tears unwittingly fall from her eyes. Ning Zhongbai sees that she has a reaction at the mention of Jun Shiyuan, and quickly says excitedly, yes, if brother-in-law's spirit is in heaven, he wouldn't want you to give up your life so easily. No, he isn't. Ning Yanxin says lightly, Jun Shiyuan, he's still alive. What? Ning Zhongbai is shocked, how is that possible? That day, Ning Su went crazy, and the old ancestor was ruthless, how could brother-in-law survive? If he survived, why didn't he save you? Compared to Ning Zhongbai, Mu Yan is very clear that Jun Shiyuan is still alive. Otherwise, she wouldn't have that inexplicable engagement. However, Ning Yanxin's expression is very strange when she mentions Jun Shiyuan. It didn't seem like nostalgia, nor did it seem like joy. Instead, there was a hint of indifference, as if his heart had died. Mu Yan's heart skips a beat, and she's about to ask her what happened at that time. Suddenly, the water in the Lu Miao pond begins to tumble violently. What's going on? Ning Zhongbai looks at the blood vein bell on Mu Yan's waist and can't help but exclaim, Mu Yan, look. Mu Yan looks down. She sees that the blood vein bell on her waist is also wrapped with thin tubes. These tubes silently spread out of the water. It is drilling into Mu Yan's body. She didn't even notice it. Di Mingju raises his hand and slashes out with sword energy. Dozens of pipes were instantly severed. However, Ning Yanxin, who was in the flower bud, showed a painful expression. The tubes wrapped around her body also began to shake violently. The pipes in the pond climb up like water plants, their movements incomparably swift and nimble as they drill into Mayan's body. At the same time, Qi Wen's nervous voice came from outside the mist. Master can't hold on any longer. The barrier is too fragile. If we're not careful, the formation will collapse. Once the array collapses, Mayan will have Di Mingju, so there won't necessarily be a problem. However, Ning Yanxin would definitely die. Di Mingju embraces Mayan and says in a low voice, let's go out first, we'll think of a way later. Mayan nods. She knew her priorities. Of course, she didn't want Ning Yanxin to suffer here. However, he had already waited for 20 years, so a moment longer was not a big deal. In any case, as long as people are still alive, there is a glimmer of hope. Ning Yu also quickly pulls Ning Zhongbai up, Father, let's go out first. If the Great Jade Virtual Reincarnation Array collapses, Aunt will be dead. Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad. Ning Zhongbai grabs Ning Yanxin's hand and refuses to let go. But in the end, he lets go with red eyes. Ning Zhongbai turns around and sees Ning Fuxing lying on the ground. Ning Fuxing has no cultivation now, and his body is extremely old and weak because of being exposed to the sun. In the end, he still can't bear it, and bends down to pull Ning Fuxing up. The water in the pool is tumbling more and more violently. It's like a pool of water is boiling. Countless red translucent tentacles swarms out of the pool, flying towards them. The Hell Rebirth Array doesn't want you, the new sacrifice, to escape. Qi Huang frowned and said, Jun Mayan, run faster. If you're really entangled by the Hell Rebirth Formation, Avicii beard, you'll be infected by the curse buried in the heart of the formation. Unless this formation is destroyed, the Hell Rebirth Formation will follow you wherever you go. Mayan curses in a low voice, where did the Ning family get such an evil thing? Qi Huang sneered, Ning Kunshan, that old bastard, doesn't tell the truth. When you go back, you can ask Chumoli, that little pervert, whether or not the Yuan-destroying devil soul curse is a normal curse, and whether or not it can be infected by some ancient battlefield. And this Hell Rebirth Array, even I feel that there's something wrong with what it contains. From the first time he approached the pool, he vaguely sensed a strange aura. It made him yearn and fear it. He was greedy and excited, but also disgusted and irritable. The things contained in a small Ning family are frightening. Mayan frowns, and then sighs, even if it's fake, so what? Ning Kunshan is dead, and the rest of the Ning family are obviously just his pawns. They don't know anything, even if I want to find someone to ask, I can't find. Before she can finish her words, Ning Yu suddenly screams from behind. Father! Ning Fuxing, what do you want to do to my father? Mayan quickly turns around. The red tentacles have already surged over like a tide, getting closer and closer to Ning Yu and the other two. Ning Fuxing is dragged by Ning Zhongbai to flee. He vaguely feels something cold drilling into the back of his neck. A sharp pain came from the flesh on his back. He screamed and grabbed the red tentacle with a backhand. But when he turned around, he saw an overwhelming red tide surging towards him. It was as if it had opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow him whole. Ning Fuxing's eyes were filled with extreme fear. He remembered the first time he saw Ning Yanxin in the blue flower bud. If he was caught by those tentacles, would he end up like Ning Yanxin? No, he could not die. He had yet to complete the task entrusted to him by his ancestors. Ning Fusheng glanced at Ning Zhongbai, who was half dragging and half hugging him. A guilty look appeared on his face. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth, grabbed Ning Zhongbai's hand, and pushed him behind him. Ning Zhongbai was born and raised by him. Wasn't it a matter of course to die for him? Ning Yu was caught off guard by this turn of events. She could only watch as her father was completely engulfed by the red tentacles. She was almost frightened out of her wits. When he came back to his senses, he immediately raised his sword and charged forward. The sword light whistled, and the red tentacles trembled violently. One by one, they fell and melted into water. Ning Zhongbai, who was wrapped inside, was also revealed. Ning Yu was overjoyed, and she was about to rush forward to rescue her father. Charming witch, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming witch, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Ning Yu is overjoyed, and is about to rush forward to save her father. But she suddenly feels a cold pain in her hands and feet. Then, the strength in her body seems to be drained. The hand holding the sword softens, and she can't hold it anymore. Then countless tentacles rush up, scrambling to wrap around her body, and drill into her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Mayan's complexion changes greatly, and she quickly wants to turn back to save Ning Yu and Ning Zhongbai. Di Mingju presses her shoulder with one hand, and a black sword light flies out from his palm. Crackle, 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 blue sparks of lightning spread across the surface of the pool. A bolt of lightning strikes down. The red tentacles begin to shake violently. Then, they are shaken little by little, and fall down like raindrops. The water of the entire pond is shaking wildly, like fear, and also like anger. Ning Yu and Ning Zhongbai fall to the ground together. Their breathing is weak, but in the end, they still escaped. Mayan breathes a long sigh of relief. Outside, Jiwen's voice is getting more and more anxious. Mei Yan Yan, come out quickly. The barrier passage really can't hold on any longer. Di Mingju's mind slightly moves, and the black lightning turns into a long whip. It coils around Ning Zhongbai and Ning Yu on the ground, and directly throws them towards the exit of the passage. Ning Fusheng sees that he's the only one left, and immediately cries out in horror, "Don't leave me. Zhongbai, I am your father, are you going to watch me die without saving me? Jun Mayan, I am your grandfather. If you kill me, you won't have a good end." However, this time, Ning Zhongbai and Ning Yu are still unconscious. Mayan and Di Mingju, who would care about him, the two go straight to the exit of the passage. Ning Fusheng looks at their backs, and his eyes are about to split open. His face is twisted, and his eyes are crimson. There's a desperate madness and resentment in the bottom of his eyes. Suddenly, he pulls out his blood-patterned bell, bites his wrist, and drips his blood on it. As the blood drips into the blood-patterned bell, the water in the pond, which had gradually calmed down because of Di Mingju's thunderous deterrence, begins to boil again. The blue flower bud began to slowly close. Ning Yanqin struggled to sit up from the bud and watched Ning Fusheng's every move. Her eyes were as cold as frost, and she said in a low voice as if she was talking to herself, "Father, so many years have passed, but you haven't changed at all." Ning Fusheng naturally did not hear her voice. The smile on his face became more and more crazed and sinister, his eyes staring straight at Mu Yan. He suddenly laughs hysterically. "Jun Mayan, do you think you can still escape? Heaven's justice is clear, and retribution is not pleasant. You destroyed the Ning family and betrayed the blood relatives who raised you. You are destined to die a horrible death. The ancestor has already arranged the Yellow Springs Road for you. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell. Ha 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 ha." Hearing the mad barking of a mad dog behind him, the killing intent in Di Mingju's eyes suddenly surges like raging waves. Seeing that these people are Mayan's blood relatives, he wants to spare their dog lives. Now, it seemed that this decision was wrong. From the very beginning, he should have dismembered all these people who dared to plot against Mu Yan into 10,000 pieces. It's just that Di Mingju didn't have the time to make his move. He suddenly feels that his side is empty. Mayan is gone, then the earth shakes, like waves rolling over and over. In the blink of an eye, the thick fog pervades, and Di Mingju and the others have already arrived outside the array. Only Mu Yan has disappeared without a trace. Di Mingju simply can't believe his eyes. The panic and killing intent in Dimingju's heart burst like a blazing flame. The space around him began to distort and break. The black long sword soared into the sky, and the surrounding spiritual power and immortal power frantically surged to the long sword. For a moment, it seemed to gather a power that could destroy the world. This slash of the sword was enough to cause the entire world to collapse. No. Ning Zhongbai opened his eyes in a daze, and was almost scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. He recklessly rushed over, grabbed Dimingju's clothes, and cried, "If the virtual jade reincarnation array is destroyed, Mayan can be saved, but little sister will die. Emperor, I beg you, don't destroy the array, leave little sister a way out. I beg you." Dimingju's ice blue eyes had been dyed blood red. He looked down at Ning Zhongbai, without a trace of warmth in his eyes. "You want to leave Ning Yanqing a way out, so you want Mayan to take her place? When you gave the blood vein bell to Mayan, you had this idea, didn't you? Your Ning family is really selfish and cold-blooded." Ning Zhongbai's face suddenly paled, and his body trembled like a sieve. He lowered his head, not daring to look at the man's cold eyes. He just sobbed in a low voice, "The sacrifice of the virtual jade reincarnation array has no way out, unless a new sacrifice is used to replace it. Little sister has been tortured for more than 20 years, and her vitality will soon be exhausted, and her soul will scatter. But the new sacrifice won't, and we still have a lot of time to think of a way to save her." "Father, are you crazy?" Ningyu looked at the man with a face full of guilt, and couldn't believe his ears. "Mayan trusted you so much, and treated you as a close relative. How could you plot against her like this? Didn't you see what Aunt Yanqing was like just now? Do you have the heart to let Mayan suffer like this?" Ning Zhongbai couldn't help crying, I'm sorry. I know I'm sorry for Mayan, but I have no choice. Little sister has suffered so much for the Ning family, I can't just watch her die." The Star Wolf longsword was suddenly unsheathed. He looked at Ning Zhongbai with disgust and said coldly, "My lord, let this subordinate kill him. Before Miss June could come out, he would kill her." She didn't want this group of disgusting people to use family affection as an excuse for moral coercion, making Miss June unable to do it. Ning Yu's expression changed, and she hurriedly rushed to stand in front of Ning Zhongbai. She was also sad and angry at what her father had done. However, it was even more impossible for her to watch her father die. But Dimingju already has no interest in giving them another glance. The black longsword that had already taken shape received the order and slashed down from the sky. But before he could touch the thick fog, he was stopped by a dozen long swords that glinted with cold light. Dimingju suddenly looks at Luo Yunxiao, his eyes as sharp as a knife. "Even you want to stop me?" Luo Yunxiao's face was pale. Her figure suddenly seemed so frail in the cold wind. He moved his chapped lips and slowly said, "Anyone can destroy this formation, but you can't. Even if there were thousands of reasons, even if it was to save Mayan. As long as Dimingju destroyed the virtual jade reincarnation formation, he would become Ning Yanqing's murderer. Mayan might be able to forgive him, but she would certainly be heartbroken, pained, and blamed herself. Ning Yanqing's death would become a rift between the two of them that could never be mended." Charming Enchantress of the City, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father. The correct chapter will continue to be updated on Handplay Bar. There are no advertisements on the site, so please collect and recommend Handplay Bar. If you like Charming Enchantress of the City, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father, please collect. Luo Yunxia's expression is calm, and her voice is indifferent, as if she's talking about the most common thing. "I'll do it. He'll destroy the virtual jade reincarnation array, and kill Ning Yanqing. At least Mayan won't be so painful and sad. At least Mayan can be with her beloved in the future, without any grudges, without estrangement. As for him, anyway, he should die, fall into hell, and never be reincarnated. What's the difference if one more person hates him and alienates him, even if that person is Mayan?" 12 long swords float in the air, and the rustling swords are aimed at the virtual jade reincarnation array. However, before the long swords can fly out, a shocking change happens at this time. Jingle. Jingle. Jingle, the sweet sound of the bell rings in her ears, like hypnosis, but also like a soul-snatching chase. Mayan feels as if all the strength in her body has been taken away. Something cold and slippery keeps drilling into her body. The pain becomes numb little by little. Her soul doesn't seem to be her own, slowly floating outside, unable to control her stiff and powerless body. Goo goo goo. Mom, Mom. Boo hoo hoo, Mom, open your eyes and look at Huang Huang, a shrill cry kept drilling into her mind. Goo goo goo. Bad bug. Don't touch Mom. I'll beat you. Slowly, Mayan feels that her lost strength seems to be coming back. Her floating soul returns to its original position. She struggles to open her eyes, but before she can see the scene in front of her, the furry dumpling immediately pounced on his face. Mayan pulls the fluffy ball off her face with great difficulty, and looks at the little chick in surprise. Huang Huang, why are you here? The little chick flattens its mouth, crying and squawking. The meaning to Mayan is, Mom, you're finally awake. Huang Huang thought that he would become a motherless child, like a blade of grass. Mom, Dad is bad. Huang Huang tipped him off, but he ran away without taking Huang Huang. How did Huang Huang come here? Huang Huang smelled his mom's scent and came here. You ask me how I got in here. Huang Huang doesn't know. Didn't we just walk in? Mu Yan, she suddenly didn't know what to say. What do you mean by, I came over because I smelled my mother's scent? You think you're a dog? Wake up. Huang Huang, you're clearly chicky, alright, what did he mean by walking in? Even she and young martial uncle couldn't break this, Hell Rebirth array. With Di Mingju's heaven-defying cultivation, there was no other way but to destroy the array. After the array was closed, even her connection with Qi Huang was cut off. You actually walked in? The little chick tilted its head, not understanding why its mother was looking at it like that. Did he think that Huang Huang was especially obedient and sensible? He could even obediently return to his mother's side, puffing out her chest with a proud face, but very soon, it began to cry and pout again. Because there were still a lot of long, bad bugs wrapped around her body. It's all because of these bugs that my mother can't wake up. The little chick really wanted to peck and eat them all. But these insects were so hard, Huang Huang couldn't peck, so it couldn't save its mother. Boo-hoo-hoo, Mu Yan pats Huang Huang's head and can't help but smile. Thinking about it carefully, ever since she picked up Huang Huang, she didn't know how many times it had saved her. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad. It's the same this time. Just now, when all her strength and even her soul were almost sucked out, she felt desperate. Fortunately, Huang Huang's cry brought her back to her senses. Mu Yan's eyes looked around. She was floating on the quicksilver pond. Below her was a huge blue lotus leaf. On the lotus leaf, countless transparent tentacles that made people's scalp tingle extended out and drilled into her body. The tentacles were shaking desperately, trying to extract the soul essence from her body. But for some reason, they couldn't succeed. So most of the tentacles were pure transparent, but there were dozens of tentacles that showed a light pink color. Mu Yan could probably imagine. If she really lost consciousness just now, and these tentacles completely merged with her body and soul, then the lotus leaf under her body would turn into a blue bud, and then unscrupulously devour her body, making her recover, and falling into a hellish nightmare. Just like Ning Yanqin. But because little chick was around, she didn't know why these tentacles became particularly unlucky. They desperately wanted to extract the soul essence from her body and merge with her soul, but they always encountered various accidents and couldn't succeed. For example, they didn't absorb the soul essence, but the barren impurities in her body were sucked away, causing hundreds of transparent tentacles to wither at once. But Mu Yan knew. No matter how good little chick's luck was, it was impossible to support her out of danger. If this went on, she would lose the ability to resist and become a fish on the chopping block of the Hell Rebirth formation. Not far from Mu Yan, the blue bud that originally wrapped Ning Yanqin had closed again. She couldn't see the current Ning Yanqin. She could only see that the color of the blue bud was gradually fading. Mu Yan slowly lowered her head and looked at the ringing blood-patterned bell on her waist. She suddenly realized something. When her uncle put the blood-patterned bell on her, he told her never to take it off. Later, she found that this blood-patterned bell couldn't be taken off no matter what. And there was only one way to open the Hell Rebirth formation, and that was to use the blood-patterned bell as a guide to open the passage for the Hell Rebirth formation. Now, she was about to become the new sacrifice. And the color of Ning Yanxin's bud was getting fainter and fainter. Did that mean that there was only one way to save her mother? It was to replace the old offering with a new one. Mu Yan exhales softly. She knew that her uncle, Ning Zhongbai, had been plotting against her from the beginning, so she wasn't that angry. Everyone has a close and distant relationship. To Ning Zhongbai, perhaps saving his sister had become his obsession. It was understandable that he wanted to use himself in exchange for Ning Yanxin's release. However, Ning Zhongbai probably had the wrong idea. Because Di Mingju will not allow him to do so. Mayan stares blankly at the blue flower bud across from her, her brows tightly wrinkling. She didn't want to sacrifice herself for Ning Yanxin. She did not want her mother to continue to suffer or die. Was there no way to get the best of both worlds? No, there must be. Haha. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, an excited and deranged laughter reaches Mayan's ears. It turns out that this is the vitality that the Jade Virtual Rebirth formation gives to the Ning family. It turns out that this is the gift from our ancestors. Old ancestor, I know. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, allowing me to punish the traitor and revive the Ning family. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad. It was Ning Fuxing's voice. Mu Yan turns around and sees his current appearance. Her heart instantly sinks. Ning Fuxing, who was originally weak and old after his cultivation was destroyed, had now regained his appearance. No, he looked even younger than before, and his spiritual energy was even more abundant. Seeing Mu Yan look over, Ning Fuxing stopped laughing and looked her in the eye. The anger, disgust, and disappointment on his face slowly faded, gradually turning into a condescending sigh of pity. Mu Yan, don't blame grandfather, this is your destiny. You didn't have to walk the same path as your mother. The darking sacred flame of the Netherworld region is the purest thing in the world. If you are willing to marry young Master Yin as a concubine, then we can borrow their darking sacred flame to burn away the curse on old ancestor, and let the Ning family get rid of the nightmare and prosper. Or, you could have said that you were the fiancé of the Polar Domain's sovereign lord, allowing my Ning family to soar into the sky. Under the protection of the Polar Domain, we would naturally be able to find a way out. The Ning family doesn't need to end up like this, and you don't need to replace your mother as a sacrifice. Mayan sneers at him. Do you think that Di Mingju will let the Ning family off? Do you think you can get out of this array alive if you turn me into a sacrifice? Mu Yan, you don't know anything. Ning Fuxing sighed slowly. His tone was full of pity, but the expression on his face was extremely sarcastic. You don't understand how terrible and powerful the Jade Virtual Reincarnation formation is. So what if he was an Empyrean Lord of the Polar Domain? As long as you're still in my hands, he won't dare to act rashly. As for me, all I have to do is wait for the grand formation to completely fuse with you, the new offering. I will become the new master of the Jade Virtual Reincarnation formation. At that time, I can order the entire Quicksilver Pond to move away from here without anyone knowing. Even if the Polar Domain's sovereign lord can really think of a way to open the grand array, I would have already left by then. The world is so big, how can he find me? As Ning Fuxing spoke, he slowly walked forward. He pinched a blue bead between his fingers. The bead was small and should have been sparkling and translucent, exceptionally beautiful. But at this moment, there were many thin streaks of blood covering it. At first glance, it did not look like an ordinary pearl, but a human eyeball. Ning Fuxing's fascinated eyes fell on the bead. With tears in his eyes, he looked grateful and excited. Old ancestor thought of me like that even before he died, he missed me so much. That's why he gave me the soul stone that controls the Jade Virtual Reincarnation formation, in order to give the Ning family a chance of survival. The ancestor is so selfless and great, but what about you? You didn't understand his painstaking efforts at all and even forced him to his death. Jun Mayan, I've said it before, you're disloyal, unfilial, selfish, and you'll definitely suffer retribution. Now that you've become a sacrifice for the Jade Virtual Reincarnation formation, you have only yourself to blame. You deserve it. From the moment Ning Fuxing took out the blue bead, Mu Yan felt an indescribable sourness in his heart. She suddenly felt an indescribable sadness. Tears gushed out uncontrollably and rolled down her cheeks. The tentacles, which had been unable to extract the soul origin, suddenly trembled violently. Bursts of powerlessness and pain came from all her limbs and bones. Mu Yan's heart turned cold. She realized that it was this bead that was controlling the tentacles in the quicksilver pond, and also enhancing their power. Charming Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Coo coo coo. Mom, what's wrong with you? Little Linghua anxiously jumped around her. But this time, Huang Huang's luck didn't work. Mu Yan only felt that the strength she had accumulated with great difficulty was disappearing little by little. She weakly lay on the lotus leaf, her head covered in cold sweat. Ning Fuxing slowly walked towards her with the blue bead in his hand. As he approached, the water in the flowing goblet pond automatically rolled and parted to form a path. The surging pond water fell onto the lotus leaves, sparkling and translucent like teardrops. Mu Yan's heart suddenly moved. Looking at the blue bead, she said in a low voice, "This is the tear of a ghost." In order to save Ning Xianting, the demon girl Nikhang left behind the precious tear of a ghost. This tear of a ghost could expel all the filth in the world, including curses. Ning Kunchen said that they used the tear of a ghost to expel the yuan-breaking devil soul curse, so it should have disappeared. Ning Fuxing was also stunned when he heard this, then he snorted disdainfully, "What nonsense are you talking about?" The tear of a ghost disappeared when the Ning family eliminated the yuan-breaking devil soul curse 2,000 years ago. This is the soul stone of the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Array. What, are you finally afraid when death is at hand? You're even spouting incoherent nonsense. Looking at Ning Fuxing's expression, he was obviously not lying. Mu Yan became more and more certain. The bead in Ning Fuxing's hand was the tear of a ghost. But how could the tear of a ghost that should have disappeared long ago still exist? However, the pain and cold numbness in her body became heavier and heavier. Mu Yan had no energy to think about this anymore. She only felt her head becoming more and more chaotic. The tentacles that drilled into her body were devouring her vitality little by little, fusing her with the array, making her unable to resist. Little Linghua anxiously shouted, jumping up and fiercely pecking at Ning Fuxing's eyes. How could Ning Fuxing put such a little beast in his eyes? He casually swung his hand and directly slapped little Linghua into the water. However, the water splashed over. Ning Fuxing didn't know why his foot slipped and his whole body leaned forward. Now that his cultivation had recovered, he could naturally cope with this accident. The spiritual energy in his body surged, and he steadied himself. However, the blue bead in his hand didn't hold it firmly and flew forward, falling right above the blue flower bud that was wrapped around Ning Yanqin. A pale, thin hand suddenly reached out from the bud and grabbed the bead. Ning Yanqin slowly stood up and looked down at Ning Fuxing and Mu Yan from above. Ning Fuxing's eyebrows twitched, but his face already had the expression of a loving father. He choked and said, "Yan father knows that you have suffered a lot here. Now it is time to set you free. As long as Mayan replaces you as the new sacrifice, you can be reborn. From now on, no matter what you want to do, Father will not stop you. You, quickly return the heart formation stone to me, okay?" Ning Yanqin slowly curved her lips into a bright smile. She is a person who rarely smiles. Ever since he was young, even when he was the happiest, he would only curl up the corners of his lips slightly, and his eyes sparkled. But at this moment, she was laughing so happily, so purely. She was like an innocent little girl, but also like a gentle and loving mother who was guarding her baby. She said softly, "Mu Yan, I'm sorry, I'm not a good mother." Mayan stares blankly, forcing herself to raise her head to look at her. Ning Yanqin continues, "I've never sewn clothes for you, nor raised you for a day. I couldn't see you grow from a baby in swaddling clothes to the slender and elegant girl you are now. All these years, you've been alone. Have you ever been bullied? Have you ever cried alone? When you learned to walk? When you started cultivating? When you had children and loved ones? I don't know any of it." Ning Yanqin closes her eyes and slightly raises her head. But tears still slide down from the corners of her eyes. "In the future, I may still not be able to stay by your side, unable to fulfill my duties as a mother. But at this moment, I, Ning Yanqin, can at least do one thing for my daughter." Her tone is very flat, and her eyes are serene and peaceful. It's like she's telling her to wear more clothes and take care of herself. It's a mother's most common concern and love for her daughter. Then she raises her hand and brings the blue bead to her lips. Mayan suddenly widens her eyes, subconsciously wanting to rush over to stop her. But her body is firmly bound by the transparent tentacles, and she has no strength at all. No. Ning Fuxing screams and recklessly pounces over, trying to snatch the bead from her hand. However, he's still a step too late. Ning Fuxing's expression is lifeless, and his eyes gradually become bloodshot. He suddenly grabs Ning Yanxin's neck and roars hysterically, "Ning Yanxin, how dare you? How dare you swallow the heart formation stone? That's the hope of our Ning family's revival. Spit it out. Spit out my heart formation stone. Do you hear me?" Ning Yanxin's pale face is flushed because she's being grabbed by the neck. But her eyes are still emotionlessly looking at her father, angry, crazy, and ferocious. The face that originally looked young and elegant because of the recovery of his cultivation gradually ages and distorts. The hand that's strangling her neck can no longer move because it's powerless. Why? Why? Ning Fuxing bursts into tears. "Ning Yanxin, you're also a member of the Ning family. The Ning family gave birth to you and raised you. How can you betray the Ning family like this?" Ning Yanxin says lightly, "If there's an afterlife, I'd rather be a pig or a dog than be a member of the Ning family." Afterlife? Ning Fuxing suddenly let out a shrill laugh. "You've swallowed the core formation stone of the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation. You're about to die. Do you think you have an afterlife? Ning Yanxin, this is your retribution for betraying the Ning family. You and your daughter will not have a good ending." He did not finish his sentence. Countless transparent tentacles shot out from the blue flower bud and pierced into his body. Ning Fuxing let out a painful howl. He poured it into the flower bud. The blue petals did not close, and the transparent tentacles that had burrowed into Ning Fuxing's body began to gnaw away at his flesh and organs. Ning Fuxing was in so much pain that he wanted to die. His initial cursing turned into wailing and begging for mercy. However, Ning Yanxin just looked at him quietly. There was no pity or happiness in her eyes, only sadness and indifference. "Father, how does it feel to be sacrificed as a sacrifice for the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation?" Ning Fuxing's face was full of tears, and half of his face was missing. He could not answer because his throat had been swallowed. He could only look at Ning Yanxin with pleading eyes. "Beautiful Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Beautiful Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Don't worry. You're my father. I won't torture you for 20 years. You said that the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation was a gift from the ancestors of the Ning family. Father, since you love this formation so much, then rest in the heart of the formation and accompany him forever." As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fuxing watched in despair as his entire body exploded into a bloody mist. "Goo goo 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 gee gee gee. Mama. Mummy. That scoundrel died with a bang. He can't bully you anymore." Mu Yan feels that she doesn't know when all the strength in her body has returned. The spiritual power in her body surged, and she suddenly broke free from the transparent tentacles that were still wrapped around her body. As soon as she regained her freedom, she immediately rushed to Ning Yanxin and grabbed her hand. "Let's go. I'll take you out of here." Ning Yanxin looked at her blankly and let her pull her towards the direction of the mist. Mu Yan spoke very quickly, raising her voice slightly, as if this could conceal her frantically beating heart and the surging panic in her heart. "This is not the Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation, but the Hell Reincarnation Formation. Its heart formation stone should be the tear of the Nether Ghost that Nikhang of the demon race shed back then. I still haven't found a way to break the formation, but since the tear of the ghost is in your body, the formation should move with you. Let's go back to Liberty City. My third senior brother will definitely find a way. Huang Huang, lead the way and bring us out." Little Linghua hopped in front of the group, chirping something in its mouth. Mu Yan walked very fast and held Ning Yanxin's hand tightly. It was as if he was afraid that if he relaxed a little, she would disappear. Ning Yanxin's eyes were gentle, and a faint smile appeared on her face. There was gentleness and love in her eyes, but there was also reluctance and sorrow that could not be dispelled. Bang, the little chick walked in front of a wall and was suddenly bounced back. It cried out in pain and immediately turned its head to look pitifully at Mu Yan for comfort. Sob sob sob, Huang Huang was clearly able to walk in just now, why couldn't he get out now? Mayan's heart sinks a little. With a slight movement of his mind, the 7 absolute swords appeared and slashed forward. However, the sword light flashed, but the wall did not move at all. Mayan clenches her teeth. She doesn't believe this. She didn't believe that she wouldn't be able to break a broken array and get out. However, before Mu Yan could make a move, her hand was suddenly grabbed, and her whole body was thrown out by a strong force. Bang, his back slammed heavily against the wall, but what he felt was not pain, but a suction force that he could not break free from. Mu Yan feels that there is a powerful energy that is sending her out of the enchantment. Her pupils suddenly shrank as she looked at Ning Yanqin. He saw that the face of the woman opposite him was pale, and scarlet blood slowly flowed out of her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. But the smile on her face was serene, tranquil, and filled with bone-piercing gentleness. Mu Yan, live well. At least live a happier life than me. Mu Yan's eyes instantly turned scarlet red. She frantically revolved the energy in her body in an attempt to break free, but the suction force was simply too strong. It was definitely not something that she could contend against. Come with me. I can save you. Trust me, okay? You said that you weren't by my side since I was young, and now you're leaving me. I won't accept this kind of apology. I'll take you out of here. I'll take you to find Jun Shiyuan. He's still alive. Don't you want to see him again? Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Ning Yanqin seems to be startled. After a long while, her face shows a somewhat sweet and sorrowful smile. She stares at Mayan in a daze, but it seems like she's looking into the distance through her. The Jun Shiyuan that I love is already dead. Or, in my heart, he is already dead. She once thought that it would be good if she had entered the flowing goblet pool without any hatred or complaint, and if she had never met Jun Shiyuan. In this way, her heart might be as still as water for these 20 years, and she wouldn't have to recall the last time that man looked at her. Ruthless, cold, and indifferent. It's like looking at an insignificant stranger. Ning Yanqin closes her eyes. She thinks that she will shed tears. But strangely, the tears don't fall. Perhaps after 20 years, the tears she shed for this man have already dried up. I once regretted meeting and falling in love with him, but now that I think about it, it's not necessary. Because time is the best medicine. The lovesickness and resentment that were once engraved in my bones have long been slowly worn away in these 20 years of torment and pain. It took me a few months to fall in love with him, and then it took me thousands of days and nights to dig him out from my heart little by little. Mayan, if you can see your father one day, tell him for me. Fate comes and goes, fate is preordained. I don't hate him, I only hope that I will never see Jun Changjue again in this lifetime. As soon as her voice falls, the water of the flowing goblet pool behind her violently churns, rolling up monstrous waves. The originally crystal clear water has unknowingly been dyed as red as blood. Mayan's eyes widen, desperately reaching out to pull Ning Yanqin. Ning Yanqin fiercely spits out a mouthful of blood. The snow-white skin of her whole body cracks inch by inch at this moment. The beautiful face becomes ugly and bloody. But those eyes are still so calm and serene, gentle and reluctant. Being able to see you again before I die is already the greatest gift from heaven. Mayan, my daughter, farewell forever. Mother. == 20 years ago. The evening breeze is gentle, and fireflies dye the summer. Under the bright moonlight, the cold girl in white plucks the strings of the zither. The sound of the zither lingers, lingering and sorrowful. But the girl's expression was so calm, so indifferent, so lonely. That was his 10,000-year gaze. It was love and attachment that were deeply engraved in their bones. My name is Jun Shiyuan. Hey, don't go. Since I told you my name, shouldn't you tell me yours as well? You asked me why I entered the unclean abyss. Alas, I fell in love with a girl who was as beautiful as a fairy from the heavens, but she was especially difficult to pursue. I pestered her all the way and finally managed to get her to loosen her attitude. Who knew that I would be blocked outside this barrier, so I had to find another way and sneak in through this unclean abyss. Ning Yanqin, why don't you smile? I think you must look good when you smile. Miss Ning, I thought my performance was clear enough. As for me, I liked you from the first time I saw you. In this life, I, Jun Shiyuan, will either be a bachelor or marry you. Xianxia, you're willing to sleep with me, but you're not willing to marry me. But I still think of you as my wife. I, Jun Shiyuan, swear that in this life, I will only love you. Xianxia, we have a child. I'm going to be a father, hee hee. Xianxia, you don't know how happy I am. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad. Jun Shiyuan, do you still remember what I asked for when I agreed to be with you? If I say it begins, it begins. If I say it ends, it ends. The fate between you and me has been exhausted. From now on, you can be a knight-errant, and I'll be the young mistress of the Ning family. We'll never meet again. Great ancestor, don't forget what you promised me. Let Jun Shiyuan go and let him leave the floating island safely. I'm willing to enter the flowing goblet pond as a sacrifice for the Ning family. Ning Yanqin, how dare you enter the flowing goblet pond? How dare you? Yanqin, I beg you, please don't leave me. Ning Yanqin. With bloodshot eyes, the young man watched helplessly as his beloved woman walked into the flowing noodle pond and was completely swallowed up by the hell reincarnation formation. All his reason turned into deep-seated hatred at this moment. His eyes could no longer see, his ears could no longer hear. His mind went blank. The demonic energy in his body exploded. Boom, the flowing goblet pond tumbled violently, and the bottom of the pond was full of cracks. The hell reincarnation formation was on the verge of collapse, as if it would collapse at any time with a light blow. The corpses of the Ning family members lay on the ground beside the pond. Only Ning Kunchen and Ning Su, who had broken through the mysterious immortal realm, passed out. The young man, who was bleeding from his 7 facial orifices and covered with wounds, glowed with red light. A moment later, he was as good as new. It was just that the clothes on his body had already turned into pure black ink. There was no emotion in his eyes anymore. They were cold and indifferent like a bottomless abyss. A familiar yet strange voice rang in his ears. You are my soul, embryonic light, and my 3 spirits, dead dog, crouching arrow, and sparrow een. You've passed all the tribulations in the mortal world and achieved enlightenment. Why don't you return to your place? The voice faded away in his ears. His body was also being pulled, and he was about to disappear from this world. Before leaving, he couldn't help but look back at the center of the flowing goblet pond. There, the blue flower was closing slowly. The woman lying in the pistil of the flower was looking at him quietly. The pair of watery peach blossom eyes seemed to bear thousands of words, but they were silent. The pale lips opened and closed slightly, as if they were calling a name. He couldn't hear it clearly. However, he felt an intense pain in the depths of his soul. It was as if he had forgotten and discarded something more important than his life. But he only had 1 spiritual soul and 3 physical forms. He was emotionless, without love, without desire. To him, everything in the world was but a dream, an illusion, a shadow, a speck of dust. Therefore, he only took a glance before disappearing from the land of the floating island. He saw a teardrop fall from the corner of the woman's eye. He saw the yearning, unwillingness, and deep love in those peach blossom eyes gradually turn into sorrow and despair. How could he have thought of that at that time? That one glance became his nightmare from then on. For all eternity, he would never be able to escape. Xiaoxian continent, under the hidden abyss. Junshi Tian suddenly opened his eyes and left his meditative state. His right hand unconsciously pressed against his chest. He was a pure demonic body that had been cultivated to the peak, so he should no longer have a heart that could be regarded as a weakness like spirit cultivators. But at this moment, he felt a bone-piercing pain under his palm. He dreamed of those eyes again. Since he had woken up 20 years ago, every day and night, whether it was sleeping or cultivating, had been a dream. He would always see those eyes. 20 years, thousands of days and nights. The more he fused with his one soul and three mortal souls, the more he fused with them. That pair of eyes, that teardrop was deeply imprinted in the depths of his soul. But this was the first time he had woken up feeling so panicked, so lost, and so lonely. It was as if something more important than his life had left him forever and ever. Bang! The surging devil chi uncontrollably burst out from Xianxia's body. With a loud bang, the whole palace violently shook, and more than half of it collapsed. Demon Venerable, what happened? Min Wei and Tianhe hurriedly ran in. Seeing the tragic scene in the palace and Xianxia's appearance, they jumped in fright. Demon Venerable, why is your face so ugly? Demon Venerable, your eyes. Tianhe's voice trembled, his eyes were full of disbelief. Xianxia slowly breathed out a sigh of relief. Just now, when his whole body erupted with devil chi, he felt a burst of tearing pain in his body. But only this kind of pain can relieve the panic and pain in the depths of his soul. He doesn't know why he's in such pain, so mad and angry. He only knows that if he doesn't vent it out, his soul will explode on its own. Hearing Tianhe's words, Xianxia subconsciously touched his face with his hand, only to feel a burst of cold. He's crying. Xianxia stared at his fingertips in a daze. Why is he crying? Is it because of the one soul and three mortal souls that refused to fuse with him? Crying, his heart suddenly felt an inexplicable irritability and dull pain. He sternly said, "Did the polar domain reply?" Min Wei cautiously said, "The polar domain refused. They said that Medicine King Han Shujiao will not leave the polar domain and Medicine King Hall. The Qianquan mirror is the most precious treasure of the polar domain, it will not be lent." Tianhe angrily said, "Damn, I already said, those bastards in the polar domain will not help us demons. If you ask me, we should gather the people in the hidden abyss and directly flatten the polar domain. At that time, whether it's people or treasures, they will have to hand it over, even if they don't want to." Min Wei tightly frowned, he couldn't help but stare at Tianhe. "You shut up. Do you know what Dimingju's current cultivation level is? You keep talking about fighting and killing. Is your head full of shit?" Shuiji looked at Xianxia, her eyes filled with worry, but Demon Venerable's one spiritual soul and three physical souls are still unable to truly fuse together. It has been 20 years, if he still doesn't succeed, I'm afraid there will be repercussions. Zhongli Darren once said that to completely dissipate one soul and three mortal forms, only Medicine King Han Shujiao can do it. The wine boy also said, "Also, Your Highness, Lord Zhongli also predicted that he could only be found through the three live stone contract or the polar domain's mirror of heaven and earth. No matter what, we must take down the polar domain." Min Wei let out a long sigh. These people had followed Xianxia for a very long time. The demon race has never produced a heaven-warping genius like Xianxia. They firmly believed that the only one who could unite the demons and make them stand at the peak of the three realms was their demon sovereign. The truth was just as they had expected. 1,000 years ago, Xianxia unified the entire demon race with his own strength and became the supreme king in the hearts of all the demon cultivators. However, after that, he was framed by his confidant brother. He was hit by a vicious curse, the lovesickness demon love curse, and his soul almost flew away and scattered. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father. In order to save Xianxia, Min Wei and the others tried their best. In the end, they could only send all the lovesickness demonic love curse on Xianxia into one soul, the embryonic light, and the three spirits, the dead dog, the crouching arrow, and the sparrow een, turning him into a baby and sending him down to the mortal world to experience tribulations. Xianxia's main body will enter a deep slumber. Birth, old age, sickness, death. Resentment, separation from love, unattainable. Although the lovesickness demon love curse was bitter and poisonous, it could not resist the cycle of the mortal world and the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Only after going through all kinds of suffering would the lovesickness demonic love curse be worn away bit by bit. At that time it would be time for the one soul and 3 physical bodies to return. 20 years ago, one soul and 3 spirits finally broke through the shackles of the lovesickness demon love curse and awakened the sleeping Xianxia. He had returned from the tribulation, and his soul was complete. Xianxia went on a killing spree in the hidden abyss. He dismembered the previous demon lord who had betrayed him, and once again became the supreme ruler of the demon race. Min Wei and the rest were overjoyed. Their demon lord had returned, and he would lead the entire demon race to achieve immortal feats. However, they soon realized that something was wrong. Xianxia was unable to completely fuse with his one soul and three spirits. No matter if it was power, emotions, or memories, one soul and three spirits were not willing to share with him. He was like a desperate gambler. Even if he had to perish together with his real self, he still wanted to protect the only treasure he had left. Ever since he became an adult, Xianxia had never felt such a threat. But there was nothing he could do. It was only a year ago that he found out that he had a daughter who was wandering outside. Hearing this news, Xianxia, Min Wei, Tianhe, and the rest were dumbfounded. Even if it was a mortal child undergoing tribulation. That was the demon venerable's one spiritual soul and three physical bodies. There was a Tao in heaven and earth, and there were rules in all things. Even for spirit cultivators, the higher their cultivation, the harder it was for them to have children. Not to mention a fiendish cultivator who cultivated by gathering the hidden fiendish chi of heaven and earth, completely disregarding the cycle of life and death. That was Xianxia's daughter. How could he allow her to wander outside? But the problem is, other than the fact that he has a daughter, Xianxia has no way of digging out the other memories from his soul and three spirits. He wanted to find his daughter and regain his peak strength. He could only fuse with one soul and three physical forms as soon as possible. Demon Lord. From afar, a demon race guard flew over and landed in front of Xianxia. He knelt down on one knee and said, "Greetings, Demon Lord. An envoy from the Nether Realm has come to see you." Tianhe said impatiently, "What do these idiots want now? Don't tell me I'm going to change the marriage contract again? Tell them to get lost. That idiot Yuani doesn't even deserve to carry shoes for our princess." The demon guard hurriedly said, "That's not it. The one who sent the message was Elder Yuchen of the Nether Realm. He said that the Nether Realm hopes to ally with the demon race again and immediately attack the polar domain." Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Tianhe said in disbelief, "Weren't those cowards from the Nether Realm scared by the polar domain last time? Why are you suddenly mobilizing your troops now?" Yao Dao's eyes flashed and looked at Xianxia. "Demon, no matter what the purpose of the netherworld is, if we want to snatch Medicine King Han Chujiu and Universe Mirror from the polar domain, we can only do it with the help of the netherworld." No matter how arrogant and prideful the demons were. They also don't think that they can fight against the entire polar domain by relying on the power under the hidden abyss. In Wuji didn't hesitate to enter into a marriage contract with their missing demon princess. He wants to use the demon race's power to deal with Deming Ju. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad. How could they not have the same idea? Min Wei gritted his teeth and said, "Demon Lord, your situation cannot be delayed any longer. Why don't we form an alliance with the Nether Domain again? This time, in addition to grabbing Han Chujiu and Qiankuan Mirror, Demon Venerable, you might as well cough. It might be better to directly grab the little Gongzi." This subordinate heard rumors that the little young master might not be the polar domain sovereign's biological son. The people in the polar domain were all cold and didn't have the slightest bit of humanity. Who knew whether the little Gongzi would be bullied there or not? This time, we might as well snatch the young master over. We'll definitely provide him with good food and drinks. We won't let the young master suffer even the slightest grievance. The snow girl was eager to try. She said excitedly, "At that time, I will take care of the young master. I have long wanted to raise such a cute child like the young master." Xianxia was startled. A small and delicate face appeared in his mind. Thinking that someone in the polar domain would bully that little doll, an indescribable killing intent welled up in Xianxia's heart. He said coldly, "Bring him to the front hall." The demon guards quickly bowed in response and quickly retreated. Min Wei stared at their departing figures, his gaze involuntarily turning to the north where the polar domain was located, and he lightly sighed. He didn't know if it was a good thing or a bad thing for the demon venerable to fuse with one soul and three spirits. Floating island, Maomu City. Mother. Mu Yan suddenly opens her eyes and sits up on the bed. She had a very long dream. He dreamed of many messy scenes. Some are sweet, some are sad. Ning Yanqing's gentle and kind smile was fixed on the blood mist that was splashing everywhere. His body shivered inexplicably. Images flashed through his mind like a flashing lantern. But she didn't want to think about it. Just like an ostrich, as long as it buried the surging memories in its mind. She could pretend that Ning Yanqing was still alive. Yan, don't be like this. Her cold body was pulled into a warm and familiar embrace. Mayan's buzzing ears heard Di Mingju's voice, unable to hide his heartache. If you do this, my heart will ache. His arms tightened around her. It was as if he wanted to pass his own warmth to her. Yan, you still have me and Xiaobao. We will always be with you. Mayan stares blankly for a good while before she suddenly reaches out and tightly hugs Di Mingju. Tears unwittingly flow out, wetting Di Mingju's clothes. After a long while, Di Mingju hears the girl say in a low, sobbing voice, Di Mingju, I won't have a mother in the future. I just found her, but I lost her forever. I'm really scared. I'm scared that I'll end up with nothing like I did in my previous life. I didn't meet you, and I didn't have little treasure. I'm scared that everything now is just a dream. Her slender hands hug Di Mingju. She's obviously already hugging him so tightly, but she still feels that it's not enough. She was like a drowning person grabbing onto a life-saving straw, unwilling to let go for even a moment. Di Mingju, tell me, you won't leave me. You will not leave me for any reason. Di Mingju has never seen Mayan like this. He also vaguely felt that it was strange. Mu Yan said, I'm afraid that I'll be like my previous life. What did this sentence mean? But at this moment, he doesn't have the time to think too much about it. Endless heartache and pity have already drowned all of his reason and thinking. Like the Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. 1. Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Di Mingju lowers his head and presses a kiss between Mayan's brows. He makes a promise to her, one word at a time. Yan, I will never leave. You are my wife, no one can separate us. Not even the heavenly Tao, gods and Buddhas. Under Di Mingju's comfort, Mayan falls asleep again. Di Mingju places her on the bed, gently parting her messy hair and planting a kiss on her pale lips. In fact, Mu Yan's injury this time is very serious. The Hell Rebirth formation extracted a large amount of soul essence from her body. The battle with the Ning family and Yin Yuani had left her covered in wounds. On top of that, he had to watch his own mother die in front of him. With Mayan's proud and sentimental character, one can imagine how big of a blow she would receive. Di Mingju only hates himself for being incompetent. He was clearly by her side, but he couldn't protect her properly. Yan, don't be afraid. He presses his forehead against Mayan's. Gently, with an incomparably doting tone, he says, I will always be by your side. I will never let anyone hurt you again. As if sensing his aura, the young lady's tightly knitted brows slowly relaxed. His expression regained its tranquility. Di Mingju also can't help but gently curve up the corners of his lips, his eyebrows as gentle as water. Suddenly, his eyes darkened. He straightened his back and took out a jade scroll. At this time, the jade slip was flashing with a red light. My lord, something bad has happened. Hanya's nervous voice comes from the other side. The Nether Realm and the Demon Race's armies are gathering at the border. I'm afraid there's going to be a big movement. Di Mingju frowns. Yin Wuji had lost his beloved son and wanted to take revenge on him and the Polar Realm. He had guessed it. But the Devil Race had actually come to wade into these muddy waters. What is Jun Shirtian thinking? Only after sleeping for 2 days did Mu Yan completely recover her spirit. Most of the Ning family's underground palace had already collapsed. After Ning Yanqing and the Hell Rebirth array perished together, even the foundation collapsed, forming a bottomless abyss. No one knew where the original Ning family members had fled to. Perhaps it had found another dark cave to hide in, or perhaps it had fallen into the abyss after the Great Quake. Even the cave in which Ning Su's clone had been placed had sunk into the ground. The Ning family was finished. Mu Yan sits beside the abyss, staring blankly down. She thought about the pain and torture Ning Yanqing had suffered for the past 20 years. Ning Yanqing finally saw the hope of survival, but she gave it up without hesitation. He thought about Jun Shiyuan, whom Ning Yanxin had mentioned, and what she had said, "We'll never see each other again." Jun Shiyuan, what kind of person was his biological father? He was willing to travel thousands of miles to chase after his wife for Ning Yan, even at the cost of his life. But he could also abandon her at the most crucial moment. In the end, Ning Yanxin chose to die to save her, but part of the reason was because of Jun Shiyuan's betrayal 20 years ago. Mu Yan closes her eyes. Up until now, she didn't know if she should look for her biological father again. Now that she had found him, how should she face him? Just as he was thinking, someone sat down beside him. She hears Ning Yu's low voice, "Mu Yan, I'm sorry." Mu Yan restrains her thoughts, turns her head and smiles at her. "What nonsense are you talking about? Where did you let me down?" Ning Yu's lips moved, but she couldn't say anything. People have their own relatives. In my uncle's heart, his sister's life is more important, so I can understand why he chose to abandon me. Although she can understand, she will no longer regard Ning Zhongbai as her uncle from now on. She has no relatives in the Ning family, not a single one. Ning Yu also understands her meaning, and her heart is filled with sorrow and guilt. She smiles bitterly and says softly, "In the future, if you have any errands, even if I have to go through water and tread on fire, I will do it for you." Mu Yan shakes her head. "The Ning family is the Ning family, and you are you. From the day I met Ning Yu, I felt that this girl and I were like old friends at first sight. I recognize Ning Yu as my friend, but not my cousin." Ning Yu is startled at first, and her eyes suddenly widen. The lost light in her eyes suddenly becomes incomparably bright. Looking at Ning Yu's departing figure, Mu Yan's face shows a faint smile. She knows that even if the Ning family collapses, Ning Yu will not. Even if she feels guilty, she will not hesitate to walk on. This is an incomparably frank, open-minded, and full of vitality. The Ning family that eats people without spitting out the bones has already perished. But the new Ning family will slowly rise and prosper in Ning Yu's hands. Mu Yan is about to withdraw her gaze, and sees Ning Zhongbai standing not far away. He seems to have aged 10 years in an instant. His eyes are dark, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes are deeply engraved into his skin. He hides very well, and even Ning Yu does not find him. Until he meets Mu Yan's eyes, he gently trembles like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bough. Then his eyes fill with tears. From afar, he kneels down and deeply kowtows in Mu Yan's direction a few times. Then, he hobbles away. Mu Yan doesn't know whether he is kneeling to her, Ning Yanxin, or all the deceased members of the Ning family. She only vaguely knows that from now on, she and this uncle will probably never meet again. Mu Yan sighs softly and unties the blood vein bell from her waist. When Ning Zhongbai had helped her put on the blood vein bell, she had felt his genuine affection. At that time, she really regarded Ning Zhongbai as her uncle. Later on, Ning Zhongbai recklessly stood in front of her and blocked Ning Kunchen's attack for her. She had also thought that even if the Ning family was a shameless and selfish bastard, at least she still had an uncle. Ning Zhongbai was a good elder who truly doted on her. However, it was not until later that she understood. Ning Zhongbai did love her dearly, but he had planned to sacrifice her from the beginning. Mu Yan gently shakes the blood vein bell in her hand. The ringing of the bell was crisp and clear, as if it was singing gently and crisply. She gently raised her hand and threw the blood vein bell into the deep abyss. The bell was still ringing, tinkling, tinkling. It gradually faded into the distance. It was just like everything that had happened in the Ning family's underground palace. However, at this moment, the ringing stopped abruptly. Immediately after, Mu Yan felt the ground beneath her tremble slightly. A dazzling red light blossomed in the abyss. What happened? Mu Yan abruptly stood up, took 2 steps back, and looked at the abyss vigilantly. Could it be that the Hell Rebirth array had not been completely destroyed? The next moment, the bell rang again. The red light flashed, getting brighter and brighter, getting closer and closer. In the center of the circle of light, something was jumping. It floated in front of Mu Yan. Do you have an unfulfilled wish that you want to fulfill? The Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. A low and clear chant resounded in his mind. Mayan's pupils become slack and her body sways, as if she has fallen into a drunken state. You want to obtain supreme power, dominate the 3 realms, and move unhindered through the world? Do you want to be immortal, achieve the Tao, and ascend to the heavens? Do you want to possess an eternal and indestructible body? Do you have any regrets in your heart that you want to make up for at all costs? He. In a daze, Mu Yan hears an excited laugh. The laughter was clear and melodious, like that of a young child. One moment, it was incomparably sharp and ear-piercing, like a mad eunuch. Then, the laughter disappeared and turned into soft whispers full of temptation and temptation. Make a wish to me. Sacrifice your soul to me. As long as you use your soul as an exchange, I can grant you everything you desire. Fame, power, status, love, and even the right to control life and death. Aren't you tempted? Quickly make a wish to me. Mayan's eyes are lifeless, like a machine, she says. Can you fulfill all my wishes? Yes. Can you revive my mother, Ning Yanqin? Of course. As long as you pay the price, I can bring your mother back to life. So, quickly make a wish to me. Sacrifice your soul to me, and your mother will return to you. Within the Tian Emochin space, Qi Huang grabs his head, his entire body curling up into a ball from the pain. But his eyes are firmly fixed on Mayan outside, shouting hoarsely over and over again, June Mayan, you can't make a wish, don't be bewitched by it, stupid woman, do you hear me? Hurry up and wake up. Little Phoenix also knows that Mayan's current situation is critical. It looked at Qi Huang, who was curled up into a ball in pain, and then looked at Mu Yan, who was gradually walking towards the abyss. It was so anxious that it was going in circles. It desperately hit the space, wanting to fly out and stop Mu Yan. However, the entire space seemed to have been sealed by someone, and there was no way out. Very quickly, the golden crow fire essence also joined in the attack, but it was still useless. Little Phoenix shouted anxiously, where's Huang Huang? Where did it go at such an important time? Huang Huang was the only one who could pass through any barrier at will. However, ever since he came out of Wushang Palace in the chaotic Heaven Cave abode, Huang Huang always felt that he was extremely powerful, that there was nothing he couldn't do. It was none other than Chicken Proud Heaven himself. The small space couldn't contain it at all, and it often wandered around outside. Who would have thought that it would be absent at such a crucial moment? Qi Huang clenched his fists tightly as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He muttered in a low voice, Luo Yunxiao. Luo Yunxiao. Get over here. However, he was still a step too late. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yan is already in front of the abyss. Ding. Ding. Ding, the ringing became more urgent and loud. The red light flashed faster and faster. Seeing that its prey was about to fall into its hands, it could no longer suppress its excitement. Come on. Come on, for the sake of your desires, become my sacrifice, become my slave, he. But in the next moment, his laughter stopped abruptly. The urgent ringing of the bell died away. Inside the space, 7 brilliants, Little Phoenix, and Golden Crow also widened their eyes in shock. They saw that the edge of the abyss was only an inch away from falling. Mu Yan stopped in her tracks, and reached out to grab the halo suspended in midair. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father. A cold and treacherous smile emerges on her lips. You killed my mother, and you still dare to tempt me. Do you think that I, June Mayan, am a soft persimmon that you can knead as you please? Ding-ling-ling, the urgent ringing of the bell came again. The two balls of light in Mu Yan's grip are constantly struggling. From time to time, he would release a bewitching aura that could lure people into a dream. The sound of the bell was hypnotic, accompanied by the fragrance of the flowers. If it was anyone else, they would have long fallen into a dream and be at their mercy. But the one they dreamt of was Mayan. If you had stayed in the abyss obediently and let me think that the Hell Rebirth Array had been completely destroyed, you might have had a chance to live. Now that you've jumped out of your own volition, it's as if there's a path to heaven that you refuse to take, and there's no door to hell that you insist on barging in. Playing with illusions in front of a Shin musician, I'll let you see what a real illusion is. With a flick of his wrist, the Tian Emochin floats in the air. As the slender fingers played, the sound of the guqin quickly drowned out the ringing of the bell. Floating like a dream, star realm, as the sound of the zither grew louder and louder, the two balls of light in Mayan's hands gradually stopped struggling. In the end, the flickering red light completely disappeared. What appears in front of Mu Yan's eyes are two beads, one red and one blue. Mu Yan asked doubtfully, "Qi Huang, what is this?" After asking, he found that there was no response from the space for a long time. "Qi Huang, what's wrong?" Seeing Qi Huang curled up on the ground, Mu Yan jumped in fright and promptly entered the space to help him up. "What happened?" Qi Huang pushed her away and said angrily, "Idiot woman, do you think it's fun to walk into the abyss? Do you know what will happen to you if you let that thing control your mind?" Mu Yan staggers from the push and almost falls. But looking at Qi Huang's energetic appearance, he heaved a sigh of relief. She smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'm a Shin musician, how could I easily fall for a mere illusion and hypnosis that bewitches the mind? Qi Xiaohuang, I didn't know you were so concerned about my safety. Your eyes are red because you are afraid that something will happen to me. Did you cry just now?" Qi Huang was about to go mad with anger. "Get lost. Who's worried about your safety? This deity just can't allow the Tian Mo Qin's master to be stupid enough to be bewitched by two trifling, cursed spirits. Where would this deity put his face? This sovereign is absolutely certain. Absolutely. I'm not worried about your safety, and I'm not crying. Do you hear me?" Mu Yan bursts into laughter. Seeing that Qi Huang was about to explode on the spot, he consoled him, all right. You're not worried about my safety. You're not crying. We all know that. Qiu, Jinwu, don't you think so?" Little Phoenix flapped his wings happily and said, "Brother Qi Huang didn't cry, it's just that sand got into his eyes. Brother Qi Huang isn't worried about his beautiful sister, he just wants to shout until his throat breaks. Jun Mayan, you can't make a wish, don't be bewitched by it, stupid woman, do you hear me? Hurry up and wake up." Little Phoenix had imitated Qi Huang's tone to perfection. Mayan laughs so hard that she can't breathe. Qi Huang couldn't help but want to kill the bird. After a while, Mayan took out the two beads, one blue and one red. She asked in confusion, "What exactly are these things? Before, you said that the rebirth in hell array contained something that even you felt wasn't right. Is it because of this?" But without waiting for him to answer, Di Mingju's anxious voice is heard from outside. Yan, how are you?" Di Mingju can spy on Mayan's space. But before getting Mu Yan's permission, he had never done so. That was why he did not know of Seven Brilliance's existence. Afraid that Di Mingju would be worried, Mu Yan promptly exits the space. "Master, that's the aura of the Yin Yang twin hearts." Not far away, Jiwen was grabbing the hem of Luo Yunxiao's clothes. She was so excited that her whole body was trembling. "This time it's true, this time it's absolutely true. Master, all that's left is the Yin Yang twin hearts. Quick, let's go ask Mei Yan for it." As Jiwen spoke, she prepared to pounce forward. However, he was firmly pressed down by a slender hand. Luo Yunxiao stuffs it into the spiritual pet pouch. She glances at Di Mingju and Mu Yan in front of the abyss, then turns around and leaves. F***ck, Master, you're running again. He was clearly here to save Mei Yan, but he didn't even show his face. Forget it. Yin Yang twin hearts, that's the Yin Yang twin hearts. Master, you've been searching for so many years, and now all that's left is the most important Yin and Yang dual heart. Don't you want to defy the heavens and change your fate? As long as you ask, Mei Yan will definitely give you the Yin Yang dual heart. Master. Are you even listening to me? Luo Yunxiao suddenly stopped. Jiwen was overjoyed and said excitedly, Master, you are finally willing to go back and ask Mei Yan for the Yin Yang twin. Before it could finish, it heard Luo Yunxiao shout in a low voice, come out. Jiwen blinked her bell-like big eyes and looked forward. Under a nearby tree, Ningyu slowly made her way over with a half-eaten spirit fruit in her hand. Hi, handsome, we meet again. She waved her hand and realized that she was still holding the half of the spirit fruit in her hand. The teeth marks on it were glistening, and it looked especially bold. Ningyu blushed and quickly threw away the spirit fruit in her hand to get rid of the evidence. He pulls out a dry smile, Mu Yan is in the abyss, aren't you going to see him? Luo Yunxiao said indifferently, there's no need. After saying that, he brushed past Ningyu and left. However, he had only taken 2 steps when he heard Ningyu's slightly raised voice. "You're not going to let her know what you've done for Mu Yan?" In the battle with Yin Yuanyi, Mu Yan was seriously injured and lost consciousness. Therefore, there were many things that she did not see, but Ningyu did. This elegant and noble man was like an orchid or a jade tree. For the sake of Mu Yan, covered in cuts and bruises, for the sake of Mu Yan, he kneels without hesitation. In order to prevent Mayan and Di Mingju from estranging each other, she is willing to destroy the virtual jade reincarnation formation with her own hands and end Ning Yanxin's order. Ningyu wondered how such a man could exist in this world. He was so perfect that he could attract the hearts of all the women in the world. But in his heart, there could only be one person. He could live and die for that person. However, everything he had done had been carefully concealed by him. He was only worried that the other party would find out. Then, he watched from afar as his beloved and another man stuck together like glue. He walked away quietly. Ningyu had always been a person who dared to love and hate. If she wanted something, she would work hard to get it. If she had met such a person in the past, she would have definitely scolded him as an idiot, a fool. But at this moment, looking at Luo Yunxiao's incomparably handsome face, looking at his dark and indifferent eyes, she inexplicably felt that her heart was gently tugged by something. It was sour and painful. The correct chapter of Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father will continue to be updated on Qingdao. There are no advertisements on the site. Everyone, please collect and recommend Qingdao, Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect, Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. Luo Yunxiao slightly frowns, coldly looking at Ningyu. "This has nothing to do with you." After a pause, he lowers his voice. "Thank you for taking me into the Ning family before. But what I did has nothing to do with you, and it has nothing to do with Mayan. She doesn't need to know anything." Ningyu stares at the man in front of her. She wants to say something, but she can't say a word. Half of Qi Wen's body comes out from the spiritual beast bag. Her 2 front paws are stuck on both sides, and she says with a speechless face, "Little beauty, do you think there's a fool more stupid than my master in this world? He clearly loves a person to the bones, but he denies it in every possible way. Not to mention that he doesn't know how to fight for her, he even pushes her into another man's arms. He clearly did so many things for Mei Yanyan, but he doesn't let her know." Luo Yunxiao coldly looks down. Qi Wen immediately covers her mouth, laughing dryly. Okay, I'll shut up. I'll shut up, okay? Do you think it's easy for me to be a dragon who speaks the truth these days?" Luo Yunxiao looks at Ningyu. "Please also rot everything you see in your heart, and don't mention it to Mayan." The man's voice is low and magnetic, like a feather gently brushing against the heart. But his picturesque features are cold and indifferent, without a trace of warmth. Even his whole person seems to be drifting away from the world. Deliberately lonely, indifferent, and downplaying his own existence. Until one day, he completely disappears from the world, and no one in the world remembers his existence. Ningyu's heart suddenly surges with a strong impulse. She suddenly raises her voice. "Luo Yunxiao, since Mayan doesn't like you, why don't you like someone else? The world is so big, there will always be things that are worth remembering, and there will be people that only belong to you." Luo Yunxiao stops, slightly frowning as he looks at her. Ningyu's heart thumps incessantly as she is stared at by those eyes that are like the stars in the summer night. She inwardly encourages herself over and over again. She blushes, reluctantly pulls out a smile, and raises her hand to point at herself. "What do you think of me? If you don't like Mayan, then consider other women. How about prioritizing me? I can fight, warm the bed, and make money. Although I can't wash my hands and cook soup, for you, I can learn." Luo Yunxiao was stunned. From the Cultivation continent to the floating island, there were thousands of women who adored him. But no one had ever confessed so straightforwardly like Ningyu. After recovering from her shock, Qi Wen let out a weird wow sound. "Beauty, you're the first one who has the guts to confess to my master. I have high hopes for you." Ningyu's face turned even redder. His eyes were looking at Luo Yunxiao expectantly. However, Luo Yunxiao only shook her head and said calmly, "Sorry, I don't like you." The fiery passion in his heart seemed to have been doused with cold water in an instant. The light in Ningyu's eyes dimmed. They were just strangers who met by chance, and they shouldn't have fallen too deeply in love. But at this moment, she felt that her heart was swelling and aching. The corners of Ningyu's lips curled up as if she was trying to force a smile. But in the end, he still failed. I know that Mu Yan is very good, but is she really so good that no one can replace her? Since you know that all your feelings and efforts are useless, why don't you take a step back and look at others? Luo Yunxiao was stunned. Images from long ago surfaced in his mind. Like the Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, Please Collect. 1. Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad. In fact, he didn't fall in love with Mayan at first. He just regarded her as a talented junior, a Shin musician's successor who might be involved in his fate. Since when did that stubborn and persevering woman become deeply engraved in his soul, and he could never forget her? Was it when she walked out of the blood slaughter sword formation, covered in blood, her body on the verge of collapse, but her eyes were as bright as stars? Was it when she taught him how to play the zither, her face full of helplessness, but she corrected his fingering over and over again? Was it when she deceived him into standing up for Lousy's #1 shop in the world, hiding on the sidelines to watch the fun with a sly smile on her face? Or was it when she played the zither, smiling and telling him, young martial uncle, no matter what secrets you have, what past you have, the Xiaoyao sect will always be your home? Luo Yunxiao couldn't remember. If he had known that he would fall in love, he would have pulled out earlier. If he had known that he would fall in love, he would have stayed far away from Mayan. But there are so many ifs in the world. By the time he realized it, there was only this woman left in his heart and eyes. There was no room for a second person. Even if he knew that she would never belong to him. Luo Yunxiao closes his eyes and slowly says, for me, there is only one Jun Mayan in the world, no one can replace her. He can restrain himself from getting close to her, not hurting her, not disturbing her happy and peaceful life. But he can't restrain his feelings that are becoming more and more unforgettable day by day. There are infatuations in life, and this hatred has nothing to do with the wind or the moon. To her, he is only the young martial uncle. To him, she is the only light and warmth in this life. He desperately approaches and protects her. Even if he is a moth flying into the fire, turning into ashes, he is still willing to endure it. Miss Ning, thank you for your love. But I can't accept it, so you don't have to waste your time on me. After saying this, Luo Yunxiao doesn't stay any longer and turns to leave. This time even Chiwen doesn't speak again. He just quietly lies in the spiritual beast bag, gently rubbing his big ugly head against Luo Yunxiao, his eyes faintly brimming with tears. Ningyu stares at the man's back disappearing around the corner. After a long while, her body suddenly softens and leans against a stone pillar. Miss, I've already tidied up the things you asked me to. Miss, why are you crying? Ningyu touched her face, and her fingertips felt cold and wet. He looked at his maidservant, who was so shocked that her eyeballs were about to pop out. Ningyu wiped the tears off her face with her sleeve and snapped, what are you looking at? I've never seen anyone fall out of love. The little servant girl immediately revealed a look of realization. Miss, your confession to young Master Yunxiao was rejected. It was normal. How could a mortal woman be a match for such a peerlessly handsome man? Moreover, with your conduct, it's hard to say whether or not you can be considered a woman. Ningyu glared at her and said through gritted teeth, stupid girl, cough, how am I not a woman? Do you believe that I won't beat you up? Which noble families lady and miss are so cruel? And your table manners and appetite, I seriously suspect that young Master Yunxiao is afraid that he can't afford to feed you. Stupid girl, stop right there if you dare. Pft. You're angry because you've been exposed. I'm not going to stop. Ningyu chased after the little girl and played around. Enchantress Charming Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, Please Collect. Enchantress Charming Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad. Ningyu chased the little girl and played with her all the way. Neither of them used their spiritual power, and they finally collapsed on the grass panting. Ningyu's face showed a carefree smile again. Qing thank you. Her heart, which was aching and numb just now, became much better because of Qing K's jesting. Qing Ke, the girl who disguised as a boy, hummed, "Miss, I still remember how you pulled my ear just now." After a pause, Qing Ke said in a low voice, "There are plenty of fish in the sea." "Miss, didn't you often say that? It's hard to find a three-legged toad, but there are two-legged men everywhere. Why do you have to love a flower?" Ningyu glared at her angrily, "Why don't you find another handsome guy for me?" Qing Ke, well, I admit that I can't find one. But it's precisely because Master Yun Shao is like an immortal in heaven that you don't deserve him. Ningyu clenched her fists and said resolutely, "Then I will work hard to stand on the peak of the immortal cultivation world as soon as possible so that I can be worthy of him." Qing Ke showed a perfunctory smile, "Okay, I have high hopes for you." "Miss, are we going to Liberty City?" Ningyu was stunned for a long time, and then she shook her head, "No, I will take my father to the northernmost part of the floating island. I heard that there is a hermit expert who is good at curse. Maybe he can remove the yuan-breaking devil soul curse on my father." Qing Ke was stunned, but Miss June said that her senior fellow apprentice has a way. Ningyu showed a wry smile, "Mu Yan may not care about it, but after my father did that, how can I accept her senior fellow apprentice's help with a clear conscience?" That wasn't an ordinary grudge. It was her father who wanted to take away Mu Yan's life with the appearance of a kind uncle. She was ecstatic that Mu Yan didn't care about her and treated her as a friend. How could she ask Mu Yan to save her father's life? Ningyu wiped her face and jumped up from the ground, "Let's go. Since everything is packed, we'd better leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will be unwilling and always want to hook up with handsome guys." Qing Ke said, "Haha. Miss, you're afraid of losing face after being rejected again and again, right? Stupid girl, do you know what it means to see through but not say it out loud? You're saying that this is the yin-yang dual heart that junior martial uncle is looking for?" Hearing Di Mingju's words, Mu Yan almost jumps up in excitement. His pair of peach blossom eyes were filled with brilliance. "In the list that little martial uncle gave me previously, all the other items had specific names and descriptions. Only this yin-yang twin heart is known as yin-yang twin heart, but I don't know what it is exactly. I thought it would take at least a few years to find any clues. Who would have thought that these two pearls were actually the yin and yang twin hearts? Hee, this was truly a case of wearing out iron shoes and fruitless searching, only to find it by chance without even looking for it. I'll go tell young martial uncle right now, he'll definitely be happy." Everyone in the Xiaoyao school knew that Luo Yunxiao needed the yin and yang dual hearts, the 12 evils of heaven, and the 36 stars to change her destiny. Mu Yan doesn't know what's wrong with junior martial uncle's life and why it needs to be changed. She only knows that in order to find these things, junior martial uncle has been wandering in the three realms for many, many years. Now that he's finally found it, will all the misfortune be far away from junior martial uncle? Di Mingju pulled her back. "Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect." "Charming Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad." Di Mingju pulls her back. The blue veins on his forehead jump. It took him a long while to restrain himself, and he says in a deep voice, "What's the hurry? When it comes to Luo Yunxiao, you don't even have the patience to listen to what Ben Jun has to say?" Jun Shengdaren's tone is calm, and his face is calm like an ancient well. However, the words that came out of his mouth sounded sour. Mu Yan calms down, and she can't help but laugh. But she's afraid to laugh out loud and annoy Jun Shengdaren. So she obediently sits back next to Di Mingju, and asks, "Is there any other question?" Di Mingju looks at the red and blue beads on the table, and faintly says, "Do you know what the yin and yang twin hearts is called?" "What?" Di Mingju points to the red bead, heaven's punishment. Then he points to the blue bead, earth's punishment. Mu Yan is startled, and it takes her a long while to react. Heaven's punishment? How can there be such a fierce name for a magic weapon? Di Mingju slightly frowns, as if he's recalling something. After a long while, he hesitantly says, "Regarding the yin and yang twin hearts, even in the Xiaoxian continent, not many people know about it. Ben Jun only heard about it from Han Chujiu." "Jiu Shifu?" Di Mingju nods and says, "Han Chujiu once had a deep involvement with a family that was good at cursing. Because of this, she was even given the most vicious curse. To this day, she is still trapped in the Medicine King Hall, unable to leave. But Di Mingju doesn't intend to let Mu Yan know about this, so as not to increase her worries. When you said that the Ning family's virtual jade reincarnation array is actually the Hell Rebirth array, Ben Jun had some doubts. The Hell Rebirth array is an array that is almost impossible to construct, because its core will be gradually eroded in the energy storm, and will be destroyed in 3 days at most. Even the top array masters in the Xiaoxian continent can't construct it, but the Ning family of the floating island has existed for thousands of years. This matter was too inconceivable. Now that I think about it, it's because the Ning family's Hell Rebirth array uses the Yin and Yang twin hearts. Mu Yan frowns. What is the Yin and Yang twin hearts? This is a pair, curse spirit. Mu Yan's pupils slightly contract. She suddenly remembers what Qi Huang once said, I just can't allow the master of the Tian Mo Qin to be that stupid, to be bewitched by 2 trifling, curse spirits. What was the curse spirit? Di Mingju shakes his head. No one really knows what a curse spirit is. However, as long as there was a curse spirit, all sorts of karmic evils would gather. The longer the curse spirit exists, the greater the accumulation of karma and evil will be. In the end, all living beings will be plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering. Di Mingju's pair of ice blue eyes look at Mayan, unblinking as he says, You said that Luo Yunxiao wanted to use the Yin and Yang twin hearts, the 12 evils of Dutian, and the 36 stars to defy the heavens and change his fate. Did you ask him what kind of method he used, and what kind of fate he changed? Could he really bear the consequences of changing his fate? Can your Xiaoyao school afford it? Mu Yan stares blankly. Qi Huang, is what Di Mingju said true? No sound came from the space. Mayan's divine sense enters the space, only to find that Qi Huang is actually sleeping. Little Phoenix flaps his wings and says, Pretty sister, after you left, the great devil started to sleep. Cho and Huang couldn't wake up no matter how much I called them. At this time, little Linghua has just come back from outside. Gu ji ji ji. Coo. Mummy, brother Red Pants will be fine, right? Sob, it's all Huang's fault. If Huang hadn't run around, brother Red Pants wouldn't have been injured. Mu Yan examines Qi Huang for a while, then lets out a long sigh of relief. Rest assured, Qi Huang is fine. He's just advancing. After saying this, even she herself felt extremely astonished. In such a long time, this was the first time she saw 7 brilliants advancing in seclusion. As the Tian Mo Qin's device spirit, the Tian Mo Qin has clearly been steadily advancing after being repaired, but Qi Huang's strength is always fluctuating, extremely unstable. Especially after the two became familiar with each other, Qi Huang's temper became more and more arrogant, more and more like a child. So much so that Mu Yan often forgets that he is a powerful artifact spirit that has existed since ancient times. But no matter what, being able to advance and increase his strength should be a good thing for 7 brilliants, right? Ning Yanqin left nothing behind. Apart from the clothes and jewelry that Ning Fuxing gave Mu Yan. Mu Yan felt that Ning Yanqin might not want to have anything to do with the Ning family in this life, the next life, or the life after that. Therefore, she burned all of Ning Yanqin's clothes and scattered the ashes into the abyss. The only thing left was the blood vein bell. This blood pattern bell had returned to her side when the Yin Yang twin hearts appeared. Mu Yan didn't know if it belonged to her or Ning Yanqin. However, she could vaguely sense a familiar aura from within. It was the aura of Ning Yanqin. Thus, Mu Yan kept it. Not only did the fire burn Ning Yanqin's belongings, but it also destroyed everything in the Ning family. Looking at the scorched earth of the underground palace, Mayan's heart is as calm as still water. She slowly clenches the blood pattern bell in her hand. Let's go back to Liberty City. Mayan squeezes Di Mingju's hand tightly. Her palm is ice cold, and only by feeling the heat of Di Mingju's palm can she absorb strength from it. I miss Xiaobao. Di Mingju embraces her in his arms. Alright, let's go back. He missed the little fellow too. Before he left, he wanted to see Xiaobao. Di Mingju knows that he can no longer stay on the floating island. Even if Mu Yan and Xiaobao were to be in danger, he might not be able to save them in time. The war between the polar domain and the nether realm and the demon race was on the verge of breaking out. According to the information that Han Yi and the others sent, the devil race is serious this time. Yin Wuji's heart was filled with hatred. He wanted nothing more than to flay him alive. In this war, the polar domain was fraught with danger. But Mu Yan and Xiaobao don't need to know this. He will take care of everything, and when they come to the Xiaoxian continent, he will give Mayan the grandest wedding, and give Xiaobao a complete family. 2 days after Mu Yan and the others left. From the ashes of the Ning family's underground palace, a withered hand suddenly stretched out. Then, a head popped out. It was an extremely horrifying face. The skin on the face had been burnt by the fire and was full of pits, like burnt mud. However, his eyes shone with greed, resentment, and extreme excitement. So what if he is a polar domain sovereign emperor? So what if they're immortals of the Xiaoxian continent? They still didn't discover my fake death. The Jade Virtual Reincarnation Formation is indeed the most magical formation in the world. It's a treasure given to the Ning family by God. Ha 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 ha. Cough, cough, cough. After laughing for a while, he began to vomit out chunks of flesh and blood. His whole body was also on the verge of collapse, as if his bones and flesh would separate and fall apart at any time. If you like the Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad. Ning Kunshan stopped coughing after a long while. With a wave of his hand, an ice coffin appeared beside him. In the ice coffin was Ning Su's still sleeping face. Cough, cough, cough. Ning Kunshan looked excited when he saw Ning Su in the ice coffin. But when he was excited, he coughed again. His eyes were a little unfocused. After a long while, he operated his spiritual power and released a fireball, slowly roasting the ice coffin. As the temperature rose, the ice coffin melted. Ning Su's dripping body fell into the ashes. Ning Kunshan's eyes swept over the Ning family's underground palace that had been reduced to ashes. His eyes were once again filled with extreme resentment. Everything I've worked on for more than 2,000 years has been destroyed once again. Jun Mayan, Dimingju, I won't let you go. If I can make a comeback once, I can naturally rise a second time, a third time. His charred and bloody lips split open, revealing a mouthful of ghastly teeth. Then his bony hands grabbed Ning Su's neck, and slowly approached. As he approached, he muttered in a low voice, I let you practice the soundless doppelganger just in case. I didn't expect this day to really come. Ning Kunshan was proud. He was able to live for a long time because of his cautiousness, and the fact that a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. He didn't care how miserable the process was. Because only the one who had the last laugh was the real winner. Ning Kunshan's horrifying face was very close to Ning Su. His soul slowly overflowed from his body and began to invade Ning Su's body. Yes, he wanted to seize possession and be reborn. From the moment Ning Su was brought back to the Ning family by Ning Yanxin and Ning Kunshan discovered his excellent talent, Ning Kunshan had already made up his mind. If the virtual Jade Rebirth formation couldn't help him get rid of the curse, if Ning Kunshan's body couldn't hold on, then he would take over Ning Su's body and buy himself another few thousand years. So, after Ning Su came back, he instructed Ning Fuxing to make the Ning family alienate him and bully him. He couldn't feel any love or hope, but was full of hatred. He became more and more paranoid about Ning Yanxin, almost to the point of being possessed. Then, Ning Su really did as she wished and willingly practiced the soundless doppelganger, just to have enough power to kill all the demons in the world and take Ning Yanxin for himself. Soundless doppelganger could give someone a second life. It could allow one's strength to increase rapidly in a short period of time. But the price of all this was that the 3 souls and 7 spirits of each avatar would become incomparably weak. Especially after one of the clones died. If the other clone fell into a deep slumber, it would be like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It was not easy to possess an ordinary cultivator, but what about a living dead with an incomplete soul? As for karma and reincarnation, the punishment of the heavenly Tao, Ning Kunshan scoffed. Ever since he embarked on this path, he had never believed in this. Every man for himself will be destroyed by heaven and earth. 10,000 years ago, he could sacrifice everything and let the whole Ning family be infected with the Yuan-destroying devil soul curse. 2,000 years ago, he could even abandon his most beloved son, Ning Xianting. From then on, he had long since abandoned his humanity. All that was left in him was the desire to stand at the peak and obtain all authority. Now, everything has been destroyed by Jun Mayan and Di Mingju. But he, Ning Kunchen, would never admit defeat. Taking over Ning Su's body was the first step in his comeback. However, just at this moment, a hand suddenly rises and clutches his throat. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. On the ruins, Ning Su, who has been sleeping like a corpse, suddenly opens his eyes and stares straight at Ning Kunchen. Ning Kunchen's pupils violently contract, an incredulous expression on his face. How did you wake up? Ning Su's peach blossom eyes are so dark that the bottom can't be seen. The corners of his mouth slowly curve into a mocking smile. Old ancestor, do you know how long I've waited for this day? Ning Kunchen's eyes widen in horror. You wanted to trick me into learning the silent doppelganger and take over my body. How could I not want to take this opportunity to devour your cultivation, so that no one in the Ning family can stop me? Ning Kunchen feels a huge suction coming from the hand that's strangling his throat. The soul essence in his body is like a torrential downpour, rushing towards Ning Su's hand. Ning Su, stop. Quickly stop. I'm your old ancestor. Do you want to deceive your master and destroy your ancestors? The corners of Ning Su's mouth rise high, but there's no trace of a smile in his eyes. There's only deep cruelty and pleasure. The people of the Ning family have always been selfish and cruel, and scrupulous in order to achieve their goals. What's filial piety? What's affection and righteousness? As long as you can become stronger, as long as you can do whatever you want, and stand at the peak of power, everything else can be thrown to the back of your mind. Isn't this what you, old ancestor, taught us? As the soul essence in his body is devoured, Ning Kunchen's breathing becomes weaker and weaker. The anger in his eyes is also gradually replaced by despair and pleading. He could be unyielding and overbearing in front of Di Mingju. That's because he knows that he won't die, that he still has a trump card in his hand. But now he realizes that he's really going to die. And he's going to die at the hands of Ning Su, who he previously looked down on. Ning Kunchen's eyes are filled with tears, and he hisses, Ning Su, you can't do this to me. I'm the one who gave you life, the old ancestor who created the Ning family. If you kill me, you'll suffer retribution. We can cooperate, we can revitalize the Ning family together. I will love you like my own son. I will teach you everything I know. What do you want? Ming Yanqin? Or Jun Mayan? I can give it to you. As long as the two of us join hands, everything in this world will be ours. Don't you want it? A glint flashed in Ning Su's eyes and he said slowly, everything I've done is to kill all the demons in the world, so that I can stay by Xianxian's side. I hope that I'm the only one by her side. The world is big, but everyone is dirty and ugly. Isn't it good for the two of us to depend on each other? Ning Kunchen's heart was filled with hope when he saw him like this. Yes, Ming Yanqin belongs to you. As long as you join hands with me, everything in this world will be yours. You can kill whoever you want and possess whoever you want. Ning Su slowly revealed a smile, and his voice became hoarse. If Xianxian was still alive, I might consider letting you linger on for a while longer. Unfortunately, it's too late. Since Ning Yanqin is dead, there's no need for anything related to her to exist anymore. Farewell, old ancestor. Ning Kunchen's eyes widened. No. I'm the Ning family's old ancestor. I'm going to dominate the Xianxia continent. How can I die here? How can I? The scorched earth-like corpse slowly fell down, completely devoid of life. Ning Su lifted his foot and gave it a light kick. Ning Kunchen's corpse turned into ashes, disappearing without a trace. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. Boom, with a push of his palm, the wind and clouds surged, and thunder rumbled. The Ning clan, which had already been burnt to a crisp, directly turned into dust, fluttering in the air. It was unknown when the thick thunderclouds had gathered in the sky, but they were still crackling. But no thunder fell for a long time. Xianxian, do you see, I am finally only one step away from the immortal king. I can break the Ning family's curse, take you to the Xianxia continent, let you get rid of Ning Ku and Shan, get rid of your fate. But why? Why did you choose Jun Shiyuan? Why did you cry for him, laugh for him, and even give birth to a child for him? Why didn't you wait for me? Wait for me to save you from the virtual jade reincarnation array? He slowly closed his eyes, and tears rolled down from his eyes. Xianxia, you must be very lonely down there, right? Don't be afraid, I will soon let everyone in the Ning family accompany you down there. Your daughter, the man you once loved, and me. As long as I can make you happy, as long as I can make you smile at me again, I am willing to do anything for you. Xianxia, wait for me, soon, we will be reunited. Nyangqin. Daddy. As soon as Mu Yan and Dimingju landed, they were hugged by Xiaobao. Xiaobao hugged Mu Yan tightly and refused to let go. His voice was filled with infinite grievance. Nyangqin is bad, you didn't take Xiaobao, but took Daddy. Xiaobao can protect Nyangqin like Daddy. Mu Yan buried her face in Xiaobao's body, smelling the familiar smell. Her heart, which had been cold and painful these days, gradually felt warm. Mu Yan blinked, blinking away the bitterness and wetness in her eyes. She hugged Xiaobao and said softly, it's Nyangqin's fault. Nyangqin saw that Xiaobao was cultivating in seclusion, so she didn't want to disturb you. But Nyangqin regretted it, because after separating from Xiaobao, Nyangqin missed you all the time. Hearing this, the grievance on Xiaobao's face dissipated by half. Her little face was flushed, and her big ice blue eyes flickered with shyness and joy. Do you miss Daddy more than when Daddy wasn't around? Mu Yan nods without the slightest hesitation, of course, you're Nyangqin's darling. These past few days when Xiaobao wasn't around, Nyangqin didn't want to eat or drink, and couldn't even sleep. After all, it had been so many years since Xiaobao was born, and the mother and daughter had never been separated. On the contrary, Dimingju is used to seeing each other more often than not. In addition, Mayan has always believed in Dimingju's strength. She knows that he won't be in danger. Therefore, when he's not by her side, she misses him, but she doesn't worry about him. Lil Treasure's big eyes were sparkling. Although he wasn't smiling, it was obvious how happy he was from the corners of his mouth that he couldn't suppress. In the back, Dimingju's face is as black as the bottom of a pot. His position in his daughter-in-law's heart was greatly lowered by his son. How could he not feel sour? It was fine that he didn't know Xiaobao's identity before. Now that he knows that this is his and Mayan's little cub, and because of his forgetfulness, he has suffered so much. He's filled with jealousy and resentment, but he can't bend it. Xiaobao turns around and sees Dimingju's unsightly complexion. He cleverly pounces into his embrace, his short little hands wrapping around Dimingju's neck and gently rubbing. Daddy, Xiaobao also missed you. Humph, in the end, he's just a also. But listening to his son's soft voice and looking at those ice blue eyes that are the same as his own, Dimingju's heart softens. He forces himself to keep a straight face. Have you been practicing hard recently? Xiaobao nods quickly. Daddy can test Xiaobao. Dimingju wants to put him down and take him to the side to test his cultivation progress. However, Xiaobao hugs his neck and refuses to let go. The childish voice tries to keep calm and indifferent, but it still reveals a bit of a spoiled tone. Xiaobao wants Daddy to carry Xiaobao over. He likes the feeling of being held in his father's arms. Warm, tall, and safe. So that he can wholeheartedly rely on him. Dimingju says coldly, you are the future heir of the polar domain. You can't act like a spoiled child in the future. Although he says so, he holds the child in his arms firmly and cautiously. As if he is afraid of dropping the child. Xiaobao says boldly, I'm still young. Nyangqin said that Xiaobao can act like a spoiled child at will. Daddy, don't you love Xiaobao? Dimingju doesn't speak. Holding the child, he takes a few steps and arrives at the wasteland outside the city. Xiaobao's crisp voice comes from afar. Uncle Wei Ran also carried Xiaobao. Shut up, don't mention him. Daddy, are you jealous? But in the whole world, Xiaobao loves Nyangqin and Daddy the most. No one else can compare. Daddy, you don't have to be jealous. Mayan can't help but smile. Sixth sister, stop looking. Although I know that you three have reunited after a long time, you can't treat us like air, can you? TSK, I finally know what Bai Xia said about eating too much dog food. Mayan comes back to her senses. Facing everyone's playful expression, she can't help but laugh. Did anything happen in Liberty City recently? Hearing her words, Luoyu and the others straighten their faces and say in a low voice, fifth brother came back, and he also brought back eldest brother, but eldest brother doesn't have the slightest breath. It's like, Luoyu's eyes are a little red, and his voice is difficult to continue. If it weren't for Yunruhan's soul lamp burning well, he would have almost collapsed. To him, there was nothing more terrifying than the death of his eldest senior brother. Mayan originally wanted to discuss the matter of the Yin-Yang twin hearts and junior martial uncle with Chumoli, but when she heard Luoyu's words, she couldn't be bothered with anything else. Where is eldest senior brother? Bring me there to have a look. At that time in the nine-tailed black sunflower field, Mu Yan had heard from the Yin family that Yunruhan had died in the hands of Yi Qingfeng. Now that she heard that he was no longer breathing, she was extremely worried. However, when she saw Yunruhan's condition, she heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, eldest senior brother's condition is not serious. Mu Yan arranged several layers of isolation enchantments around the house. Only then did he activate the magic core in his body and infuse it into Yunruhan's body. Not long after, Yunruhan's chest began to rise and fall. His ice-cold body gradually warmed up. Mu Yan withdrew her devil qi and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Although back in the Xiaoxian continent, she had managed to cultivate a magic core by a fluke. But from then on, she focused on training her spiritual power. So the devil qi that she could mobilize in her body was very little. Meeting the worried eyes of Luoyu and the others, Mu Yan smiled and said, "Don't worry, eldest senior brother is fine. He just fell asleep, and he will wake up early tomorrow morning." "That's great." Luoyu excitedly rushed over and hugged Mayan. "I knew that as long as sixth sister came back, eldest brother would be fine." Leng Yuma patted her chest and said, "Before, eldest brother didn't have the slightest breath, it really scared us to death." Mayan said, "In fact, eldest brother's current body is a half-demon body, the fatal injuries of ordinary humans are not too big of an obstacle for him. The reason why he was in a coma was not because Yi Qingfeng killed him, but because Yi Qingfeng extracted all the demon energy and spiritual power in his body, and also sealed his magic nucleus. The magic nucleus can't absorb demon energy, so there's no way to recover from injuries and activate the body's vitality. So he looks like he's dead." Everyone heard this and let out a long sigh of relief. Then they looked at each other, and couldn't help but be wild with joy. Now, the Xiaoyao Seven can be considered to be truly reunited. Mayan looked at Ling Yuxing, "Fifth brother, how did you save eldest brother? Are you hurt?" Ling Yuxing quickly shook his head, "Little sister, don't worry, I'm fine. In fact, I didn't think that it would be so easy to find eldest brother, and even bring him out of the palace safely. I think the main reason why we weren't discovered by Yi Qingfeng's people is that he doesn't care about me and eldest brother anymore, right?" "What do you mean?" Ling Yuxing frowned, and said with some hesitation, "I also overheard it by accident. It seems that the Lan Empire's emperor has been imprisoned by Yi Qingfeng for a whole 10 years. Now, the entire Lan Empire's army is in Yi Qingfeng's hands, and the ancestors with the highest cultivation of several sects and families have also been imprisoned by Yi Qingfeng. He may soon move against the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 major sects of the floating island." Everyone was startled when they heard this. Does Yi Qingfeng want to unify the floating island? Become a truly supreme emperor? Mayan couldn't help but frown. She remembered the feminine and pale man she saw in Tianguang ruins. There was no greed and desire for power in his eyes. There was only extreme darkness and coldness. Would such a person really want to unify the floating island? Ling Yuxing looked at Luoyu, "Little Seven, the Lan Empire's emperor imprisoned by Yi Qingfeng is likely your biological father. Do you want to save him?" Luoyu shook her head without hesitation, "No. Not to mention that I don't remember anything, even if I did, I wouldn't save the murderer who killed my mother." Mayan had told Luoyu everything very early on. Back then, it was indeed Yi Qingfeng who framed his maternal grandfather's family and caused his mother's death, causing him and his eldest martial brother to wander from place to place. However, the one who gave the order to execute Empress Xiao Fengyi was his biological father, the current emperor of the Lan family empire, Lan Yaozong. In the past few decades, the Blue Glorious sect listened to Yi Qingfeng's every word. No matter how many loyal old ministers of the Lan family empire tried to impeach them, the Lan Yao sect still did what they wanted. He had even watched as his wife was executed and his children were hunted down. Sure, Yuan Qing used to be the most respected teacher of the Blue Glory sect, but just because of one sentence from Yi Qingfeng, he was punished and thrown into the imperial prison. He almost died. Even though he managed to escape and ascend to the heavens, most of his cultivation was crippled, and he did not have long to live. Wei Mian, the one and only, divine general of the emperor's region, of the floating island, also ended up with his meridians broken and he was thrown into the gravel hill just because he pleaded for the empress's family. The 30,000 elite soldiers under his command were supposed to be the sharp weapons to protect the Lan Empire, but they were slaughtered alive. The originally prosperous Lan clan empire had fallen apart within a short few tens of years, and it was in a precarious situation. The mastermind of all this was Yi Qingfeng. But the Lan Yao sect was the knife in his hand that was willing to kill. The blood on his hands was no less than Yi Qingfeng's. Mu Yan patted Luo Yu's shoulder and smiled at him. In any case, it's good that you can come back safely. Sooner or later, we will get back what Yi Qingfeng owes us. Mu Yan knew very well that with Yi Qingfeng's cultivation, even if they had reached the earth-opening realm, they were no match for him. But she didn't want to belittle herself. Everyone in the Xiaoyao sect was a genius. 1 year ago, they hadn't even reached the tribulation realm. But now they had reached the earth-opening realm, the 6th stage of Golden Immortal. As long as they were given a little more time, they would no longer be afraid of anyone on the floating island. Luo Yu nodded and happily looked at Yun Ruhan, who was breathing steadily on the bed. His eyes were bright and clear, like the brightest stars in the night sky. I only hope that I won't lose anyone around me. Senior brothers and sisters, junior uncle, Uncle Wei. All the loved ones and friends he cared about. As long as he could live well and live happily, he would be satisfied. Cherishing everything in front of him was 100 times more important than mourning and regretting the loss. Luo Yu's words made Mu Yan stop smiling. She looked at the crowd and said in a low voice, "There is one thing I want to discuss with you. This time in the Ning family, I met junior uncle and accidentally obtained the Yin and Yang twin hearts." A quarter of an hour later, Mu Yan told them everything that happened in the Ning family during this period of time. Everyone listened with their mouths agape. Ling Yuma cursed, "Damn it, I thought the Lian family was shameless enough. I didn't expect that there would be a higher mountain. The Ning family is not human, but animals, right?" Ling Yuxing frowned. That Ying Yuan's background is not small. Won't it cause trouble for Mentor Mo if we cripple him? Sixth sister, if we knew it was so dangerous, we should have gone with you. Mayan smiles, motioning for them to calm down a little. No matter how filthy the Ning family is, even worse than beasts, they're more or less dead. As for Yin Yuani, Di Ming said that the polar domain and the nether domain are incompatible like fire and water, and that there will be a great war every 2 or 3 days. It has nothing to do with him crippling Yin Yuani. In fact, Mu Yan is also a little worried. After all, an ordinary conflict and a son's death could not be mentioned in the same breath. But since Di Mingju tells her not to worry, she can only choose to believe him. Mayan looks towards Chu Moli, third brother. Have you heard of Yin and Yang twin hearts? What kind of formation can defy the heavens and change one's fate, and it even needs the Yin and Yang twin hearts as the formation core? Chu Moli shook his head. Do you have it? Mayan promptly hands over the blue and red beads to Chu Moli. It was strange. Ever since the Yin Yang twin hearts failed to bewitch her that day, they had become 2 ordinary beads. Whether he injected his spiritual power or probed it with his divine sense, there was no response. Chu Moli received the pearl, and his body trembled slightly. His brows furrowed slightly. What's wrong? Third brother, is there something strange about these beads? They look very ordinary. Just like a child's marbles. As Luo Yu spoke, she reached out her hand to take a look. However, Chu Moli quickly dodged it. His deep and serene gaze swept across everyone present, and he slowly said, "Apart from junior sister, you'd better not touch these 2 pearls." After pausing for a while, he said in a deep voice, "There is a very strong, grudge, energy in it. If you're tainted by this kind of karma, it's very likely that you'll attract the 9 revolutions heavenly lightning when you ascend, and you'll be directly punished by the heavenly Tao and be annihilated." Hearing this, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What do you mean? What about Junior's sister? Is she all right? Chumoli looks at Mayan, his gaze somewhat complicated. Junior's sister herself is already entangled in the power of the grudge, entangled by all kinds of karmic and evil creatures. It doesn't matter if she's contaminated or not. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth twitches. Why did she feel that what Chumoli meant was, the other disciples could still be saved, but he had been involved in the curse over and over again? There was no hope. So you don't have to worry about lice. Chumoli lightly tossed the pearl in his hand, and said in a deep voice, little Junior sister, you want to help little Martial Uncle defy the heavens and change his fate? Mayan nods. Di Mingju told me that if I were to use these two cursed spirits that have been contaminated with so many karmic evils to defy the heavens and change my fate, I'm afraid that in the end, I won't be able to change my fate. Instead, my body and soul will perish, and I might even implicate my friends and family to eternal damnation. In fact, I don't know what method Junior Uncle Master is going to use to defy the heavens and change his fate, but after searching for so many years, he finally managed to find everything. But now, all our efforts are going to be in vain. I'm not willing to accept this, and I believe that young Martial Uncle is also not willing to accept this. Mayan slightly clenches her hands, her voice slightly hoarse. All these years, everyone must have discovered that Junior Martial Uncle has been deliberately alienating us. He's clearly protecting our safety at all times, but he's not willing to let us find out. In the past, I didn't know why, but now I know. He's probably afraid of dragging us down. The room fell silent. Ling Yuma gritted her teeth. What's there to implicate? Which one of us in this Shao Yao sect doesn't have some troubles? Hunting, framing, conspiracies, we're already used to it. Why would we be afraid of a little karmic entanglement? Everyone turned their gazes towards Chumoli. Chumoli innocently blinked his eyes. Why are you all looking at me? I'm not omnipotent and can solve every problem. Mu Yan sneered, third brother, we are all fellow disciples of the same sect. Although you are a pervert and good at disguising yourself, you can still deceive outsiders, but you don't need to deceive our own people. TSK, TSK, TSK. Every time third senior brother is so confident but acts mysterious, he will definitely show this kind of expression. We're all from the same sect, who doesn't know each other? Third senior brother, don't keep us guessing. Tell me quickly, what method do you have to help little Martial Uncle? It was rare for Chumoli to choke. His hand, which had subconsciously tapped on the armrest of the wheelchair, also retracted it. All right. He sighed softly. I do have a way to temporarily seal the power of resentment in the yin-yang twin hearts. However, I'm afraid that all of us will be in great danger, and we will have to pay a sufficient price. Especially little Junior sister. Di Mingju only stayed in Carefree City for a day, then returned to the polar domain. Mu Yan was a little worried about the Nether Realm. She even asked Star Wolf in private. Mu Yan even asked Star Wolf in private. Xing Lang directly patted his chest, his face full of mockery. The Nether region is nothing. That old man Yin Wuji wasn't Lord's match a few hundred years ago, not to mention that Lord has already advanced to Immortal Emperor. He is the one and only Immortal Emperor in the Shoshan continent. No one is a match for Jun Shang, and no one is a match for our polar domain. Miss June, you can rest assured. Mu Yan knows that Star Wolf has never been able to hide his thoughts. Since he said so, her heart that had been lifted also relaxed. But thinking of Di Mingju's departure this time, the two would be separated for a long time. There's an indescribable reluctance in Mayan's heart. Di Mingju watches as the girl bends down to hang the jade pendant on his waist. Tenderness seemed to overflow from his lowered eyes. Mu Yan lifts her head, and meeting Di Mingju's gaze, she can't help but curve up the corners of her mouth. But in his heart, he is somewhat apprehensive. Di Mingju, are you willing to wear this piece of jade? Di Mingju stares blankly. He looks down and his pupils can't help but contract. Because he discovered that what Mu Yan gave him was a monster core blood jade. It was also the red jade that he had worn for many years. Di Mingju and Mayan's hands suddenly tighten, his voice slightly low and deep. Yen Yen, don't you know, Mu Yan says softly, I know you won't be willing to wear something that has been touched by another man. Di Mingju is immediately tongue-tied. He really wanted to roar, "There are no other men." This vermilion jade and June Mayan belonged to Ben June, only to Ben June. However, he did not dare. Qianquan listening network Mayan holds Di Mingju's face and gently touches his lips. "Be good, I'm not letting you wear this magic core blood jade to find Xiaobao's biological father. Instead, I want to find Jun Shiyuan." Di Mingju stares blankly and can't help but look at Mayan. Mu Yan slightly knits her brows, her voice also a bit colder. "From all the signs, my biological father, Jun Shiyuan, should be a demon. Moreover, he ascended to the Xiaoxian continent 20 years ago. I heard that the demon core blood jade is mixed with the blood of the demon race. You should be able to get close to the demon race in the Xiaoxian continent, right? As long as it near Jun Shiyuan, the demon core blood jade would sense it. At that time I will be able to find him." Di Mingju's eyes brighten at once. He even threw the matter of how he should confess that he was Xiaobao's biological father to the back of his mind. Finding Jun Shiyuan would mean finding Mayan's fiancé. Cancel the stone of 3 lives on her marriage contract. Originally, he was worried that the demon race would join forces with the Nether Realm to invade. Now that he thought about it, wouldn't this give him the best opportunity to find Mayan's biological father? Mayan buries her face deep into Di Mingju's chest, and softly says, "Di Mingju, when you find Jun Shiyuan, don't tell him yet. I want to ask him personally why he watched my mother sink into the Hell Rebirth formation, and left her without a care." In fact, Ning Yanxin hadn't completely merged with the Hell Rebirth array at that time. As long as Jun Shiyuan destroyed the Hell Rebirth array, he would be able to rescue them. Even if he was covered in wounds, at least he was still alive. She couldn't imagine how Ning Yanxin had survived the past 20 years. Had she ever harbored hope that Jun Shiyuan would come and save her, but in the daily despair and pain, the unforgettable love that was originally engraved in her bones had completely worn away. I once thought that perhaps Jun Shiyuan had some hidden trouble that he couldn't speak of, or perhaps he had forgotten Ning Yanxin because of the heavy injuries. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming witch doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad. But no matter how many reasons there are, the damage to Ning Yanxin has already been done, and it can never be made up for, so, before I call him father, I want to tell him Ning Yanxin's words word for word. Di Mingju nods, hugs her a little tighter, and says hoarsely, "Yan Yan, I'm different from Jun Shiyuan, I won't let you down." Fool. Mayan can't help but smile, "I've never doubted that." She knows that, no matter how difficult and dangerous it is. Even if they forget each other, Di Mingju will also come to her side. The wind of early spring is bitterly cold. Luo Yunxiao stands alone on the summit of Wangtian Cliff, quietly looking into the distance. But it's not quiet around him. Because Chiwen is running back and forth violently, nagging. "Yin and Yang twin hearts, that's Yin and Yang twin hearts. Master, how can you leave without asking for it? As long as you ask, Mei Yan Yan will definitely give it to you. We've been looking for so many years, and we've finally gathered them. Master, have you gone mad? How about we go to Carefree City to find Mei Yan Yan, Master?" "Okay." The little Chiwen jumps into Luo Yunxiao's arms, biting his lapel and shaking his big head. Luo Yunxiao's expression is indifferent, and she doesn't pay attention to it. But she doesn't reprimand it for its offense, instead, she reaches out and gently strokes its head. A clear voice, like the melting snow on the Tianshan mountain, "Chiwen, thank you. For so many years, if it weren't for Chiwen accompanying him. How cold and deathly stillness would be around him. Just like a graveyard." Chiwen's noisy voice stops abruptly. It covers its face with its paws, and its big eyes roll around. There's a rare shyness and joy inside. "Master, if you say that, I'll think that you're interested in me. Although I prefer a delicate little girl like Mei Yan Yan, if it's you, I don't mind bending." Mua dash. Bang, Chiwen is directly thrown to the ground, falling into a puddle of pancakes. Luo Yunxiao expressionlessly takes out a communication jade slip and says softly, "Master." Xing Yuan's gentle and low voice comes from the jade slip, "Yunxiao, how is your injury?" "It's much better." A trace of warmth appeared in Luo Yunxiao's cold eyes. "Thank you for your concern, Master." Xingyuan said, since you've finished what you wanted to do, come back as soon as possible. He coughs softly, then says, the more you hold of something, the more you will lose it. Yunxiao, do you understand what master means? Luo. Yunxiao looked at the southern sky for a long time before saying softly, your disciple understands. Luo of Luo. He didn't realize that his hands, which were hanging by his side, had unconsciously tightened. On the other side, Xingyuan could not help but sigh softly. Xingyuan. Master. Luo Yunxiao suddenly asked, Master, if I want to defy the heavens and change my fate, will I really implicate those close to me? Luo Xiao. Luo Yen, Luo, for bye, he Luo, Itian Luo. Bye, Luo. Luo Yunxiao is silent for a long time, then says, no. The other side is silent. Xingyuan can't help but sigh, other things are fine. Luo, yin and yang is a combination of the power of karma and resentment. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad. It's fine if you don't have anyone you care about. Otherwise, if you defy the heavens and change your fate, it would be the same as using the people you care about to exchange for your own life. Hearing Xingyuan's voice, Qi Wen, who had shrunk to the side in fear to reduce her presence, was stunned when she heard this. Its face was full of disbelief. Impossible, how is this possible? Luo Yunxiao closed his eyes and said hoarsely, I understand, master. He did not need to defy the heavens and change his fate. He would rather die than let anyone from the Xiaoyao sect get hurt. By the way, there's something you might want to know. The Nether Realm allied with the demon race and waged war against the polar domain once again. Luo Yunxiao straightened his back. He knows that Di Mingju crippled Yin Yuani, so Yin Wuji will certainly fly into a rage and hate the polar domain to the bone. But why would the devil race join in again? They didn't have any deep enmity with the polar domain, Xingyuan said. Senior devil Jun Shirtian was seriously injured many years ago. After that, he repeatedly asked the polar domain to lend medicine King Han Shujiu. But they were all rejected by the polar domain because Han Shujiu will not leave the Medicine King Palace. And the demon race would also not allow their own demon lord to take the risk of entering the polar domain's hinterland. The actions of the devil race have always been simple and crude. Perhaps, they think that as long as they attack the polar domain and kill Di Mingju, they will have to treat Han Shujiu. It's just a pity that the people are suffering. Luo Yunxiao gritted her teeth, they can't kill each other. Xingyuan's voice paused. He felt that his disciple's tone and words were a little strange. What did it mean to kill each other, the infernal domain and the polar domain, the infernal race and the spirit cultivators? How could they kill each other? Luo Yunxiao clenched the jade slip in her hand and said in a deep voice, I'll return to the Xiaoxian continent immediately. Master, I want to see Jun Shirtian. Xingyuan said, you are the one who is engaged to his daughter, so of course you can see him. But why do you want to see him? Why would he want to see Jun Shirtian? Lazy to listen to books, she told him that the Three Lives United Heart contract had already pointed out where his daughter was. Tell him that Di Mingju is his daughter's most beloved person. Hurting Di Mingju will make Mayan sad. She told him that it was time to break off the engagement that was destined to be a mistake. It didn't belong to him in the first place. Even if he held it in his hand for a long time, what was the point? Luo Yunxiao opened his mouth to speak. Suddenly, rolling black clouds gathered in the southern sky. The crackling thunder sounded as if it was going to swallow the entire earth. Luo Yunxiao's eyes widened. She couldn't be bothered to talk to Xingyuan anymore. After saying that he had something to do in a hurry, he cut off the communication and flew toward Liberty City in the south. He couldn't be wrong, that was the power of resentment. It was the power of resentment that was so strong that even the divine punishment heavenly thunder was disturbed. Something that could emit such a strong power of resentment. Other than yin-yang twin hearts, there was nothing else. Liberty City. If you want to seal the power of resentment in the yin-yang twin hearts, my method is very simple. Little junior sister, since you personally witnessed the hell rebirth formation, you should know how to build another one, right? Mayan frowned and said, you want to use the hell rebirth array to achieve your wish, which is equivalent to drinking poison to quench thirst. It will only make youngest martial uncle sink deeper and deeper, absolutely not. Chumoli smiled and said, let me finish what I have to say. The Hell Rebirth Array is the most vicious array in the world, and it involves the most karma and sin. The way of heaven will never allow it to take shape. Charming witch doctor, heavenly defying baby's black-bellied father, please collect. Charming witch doctor, heavenly defying baby's black-bellied father. Therefore, those who build the Hell Rebirth formation will try their best to conceal its aura and avoid the detection of the heavenly way, lest they attract the heavenly punishment thunder. But we can do the opposite and use the power of the heavenly way to completely seal the power of resentment in the yin-yang twin hearts. Mu Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. Are you saying that you deliberately attracted the heavenly thunder? This is no ordinary heavenly lightning. It's just like the divine punishment heavenly lightning that I used the power of the laws to descend. It only takes one strike to annihilate all of us. Are you sure we want to bet so much? Chumoli said indifferently, the mission you gave me was a mission that was practically impossible to complete in the first place. If I don't take a gamble, how could I possibly succeed? Before the heavenly thunder came, Junior's sister used the Big Dipper to connect the 7 of us and spread the power of the curse evenly. In this way, the power of the divine punishment heavenly lightning will be greatly reduced. But at the same time, every one of us will be tainted by the power of vengeance. We will have to endure the lightning strikes from the heavens, but we cannot retreat or lose consciousness. And I don't know how long this torture will last. Perhaps it was the time it took to brew a cup of tea, or the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, or perhaps it was 2 or 4 hours. Once we can't hold on, we'll fall short of success. Chumoli looks at Mayan and curls up his lips, the 6 of us couldn't hold on. Perhaps it's just that the seal wasn't successful. Henceforth, little martial uncle would be unable to defy the heavens and change his fate. But Junior's sister is the link of the Big Dipper of the Big Dipper. Once she can't bear it, the 7 of us will all suffer the backlash. From then on, we will be haunted by the evil fruit, and maybe we will never be able to ascend to the cultivation continent again. Are you still willing to try? The people in the room looked at each other. The shock in their eyes was gradually replaced by unwavering faith. Ling Yuma gritted her teeth and said, let's try. Why not? Little martial uncle has done enough for us. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, we must not give up. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly and stammered, as long as I can help little martial uncle, I can do it. I am not afraid of being struck by lightning. But eldest senior brother was just seriously injured, and now he's unconscious. If he suffers another lightning tribulation, will he be able to endure it? 6 people can't. Ling Yuxing had yet to finish his words of worry. Lazy to listen to books, a deep and hoarse voice came from behind, since it's the Xiaoyao sex. Business, how can I not participate? Eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, you're awake. That's great. Eldest senior brother, how do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Yun Ruhan sat up on the bed and meditated, circulating the demonic qi and spiritual energy in her body. His pale complexion immediately returned to normal. He looked at the few of them, his eyes glistening. I'm fine. Sorry for making you worry. Eldest senior brother, you scared us to death. Luo Yu rushed forward and hugged him, her voice choked. Yun Ruhan patted his back lightly, her gaze gentle as she looked at Luo Yu's reddened eyes. Brother, little 7 has grown up. You've become stronger and stronger. Luo Yu blushed. Yun Ruhan's cultivation was still at the profound life realm. But Luo Yu was already at the beginning of the earth creation realm. In other words, Luo Yu's cultivation was 2 realms higher than Yun Ruhan's. In the Xiaoyao sect, only Yun Ruhan and Chumoli didn't get this opportunity. Therefore, their cultivation remained at the mysterious life tier. Luo Yu didn't think she was more powerful than her eldest senior brother. Yun Ruhan coughed softly and looked at Chumoli and Mu Yan. I heard what you said just now. If I remember correctly, little junior sister's Big Dipper can only be unleashed to its greatest power when it's multiplied by 7 people, and all 7 people are connected. Little senior uncle is the little senior uncle of the Xiaoyao sect, and I'm the eldest senior brother of the Xiaoyao sect. I have to take part in sealing the power of resentment in the yin-yang twin hearts. In Xiaoyao City. Everyone gathered in the plaza and looked at the heavenly lightning gathering in the sky in fear. What's that? Is it heavenly lightning? Why would heavenly lightning suddenly appear? Is someone going through a tribulation? But I've never heard of a heaven-breaking tier elite in Xiaoyao City. Hee, do you know how many heaven-breaking tier freaks there are on the entire floating island? Even among the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 major sects, I've heard that none of them has truly reached that level. Why would such an expert appear in our tiny Xiaoyao City? Also, why do I feel that the thunderclouds are even more terrifying than the heavenly lightning when someone is going through a tribulation? If the heavenly lightning strikes down, won't all of us in Xiaoyao City be annihilated? Everyone's faces were filled with panic. Some people had already taken out their magic treasures and were ready to escape from Xiaoyao City and the area covered by the thunderclouds. However, before they could move, above the thick clouds, a cold purple light flashed. Bolts of lightning struck straight down. Ah! Everyone in the plaza screamed in fear and fled in all directions. The dazzling lightning almost blinded them. The rumbling thunder left only a buzzing sound in their ears. But soon, they realized that something was wrong. The thunderclouds in the sky were indeed overwhelming and terrifying. The falling lightning was also densely packed, as if they were going to raze this place to the ground. However, when the lightning was about to land and strike them, it seemed to be attracted by something and changed its direction. In the end, all the lightning bolts landed on the 6 Stars Pagoda. Rumble! 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 The deafening sound of thunder and the dazzling lightning bloomed again and again on the top of the pagoda. The tall 6 Stars Pagoda seemed to be on the verge of collapsing amidst the descending lightning, as if it would break and collapse from the middle at any moment. But in the end, it stood firm. At the top of the towering pagoda, people could vaguely see the rainbow-colored light emitted from it. The panicking crowd gradually calmed down. They realized that the heavenly lightning that had gathered seemed terrifying. But it wouldn't affect Liberty City. The people who originally wanted to escape from here calmed down. Instead, they became extremely curious about the reason for the heavenly lightning. There were even some bold people who wanted to enter the 6 Stars Pagoda to take a look. Maybe it's not a tribulation, but the birth of a rare treasure. Yes, the birth of a rare treasure will also cause a phenomenon in the world. I'm guessing that the 6 Stars Pagoda is about to be upgraded? If we cultivate in there in the future, will we be able to advance faster? However, as soon as these people approached the 6 Stars Tower, they were stopped a few meters away by the carefree army led by Wei Mian. The butcher raised his voice and said coldly, "The city master has ordered that the 6 Stars Tower will be closed for 3 days. Within 3 days, no one is allowed to get within 5 meters of the 6 Stars Tower. Otherwise, they will be killed." Some of the residents of Liberty City looked worried. What exactly happened in 6 Stars Pagoda? How did it attract such a powerful heavenly thunder? Will the city lord and the rest be in danger? The butcher said indifferently, "The city lord has long expected such a phenomenon. That's why he sent us here to guard, lest you guys be affected by the heavenly thunder. Since the city lord is confident, there won't be any danger." Most of the residents of Liberty City heaved a sigh of relief when they heard that. During this period of time, they had been living a peaceful and fulfilling life in Liberty City. No exploitation, no oppression. Their cultivation increased day by day, and they had established their own families. They already had a strong sense of belonging to Liberty City. The reason why Liberty City could prosper and exist was because of the existence of the city lord, Jun Mayan. If something were to happen to the city master, would their Liberty City and their home not fall apart as well? Now that they heard that Jun Mayan and the people of Liberty Sect were fine, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief and left to busy themselves with their own work and cultivation. But there were also a few who rolled their eyes when they heard the butcher's words. Looking at the thunderclouds in the sky and the colorful light above 6 Stars Pagoda, the greed in their hearts was aroused bit by bit. They became more and more certain. The heavenly thunder phenomenon was because of the birth of a precious treasure. What kind of rare treasure could cause such a huge commotion? Haha, a precious treasure has appeared, and everyone who sees it has a share. Don't tell me that City Lord June wants to keep it all to herself? Yes, even if we don't have a share of the precious treasure, you can at least let us see it, right? Isn't it just heavenly thunder? It's not like I haven't seen it before. I'm not afraid. Let me go over. I'd like to see what kind of precious treasure it is. The butcher's gaze swept over the greedy faces of these people, and his lips curled into a mocking smile. Most of these people were not residents of Liberty City. They were the disciples of the major sects and aristocratic families. To put it bluntly, they were spies. The butcher said coldly, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. The power of one thunderbolt is enough to blow a mountain-opening stage cultivator into ashes. If you cross the line behind me, if you are affected by the thunderbolts and die without a proper burial, Liberty City will not be responsible for it." Ha ha ha, do you think we're scared? If this heavenly lightning is so powerful, how can City Lord June and the rest still be alive? How can this 6 stars pagoda still be safe and sound? That's right. I remember that City Lord June and the others are only at the Earth Creation realm. My cultivation is also at the Earth Creation realm. I won't die from a few bolts of heavenly lightning, right? Doesn't Liberty City want to keep the treasures to themselves? Why are you trying to scare me? Butcher sneered, "Since all of you want to court death so much, then please go ahead." With that, he waved his hand and the army surrounding 6-star pagoda immediately opened up a path. The cultivators in the square looked at each other. In the end, a burly man took the lead and flew to the front of the 6 stars pagoda. He circled around, then soared into the air and climbed up to the 10th floor of the tower. Thunder rumbled in his ears, but it was all attracted to the top of the pagoda and posed no threat to him. The burly man immediately laughed out loud. "I told you that Liberty City was trying to scare me and wanted to keep the treasures to themselves. Ha ha ha. Look, I'm standing on this pagoda, but not a single heavenly thunder can hit me." The burly man's safety made many of the cultivators present palpitate. They looked at the butcher. They saw that he and his subordinates had no intention of stopping them. Therefore, they all rushed in excitedly. They might not be able to snatch the precious treasures, but they could at least send the news that Carefree City had obtained some rare treasures back to their sections. In this way, their sects would definitely benefit a lot. Butcher watched as these people used the eaves of the 6 stars pagoda to fly up dozens of floors in a short while. The mocking smile at the corner of his mouth became deeper. Rumble, at this moment, another bolt of lightning fell. The cultivators on the square who were hesitating and didn't move forward watched as several bolts of lightning fell outside the 6 stars pagoda. The strong man and the others, who had been proud just now, were directly struck by the lightning. They didn't even have the chance to grunt before they turned into charred corpses and fell from the eaves of the pagoda. Looking at the dozens of corpses that had been smashed into meat paste under the 6 stars pagoda, the others on the square all swallowed their saliva. Their faces turned green and white, and they were filled with fear. Just a little bit more and they would have become one of those charred corpses. Butcher and his subordinates, however, didn't have any change in their expressions. They casually waved their hands and asked people to deal with the corpses. The soldiers under them surrounded the 6 stars pagoda again. However, at this moment, a figure swept past him. Butcher was furious. He turned his head and said in a cold voice, "Isn't the fate of those charred corpses enough to warn you? There are actually people who are in such a hurry to find." Before he could say the last word die, Butcher was stuck. Because what he saw was a picturesque face that was so handsome that it couldn't be described with words. Butcher felt that the few young masters in his carefree school were all extremely handsome. Especially the 5th young master, Ling Yuxing, who looked like a beautiful woman and was as beautiful as a jade tree. But compared to the man in front of him, even the 5th young master paled in comparison. Perhaps only the stunning beauty of their city lord could compete with him. But the problem was that their city lord was a woman, the person in front of him was a man. Why did he look so good? Butcher had a beloved wife at home, so he was naturally more composed, so he quickly came back to his senses. But looking at the people around him, whether it was the cultivators on the square or the soldiers of the Carefree army, they were all dumbfounded, and their eyes were filled with infatuation. He looked as if he had been bewitched. At this moment, if someone were to give them a fatal blow, they probably wouldn't be able to recover. Butcher forced himself to calm down and looked at the unfamiliar man. "Young master, may I know which fellow Taoist you are? The heavenly lightning is dangerous, you should avoid it." This time, he didn't wait for him to speak. The man's figure had already disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already at the top of the 6 Stars Pagoda. The thunderclouds in the sky seemed to have thickened. Countless bolts of lightning struck down at the same time, causing people to be unable to open their eyes. Ah dash! Young master, quickly dodge! Danger! Cries of alarm rose and fell in the square. Many people directly covered their eyes. It was unknown whether it was because she couldn't stand the glare of the lightning, or because she didn't want to see such a beautiful man turn into a dried corpse in front of her. Even the butcher's heart tightened at once. Who exactly was this young man? He had clearly told him that the heavenly lightning was dangerous, so why did he still want to court death? However, Butcher's eyes soon widened in shock. Because he saw a faint barrier of light appear around the man's body. Countless bolts of lightning fell on his body, but were instantly absorbed by the light barrier and disappeared without a trace. So many bolts of lightning, even a heaven-breaking tier expert would not be able to withstand it easily. He actually acted as if nothing had happened. Who was this person? After blocking a wave of lightning, Luo Yunxiao entered the top floor of the 6 Stars Pagoda with a cold face. Seeing the scene inside, he felt all the blood in his body rush to his brain. Young Master Yunxiao, who had always been cold and indifferent like a banished immortal, flew into a rage for the first time. What are you doing? Hearing the familiar voice, the 7 people in the pagoda opened their eyes at the same time. Young martial uncle? Young martial uncle, why are you here? They were not in a good state. Their faces were pale, their eyes were dark green, and there were teeth marks on their lips from enduring the pain. Especially Mu Yan. Her body was full of burn marks of various sizes. How could she, a puny earth-opening stage cultivator, resist the power of the lightning tribulation, if not for the 6 Stars Pagoda and her fellow apprentices sharing most of the power of the lightning tribulation? She would probably be like those cultivators who barged into the 6 Stars Pagoda, directly turned into a dried corpse. The 7 people had their own experiences in this period of time, and their cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. They were also in charge of a town and an army of 100,000 people. Even when facing the leader of the Luo Yun alliance, Yi Shuesong, or even the people of the Lan family empire, they were neither servile nor overbearing, and handled them with ease. But when they opened their eyes and saw Luo Yunxiao's furious face, they shrunk their necks in guilt. Luo Yunxiao's gaze turned to the center of the 7 people. There, 2 beads, one blue and one red, were floating in the air. While the 7 of them formed an energy isolation barrier, trapping them in a small world. These 2 pearls were obviously unwilling to give up, and were constantly rushing left and right inside. Especially when they sensed Luo Yunxiao's entrance. These 2 beads seemed to have been injected with a cardiac stimulant. Their whole bodies emitted a dazzling light. The air even faintly filled with a rich intoxicating fragrance. Even the blood vein bell hidden in Mu Yan's space began to shake restlessly, emitting a ringing sound. The 7 people were already weak, and because of Luo Yunxiao's appearance, they were extremely shocked. These 2 masters found an opportunity to take advantage of it. His mind, which he had forced to keep clear, began to blur. The focus in his eyes gradually faded. Seeing this, Luo Yunxiao couldn't be bothered to punish them. With a flick of his wrist, a jasper flute appeared in his hand. The melodious and cold music reverberated in the 6 Stars Pagoda, forcibly suppressing the light emitted by the 2 pearls. Mu Yan is the first to wake up. The phantom avatar quickly plucks the strings of the Tian Mo Qin. The intermittent sound of the zither and Luo Yunxiao's flute blended together. Gradually, it was as if they were in harmony. Rumble, another clap of thunder followed. The remaining people of the Xiaoyao sect all woke up. He regained control of the blue and red beads. Luo Yunxiao took a step forward and was about to put away the Yin-Yang twin hearts. Mu Yan hurriedly shouted, "Junior Martial Uncle, you can't. I haven't completely expelled the power of resentment from the Yin-Yang twin hearts." Qin Jiao and Ling Yuma, who were closer to Luo Yunxiao, quickly moved to the side, blocking Luo Yunxiao's path to the Yin-Yang twin hearts. You also know that Yin-Yang twin hearts has the power of curses, but you still dare to try to control it. Are you tired of living, or do you want to be tainted with sin so that your descendants will never be able to live in peace? 6 Stars Pagoda was dead silent. Everyone lowered their heads, looking like frosted eggplants. With a thought, the jade flute in Luo Yunxiao's hand transformed into a long sword. She was about to slash at the blue and red beads. Even if he had to destroy the yin and yang twin hearts, he would never let anyone from the Xiaoyao school get hurt. However, before he could make a move, Luo Yu suddenly said, "Hey." I suddenly realized that this was the first time young martial uncle spoke to us for such a long time. Ahem, that's not all. This is the first time I've heard young martial uncle scold someone. I used to think that junior martial uncle was an emotionless monster. Luo Yu raised her head and looked at Luo Yunxiao. Two cute dimples appeared on her pale face. Little martial aunt, why don't you scold us a few more times? I feel like I'm dreaming. Are we having auditory hallucinations from the torture of those two yin-yang twin hearts? Luo Yunxiao's movements paused. Her face was as cold as ice. However, the atmosphere in the Six Stars Pagoda became much more relaxed. Luo Yunxiao took a deep breath, barely maintaining her cold expression, and said in a low voice, "Yin-yang twin hearts is not something you can touch. Whatever you want to do, stop it immediately." Luo Yunxiao's heart was filled with indescribable regret. He clearly knew how dangerous the yin-yang twin hearts were. How could he allow them to remain in Mu Yan's hands? But at that time, the yin-yang twin hearts didn't show any abnormalities, just like the most ordinary beads. Qiankuan Listening Network Plus, Di Mingju is by Mayan's side, so he doesn't take it to heart. But who would have thought that Mayan's group of 7 would actually be audacious to such an extent? He even dared to touch the power of resentment on the yin-yang twin hearts. He had even set up the Hell Rebirth Array to attract the heavenly thunder of divine punishment. Just as Luo Yunxiao's voice fell, Mu Yan suddenly opened her mouth and said, "Young martial uncle, you also know that this is the yin-yang twin heart. That's the yin-yang twin heart you've been searching for hundreds of years. Why don't you ask me for it?" Luo Yunxiao was speechless. After a long while, he said coldly, "My business has nothing to do with you." "How could it have nothing to do with us?" Yun Ruhan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "You're our uncle master." His eyes were slightly red, and his eyes were bursting with intense sorrow and remorse. "On the Cultivation continent, we couldn't protect master, so we could only watch him die. There are only a few of us left in the Xiaoyao sect, and you are our only martial uncle. How can we just ignore your fate?" Luo Yunxiao clenched her fists tightly. Even if he tried to suppress it, his voice couldn't help but become hoarse. "If I say it has nothing to do with me, then it has nothing to do with me. If you're still stubborn, then from now on, I'll leave the carefree school." "I don't accept it." "I don't accept it either." Ling Yuma looked straight at Luo Yunxiao and said word by word, "I hope that this life and this night will not be long, and we will be free and unfettered forever. Does little martial uncle still remember the promise we made back then? As long as you are our little martial uncle, you will be our little martial uncle for all eternity. This will not change no matter what." Woo 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 woo. Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, please collect it. Enchantress of the Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied father, Qing Do updates the fastest. A sudden cry came from Luo Yunxiao's body. Everyone saw Qi-Wen crawl out of the spirit beast pouch with her eyes red from crying. She sobbed and said, "Woo-woo, I didn't expect you little brats to be so conscientious. It's not in vain that Master has always been so good to you guys. Master just doesn't mean what he says. He obviously cares about the Xiaoyao sect the most in this world, but he pretends not to care." Hick Chumoli looked at Luo Yunxiao and said slowly, "Little martial aunt, the reason you're doing everything you can to draw a clear line between yourself and the unfettered sect is because the heaven-defying fate-changing technique will implicate the people around you, right?" Luo Yunxiao remained silent. That perfect and flawless face looked so pale and fragile at this moment. This was the first time the 7 from the Xiaoyao school had felt it. The invincible and omnipotent little martial uncle in their eyes was actually burdened with too much pain and suffering. He walked alone beside the abyss. Every step he took had to be careful, as if he was treading on thin ice, but there was no one he could confide in. For a moment, the few of them felt that their hearts were in so much pain that they could hardly breathe. Only Chumoli's expression remained the same as before as he said, "All energies and rules in this world are conserved. If you want to get something, you have to pay something. defying the heavens and changing one's fate. Even if Xianxia did not know what kind of method it was, he could imagine that it was definitely going against the laws of nature, going against the heavens. Therefore, in addition to finding the yin and yang twin hearts, 12 evils of Dutian, and 36 stars, I must also pay a sufficient price. At first, I couldn't guess what the price was, but when I obtained the yin-yang twin hearts, I understood. It was a karmic sin that could implicate everyone around youngest Ant Master. Changing the mandate of heaven was tantamount to changing the established trajectory of the heavenly Tao, and it might lead to terrible consequences that could not be reversed. The karma and evil spirits caused by these consequences would be borne by the people closest to youngest martial uncle. For example, his parents, teachers, and also, us. Luo Yunxiao closed her eyes. Qiankuan listening network. After a long time, he slowly said, since you already know, then you should be even more clear that you should stay away from me. But third senior brother said that as long as the power of the curse on the yin and yang twin hearts is sealed, the karma sin caused by youngest uncle's change of fate can be minimized. Luo Yu interrupted Luo Yunxiao, since there's a way, of course we have to try it. Luo Yunxiao's eyes widened. What did you say? Even Qi-Wen stopped wiping her tears and looked at the 7 people in disbelief. You? You want to seal the power of resentment in the yin-yang twin hearts? Are you kidding me? Even Master, Xing Yuan, did not dare to say that he could seal the power of resentment in the yin-yang twin hearts. These little fellows who haven't even reached the mysterious immortal realm actually, did they want to die? Ling Yuxing nodded. What we need to do now is to use the Hell Rebirth formation and the Divine Punishment Heavenly Thunder to completely seal the power of resentment in the yin-yang twin hearts. At that time, little martial uncle will be able to defy the heavens and change your fate, and we won't be implicated. Isn't this a happy ending? Rumble, the Divine Punishment Heavenly Thunder fell, and the faces of the 7 people in the center of the Hell Rebirth formation turned pale. Scorch marks appeared on their bodies along with the lightning. Enchantress Charming Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. Enchantress Charming Doctor, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, Green Bean updated the fastest. Even just by looking at it, he can feel how painful such a lightning strike is. Mayan, who has suffered the most, spits out a mouthful of blood. Luo Yunxiao can feel his fingertips deeply digging into the palm of his hand. Warm and wet liquid flows down from between his fingers. But he doesn't feel any pain. He can't tell what he's feeling right now. There's anger, heartache, and fear. But there's even more warmth. Truly, the warmth of being placed in someone's heart and protected. Growing up, what he's heard the most is, Luo Yunxiao, why were you born? Luo Yunxiao, if you die, the sooner you turn into ashes, the better the nether realm will be, and all the creatures in the world will be. Everyone thinks that he shouldn't be alive. Everyone thinks that his birth is the original sin. For hundreds of years, wandering the 3 realms, there have been people who have been fascinated by his appearance, willing to live and die for him. But those people just don't know what his essence is. If they knew, they would be like his parents, like the servants in the nether realm, staying far away from him, revealing a look of fear and disgust. Master once said, Yunxiao, since the heavens let you exist, there must be a reason. He didn't believe it at that time. But at this moment, he suddenly wants to believe it. His birth is a sin. Only if he turns into ashes, would he be merciful to the creatures of the world. But in this world, there are still people who want him to live. They have gone through untold hardships, and gambled their lives. Qiankuan listening net just so that he can live. Even if the whole world abandons him. But they won't. Luo Yunxiao's ears are buzzing, and he vaguely hears the low, weak voices of several people. Young martial uncle, aren't we a family? Advance and retreat together, in life and in death. We clearly know that there is a way to save you, but we don't care and do nothing. How can we get it? Young martial uncle has always protected us and taught us. Now, let us do something for you, okay? Luo Yunxiao only feels that the cold and stiff heart in his chest has become so warm at this moment. Even scalding. So hot that he feels that he can no longer suppress his feelings, as if they are about to pour out. Little martial uncle. The girl's voice was hoarse and weak, but it was as stubborn as ever. Luo Yunxiao looked at him in a daze and met his peach blossom eyes that were brighter than the stars in the summer night. She said, "Don't worry, youngest martial uncle. We won't joke around with our lives. I still have to keep this life and ascend to the Xianxia continent to marry Di Mingju. How can I allow myself to die under a mere heavenly thunder and yin yang twin heart?" Ling Yuma laughed. "My little monk is still waiting for me in the Xianxia continent. I won't die so easily." A bashful expression appeared on Ling Yuxing's face. "I promised Big Brother Qing that when I ascend to the Xianxia continent and gain the ability to pass through the spatial barrier, I'll go and see him." Luo Yu said angrily, "Do you have little martial Uncle N's heart, or are you just showing off your love? Single dogs have no human rights." Rumble, before the crowd could even laugh. More and more heavenly lightning struck down. The 7 people didn't look at Luo Yunxiao again, nor did they speak again. Instead, they closed their eyes and cooperated with Mayans, Big Dipper, guiding the power of the heavenly thunder to the yin-yang twin heart. Chiwen looked at the 7 people in a daze, then looked at Luo Yunxiao. Big teardrops rolled down from her big bell-like eyes. "I like Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Enchantress of the Enchantress of the Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, Qing Do updates the fastest." There's no sharpness and playfulness in its voice. Instead, there's an indescribable sigh and emotion. "Master, they've all grown up. The little bastards of the Xiaoyao sect have all grown up. They don't know when, but they've already grown a pair of plump wings. They're no longer weak, no longer cry, and no longer need other people's care. On the contrary, they can stand in front of their beloved young master, fight for him against the heavens, and hold up a vast sky for him." Chiwen grabs Luo Yunxiao's trousers with her claws and chokes, "Master, it's great that you can join the Xiaoyao sect." Luo Yunxiao suddenly closes her eyes, suppressing the wetness in them. "Master, what are you doing?" Seeing Luo Yunxiao's action, Chiwen shows a surprised expression. She sees Luo Yunxiao taking out the 12 demons of Dutian and the 36 stars, a total of 48 treasures, one by one. Not a single one of these 48 treasures wasn't priceless. Especially the 12 demons of Dutian. Only one of them can set off a reign of terror in a plane. For example, the 10 ultimate formation of myriad caves in Fusang City. At this time, the 48 treasures are all out, and for a moment, the light on the top of the tower even overshadows the lightning in the sky. Looking at Luo Yunxiao placing the 12 demons of Dutian and the 36 stars around Mayan's group of 7, one by one, Chiwen suddenly realizes something. Her voice suddenly rises, "Master, you want to go against heaven and change your fate here?" Luo Yunxiao's expression has returned to calm. "There's no time like the present. Since I've decided to do it, it's better to be straightforward." Chiwen opens her mouth wide, unable to speak clearly for a long time, but no one has tried the method of going against heaven and changing fate. It must be very dangerous. "Master, if you try it here so carelessly, in case there's an accident," Luo Yunxiao lightly says. "Master once said that going against heaven and changing fate is a long process. It won't cause too much movement in the beginning, but it will slowly make me very weak. On the 3rd day, even a mortal can easily kill me." Chiwen anxiously says, "Shouldn't we go back to Xingyu and dock?" Luo Yunxiao shakes her head, the corners of her mouth slightly hooked up, revealing an almost invisible smile. "No. There's no safer place in the world than this. Because in this vast world, only the Xiaoyao sect was his home. It belonged to him, Luo Yunxiao." Chiwen scratched her head and said, "But the power of resentment on the yin-yang twin hearts is not completely sealed, so the heavenly thunder will not retreat. Right now, Mei Yin is the target of the divine punishment heavenly lightning, but if you start to defy the heavens and change your fate, the heavenly lightning's target will shift to you." Wait. "Master, you didn't do it on purpose, did you?" Luo Yunxiao deliberately activated the heaven-defying fate-changing formation at this time. It was all for the sake of withstanding the heavenly lightning for Mayan and the others. Luo Yunxiao ignored it and focused on setting up her formation. Baiwen said anxiously, "Even if this place is the safest for the first few days, the longer it goes on, the greater the commotion will be, and the entire floating island might not be able to withstand it. Furthermore, Taoist Xing Yuan once said that the final step of defying the heavens and changing one's fate must be guarded by his side. Master, you. Luo Yunxiao placed the last formation eye of the 10 ultimate formation in the 1,000 caves. Then she slowly swept past the 4 people in the center and walked to the side of the Yin Yang twin hearts. Because the Hell Rebirth formation is almost complete. The divine punishment heavenly lightning is getting more and more powerful. Enchantress Charming Doctor, Heavenly Defying Baby Black-Bellied Dad, please collect. Enchantress Charming Doctor, Heavenly Defying Baby Black-Bellied Dad Green Bean updates the fastest. Mayan's group of 7 could no longer afford to be distracted. He could only desperately resist the temptation of the Yin-Yang twin hearts, endure the pain brought by the heavenly thunder, and channel the power of the heavenly thunder into the Yin-Yang twin hearts. Therefore, they didn't know what Luo Yunxiao had done. Because of Luo Yunxiao's approach, the originally listless Yin-Yang twin heart started beating again. He pulled out his sword and lightly slid it across his jade-like palm. Bright red blood slid down his palm slowly and thickly, dripping onto the 2 beads. The bead, which had been jumping around, immediately calmed down. Luo Yunxiao sat cross-legged in the center of the Hell Rebirth formation before answering Qi Wen's question. After 7 days, I will return to the Cultivation continent. His gaze swept across every face in front of him, as if he wanted to imprint them deeply into his mind. In this world, no one had ever tried to defy the heavens and change their fate. This time, he might be able to survive and have a brand new life and hope. Perhaps he would be consigned to eternal damnation and might even disappear from this world. But no matter what, he would remember this day and the people in front of him. Remember, the Xiaoyao sect is Luo Yunxiao's home. Finally, his gaze falls on Mayan's face. Her beautiful face was completely devoid of any color. The wounds on his body were so hideous that it made one's heart ache. Luo Yunxiao smiled gently. Her smile was so gentle that it was bone-chilling. Tears unknowingly slid down her cheeks. That was enough. He was not the most important person to her. He was not the one she loved. But at least, they were family. He no longer had any regrets in this life. Luo Yunxiao closed her eyes and activated her divine sense. The magic treasures placed at the top of the 6 stars pagoda began to shine brightly. Rumble, a huge thunder fell from the sky. It was as if the entire 6 stars pagoda was going to be engulfed. Qiankuan listening website Xianxia continent. Polar domain. When Elder Chang heard a loud bang behind him, he quickly turned around in fright. The primordial river compass fell to the ground, making a buzzing sound. Elder Chang hurriedly picked it up. With just a glance, he furrowed his brows. The primordial chaos river compass, which was already full of holes and cracks, seemed to have become even more dilapidated. Half of his natal chart looked like it was about to crack. On the other hand, the needle was jumping non-stop. What the hell is going on? Could it be that this foretells that there will be some bad variables in this war of the polar domain? Elder Chang clenches his teeth, and is about to report back to Di Mingju. The swaying needle slowly stopped and landed on a certain spot. Then, something drilled into Senior Chang's brain through the primordial river compass. His eyes widened in disbelief. Xiaoxian continent, Xingyuan dock. Lu Xingyuan was tending to the flowers and plants in the garden. Suddenly, his expression changed. He took out a small scarlet bell from his bosom. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the Brahma bell swayed gently and emitted a dull buzzing sound. Lines of strange words appeared before Lu Xingyuan's eyes. He clasped his hands together and muttered something. His eyes radiated a dazzling light as he stared at the words in the air. Reading these words seemed to take a lot of effort. Not long after, fine beads of sweat appeared on Lu Xingyuan's forehead. His complexion had also become 3 times paler than before. About a quarter of an hour later, Lu Xingyuan finally understood the complicated lines of words in the air. His eyes couldn't help but suddenly widen. The error-free chapter of the Enchantress of the Cities, a heaven-defying baby's black-bellied father will continue to be updated on Qingdao. There are no advertisements on the site. Everyone, please collect and recommend Qingdao. If you like the Enchantress of the Cities, a heaven-defying baby's black-bellied father, please collect. The Enchantress of the Cities, a heaven-defying baby's black-bellied father, please collect. you can search on Baidu for Enchantress of the City, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Father Wonderbrush Pavilion, find the latest chapter. After a long while, Lu Xingyuan finally put away the Brahma bell, slowly took out a jade slip, and gently stroked it. He then injected his divine sense into it. Yun Xiao, return quickly. However, there was no reply from the other side. Lu Xingyuan's brows furrowed even tighter, the worry in his eyes could not be concealed. He then let out a long sigh. Yun Xiao, what exactly are you doing? Why is there no more news? In the northern wilderness of the Shoshan continent, Jing Yuan had just come out of a tribe. There was an unconcealable disappointment on his face. He heard that there was news of second senior brother appearing here, so he hurried over to look for him. However, in the end, not a single trace was found. Where did second senior brother go? Was he still alive? Why was it that after so many years, when she had almost traveled the entire Shoshan continent, she still couldn't find a trace of him? Could it be that he had gone to the lower realm? Thinking of the lower domain continent, the valiant figure in red appeared before Jing Yuan's eyes. A faint blush appeared on the little monk's fair face. The light in his eyes was like the brightest moonlight in the summer night, clear and bright. He didn't know how Umo was doing. Originally, he wanted to find second senior brother and then go back to ask master to renounce asceticism. However, there was no news of second brother in this small tribe. It seemed that they would not be able to find him in a short period of time. Jing Yuan's eyes gradually flashed with determination. He knew that it would take some time for Umo to come to the Shoshan continent. However, he could no longer procrastinate and hesitate. What if Umo finds out that he is still a monk when she comes and thinks that he doesn't like her and doesn't want to marry her? Although the eldest senior brother in the cold eyes was very scary. However, Master had once said that as long as there was Buddha in one's heart, one could become a Buddha anywhere. Without a Buddha in one's heart, even if one were to lock oneself in a Buddhist room for thousands of years, it would only be self-imprisonment. Jing Yuan thought, now that I have Umo in my heart towards Buddha cannot be as devout as before. Even if he forced himself to stay in Debi temple, it would only be a lie to his master and Buddha. Ba. Jing Yuan softly chanted the name of Buddha and made up his mind to return to the temple immediately. Back then, he had sworn that he would not see his master until he found his second senior brother. But now, he couldn't care less. However, just as the little monk was about to set off, the golden alms bowl in his hand suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. A faint golden light emitted from the alms bowl and shone towards the southern sky. Jing Yuan's eyes suddenly widened, and his eyes shone with excitement. Formless Prajna Karma Bell. That's the treasure of Debi temple, the formless Prajna Karma Bell. Eldest senior brother once said that this Brahma bell had disappeared after second senior brother left. Eldest senior brother even suspected that second senior brother had stolen the treasure of Debi temple. But Jing Yuan believed that second senior brother was not such a person. Second senior brother's respect for his master, loyalty, and affection for Debi temple were incomparable to anyone else's. He believed that even if second brother really took away the non-phase Prajna Karma bell, there must be a reason for it. Now that the non-phase golden alms bowl in his hand had sensed something, did it mean that second brother was in the direction indicated by the alms bowl? He could finally find his second brother? First host. First host, are you alright? Wake up. He heard a series of worried voices. Mu Yan was forced to open his eyes. What he saw was little Guang's expression as if he was about to cry. Remembering Love Net in 1 second, providing you with wonderful reading. Mu Yan presses her forehead as she sits up. She looks around, a flabbergasted expression on her face. This is floating light island of Tianguang ruins? How did I get into Tianguang ruins? Wasn't she supposed to be at the top of the 6 stars pagoda, trying to seal the power of the curse in the Yin Yang twin hearts with her fellow disciples? Mu Yan didn't expect that their thoughts were beautiful and their willpower was strong. But she was still too naive. Whether it was the power of the curse or the heavenly thunder, they couldn't resist them now. When Luo Yunxiao appeared, they swore that they wouldn't die, and would definitely help little master change his fate. But in the end, they all lost consciousness. They relied on their obsession and instincts to resist the heavenly thunder, resisting the temptation and invasion of the Yin Yang twin hearts. Mu Yan didn't even know if little master left later, or what he did. She only felt that she might not be able to hold on much longer. She even thought of removing the Hell Rebirth array and thinking of another way. But thinking of little master's pale and indifferent appearance, she gritted her teeth and persevered. Then, she fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, her soul was already in Tianguang ruins. Mu Yan looked at Little Light. "Little Light, did you pull me in?" Little Light didn't have time to speak. A rough male voice came from behind her. "I asked him to pull you in." Mu Yan turned to look. What she saw was a muscular, burly man at least 2 meters tall. His chest muscles bulged, and his legs were as thick as an elephant. When he strode over, it seemed as if the ground of Floating Light Island would tremble. Why did this person look so familiar? Mu Yan couldn't help but frown, thinking hard. She seemed to have seen him somewhere before, but where was it? Seeing the expression on her face, the burly man couldn't help but fly into a rage. "Jun Mu Yan, you heartless woman, you don't even recognize me? I wasted so much effort to find a way to help you and the pretty boy." Mu Yan's eyes slowly widened, and she blurted out, "Chi Huang? Humph. At least you're not blind." Seven Brilliance coldly snorted, but his face was still filled with dissatisfaction. Jun Mayan, this scoundrel, she couldn't even recognize him, Chi Huang. Damn it, the corner of Mu Yan's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Her gaze swept over the brawny man from top to bottom. She simply wanted to cover her face. She knew that Chi Huang's image in Tianguang ruins was that of a muscular man and had seen him several times. But aren't they all in the Cultivation continent? At that time, Chi Huang City was very mysterious in Tianguang ruins. He was elusive, and Renbachian didn't even get to see him a few times. Moreover, that face was too painful to look at. Every time Mayan thought of the beautiful youth, Chi Xiaohuang, she couldn't bear to look straight at him, so much so that she couldn't recognize him for a while. Chi Huang sees that Mu Yan keeps staring at her. He couldn't help but proudly clench his fists, showing off his well-built muscles, and said excitedly, "How is it? Are you mesmerized by my perfect physique?" "Humph, what's so good about a pretty boy like Luo Yunxiao? It can only deceive ignorant young girls. Only a man like me can truly charm tens of thousands of young girls." Mu Yan almost choked to death on her own saliva. When Chi Xiaohuang was looking down on little martial uncle, did he forget that his appearance was even more of a pretty boy than little martial uncle? Mobile users, please browse and read. For a better reading experience, please visit Xiai.net. You can search on Baidu for Charming Enchantress of Medicine, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Father Ingenious Brush Pavilion to find the latest chapter, and How is this fierce-looking, burly man handsome? Since when did this brat's sense of beauty become so skewed? Mayan coughed lightly, suppressing the urge to mock him. She asked with concern, "Chi Huang, are you done with your seclusion? Did your strength increase?" She couldn't tell how strong Chi Huang was just by looking at him. Chi Huang frowned, as if he didn't want to talk about this. He said a few perfunctory words, unwilling to say more. Seeing that he didn't want to talk about it, Mayan didn't press further. Instead, she returned to the main topic. "Then why did you pull me into Tianguang ruins? The Yinyang Twin Hearts seal hasn't been completed yet. If I enter Tianguang ruins alone, won't senior brothers be fine?" Little Light said, "First host, you don't have to worry about that. I've already adjusted the flow of time on Floating Light Island to the maximum. 2 hours here is just the blink of an eye outside." Mayan breathed a sigh of relief. But she still couldn't help feeling shocked. What kind of magic treasure was Tianguang ruins? It could actually adjust the flow of time to such a heaven-defying ratio, and her mind didn't feel any pressure or burden. Was there really a magic treasure in the world that could do this? But now wasn't the time to delve into this. Mayan looked at Chi Huang again. Chi Huang stroked the muscles on his face in satisfaction as he said disdainfully, "Although that little pervert Chumoli is powerful, he's still a little too young. He doesn't know how terrifying the power of resentment contained in the Yinyang Twin Hearts is. And how much the heavenly Tao fears the Yinyang Twin Hearts. Humph, but if that pretty boy Luo Yunxiao hadn't arrived just in time, the Hell Rebirth formation would have long been destroyed by the lightning. You guys would have definitely failed, but as long as you don't push yourself too hard, your lives won't be in danger. A pretty boy will always be a pretty boy. He can't accomplish anything, but he's good at spoiling things. With that brain of his, he can only think of using his life to exchange for yours. Idiot, idiot. In the end, he still has to rely on himself. Hearing this, Mu Yan stares blankly for a long time before she digests the meaning of Qi Huang's words. Wait, you're saying that youngest martial uncle will use his own life to exchange for our lives? What do you mean? Light flashed in Little Light's eyes. Then, 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. They converged into a light screen in front of Mu Yan, and on the light screen was the scene on the Hex Star Pagoda. Everything that Luo Yunxiao has done, as well as his conversation with Qi Wen, every single word falls into Mayan's ears. Mu Yan's brows furrowed a little. So, Junior Martial Uncle intends to directly defy the heavens and change his fate in the 6 Stars Pagoda, in order to bear the lightning tribulation for the 7 of us? Will little Martial Uncle be able to endure it? She looked at 7 Brilliance. 7 Brilliance curled his lips. Naturally, I was able to withstand it in the beginning. But after 3 days, he would become weaker and weaker. An ordinary tribulation lightning would be able to kill him, let alone such a powerful divine punishment, heavenly lightning. I reckon that in less than 3 days, he will be annihilated. Speaking up to this point, 7 Brilliance was so angry that the muscles on his face couldn't stop trembling. The asterisk starred, it's fine if he wants to die, but why does the senior have to bear a part of his suffering? Can't you die further away? Mayan directly ignored 7 Brilliance's duplicity, and solemnly asked, then you let little Guang pull me in because there's a way to save little Martial Uncle? There's even a way to seal the power of resentment in the Yin Yang twin hearts? What method is it? You can search on Baidu for Enchantress of the City, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Father Wonderbrush Pavilion, find the latest chapter. Qi Huang gritted his teeth and didn't want to say anything. But he can't stand Mayan's pleading gaze. In the end, he casually points behind him and snappily says, isn't the thing that can help the pretty boy over there? Mayan looks in the direction Qi Huang's sturdy finger is pointing, and her eyes slightly widen. Avicii Tower? That's right. Qi Huang snorts, and complacently says, Jun Mayan, you better remember this. The most knowledgeable, intelligent, and useful person by your side isn't that pretty boy Luo Yunxiao, nor is it Chumoli. It's me. Good. Good. My Qi Xiaohuang is the smartest and most powerful. Tell us, how can the Avicii Pagoda help us? Furthermore, you clearly told me that the Avicii Pagoda is in charge of destruction and is an extremely dangerous Fey immortal artifact. You told me not to get close or touch it. Beside him, Light nodded repeatedly. Although it didn't know what a demonic god artifact or Avicii Pagoda was. However, it could sense how dangerous and terrifying this white tower was. Light did not want the first host to take any risks. Qi Huang lifted his chin slightly and said with his nose in the air, that was before. Due to the changes in Tianguang ruins, Drifting Soul couldn't be used, and my strength didn't increase. But now, it's completely different. With this Empyrean around, helping you subdue this mere demon divine artifact is still a matter of minutes. Qi Huang continued to explain, the Avicii Pagoda was destroyed. Its principle was to absorb all the negative energy in the world over a long period of time and release it all at once, completely destroying the rules and balance of the heavenly Tao in this dimension. In the end, it reached the point of destruction. The destruction of the Avicii Pagoda takes thousands of years. However, the process of absorbing negative energy was a long-term one. The power of resentment in the Yin Yang twin hearts is also one of Avicenna's favorite nourishment. You just need to subdue Avicenna and place it in the center of the Hell Rebirth Array. A portion of the power of vengeance will be absorbed by the Avicii Pagoda, and the rest of the power of vengeance is not that powerful. Naturally, it can be sealed by the heavenly punishment lightning. Mayan's eyes are bright as she looks at Qi Huang. 7 Brilliance suppressed his excitement and acted as if he didn't care. What? Now, you finally know my strength? Are you infatuated with me? Mu Yan's face is full of gratification as she says, I've finally experienced the feeling of having a child in my family who has just grown up. Jun Mayan, you're courting death. At the top of the 6 Stars Pagoda in Liberty City. Xianxia woke up from a series of sharp and excited cries. He clutched his head and sat up, only to realize that the scream came from Chi-Chi's mouth. At this moment, it was running around the 6 Stars Pagoda excitedly. He let out strange cries and muttered to himself excitedly in the next moment. It's a success. It's a success. The power of resentment in Yin Yang Twin Hearts was completely sealed. Master could go against the heavens and change his fate. Ha 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 ha, I knew Master would turn misfortune into fortune. I knew that Mei Yan was invincible, and so was the Xiaoyao school. Ah, today is such a good day. She kisses me, I'm so happy. Ha 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 ha. Very soon, I, Qi will follow Master and climb to the peak of the dragon body. All the beauties in the world, I, Qi am coming. Qingjiu scratched his head. He couldn't understand what Qi was shouting at all. But he roughly understood. They succeeded. Young martial uncle could go against the heavens and change his fate. Qingjiu couldn't help but grin, revealing a silly smile. That's great. He didn't know why little martial uncle wanted to change his fate. But he knew that this way, the Xiaoyao school would be complete. No one would leave like his master. Qingjiu felt a burning pain all over his body when he moved. Every meridian felt like it was being pulled, about to break at any time. Just then, a porcelain bottle flew over and fell into his arms. Qingjiu looked up. He saw Chumoli's face was pale, but the corners of his lips were slightly raised. He looked at him with a warm smile. Little martial sister already prepared healing pills. Qingjiu was stunned, then he poured out 2 pills from the bottle and swallowed them. As the pills dissolved in his dantian, Qingjiu felt the pain of his meridian being torn disappear. The burns on his body also healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qingjiu grinned, little martial sister, you're amazing. As he spoke, Yun Ruhan and the others woke up one by one. Each of them had injuries of various sizes. Most of them were from the burns left by the heavenly punishment thunder. Some of them were from the dantian and meridian being torn by the overdraft of spiritual power. However, Mu Yan had clearly anticipated this situation, so the elixirs that she had prepared were all tailored to the situation. After the 6 people took it, they couldn't be said to be completely healed, but they were mostly healed. What made them most happy was that after this battle, Yun Ruhan and Chumoli's cultivation directly broke through the mysterious life realm, reaching the Earth expansion realm primary level. Chumoli's path of advancement had always been very strange. It was as if his cultivation base could rise and stagnate at will. The Xiaoyao school people were already used to it, so they didn't look into it this time. But Yun Ruhan was different. The reason for his advancement was very clear. The heavenly punishment thunder would cause harm to the body, but at the same time, as long as one withstood it, it would also forge the cultivator's body. Yun Ruhan was originally a half-demon half-spirit. This kind of heavenly punishment thunder allowed his meridian and dantian to quickly expand, and even his magic core absorbed enough energy. And with the medicine Mu Yan specially prepared for him, he broke through to the Earth expansion realm primary level in one go. Luo Yu was wild with joy. It didn't matter that his cultivation level would once again be at the bottom of the carefree sect. However, it was not as happy as seeing his eldest senior brother's strength increase. The deafening thunder had long since disappeared. Qi Wen, who had been running around excitedly for a full quarter of an hour, finally calmed down and found a corner to lie down. A pair of large, bell-like eyes stared unblinkingly at Luo Yunxiao, eyes filled with reverence. Luo Yu looked out the window and saw the blue sea and blue sky. The thick thunderclouds that originally covered the sky and covered the earth had already dissipated at some point in time. In the 6 Stars Pagoda, apart from Mu Yan and Luo Yunxiao, everyone else has woken up and finished healing. From Qi Wen, everyone already knew that Luo Yunxiao had used the 12 evils of Dutian and the 36 stars to set up a heaven-defying and life-changing formation. The power of resentment in the Yin Yang Twin Hearts could not be completely sealed. Instead, it would be transferred to Luo Yunxiao through the connection between the 2 great formation cores. But he didn't know what Mu Yan had done, but a jade-white tower suddenly appeared in the center of the Hell Rebirth formation. This tower absorbed more than half of the power of resentment in the Yin Yang Twin Hearts. The rest of the power of resentment was also sealed by the heavenly thunder. So the Xiaoyao 7 were safe, and so was Luo Yunxiao. Moreover, he had begun the real heaven-defying and life-changing process. Luo Yu didn't know what the original fate of the youngest martial uncle was and why it had to be changed. He only knew that everything was going in the best direction. Maybe when the youngest martial uncle woke up, they could see his genuine smile from the bottom of his heart. Why hasn't the youngest martial sister woken up yet? Chumoli smiled and said, don't worry, she's fine. She just needs to cultivate in seclusion for a while. He was the first to wake up. The first thing he saw was the white tower fiercely crashing into Muyan's body. Chumoli had never seen such a magic weapon before. But a tower that could absorb the power of resentment was definitely not simple. Such a magic weapon was a double-edged sword. The youngest martial sister used this tower to save everyone and the youngest martial uncle. But she had to bear the risk of backfire. Of course, Chumoli also believed that the youngest martial sister's willpower and the strength of her divine soul. Even the sky devil Zither submitted to her. In the end, she would definitely be able to suppress that strange pagoda until it was docile. Just then, a noise came from outside the tower. Then Butcher's panicked voice came from the bottom of the tower, Miss, young masters, have you finished your business? I'm afraid there's a change in Carefree City. Luo Yu and the others looked at each other and told Chiwen to guard Mu Yan and Luo Yunxiao here. The 6 of them went down the 6 stars tower together. Sixth martial sister needs to cultivate in seclusion for a while. Luo Yu was surprised to find that Butcher, who had always been calm, was sweating on his forehead, and there was fear and panic in his eyes. Uncle Butcher, what happened? Butcher was about to answer. Suddenly, a violent explosion came from not far away. Luo Yu and the others looked up and saw that the gate of the Carefree School and the surrounding city wall had collapsed. More than a dozen figures flew in from outside the city wall. Uncle Wei. Seeing one of the figures clearly, Luo Yu hurriedly rushed forward and caught the person in her arms. Haha, I didn't expect that the divine general of the imperial region would hide in such a small city like a turtle. A few ugly men dressed in black slowly walked in from the collapsed city wall. Luo Yu saw the leader and immediately exclaimed, Yi Asian. The man in the lead had a huge tumor on his forehead. His eyes were as cold and treacherous as a viper's. Who else could it be but Yi Asian, the dog servant of Yi Chunfeng whom he had met in the nine-tailed dragon sunflower field? Yi Asian's gaze swept past Luo Yu, Qin Jiu, and Ling Yuma. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. I never thought that there would be such old acquaintances here. His gaze finally landed on Yun Ruhan. First Prince, the imperial tutor entertained you out of goodwill and invited you to stay in the palace for a long time. You didn't even say a word before leaving with your junior brother. That's not very good, right? Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Ling Yuxing suddenly clenched his fists. Behind Yi Asian, another ugly man in black with a face full of pockmarks smiled at him and said, You're really fast. I've been secretly tracking you for several days, but I couldn't catch even a corner of your clothes. However, if you think that you can take His Highness away from the palace without anyone knowing, then you are underestimating our imperial tutor. Ling Yuxing's face was pale, and his heart was full of regret. He thought that he was fast enough, and Yi Chunfeng couldn't take care of them, so he could successfully rescue Yi Chunfeng from the Lan family imperial palace. It turned out that all of this was a trap set by Yi Chunfeng. It was to follow him and eldest senior brother to Liberty City. Yun Ruhan patted Ling Yuxing's shoulder gently. Little Five, it's not your fault. Even if you weren't followed by them, Liberty City would have been found sooner or later. Even better, without you and me, how could little martial uncle defy the heavens and change his fate? Ling Yuma also sneered and said, Since these bastards killed Master, we have been fighting that Bulsh *T imperial preceptor to the death. Earlier or later, you'll still have to face them head-on. Little Five, don't put the blame on yourself. Ling Yuxing's heart warmed, and he slowly untied the knot in his heart. Luo Yu fed Wei Mian an elixir. After confirming that he was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Wei Mian grabbed his hand and said with a pale face, Seventh young master, you guys leave here quickly. Luo Yu held his hand back and said with a smile, Uncle Wei, that ugly Tian is right. You are a divine general of the imperial region. How can you be afraid of a few lackeys? We have 100,000 Liberty army. And with you, a god-level general, leading them, even if each of you spit on them, they will be drowned. Uncle Wei, what are you afraid of? Listening to Luo Yu's words and looking at his gentle and calm smile, Wei Mian's flustered emotions slowly calmed down. He suddenly realized that this was not 20 years ago. He was not a subject who had no choice. His little highness was not the Blue Glory sect. He would not exterminate a family just because of a word from a treacherous official. Yi Qingfeng could no longer slaughter his subordinates in front of him. Luo Yu said again, "What's more, we are here. Liberty City is our home. How can we allow a few dogs to bark and bite in front of us?" The light in Wei Mian's eyes grew brighter and brighter, and all the panic and fear gradually disappeared. He slowly straightened his body and back, revealing a confident smile unique to a divine general. "Yes, seventh young master. I will mobilize the Liberty Army now. Dog butcher, guard the house." As he spoke, his divine senses, which were as vast as the sea of stars, had already spread out, transmitting the order to the minds of every Liberty Army soldier stationed at the back of the mountain. The fear on Butcher, Tai Tu, and old Ji's faces slowly faded. Looking at Yun Ruhan and the others standing in front of them, they felt as if they had been freed from a nightmare. What about Yi Qingfeng's subordinates? So what if it was the Lan family empire? They were no longer the Wei family army that could be trampled upon. They were the citizens of Liberty City. Seventh young master is right. Aren't they just a few dogs? What's there to be afraid of? Don't be afraid, just do it. Kill them all. Dog Butcher is guarding his home. No one from the free unfettered army is allowed to retreat. The next moment, uniform roars came over from all over the mountains and the entire Liberty City. Dog Butcher will defend our home and never retreat. Behind Yiashan, an ugly man with a deeply sunken nose revealed an angry look on his face and was about to step forward. But he was stopped by Yiashan. He smiled unhurriedly and said, "We are the beast slaves of the Imperial Preceptor. So what if they call us dogs? When we are outside, we represent the Imperial Preceptor. We have to take away his orders, but we still have to be polite. Why don't you introduce yourselves to the young masters?" After Yiashan said that, 3 grotesquely ugly men behind him walked forward and bowed slightly, making a very weird but elegant gesture. Yi Adi, the beast slave of the Imperial Advisor, greets the divine generals of the royal domain, greets the young masters and young ladies of Liberty City. Yi Ashwan, the beast slave of the Imperial Advisor, greets the divine generals of the royal domain, greets the young masters and young ladies of Liberty City. The last one to speak was the flat-nosed man who had been indignant just now. His face was still full of anger, but he still made the same gesture as his predecessors. Yi Huang, the beast slave of the Imperial Advisor. Pfft. Luo Yu couldn't hold back her laughter. The name Yi Huang really sounded like a dog's name. Yi Huang was already half dead with anger. When he heard the man's laughter, he was even more furious. His dark and slender hand suddenly enlarged, as if he was itching to scratch Luo Yu's face right now. However, his action was stopped by Yiashan. From the beginning to the end, Yiashan wore a gentle and polite smile on his face. "We came to visit Liberty City under the Imperial Advisor's order. I wonder why we didn't see City Lord Jun," Luo Yu said indifferently. "My 6th senior sister is cultivating in seclusion. She won't see any outsiders." Yiashan sighed softly and said with a face full of regret, "I've met City Lord Jun once before, and I couldn't help but sigh that a young girl like you has such a cultivation base. I didn't expect her to be a city lord. It's such a pity that I couldn't see her today." Chumoli narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Yiashan. Seeing his expression, Ling Yuma couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Third senior brother, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with this person?" Chumoli smiled and said unhurriedly, "It's nothing. I just feel that his manner of speech and behavior is too incompatible with his status and appearance." If one closed their eyes and listened to Yiashan's words, they would probably think that he was an elegant young master who had been well educated. Luo Yu rolled her eyes and said, "Now that you know my 6th senior sister is not here, please go back to where you came from. By the way, please compensate for the damaged parts of Liberty City city wall and gate." Yiashan said gently, "We will naturally pay for what we should. However, shouldn't Liberty City hand over the people and the items that the royal advisor wants first?" He paused for a moment, then his voice became slightly low. All those years ago, the Imperial Region's Divine General Wei Mian and the generals under him were all wanted criminals of the Lan Empire. Anyone who dared to harbor them was equivalent to treason. Don't tell me that Liberty City doesn't know that? Luo Yu sneered and said slowly, "Know what? We ascended from the cultivation continent, how could we understand the rules of your floating island? All we know is that anyone who stays in this city is a citizen of Carefree City, and no one is allowed to harm them." Xianxia let out a light sigh and said, "Looks like we can't come to an agreement today." He looked around and saw the well-organized shops and houses in Liberty City. He could not help but sigh softly. The residents of Liberty City were obviously shocked by this turn of events. Some had already escaped. But there were also some who were nervously looking in his direction. There was fear, nervousness, and anger in his eyes as he looked at the four of them, but he didn't flinch. The cultivators in the city had such a sense of belonging in a town that had been established for only 1 year. It only proved that they were living a peaceful and happy life in this place. Xianxia sighed. Such a city is much more pleasing to the eye than the big towns that are under the control of the sections. It's a pity that blood will flow like a river today. Not a single chicken or dog will be spared. Xianxia said, "You guys go and kill the 100,000 soldiers and the residents of this city. I'll deal with these people." Luo Yu and the others shuddered, then flew into a rage. "Are you crazy? What does the grudge between us have to do with the civilians and soldiers of Liberty City?" Xianxia said, "It doesn't matter. But this is the Imperial Advisor's style of doing things." His eyes darkened slightly, and dark light shot out of them. His body also started to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Breaking Heaven State." Wei Mian gasped, the confidence in his eyes crumbling almost instantly. "Your strength after beast transformation has reached the Breaking Heaven State." If they were at the peak of the Breaking Sea State, with Yun Ruhan and the other 5, plus the 100,000 soldiers of Liberty City, they might stand a chance. But Wei Mian didn't expect that. Yi Qingfeng's 4 subordinates had all reached the Breaking Heaven State. 1 Breaking Heaven State was enough to annihilate a sect. Now, there were 4 of them. How could Liberty City resist them? Yi Huang stuck out his tongue and licked his sharp claws, sneering. "I advise you to surrender immediately. That way, you might die a quick death." After saying that, his figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. He pounced on Tai Tu, who was not far away. That figure was almost as fast as Ling Yuxing. Tai Tu couldn't react in time. In the blink of an eye, he felt pain in his chest, as if something had pierced his skin. At this moment, Tai Tu felt death was approaching him infinitely. However, the pain stopped at the surface of his skin. 139 The square was very quiet. Only a gentle voice rang in everyone's ears. "If I were you, I wouldn't have clawed him. After all, it's too wasteful for a Breaking Heaven State expert to be buried with a small soldier, isn't it?" Yi Huang's body stiffened, and he slowly came to himself. In the void, a black arrow was aimed at the center of his eyebrows. Just now, if his claw had pierced through Tai Tu's chest, the black arrow would have pierced through his head and killed him. Yi Huang's face turned purple. He reached out to touch the black arrow in midair, but his face turned pale with fright, and he hurriedly retracted his hand. "This is a curse? You, who exactly are you?" Yi Huang's gaze firmly fell on Chumoli. He was supposed to be the most inconspicuous one among the 6 from the Xiaoyao sect. Sitting in a wheelchair, he looked like a frail scholar. At this moment, his face was as white as a sheet of paper, as if he would collapse at the slightest gust of wind. However, this person held a silver longbow in his hand and shot out something that looked like an arrow, yet wasn't an arrow. Yi Huang felt a deadly sense of danger. Chumoli put away his fully drawn bow, and the black arrow floating in front of Yi Huang also dissipated like smoke. He coughed lightly a few times and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth without leaving a trace. Yi Huang returned to Yi Tian's side with a vigilant expression. Yi Xian's expression also became somewhat serious. He stared at Chumoli for a long time, then said with a light smile, "In your current state, I'm afraid you'll die before you can even shoot 4 arrows, right?" Chumoli stopped coughing, looked at Yi Tian, and said with a smile, "You can try and see how many arrows I can shoot." Yi Xian said coldly, "Or I can kill you first, so you won't even have the chance to shoot a single arrow." Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Father, please add this to your collection. 1. Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Father, please add this to my collection. Chumoli looked at him and shook his head. You don't look like such a naive person. How can your thoughts be so naive? Since you know I'm good at curses, you should know that my body isn't something you can touch as you please. Otherwise, if you get cursed, you'll end up worse than death. Whether I die or not, it'll be easy for me to drag one of you to hell with me. Tian, Xian, Huang, and Tian's expressions darkened. Yi Aishan said coldly, you want to force us to retreat with just this? That's not necessary. Chumoli coughed again. He looked at the 4 people in front of him and said with a faint smile, since you're experts, you should have the demeanor of an expert, right? If you want to take someone away from my Liberty City, then fight with my senior and junior brothers. Chumoli's words stunned Yi Aishan and the others. Yi Aishan glanced at Yun Ruhan and the others, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. These brats want to fight with us 4 brothers? Don't you think too highly of yourselves? Chumoli smiled. It's not 5 against 4, but 5 against 3. You, Yi Aishan, can't participate. Yi Aishan sneered. Why should we agree to it? Chumoli curled his finger and knocked on the armrest of his wheelchair. His expression was gentle. Of course. None of you want to die here. His arrow could take the life of at least one person in Tian, Huang, and Tian. Yi Aishan knew this very well. He didn't want to pay such a price. Yi Aishan narrowed his eyes. 5 against 3? You won't participate? Chumoli. Of course. Yi Aishan. Okay, I agree. If you lose, I'll slaughter the entire city. I hope you won't regret it. Yi Aishan and the others left first. It was unknown whether they were sending a message to Yi Qingfeng. In Liberty City, Yun Ruhan and the others stared at Chumoli dumbfoundedly. Ling Yuma murmured, previously, little junior sister said she would entrust Liberty City to 3rd senior brother. I thought she was dreaming. Now that I think about it, in the entire Liberty sect, only little junior sister truly understands 3rd senior brother. Is this the mutual sympathy between 2 perverts? Chumoli looked towards Luo Yu and said with a smile, when little junior sister wakes up, I will pass on these words to her. Luo Yu shrunk her neck. However, he immediately became excited, and said, I knew 3rd senior brother was powerful, but I didn't expect you to be able to intimidate 4 heaven-breaking tier elites by yourself. The people of Liberty City and 100,000 soldiers must thank you for saving their lives, 3rd senior brother. The others nodded in agreement. Just now, when Yi Aishan asked the 3 of them to go on a killing spree, their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. They thought that it was impossible to avoid a bloodbath in Liberty City today. Who would have thought that this kind of hopeless situation would actually be forcibly turned around by Chumoli? They had always known that Chumoli's identity was mysterious and that his origins were extraordinary. The divine abilities and spells he mastered were of a completely different system from other cultivators, and were even more unique than little junior sisters. However, even the people of the Liberty sect had never thought that their 3rd senior brother, who had always been inconspicuous and had nothing special apart from being a pervert and black-bellied, would grow up to be so powerful after a little bit of growth. Chumoli's gaze swept over them coldly. Even if it's 5 against 3, are you so sure that you can win? Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please add this to my collection. Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Dad, please add this to my collection. Yi Aishan and the other 3 were only at the middle level of the heaven-breaking state. But if Mu Yan were here, she would clearly see that these 4 people were far stronger than Ning Fuxing, who was already at the high level of the heaven-breaking state. Because their cultivation wasn't obtained through elixirs or the support of their clans, but through training in mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Especially Yi Aishan. Even Chumoli felt an indescribable threat coming from him. This person seemed to have lived for a long time. He had experienced far more than ordinary cultivators. If Yi Aishan participated, Yun Ruhan and the other 3 had no chance of winning. That was why Chumoli excluded him. In this way, the Xiaoyao school's battle would be very difficult, but it wasn't like they had no chance of winning. Yun Ruhan gently placed her hand on Chumoli's shoulder. She could feel this 3rd junior brother's body stiffening and resisting. She couldn't help but smile faintly. 3rd brother, you've already created the best situation for us. Whether we win or lose, just leave it to us. After a pause, she said in a low voice, "It's great that the Xiaoyao school has you and little junior sister." Chumoli was startled. Before he could say anything, Yun Ruhan and the other three had already strode forward. Because Xianxia and the other three had obviously come to the center of the plaza after discussing something. Chumoli looked at the backs of the 5 people and slightly lowered his eyes, but he couldn't help but smile. The people of Xiaoyao City had known for a long time that their city lord and his fellow disciples were very powerful. At such a young age, their cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Even those famous leaders of the 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects couldn't win against these young masters and young mistresses. Leisurely Book Alliance, however, it was only at this moment that they realized how powerful the young masters and young ladies were. They were heaven-breaking state cultivators. On the entire floating island, those who could reach the heaven-breaking stage could be counted on one's fingers, and only the ancestors of those great families and sects could do so. An almighty being of the heaven-breaking tier could destroy an entire city with a casual wave of his hand. But now, Yun Ruhan and the other 3 were facing 3 heaven-breaking state cultivators. Although they were surrounded by danger, they managed to resist. Even Wei Mian and the others were shocked. Tai Tu clutched his bleeding chest, forgetting to apply medicine on it. The 7th prince has been bragging about how powerful the Carefree School is and how glorious their achievements are. I always thought he was just bragging. After all, no matter how talented they were, even if they had personally witnessed their abilities. However, that was only the power of the mysterious life realm. Moreover, they were all too young. Such a young man and woman, not to mention that they came from a lowly and barren land like the Great Road of Cultivation. Even if they were placed in the floating island's large clans and trained to the sea-splitter realm through elite education, they would still be nothing more than brats who were still wet behind the ears. They might have cultivation, but their actual combat skills were far inferior. However, they had no choice but to believe and be shocked by the truth that was placed before their eyes. The Xiaoyao school was indeed powerful. Moreover, he was far more powerful than they had imagined. The battle took place outside the city. Outside of Liberty City was a broad plain with continuous mountains and rivers. Even if a battle of hundreds of thousands of soldiers were to take place here, the space was more than enough. However, at this moment, the battle of only 8 people had caused the plains to be filled with potholes, and the mountains and rivers to be razed to the ground. It was evident how intense the battle was. In the end, everyone in Liberty City, except for Wei Mian, could no longer see the battle clearly. Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Father, please add this to my collection. Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby, Black-Bellied Father, please add this to my collection. Their cultivation and awareness couldn't keep up with the rhythm of the battle. Wei Mian, who could see everything clearly with his powerful divine sense, was deeply worried. Yun Ruhan and the other 4 had amazing potential and progressed at lightning speed. But they were still in the earth-opening realm. They were 2 whole realms away from the heaven-breaking realm. It was already very difficult for them to persist until now. Everyone had wounds of varying sizes on their bodies. Especially Yun Ruhan, the main attacker. There was a bull-sized bloody hole in his abdomen, and blood was gurgling out. His body couldn't hold on for much longer. 3rd young master. Wei Mian couldn't help looking at Chumoli, unable to conceal the worry in his eyes. 7th young master and the others. What are their chances of winning? Most people in Carefree City thought that Chumoli was weak and ill, and lived in seclusion. He was the weakest among the Carefree 7. But only the few core people knew how powerful and terrifying this 3rd young master was. Even Wei Mian, who thought highly of himself, could make a few jokes in front of Mu Yan, and show the kindness of an elder when facing Luo Yu. But when facing Chumoli, he couldn't help but tense up, feeling indescribable nervousness and awe. Chumoli was also looking at the battlefield in front of him, and said indifferently, about 30%. What? Wei Mian's voice suddenly rose, and he didn't even care about his fear of Chumoli. Isn't that equivalent to sending 7th young master and the others to their deaths? Chumoli lowered his eyes slightly, and the corners of his mouth slowly hooked up into a deep curve. It's interesting to turn 30% into 100%, isn't it? To be able to make the impossible possible, that was the Xiaoyao sect. 33 inches the past, such a miracle could only be created with the help and explosion of the little junior sister. But they couldn't rely on the little junior sister forever, and they couldn't be a burden to the little junior sister forever. So, if they wanted to continue climbing higher, if they didn't want to be left far behind by the little junior sister, then they had to show their full potential. Ling Yuxing dodged Jia Huang's sharp claws with his ghostly movements. With the absolute space field fully activated, the consumption of his spiritual qi and physical strength was immeasurably huge. Moreover, he had to wander around to save the other disciples. At this moment, he was already gasping for breath and his face was pale. Just then, a cry of alarm came from behind. "Fifth senior brother, be careful." Ling Yuxing's heart skipped a beat, and the cloud silk in his hand turned into a barrier. However, the huge impact sent him flying backward, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Kid, your speed is really fast. But now that I've exhausted my spiritual power, I'd like to see how a little mouse like you can escape from my palm." At this time, Ling Yuxing only felt as if his internal organs were overturned, and the smell of blood with the smell of rust had already rushed to his throat. He knew he had suffered internal injuries. He needed to circulate his spiritual power to regulate his breathing or take medicine immediately. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be able to lift the cloud silk. But the enemy obviously wouldn't give him such a chance. Ling Yuxing didn't even have the time to stabilize his body before a figure dashed out from the side and fiercely grabbed his chest with the iron hook in his hand. Yi Adi, he was also the fastest person in the world. The speed under the absolute space domain is something that even Yi Adi is ashamed of. But now, Ling Yuxing has lost the ability to escape and resist. The huge hook claw grabbed down from the air, like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. The sound of a sharp blade piercing through flesh was heard. However, the expected pain did not come. Ling Yuxing opened his eyes and saw the broad and thick back of his second senior brother Xianxia. And the hook that pierced his body, as well as the blood dripping from the hook claw. "Second senior brother." Ling Yuxing's eyes were red. Xianxia grabbed Yi Adi's hook claw, completely disregarding his own wound, and fiercely pulled, throwing him out. Xianxia turned his head to Ling Yuxing, revealing a simple and honest smile. "Little five, don't cry. I'm fine." He patted his chest with his blood-stained hand. My skin is rough and thick, really, a little, it doesn't hurt at all." Yi Adi somersaulted in the air and lightly landed on the ground, his face revealing an expression of interest. He also used his tongue to lick the blood on his hook claw. Seeing this scene, he could not help but burst into laughter. His figure flashed, and he once again rushed toward the two. "Being hit by my soul-piercing life-reaping hook, and still saying that it doesn't hurt, I respect you for being a man. So this time I will let you die a little faster." As soon as his voice fell, Yi Adi threw out the silver hook in his hand. The hook flew high in the air, and suddenly began to split into countless densely packed ones. There seemed to be a hand in the air controlling these silver hooks. Then, one by one, they began to smash toward Xianxia and Ling Yuxing like gravel. Xianxia quickly erected an earth wall to resist. However, the soul-piercing life-reaping hook is a special kind of heavenly tool. How could a mere earth wall block it? Every day. So after a moment, Xianxia's body was already covered with cuts and bruises, and his clothes were all dyed red with blood. But during this process, he firmly protected Ling Yuxing, not letting him suffer the slightest injury. Xianxia's spiritual power was also almost consumed. All the earth walls that could be erected were used to protect Ling Yuxing. Without the earth wall, he used his fists and punched at the falling Yinggo. Ling Yuxing looked at the blood splattering in front of him and listened to the sound of sharp blades piercing through flesh. His eyes became redder, and tears welled up in his eyes. He was not strong enough. Why couldn't he become stronger? If he could use these silver hooks to stop everything around him, he would be able to do so. Second senior brother wouldn't have to be seriously injured to protect him. Some kind of power was surging wildly in his body. Ling Yuxing's pale face flushed red. Suddenly, he let out a furious roar. "All of you, stop." Whoosh! Time seemed to stop at this moment. The noisy and bloody battlefield seemed to have been paused by someone. Even the silver hook that Yi Adi had summoned had stopped in midair. In this still scene, there was only the young man covered in blood. His clothes were fluttering in the wind, and his hair was fluttering gently. His face was pale without a trace of blood. His body was frail and weak, swaying in the wind. He gritted his teeth and used the last bit of strength in his body to throw the cloud silk in his hand. The cloud silk shot out like an arrow, wrapped around the motionless Yiadi, and tied him up tightly. Then Ling Yuxing could no longer hold on, and fell straight down. Almost at the moment he fell, the seal of time and space was lifted. But the whole battlefield was silent. Beautiful Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. Beautiful Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad. Yiadi even forgot to struggle. He stared at the unconscious Ling Yuxing on the ground, his eyes full of disbelief. The fourth layer of the absolute space domain. How old is this kid? The cloud silk cloth was a heavenly god Tuol Mu Yen found in the Tianguang ruins. It could fight, confine, defend, and fly. Yiadi's cultivation was high and his speed was fast, but he couldn't easily break free from the cloud silk cloth. He simply stopped struggling. Instead, he hopped to Xianxia's side in a tied-up position. "Boss, I'm sorry, I lost. I didn't expect that a kid in his early 20s could master the fourth layer of the absolute space domain." Xianxia shook his head and said with a serious expression, "Not only the absolute space domain, but he has also touched the threshold of the law of time and space. These little guys." His eyes swept over the Xiaoyao school people on the battlefield, then fell on Chumoli. Only then did he withdraw his complicated gaze. If these little fellows are allowed to survive, their strength will be immeasurable in the future. Yiadi's face was pale, but he still stubbornly said, "No matter how strong their potential is, it's just potential. They will definitely lose today's battle. They will also die." Xianxia glanced at his brother, who was wrapped like a cocoon, and said with a faint smile, "Are you sure?" Yiadi said angrily, "These little guys are all seriously injured and exhausted. Even without me, can't Oxuan and Ahuang deal with them?" Yes, on the surface, even without Ji Oxuan and Ji Ahuang, the remaining 4 people of the Xiaoyao school were already an arrow at the end of its flight, and had no chance of winning. But was that really the case, seeing Yiadi concede defeat and leave the battlefield? Yi Ahuang spat with a wretched expression. Originally, he was playing with Luo Yu and Yun Ruhan. But now, his eyes turned cold, and his figure suddenly turned into a streamer, rushing towards the unconscious Ling Yuxing. "Stop. You ebook, don't hurt fifth brother." Yun Ruhan and Luo Yu desperately tried to stop him. But they were still a step too late. Qingjiu, who was the closest to Ling Yuxing, rushed over and used his body to block Ling Yuxing. Pucci, sharp and poisonous claws penetrated Qingjiu's body. Blood dripped onto Ling Yuxing's body. Qingjiu's face contorted and all the muscles in his body trembled. The poison on Ya Huang's claws was not a lethal poison, but a neurotoxin that could cause unbearable pain. Even though Qingjiu had a half-human, half-puppet body, she still felt a pain that came from the depths of her soul. Ya Huang pulled out its sharp claws. He opened his mouth and revealed a sinister smile. "You want to block my ghost claw? How about I let the two of you have a heartache together?" As he spoke, his greenish-black claws began to grow larger and longer. Moreover, every sharp fingernail was shining with a strange light. It was obviously poisonous. If this ghost claw pierced through his body, then not only would Qingjiu not be able to withstand it. Even Ling Yuxing, who was under his protection, would undoubtedly die. Qingjiu's pupils instantly contracted. Looking at the merciless ghost claw, there was only one thought in his mind. He had to block it. He had to block it, otherwise little Five would be injured. Beautiful witch doctor, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. Beautiful witch doctor, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad. He was so stupid and useless, but his fellow apprentices never despised him. If he couldn't even protect his fellow apprentices, what right did he have to stay in the carefree school? Dang. Yi Huang waited for the pleasure of his nails piercing through flesh, but what he got was a sharp pain, as if his nails were about to split open. It was the sound of metal clashing with stone. Yi Huang's eyes widened, and he stared in shock at the idiot he had never taken seriously. His entire body was shining with a dazzling golden light. When his ghostly claws landed on his body, it was as if they had landed on the hardest steel. they couldn't penetrate him at all. How was this possible? His ghostly claws could even easily penetrate top-grade armor, fourth mutation of power domain. Xianxia, who was watching from the side, sucked in a breath of cold air. Indestructible body of Vedra. These guys. How many more fright did they want to give him? Xianxia, who had just confidently said that they would definitely win even without him, couldn't say anything now. Could it be that the three of them, heaven-breaking cultivators, were really going to lose to 5 little guys, just as this frightening thought flashed through Xianxia's mind? Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. Then, he used his golden hand to grab Huang, and threw him in the direction of Yunruhan, who was rushing over. Xianxia showed a happy, childlike smile to Yunruhan, eldest senior apprentice brother. I protected Xiaowu. Yunruhan's nose turned sour. Then, he smiled and said loudly, second brother, you and Xiaowu both did well. Now, go and rest. Leave the rest to us. Xianxia was used to being obedient. He carried the unconscious Ling Yuxing on his back and walked to Chu Moli's side without any hesitation. 139 reading net before he could even say a single word to Chu Moli, the golden radiance on his body dissipated, and he collapsed stiffly on the ground. Huang, who had been thrown by Xianxia, couldn't turn around beautifully. Instead, he was smashed into a deep pit. When he got up, even his mouth was filled with mud. He was in a sorry state. He spat and looked at Yunruhan and Luoyu standing in front of him. He gritted his teeth and said, very well, you've successfully pissed me off. I will cut you into pieces and throw them in front of Big Blockhead. None of you will escape today. Yunruhan ignored Huang's clamor. Instead, he stabbed the ice soul sword into the ground in front of him and sat down cross-legged. Xiaoqi, help me block him for a moment. Luoyu nodded, her hands moving to the sides. Dozens of humanoid puppets appeared. Some of them guarded Yunruhan, while others stood in front of Huang. The fiery red Bifong bird was more than twice as big as it was when it first came out of Wushang Palace. At this moment, it spread its wings and let out a crisp cry. Huang sneered, you're just a brat who hasn't even grown his hair. Do you think you can stop me? As soon as his voice fell, he had already soared into the sky. The ghost claw fiercely clawed at the Bifong. The Bifong sensed danger. It let out a long cry and soared into the sky, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, Huang's figure flickered as he pounced in Yunruhan's direction. Bang! The dozen or so puppets surrounding Yunruhan suddenly merged into one just as Huang was about to reach her. In an instant, they formed an enormous puppet that was tens of meters tall and blocked Huang. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please add this to your collection, a monarch, puppet. Yiadi's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In the past, the Over-the-Wave Palace, which was the best at puppetry, had not been able to raise a few monarch puppets for thousands of years. However, this kid, who looked like he was still wet behind the ears, was able to assemble a dozen commander-level puppets in an instant. Moreover, he was not an ordinary puppeteer. He had a divine beast that was infinitely close to the Overlord rank. What kind of amazing summoning talent did he have? The fourth layer of mirror domain. Xianxia's expression was somewhat absent-minded and blurry. His eyes stared blankly at Luoyu, who was controlling the puppet, and his thoughts seemed to have drifted into the distance. After a long time, he murmured, this is the second person I've seen who has the mirror field, and reached the 4th level. Xianxia's voice was so soft that Yiadi couldn't hear him clearly. He was about to ask. The situation on the battlefield changed again. There are 5 elements in heaven and earth, water, fire, metal, wood, and earth. Through time and space, 10,000 things are formed. The fusion of divine energy, all natural laws, is the clouds and rain, is the mountains and seas. The 4th layer of the mountain-sea domain, break, boom. Huang, who was about to attack Luoyu, suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet shake violently. Countless cracks appeared under his feet. It was as if a huge whirlpool had formed under the ground and was about to swallow him up. Huang was about to leap into the air. There was a cracking sound in his ears. A wave of extreme coldness came from the air, from the soles of his feet, and spread to his limbs and bones. Then, before he could react, His feet were frozen by a thick layer of ice, unable to move. Yahuang looked at Yunwerhan in shock. Broadway, his face was pale as he struggled to stand up, as if he wanted to pull out his sword. However, activating the fourth layer of the domain of the mountains and seas, just now had exhausted all of his yuan qi. Now, he only needed a punch from a mortal to knock him down. But Yunwerhan didn't look worried at all. Because he knew that little Seven would finish the final blow for him. Chirp! The Baifeng bird spread its huge wings and swooped down. The cry pierced through the sky. Yahuang cursed and struggled to break free from the ice, but it was clearly too late. Yahuan also noticed Yahuang's miserable state. He frowned and turned around to help. However, at this moment, a blazing flame rushed towards him. It didn't hurt him, but it blocked his path. Yahuan looked at the woman in front of him with a complicated expression. You should know that if I wanted to kill you, your head would have long been separated from your body. Ling Yuma retracted her long blade and casually wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She revealed a bright smile. I know. But it's a pity that if it's just an if, you've already lost your best opportunity. Ha dash. Yahuan couldn't help but laugh in anger. He was also a saber user, and the ghost-slicing saber in his hand was a rare supreme-grade heavenly god artifact on the floating island. Just now, in the battle with this little girl, Yahuan only felt indescribably satisfied. It had been a long, long time since he had felt this feeling of meeting his match and being unstoppable. As a result, he was reluctant to injure Ling Yuma. But this didn't mean that a little girl could talk nonsense in front of him, Yahuan. Yahuan sneered and put the knife back into the scabbard. Little girl, I'll show you right now what it means to say that there's always someone better out there. I hope you'll understand next time that in front of absolute power, talent and potential are just bullshit. As he spoke, Yahuan pulled out his ghost cutter. The blade was bigger than before, emitting a ghostly aura. The expressions of the onlookers outside the barrier changed drastically as they retreated. Ling Yuma's face was pale. She had used up most of her spiritual power. In front of the tall and sturdy Yahuan, she looked like she could be sent flying with a single slap. But her eyes shone brighter than ever. Red flames rose from her body, slowly blooming into a dazzling red lotus in the air. The red lotus trembled slightly, and countless sparks fell. They landed on the red lotus soul-stealing blade, then disappeared without a trace. The red lotus soul-stealing blade let out a buzzing sound. Complicated patterns began to appear on the blade. The long blade lightly slashed, and a fiery lotus began to bloom on the ground. Seeing this scene, Yahuan's expression changed slightly, the fourth level of the flame domain. These 5 little fellows really exceeded his expectations too much. He thought he could easily win the battle. He didn't expect it to be a bitter battle between him and Yahuang. Yahuang's movement and spiritual power were both limited, so he obviously couldn't hold on for long. The most unbelievable thing was, these 5 people all had a breakthrough in their domains during the battle. And each of them had a level 4 domain. They could no longer be called geniuses. They were truly monstrous geniuses that only appeared once in 10,000 years. Although he was shocked, Yahuan quickly calmed down. He didn't give Ling Yuma any time to gather power. He gripped the ghost cutter tightly and quickly stepped forward. It was just a level 4 flame domain. He didn't care about it. Clang dash. The red lotus soul-stealing blade and the ghost cutter collided, causing an earth-shattering sound. Yahuan took a few steps back and quickly used his spiritual power to extinguish the flames on the ghost cutter blade. He looked at Ling Yuma and the blade in her hand in shock. This isn't a heavenly deity weapon. What level is it? Ling Yuma's eyes were red from the flames. She raised the long blade in her hand and slashed down again. Deathless flame technique. Bang, they clashed again, and the ghost cutter let out a buzzing sound as if it couldn't take it anymore. The sparks that landed on the blade curled up and devoured the ghostly aura on the blade. Yahuan hurriedly mobilized his spiritual energy to extinguish the fire. However, Ling Yuma's third slash had already landed. Deathless flame formula, bang bang bang. Yahuan was about to go crazy. No, it was this woman. Was she crazy? Ming Ming's face was pale, blood was flowing out of the corner of his mouth, and the hand holding the saber was trembling. But she didn't have the slightest intention of retreating or adjusting. He only knew how to attack, and attack. Before this, Yaxuan had never thought that in the face of an earth-opening realm little girl, he could only defend in a flurry, without even the slightest room to resist. However, this kind of attack was basically killing 800 enemies, but injuring 8,000 of their own. Yaxuan's face was ashen as he thought, there's no need for me to fall, she can't hold on at all. He wanted to see how many more slashes this woman could make. The year had just flashed across his mind. Chirp. A clear and melodious chirp came from the sky. Yaxuan's face changed. Damn it, he had actually forgotten about the existence of that puppet boy. At this moment, an unimaginable thought finally arose in his mind. Were they going to lose this battle? 3 heaven-breaking stage cultivators actually lost to 5 earth-opening stage cultivators? Yi Huang and Yi Xian supported each other as they staggered towards Yi Tian. Their heads almost drooped into the ground. Boss, sorry, we were careless. Yi Xian's gaze was still on the opposite side. At this moment, the entire square of Liberty City had become a sea of joy. Everyone was laughing, jumping, and making merry. They were all prepared to live and die together with Liberty City. Unexpectedly, Yun Ruhan's group actually won. They won in such an incredible, bizarre, and soul-stirring manner. Liberty, 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 who else but me can do it? Liberty, liberty, dominating the world. No one knew who took the lead, but the whole city started shouting loudly. Yi Xian's eyes revealed a somewhat complicated look, and he murmured in a low voice, such talent, such reputation, only the royal preceptor can compare to him, right? Boss? Yi Huang's voice called Yi Xian back to his thoughts. He lowered his eyes, and said calmly, as long as it's a battle, there will be winners and losers. The gap in cultivation level is not a 100% guarantee of victory. I hope that after today, you will be able to clearly understand this point. Yes, the 3 answered, then lowered their heads and sat where they were, and began to take out medicinal pills to heal their injuries. Looking at the 5 people of the Liberty sect who were also healing, their emotions couldn't help but surge violently. They actually lost to a few little fellows. This was simply a great humiliation for them. But they had to admit the talent of these 5 people. If they didn't die prematurely here, their future would be limitless. If they could leave the floating island alive, just as they were thinking, they suddenly saw the weak cripple slowly walking toward them, surrounded by the 6 people on the opposite side. The 5 people had obviously taken medicinal pills to heal their injuries. But their injuries were too serious, so their faces were pale. They seemed to be more seriously injured than Ya Huang and the other 2 people. But so what if they were seriously injured? They were the final victors. Chu Moli smiled and said, the gambling battle has already ended. I wonder if everyone here is willing to honor the agreement? Yi Xian's gaze swept across the 7 of them, pausing slightly on Luo Yu's face. Then, he sighed softly and said, the Imperial Preceptor's orders cannot be decided by a single duel. Luo Yu said angrily, so you want to go back on your word? Yi Xian curled his lips and said unhurriedly, if you win the duel, I can promise to let Liberty City and everyone in the city go. However, the first Prince and General Wei are the people that the Imperial Preceptor wants. We must take them away. Of course, there are also the things that the Imperial Preceptor wants. Chu Moli raised his eyebrows, things? We have something that the Imperial Preceptor wants? Yi Xian nodded and said, Avicii Pagoda. Chu Moli's eyes flickered and he lowered his eyelids slightly. Ling Yusheng frowned and said, what Avicii Pagoda? There is no such thing in Liberty City at all. Yi Xian glanced at Chu Moli with a faint smile, maybe you don't have it, but Yi Liangchen, the current master of the Heavenly Light Ruins and the helper of the #1 gang in the world, definitely has it. Don't tell me that nobody in Liberty City knows who Yi Liangchen is. Ling Yusheng and the others looked at each other. Wasn't Yi Liangchen our junior sister? Our junior sister had the Avicii Pagoda? What the hell was that? Suddenly, they all had a flash of inspiration. They all thought of the jade-white pagoda that Chi-Wen had mentioned. It could even absorb the power of resentment in the yin-yang twin hearts. How could such a pagoda be an ordinary treasure? Before that, they had seen the 6 Stars Pagoda and the Chaotic Pagoda, but they had never seen such a pagoda. Now that they thought about it, it should be the Avicii pagoda that Yi Qingfeng wanted. Yi Aishan's gaze swept over their expressions. His smile deepened. It seems that you know the whereabouts of Yi Lianshan and the Avicii pagoda. In that case, things will be easy. Seeing that you have won the wagered battle and have a bright future ahead of you, I can take a step back. We will only take Wei Mian and the Avicii pagoda. Since your highness has changed your name and body, we will consider that you have nothing to do with the Lan Empire. In this way, everything will be written off. Is that okay? Luo Yu said coldly, what do you want to do with Uncle Wei? Yi Aishan laughed in a low voice, as if he was laughing at Luo Yu. How should we deal with the divine general of the imperial region who wants to go against the imperial master? If we allow him to live in this world, it will make the imperial master more threatening. He was obviously going to kill Wei Mian. Or if General Wei commits suicide now, I will only take the Avicii pagoda. Luo Yu was furious. But before she could speak, she was stopped by Yun Ruhan. It seems that there is no room for negotiation. He looked at Yi Aishan and the others coldly. If you want to fight, then fight. No need to talk nonsense. However, Yi Aishan didn't move. Instead, he slowly shook his head with a pitiful expression on his face. I've already given all of you a chance to live. Why do all of you insist on going about things the wrong way? He looked at the angry eyes of Luo Yu and the others. He sneered, you don't have to look at me with such vigilance. We have agreed before that I will not take action. Since Adi and the others lost, they will not take action. Yun Ruhan was stunned. Since you are not taking action, then what? Suddenly, his voice paused. His already pale face lost all color in an instant. He abruptly raised his head to look at the sky. In the northern sky, a giant blue beast that seemed to have merged with the sky was flying toward them at lightning speed. That was the exclusive summoned beast of the Lan family empire's imperial advisor Yi Qingfeng, Water Qilin. It was also the divine beast closest to dominator rank in this world. The people of the Xiaoyao sect suddenly tensed up. Even Chumoli frowned slightly. His fingers curled up slightly as he tapped on the armrest of his wheelchair. In just a moment, the Water Qilin was already floating in midair. A tall, thin, and weak figure jumped down from the Water Qilin and looked down at Liberty City. His gaze swept over the citizens of Liberty City, but it was as if he was looking at countless ants that he did not need to care about. Finally, his gaze fell on Yun Ruhan and he warmly said, Your First Highness, we meet again. Yun Ruhan pursed her lips and gripped the ice soul sword in her hand, ready for battle. Yi Qingfeng chuckled, then raised his hand. Luo Yu heard a cry of surprise from behind and beside her. Then, Wei Mian and Yun Ruhan flew up involuntarily and landed beside Yi Qingfeng. Each of them was wearing a blue water ring. Wei Mian's fighting capacity was not strong. Even if he exhausted all his spiritual power, he couldn't break free. Yun Ruhan, who had just fought a great battle, was now an arrow at the end of its flight and had no power to resist. Eldest senior brother. General Wei. Seeing this scene, the people below screamed and wanted to rush up. But Yi Qingfeng just patted the water Qilin lightly. The water Qilin opened its mouth and suddenly spat out a water ball. In an instant, it was like a gust of wind and huge waves. The whole carefree city was submerged under the huge waves. Yi Qingfeng sneered and said, I advise you not to act rashly. Otherwise, I can destroy this city and kill these two people right now. If you don't believe me, you can try. Luo Yu and the others, who originally wanted to rush up, had to stop. Anxiously and fiercely staring at Yi Qingfeng, she said, Give back eldest senior brother and Uncle Wei. Yi Qingfeng's eyes fell on Luo Yu's face, and he was slightly stunned. Then his eyes suddenly drooped down, and the corners of his mouth raised into a cold arc. Tian. Yi Aishan and the other three hurriedly flew forward. Greetings, National Preceptor. Yi Qingfeng lightly glanced at the four people. You lost the bet? This sentence was said indifferently, without a trace of anger. But Yi Aishan and the other two lowered their heads in shame and fear. We are useless, please punish us, National Preceptor. Yi Aishan respectfully handed over a mirage stone. Yi Qingfeng didn't pay attention to Yi Aishan and the other two, but casually injected his divine sense into the mirage stone. Soon, the scene of the battle just now appeared in front of him. Even with Yi Qingfeng's calmness, after roughly understanding the process of the battle just now, he couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Temple Street. His eyes fell on the people of the carefree sect below, and the corners of his mouth slowly raised into an interesting arc. 1 country, 3 alliances, 6 families, and 8 sects on the floating island, each of them thought highly of themselves. They vainly tried to include all the resources on the island in order to cultivate elites for their own families and sections. And all these young elites were also arrogant, and didn't put the disciples of other small sects or rogue cultivators in their eyes. Not to mention the inferior cultivators who had ascended from the Xianxia continent. However, in this Liberty City, there were actually a total of 5 little monsters with extraordinary talent. He had already reached the Earth creation realm at such a young age. He was merely at the Earth creation tier, yet he was able to fight against a heaven-breaking tier elite. Especially the youngest puppeteer. Seeing Luo Yu combine dozens of puppets into a monarch-level puppet in an instant, Yi Qingfeng suddenly tightened his grip on the Mirage Stone. His expression became absent-minded and blurry, as if he was looking at the distant past. That kind of extraordinary talent. It was a confident and disdainful smile, yet it was also pure and without any impurities. How many years had it been since he last saw it? Yi Qingfeng suddenly felt an irrepressible anger and ruthlessness in his heart. The water qilin at the side seemed to have sensed its master's emotions. Suddenly, it let out an angry roar and raised its front hooves high. Then, he suddenly breathed out a mouthful of white gas toward Liberty City below. Yi Aishan's expression changed greatly and he couldn't help but cry out, "State Preceptor!" Before he could finish his sentence, the white gas had already sunk into Liberty City, and then it suddenly grew larger. Then, the cultivators in the city screamed in horror. "Ah! It's so cold. What's this?" The correct chapter of Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father will continue to be updated on the mobile game bar. There are no advertisements on the website. Please collect and recommend the mobile game bar. If you like Alluring Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby's Black-Bellied Father, please collect and recommend it. My feet are frozen. I can't move. Help. Help me. Help. The water ball that the water qilin had spat out just now had made the entire Liberty City surge with waves, and it was almost submerged. At this moment, the temperature of the water that hadn't completely faded started to drop sharply, turning into a thick layer of ice. Some cultivators wanted to fly up and escape, but they found that their bodies were eroded by the white mist. Even their blood seemed to be frozen. All their movements and the circulation of their spiritual energy became extremely slow. When they realized what was going on, they had lost all ability to resist and turned into ice sculptures. Yi Qingfeng, are you crazy? What on earth do you want to do? In the sky, Yun Ruhan watched the Liberty City that her junior sister and her junior brothers had built turn into a silent city of ice. The anger in his eyes was about to burst out. That was hundreds of thousands of lives. This man didn't even blink his eyes, and he could turn those fresh lives into cold corpses. Just like a dozen years ago, he wore a faint smile as he looked down at the Blue Emperor City, which had turned into a river of blood. Yi Qingfeng turned to him with a mocking look. Your Highness, didn't you know what I want to do from the very beginning? He paused for a moment and then said word by word, I want all the creatures on this floating island to die and their souls vanish, never to be reincarnated. Yun Ruhan looked into his bright and dazzling eyes, and an inexplicable chill ran down her spine. She couldn't help but shiver. For a moment, she even forgot to be angry. Especially, the descendants of Lan Haotsong. As soon as he finished his words, Yun Ruhan felt vigilant and a sense of crisis arose spontaneously. At the same time, Wei Mian, who was also bound by the blue water ring, changed his expression. He couldn't help but exclaim, Your Highness, watch out. Yun Ruhan felt that her neck was suddenly gripped by a hand that was as cold as ice. Literature, following that, his entire body was violently thrown downwards, bang. A huge pit appeared on the ground, which was full of bumps and hollows. Yun Ruhan was deeply stuck in the center of the pit. Blood was flowing in the cracks of the stones, and she couldn't get up again. Eldest senior brother. Luo Yu and the rest screamed and rushed over. But before they could reach Yun Ruhan, a ferocious beast roared and swooped down from the sky. A huge airwave accompanied by a bone-chilling cold swept towards them. Even with Luo Yu and the others' current cultivation, they could not stand steadily under the strong wind and were flipped over a few times. Yi Qingfeng's figure had unknowingly descended from the sky to the side of the huge pit. His eyes were cold and indifferent as he looked at Yun Ruhan, who was lying in a pool of blood. He slowly raised his pale, slender hand. As the energy surged, the water vapor in the air began to condense into ice crystals. In just a short moment, countless sharp icicles densely covered the top of the giant pit. Roar! The water Kylin let out an angry roar, and the icicles in the sky all turned into arrows, flying toward the unconscious Yun Ruhan. Eldest senior brother. Stop. Don't hurt eldest senior brother. Looking at the dense cluster of icicles stabbing toward Yun Ruhan's eyes widened. Luo Yu's face was deathly pale, and her pupils suddenly became blood red. Her already dried-up dantian had unknowingly formed a storm of spiritual energy. Charming witch, heavenly defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. Charming witch, heavenly defying baby black-bellied dad. A white soul bead slowly emerged from his back, shining with dazzling light. I told you to stop. Did you hear me? A stern shout. A huge white beast shadow soared into the sky. The raging wind and the whistling icicles were like mirages created by the morning fog the moment the giant beast appeared. Under the illumination of the sun, they all disappeared without a trace. Roar! The white figure opened its mouth and let out a roar that was neither light nor heavy. The red horn on its forehead was brighter and more dazzling than blood. The water unicorn, which had been arrogant and looked down on humans like dirt, suddenly froze. Its bell-like big eyes stared at the beast shadow that was countless times bigger than it. Buzz, 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 a slight buzzing sound rang in everyone's ears. At this moment, the entire floating sky island seemed to be shaking and stirring, welcoming the return of their ancestor, the beast god. The shaking stopped after a while. However, the entire Liberty City was caught in a dead silence. They even held their breath, or they didn't dare to move or breathe. They were afraid that if they made a big noise, the dreamlike scene in front of them would be shattered. Even Yi Qingfeng, Yi Aixin, and the others were dumbfounded. They just stood there blankly, as if they had forgotten what day it was. God, what did I see? Yi Aixin murmured in a low voice in disbelief, Bai Zai. How could it be the real body of the divine beast Bai Zai? Didn't it already? He didn't finish his words. The four of them retracted their gazes from Bai Zai and looked at Yi Qingfeng. Yi Aixin's voice became extremely hoarse and difficult at this moment. National Master, you. When he said these three words and saw Yi Qingfeng's eyes, his throat suddenly choked, and he couldn't make a sound anymore. Wuyo Literature Nadi's hands hanging by his sides unconsciously clenched tightly. In this dead silence, as if time and space had come to a standstill. Only the young man under the huge beast shadow seemed to have no idea what kind of sensation he had caused. Or, at this moment, he didn't care about the consequences of summoning the divine beast Bai Zai. Luo Yu staggered to Yun Ruhan's side and helped her up. His tentacles were clammy and sticky. Before he could say anything, Luo Yu's tears were already flowing uncontrollably. Eldest senior brother, you'll be fine. With a trembling hand, he stuffed a pill into Yun Ruhan's mouth while carefully wiping away the blood on his face. Very quickly, Ling Yuma and the rest rushed to Yun Ruhan's side. Some people stuck talismans on his body, while others took out a spirit-gathering disc, hoping to help Yun Ruhan absorb the medicinal effects better. Everyone knew that in the previous battle, everyone from the Xiaoyao sect had used up almost all of their strength. Although the elixir that Mu Yan left behind could heal and recover. However, it took time for the pill to be absorbed. Before this, they were already exhausted from sealing the power of resentment in the yin-yang twin hearts. He had to rely on pills to force himself to go into battle. Taking too many pills in a short period of time would only greatly reduce the efficacy of the pills. As for Yun Ruhan, it would only be worse than everyone else. Because before he had to endure the heavenly lightning, he had relied on Mu Yan's treatment and pills to wake up. His body was already at the end of its tether. Now, he was seriously injured by Yi Qingfeng. Even if he had a half-demon and half-spirit body, he might not be able to make it. Enchantress Charming Doctor, heavenly defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. Enchantress Charming Doctor, Heavenly defying baby black-bellied Dad Yun Ruhan slowly opened her eyes and saw the worried faces of the people of the Xiaoyao sect and Luo Yu's red eyes. She smiled weakly and said, "I'm such a useless senior brother. Every time I make you worry." His line of sight turned and landed on the divine beast Bai Zhe, who was looking down from above. His pupils unconsciously shrank. Then, he couldn't help but smile helplessly. His gaze was fixed on Luo Yu. There was an indescribable pride and pity in his eyes. Fourth stage, Mirror Life Domain, Monarch Level, Puppet Master, and the Master of the Divine Beast Bai Zhe. This was his Xiaoqi. There were always some people in this world whose brilliance could not be concealed no matter how hard they tried. But at the same time, Yun Ruhan was also very clear. Luo Yu summoned the divine beast Bai Zhe. This meant that his identity could no longer be concealed. Chu Moli pinched Yun Ruhan's hand and examined it for a moment before saying indifferently, "It's just some internal injuries. Once Junior sister comes out, she'll be able to heal them." It had to be said that the bodies of the devil race were really too tough. If a normal spirit cultivator were to be smashed down from a high place after exhausting their spiritual energy, all their bones would have been broken and they would have died. On the other hand, Yun Ruhan was only slightly shaken. Furthermore, as the monster core slowly revolved, her injuries healed on their own. Great! After confirming that Yun Ruhan was fine, Luo Yu relaxed. The breath she had been holding in disappeared in an instant. In the sky, Bai Zhe's figure swayed and slowly gathered into the soul pearl, disappearing without a trace. His body went limp, unable to support himself any longer, and directly fell onto Qingjiu. 100%, Bai Zhe's disappearance caused the pressure in the air to dissipate as well. The inside and outside of Liberty City, which had been quiet previously, were like the surface of a tranquil lake that had been tossed with a boulder. Am I seeing things? I actually saw someone summon the divine beast Bai Zhe. Furthermore, it wasn't a shadow, but a real divine beast, Bai Zhe. Hee, I'm dreaming. Yes, I must be dreaming. Wasn't it said that when the floating ancestor, Lan Xiaozi, created the floating island, he sacrificed himself and the divine beast Bai Zhe? No, do you still remember? 17 years ago, there was a rumor. It said that he's the newly conferred Little Highness of the Lan family empire. He's able to summon the divine beast Bai Zhe, and is reputed to be the reincarnation of the ancestor. Didn't they say that it was the Empress's Xiao family who cheated? Apart from treason and rebellion, the Xiao clan was also punished for blaspheming the levitating ancestor. But what if it's not a rumor? Doesn't it mean that the seventh young master of Liberty City is the Little Highness who was said to be the reincarnation of the first ancestor? The other cultivators of Liberty City were still discussing their speculations and suspicions. Butcher and the others reacted immediately. Why did their general care so much for the seventh young master from the very beginning? So much so that it was even more than his loyalty to the young Mississippi. So it was actually the crown prince that the Wei family army had once sworn loyalty to. Butcher and the rest's eyes reddened at once, their hearts surging with indescribable emotions. More than 10 years ago, 30,000 soldiers of the Wei family refused to betray the Empress and His Highness the Crown Prince and were massacred. They, who were once high and mighty generals and lieutenants, were all crippled of their cultivation and thrown into the shattered stone hill. Who knew? Who knew that not only would they be reborn, they would be able to see the young prince they were loyal to again. After 16 years, their young prince was no longer the child that could be trampled on by others. He was a genius that could fight against heaven-breaking state cultivators alone and summon the divine beast Bai Zhe. Greetings, Your Highness. No one knew who started it. Butcher, elder brother, Tai Tu, Ruan Yang. They all knelt towards Luo Yu. The light in their eyes was even brighter than when they knew they could leave the rocky hill. It was as if they had finally found their faith. They knew that their years of waiting and perseverance were not in vain. As Butcher and the others knelt, inspired by Wei Mian, the 100,000 Xiaoyao soldiers outside the city also knelt down and shouted loudly. Greetings, Your Highness. At this moment, their voices were like a great bell. Even the earth seemed to tremble slightly. Luo Yu looked at the people kneeling in front of him and listened to the tsunami of shouts around him. His mouth couldn't help but twitch. What the hell, although he already knew about his past, he had no interest in being a prince and acting out a prince's revenge. He only wanted to be the happy Xiaoqi of the Xiaoyao sect. That was enough. Luo Yu coughed lightly and was about to speak. Suddenly, Butcher's expression changed and he shouted, "Protect His Highness." Ling Yuma, who had been vigilantly observing Yi Qingfeng's every move, instantly unsheathed her long sword and slashed towards the void. A red flame lotus bloomed. It transformed into a ferocious beast in the void, as if it was going to devour that thin and frail figure. However, Yi Qingfeng only waved his hand lightly, and the huge flame beast was frozen in midair. Xiaoqi. Eldest senior brother. 2 blue rings of water shackled the exhausted Luo Yu and Yun Ruhan, and flew towards Yi Qingfeng. Ling Yuxing suddenly soared into the sky and turned into lightning, grabbing Luo Yu's hand. Ling Yuma and the others rushed up. Chu Moli, who was in a wheelchair below, slowly knocked his bow. However, at this moment, a heavy object smashed towards Ling Yuxing. He was just about to dodge, but when he saw what was coming at him, his expression changed. He subconsciously reached out to catch it. That was Wei Mian. Yi Aishan, who had originally come to capture Wei Mian, had unexpectedly thrown Wei Mian over, using him as a shield to block Ling Yuxing, or rather, to block Chu Moli's cursed arrow. With this delay, the water Qilin, Yi Qingfeng, as well as Yi Aishan, had already fled far away, disappearing into the horizon. In the distance, Yi Qingfeng's emotionless voice could be heard. "Tell Yi Liangchen, if he wants these two's lives, he has to exchange them with the Avatar." "General, are you all right?" Butcher and the others quickly helped Wei Mian up. "I'm sorry, General. We were too useless. We couldn't protect the Crown Prince." The rims of Butcher's eyes were red, but there was some despair on his face. "We were too naive. We thought that with the help of the 100,000 free unfettered army, we thought that we could fight against Yi Qingfeng. How could they have imagined that Yi Qingfeng would actually become stronger and stronger in just a short dozen years? Yi Qingfeng hates the people of the Lan royal family so much. I wonder if His Highness and His Highness will be tortured by this bastard." Tutu and the others' voices rang in Wei Mian's ears, but he just stood there in a daze, unable to recover. Because of Luo Yu's divine beast phase. And because of Yi Qingfeng's attitude. Wei Mian knew that the Crown Prince could summon the divine beast phase. But he didn't know until today. The base that Luo Yu summoned was a real one. It wasn't a beast soul formed by the energy of the soul bead. Instead, it was like Lan Xiaozi, the founder of the Floating Sky sect, who kept the real divine beast base in his soul bead and signed a contract with it. But how was that possible? The divine beast base had been sacrificed to the Floating Sky Island, and Yi Qingfeng. Few people in the world knew better than Wei Mian how sinister and cruel this man was. He could order his men to slaughter 30,000 elite soldiers while he was talking and laughing, and he wouldn't even raise an eyebrow. When he washed the Blue Emperor city with blood, this man chopped off the heads of the Shao family without hesitation when he saw the old, weak, women, and children kneeling at his feet, crying and begging. Such a man only took away the first and second highnesses. He didn't turn the entire Liberty City into a river of blood, leaving no one alive. He even let go of Wei Mian, who used to be a thorn in his side. It could be said that he had been chased by the people of the Xiaoyao sect. It was really not like Yi Qingfeng's usual style at all. General, are you all right?" Hearing Rui's mother's worried call, Wei Mian came back to his senses. He met everyone's concerned eyes. Wei Mian smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry. I'm useless. That's why your highness got into trouble. No, it has nothing to do with you. I'm the useless one." Ling Yuxing punched the city wall hard and interrupted Wei Mian. It was he who didn't notice Yi Qingfeng's plot and led them to Liberty City. It was he who let go and let Yi Qingfeng take eldest senior brother and seventh senior brother away. If anything happened to eldest senior brother and seventh senior brother, he would never forgive himself. Fifth senior brother, it has nothing to do with you. Ling Yuma put her hand on his shoulder and said softly, "Plus, didn't Yi Qingfeng say something before he left? He wants the Avicii Tower in youngest junior sister's hands. Since he wants it, he won't kill seventh senior brother and seventh senior brother. When youngest junior sister comes out of seclusion, give him the Avicii Tower." "You can't. Before Ling Yuma could finish her sentence, a cry of surprise came from the horizon. The Avicii pagoda cannot fall into Yi Qingfeng's hands. Luo Yu realized that she was walking in a spacious and empty palace. He couldn't remember why he was here or what he was doing here. He ran desperately in the palace, but he couldn't even see a shadow of a person. Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi, suddenly, a sweet voice rang in his ears. Xiaoqi, come to mother. Luo Yu subconsciously turned her head, but what she saw was a suffocating sea of corpses and blood. A pungent fishy smell assaulted his nostrils. Suddenly, a hand gripped his ankle, cold and clammy. Luo Yu looked down and realized that her body had turned into that of a child. The person who had grabbed his ankle was soaked in blood, and his face could no longer be seen clearly. Only that pair of eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred, shouting at him over and over again, Your Highness, you must take revenge for my Xiao family, for your mother. The child's ankle was so slender and tender. The blood-stained nails were like the fangs of a ferocious beast, digging deep into his flesh. It was so painful that he couldn't help but scream. Just as the scream escaped from his throat, it disappeared into the boundless darkness. Luo Yu felt as if her body was continuously falling. He seemed to hear a low and distant voice in his ears again. Thousands of heaven's beasts return, the mountains and rivers appear. I am willing to use my insignificant body as a sacrifice. My soul will fall into the river of forgetfulness, and I will have no regrets in this life. Just to give my son a stairway to heaven. Father. From now on, I have no father. In this world, you are the only one who matters to me. I will take you to the floating island. Chushi's life will be with you. The beast's soul has been destroyed, and his blood has run dry. We can never meet again. From now on, my soul will fall into the river of forgetfulness, and my heart will be torn and my intestines broken. I only wish to be possessed by a devil, and be doomed eternally. I swear, I will remember everyone here today. One day, I will make you pay with blood, and pay back what you owe me today 10-fold, 100-fold. Luo Yu suddenly jumped up from the bed, his body shivering uncontrollably. He seemed to have had a nightmare again. And it wasn't the first time he had seen these two scenes. A palace filled with mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and he was walking in it when he was young. This should be related to his forgotten memories. And then he heard a series of chaotic voices. He had heard them in the primordial cave abode. But what did those words mean, especially the voice that said, One day, I will make you pay with your blood? Even if he couldn't see the face clearly, he could feel the monstrous hatred and ruthlessness from the voice. Who was it that said that, and what did it have to do with him? Why did he dream of it twice in a row? That wasn't right. What time was it now? Why did he care if it was a dream or not? Wasn't he an eldest senior brother captured by that perverted state preceptor called Yi Qingfeng? So now he was in the Lan Empire's palace? Luo Yu leapt up from the bed and looked around. This was a very ordinary room. The decorations were elegant and luxurious. There was incense burning in the corner of the room. The smoke rose into the sky, and then drifted around him. The faint fragrance of sandalwood lingered at the tip of one's nose, causing one to feel drowsy, as if one could immerse oneself in a dream forever. Luo Yu wrinkled her nose and revealed a look of disdain. It turns out to be the tranquilizing incense that can make people sleep for 3 days and 3 nights without waking up. Fortunately, I have already taken the anti-poison pill refined by Sixth Sister, so I am resistant to most poisons and drugs. Therefore, he only woke up after 1 night, even though he was supposed to sleep for 3 days. Luo Yu quietly walked out of the room and flipped onto the roof. It was early in the morning, and the sky had just begun to brighten. Everything was silent. The Lan clan empire was truly worthy of having tens of millions of years of heritage. Luo Yu looked as far as her eyes could see, and what entered her eyes were layers upon layers of verdant mountains, jade palaces, and gold and jade residences. However, amidst this glory, there was a nauseating smell of decay. It was like a beautiful shell. Maggots had already started to grow inside. Luo Yu only glanced at it casually and did not care about whether the palace was ruined or not. He was only concerned about one thing, and that was where did Yi Qingfeng bring his eldest senior brother to? That bastard wouldn't hurt his eldest senior brother, would he? The Lan clan empire was not big. But it was not small either. It was harder than ascending to the heavens to find someone here. And he did not have much time. If Yi Chingfeng found out that he had woken up without the requiem incense, he and his eldest senior brother wouldn't be able to escape. So he had to act fast. Luo Yu took a deep breath. Her figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. He didn't notice that after he left. Two figures slowly appeared where he had been standing. Boss. Yi Adi looked at Yi Aishan, who was standing beside him, eager to try. This kid thinks too highly of us. He dares to wander around in the imperial palace. I'll go catch him now. Humph, I'll let this little bastard know that he can't be arrogant anywhere. Yi Aishan glanced at him, then slowly shook his head. No need. As long as he's in the imperial palace, he can do whatever he wants. Yi Aishan was startled. How can I do that? This kid is very likely to be the little prince of the Lan family empire. Yi Aishan stood in a daze for a while, then said softly, this is Imperial Advisor's order. Do you want to disobey it? Yi Aishan's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly said, I wouldn't dare. But what kind of person was Imperial Advisor? He had followed him for so many years, and had never seen him show mercy to anyone. But why was he so lenient to this kid? Yi Aishan wanted to say something but stopped. Imperial Advisor wouldn't really think that kid is. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Aishan's cold gaze swept over him. Aishan, remember, as a beast slave, you should know what we should say and what we shouldn't say. What's more? He paused, then his voice became low and distant. No matter what Imperial Advisor plans or wants to do, we only need to know that what he wants to do is what we want to do. That's enough. Yi Aishan was stunned for a long time, then said softly, Boss, I understand. He slightly gritted his teeth and looked into the distance. That was the majestic imperial palace of the Lan family empire, the entire prosperous Lan emperor city, the floating island that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Yi Aishan's eyes emitted a complicated light. He suddenly said hoarsely, Boss, we and Imperial Advisor are finally going to get what we want, right? Yes. Yi Aishan closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the corners of his lips were already curling upwards. We've waited for so long. It had been so long that they had given up everything, at all costs. So long that they almost despaired. However, they still had to wait for this day. Luo Yu circled the palace from dawn to dusk. She didn't see a single living person, much less Yunruhan. The entire Lan clan empire's imperial palace was simply like a ghost city. Isn't it said that people with amnesia will have flashbacks when they return to familiar places? Luo Yu cursed in her heart as she carefully walked through the empty palace. I've been walking here for half a day, but I don't feel any sense of familiarity. And what the hell is this palace? Even Yan Luo Dian wouldn't be so lifeless, right? Could it be that not everyone in the palace is a ghost? Thinking of this, Luo Yu could not help but shudder. All the hairs on his body stood on end. Why don't we go back first today? Luo Yu rubbed the goosebumps on her arms as she muttered, eldest senior brother is blessed by the heavens. He'll definitely be fine. But if I'm discovered, I might implicate him. Thinking that there might be something dirty around, he felt his hair stand on end. He couldn't stay for another minute. But just as Luo Yu was about to go back, a candle lit up in a room not far away. After all, the entire Lan Empire's palace was cold and silent. There was no one there. After the darkness fell, the entire palace seemed to be shrouded in an isolated space. There was no light, no life. It was like a cemetery. So the candle in front of him was especially abrupt. Luo Yu frowned. In the end, he suppressed the fear in his heart and quietly approached the candlelight. Seeing the figure in the room, Luo Yu almost screamed. Eldest senior brother. So the eldest senior brother he couldn't find after searching for most of the palace was actually here. Luo Yu's heart was pounding. He almost wanted to rush into the room without a care. But luckily, his rationality suppressed his impulse. It was obvious that Yun Ruhan wasn't alone in the room. Opposite him sat a man dressed in purple. The candle in the room wasn't very bright, and the man was half hidden in the shadows, so his face was indistinct. But the moment Luo Yu saw the man, his heart shook. An inexplicable feeling welled up in his heart. Plus, he felt that the face was very familiar. Just then, he heard his eldest senior brother's voice. It was different from his usual calm and gentle self in the Xiaoyao sect. Yun Ruhan's face was expressionless, and his voice was as cold as ice. "Father, is that all you want to say?" "Father?" Luo Yu's eyes widened slightly. Eldest senior brother called him father. Dream Chinese, so he was the current emperor of the Lan Empire, Lan Yaozong. And his biological father? The man sighed softly from inside the room. "I'm very sorry for you and little Seven. Do you think that everything Xiaoqi has experienced over the years and Master's death can be erased with just an apology?" Luo Yu stared blankly at Yun Ruhan in the room. He rarely saw his eldest senior brother show such hatred and disgust. Even when facing Yi Qingfeng, he hadn't been so resentful. Luo Yu couldn't help but smile. The bewilderment and shock that had just surged in her heart after knowing the man's identity disappeared without a trace at this moment. All that was left was warmth and reassurance. Yun Ruhan's expression grew colder and colder. Suddenly, his wrist moved, and the Ice Soul sword was unsheathed, stabbing towards Lan Yao sect. Luo Yu was shocked to see this scene from outside. Even though he hated the Blue Glory sect. However, this person was still the biological father of him and eldest senior brother. Killing one's own father with one's own hands was an act that went against human ethics, and would be punished by the heavenly Tao. Because of this, eldest senior brother might have a heart demon on his back and would never be able to break through and ascend again. How could this be? Without thinking, Luo Yu flew in to stop him. However, there was one person who moved faster than him. A tinkling sound was heard. The Ice Soul sword was deflected a few inches. A familiar voice rang out in the room, "Your Highness, although I would like to see you father and son kill each other, I have other uses for this person. I can only ask that you show mercy." It was Yi Qingfeng. Luo Yu's entire body tensed up and fine beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Under the dim candlelight, Yi Qingfeng's appearance actually leaned towards the gentle and delicate side of elegance. He was different from Chu Moli's scholarly appearance. His facial features were delicate, his body was thin, and his skin was pale but delicate. He was worthy of being described as a good girl. But it just so happened that there was a hint of feminine and treacherous viciousness between his brows, causing his entire person to appear ghastly. Under the illumination of the candlelight, Luo Yu, who saw him outside the window, felt her hair stand on end. Yi Qingfeng's lips curled up slightly and he said indifferently, "Take them away." Yi Qingfeng's lips curled up slightly and he said indifferently, "Take them away." "Qingfeng, Lan Yaozong's voice was a little anxious as if he wanted to say something. "You can't call the imperial teacher's name." However, Yi Huang's actions were very rude. He dragged the chair he was sitting on and pulled it out of the door. This chair was not a wheelchair. As he was pulled, the chair fell. Lan Yaozong's head hit the back of the chair, making a muffled sound. "Impudent! How dare you treat me like this?" "I am." Before he could finish, Yi Huang stuffed a jujube into his mouth. "Lan Yaozong, do you think you are still the high and mighty emperor of the Lan Empire?" Looking at Lan Yaozong's furious eyes, Yi Huang's lips curled up into a cold and mocking smile. "You are not even as good as a dog in the Lan Emperor city." Lan Yaozong was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He looked at Yi Qingfeng. His eyes were filled with incomparably strong and complicated emotions, and he let out a whimper. Excellent reading, however, Yi Qingfeng did not even look at him. He just indifferently twirled a leaf that floated in from the window. His eyes were distant and dark as if he was already immersed in his own world. Lan Yaozong's eyes looked at Yun Ruhan again. His throat kept making noises, and his eyes were full of pleading and eagerness. However, Yun Ruhan just looked at him coldly. It was like looking at a stranger who had nothing to do with him. Yi Huang dragged the chair and left directly. Luo Yu hid on the roof of the corridor and watched the two leave thoughtfully. However, her attention quickly returned from Lan Yaozong. Because Yi Xuan also came to Yun Ruhan's side. However, compared to Yi Huang's rudeness towards Blue Glory sect, Yi Xian's attitude was much better. "Your Highness, please?" Yun Ruhan looked at Yi Qingfeng and said coldly, "Your Highness, Your Highness." Yi Xuan, "Your Highness, please rest assured, the little prince is doing very well." As long as the two of you don't act rashly, no one here will dare to harm you. And then? Yunruhan sneered. Lock me and Xiaoqi up until the end of time? Hee, your highness must be joking. Yiaxuan smiled insincerely. Didn't the state preceptor say it very clearly? Luo. If Iliang can hands, he will. He said. The imperial tutor has never reneged on his promises. He and Luo Yi Yun, and Li and Yun Luo, and said, Luo time Li, and Yun Luo. And Lan Luo said, Luo, and Luo as, he. But when he saw Yu Qingfeng, who was still sitting in the room and twirling a leaf, he suppressed his impulse. That restless impulse was firmly suppressed by him. Yunruhan quickly disappeared from the room. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby black-bellied dad. The whole room became deathly quiet. Only the occasional crackling sound came from the candle burning in the corner of the room. Luo Yu was surprised to find that Yi Qingfeng was leaning against the window frame and sleeping with a leaf in his hand. His sleeping posture was like that of a child who lacked a sense of security. His hands were hugging his knees. His hand was still tightly holding the leaf. The night breeze blew in from outside the house, ruffling his thin clothes and casually draped long hair. He looked extremely weak and lonely. Luo Yu moved his numb hands and feet. He couldn't help but throw a stone not far from the room. The person sleeping inside didn't respond. Was he really asleep? If he were to kill him now, wouldn't it be as easy as flipping his hand? But what if this pervert was pretending to be asleep? In the end, the idea of nothing ventured, nothing gained prevailed. Luo Yu silently jumped down from the eaves of the corridor and entered the room. The candle in the room had long burned out. At this time, the night sky was heavy, and the whole room had become dark. But Luo Yu was a golden immortal after all. Even with a bit of starlight outside the window, he could clearly see every table and chair in the room. He carefully approached Yi Qingfeng. The wind outside the window suddenly became stronger, and the leaves and vines outside made rustling sounds. A few leaves were even blown in and landed on Yi Qingfeng's body. Luo Yu was almost scared out of his wits and quickly dodged to the side. However, the wind whistled for a while. Yi Qingfeng, who was leaning against the window, showed no signs of waking up. Luo Yu let out a long sigh of relief. Dog. But the frightening moment just now made him retract the idea of killing Yi Qingfeng. The most important thing now was to save eldest senior brother. If he couldn't kill Yi Qingfeng and alerted Yi Aishan and the others, wouldn't he lose more than he gained? Looking at Yi Qingfeng, who was sleeping soundly in the cold wind, Luo Yu couldn't help but make a gesture of slitting his neck, and silently mouthed caw. Then he bared his teeth, turned around, and quietly walked into the inner room. Not long after Luo Yu left, Yi Qingfeng slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the leaves falling on his body, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. That pair of eyes that were as deep as the abyss lit up for the first time. When Luo Yu entered the room, she realized that it was actually a study. No, rather than calling it a study, it would be more appropriate to call it an art studio. Other than the door that led to the outer room, the entire room was completely sealed. There wasn't even a window. However, there was a yellow rosewood table in the middle of the room. There was nothing on the table, only a huge illumination crystal that illuminated the entire room. Even though Luo Yu was anxious to find Yunruhan's whereabouts, she couldn't help but be attracted by the contents of the painting. Starting from the first painting on the wall to the left of the door, rotating counterclockwise, there were a total of 16 paintings hanging in the room. And these 16 paintings actually told a coherent story. As the paintings came into view, he slowly understood the meaning of the paintings. Luo Yu's heart was unknowingly moved by the story in the painting. When he finished looking at the last painting, a strand of indescribable sorrow and worry even surged into his heart. Who are the two main characters in this painting? Are they still alive? Your Highness, would you like to hear me tell you a story? Just as he was feeling melancholic, he suddenly heard a familiar feminine voice. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Alluring Enchantress, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Luo Yu was so scared that he almost jumped 3 feet high. The nerves of his whole body instantly tightened. He curled his fingers slightly, which was the action of summoning the puppet. The spiritual power in his body also quickly surged in his dantian, ready to go. Yi Chingfeng, you woke up a long time ago? He said it as a question, but his tone was 100% certain. Yi Chingfeng smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he walked to the last painting and gently touched it with his hand. His action was extremely gentle and cherished, as if he was touching his most precious treasure. Then, Luo Yu heard his gentle voice, "Your Highness, do you want to hear it?" Luo Yu really wanted to say no. But he didn't dare to, because he couldn't beat this abnormal state preceptor at all. Most importantly, he really wanted to know who the main character in this painting was and how he was doing now. Yi Chingfeng saw that he was silent and was about to continue. But Luo Yu suddenly raised his hand and said, "Wait." Yi Chingfeng's brows slightly sank, and he looked at him expressionlessly. He thought he would be greeted with cold and disgusted curses and rejection. Who knew that Luo Yu directly went to the outer room and dragged a chair over, and even took a few plates of pastries and fruits on the table. She didn't care what Yi Chingfeng's reaction was, and directly sat in front of the table. While nibbling on a fruit, she said, "Okay, now you can start telling the story." Since he couldn't resist, he might as well enjoy it. There were only spiritual fruits and pastries here, and no seeds. The fun of listening to the story was reduced by half. Bad review, for the first time in thousands of years, Yi Chingfeng showed a stunned and bewildered expression. Luo Yu nibbled on a spiritual fruit and kindly reminded him, "Didn't you say you want to tell a story?" "I'm ready, you can start." Yi Chingfeng's smile slowly bloomed on his face. His expression seemed helpless and nostalgic. This smile was completely different from his usual cold and treacherous smile. But this smile only lasted for a moment. Then it was covered by his slightly lowered eyelids. He started to use a calm and almost emotionless tone to tell a story that was so long ago that almost everyone had forgotten. 10,000 years ago, on the Cultivation continent. "Yi Nu, go and pour out the night incense in my room. Little bitch, I'm calling you. Do you hear me?" The teacup smashed into the young man's face. The boiling hot tea mixed with tea leaves flowed down his forehead and onto his face. Her skin, which was originally so white that it was almost transparent, was scalded by the hot water and even slightly swollen. But the most eye-catching thing was the scar that stretched across his forehead and face. The young man should have been extremely beautiful. But because of this crooked scar that looked like a crawling centipede, it looked extremely hideous and strange, making people unable to look at it directly. "Little bitch, why are you looking at me like that?" Did he still think that he was the most favored young master of Dreaming of Death? Hee, take a piss and look at your face. Who wouldn't say it's disgusting? A slut will always be a slut. She dirted our young master's room. What are you standing there for? Take the night incense and get lost. The youth scooped up a ladle of water and casually poured it down his head. In the cold winter morning, the water was bone-chilling. But he didn't seem to notice. Suddenly, the youth's movements paused and he suddenly raised his head to look. He saw that on the wall of Dreaming of Death, there was a figure sitting at some point. "Beautiful Enchantress, heavenly defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Beautiful Enchantress, heavenly defying baby, black-bellied dad." The sunlight shone obliquely, as if plaited a halo around the figure. The young man couldn't open his eyes, and instinctively covered his forehead with his hand. His instinctive vigilance made his whole body tense up, and his body subconsciously got into an attacking posture. A low laugh came from above the wall. Then the light and shadow flickered slightly, and a person appeared in front of the young man. When he saw the face of the person in front of him, his pupils involuntarily shrank. It was an extremely handsome young man, who looked like he was in his early 20s. His clothes were gorgeous and exquisite, and he wore a long sword, which was obviously an extraordinary item with surging spiritual power. But the temperament of his body was indescribably clean and clear. Especially that pair of eyes. They were dark and clear, warm and clear, like the purest obsidian in the world. The young man was stunned for a moment, and couldn't come to his senses for a long time. Until the person in front of him let out a low and sweet laugh. "Little guy, what's your name?" The young man's thoughts suddenly came back. His whole body returned to a tense attacking posture. But he still answered subconsciously, "You knew." The young man was startled. "You knew?" The young man nodded, and said in a low voice, "Ye as in the night, slave as in the servant." The young man frowned, and his eyes fell on the scar between his eyebrows. For the first time, Yinu felt ashamed of his inferiority. He turned his head subconsciously, and wanted to cover the ugly scar on his face with his forehead hair. The young man suddenly said, "Yinu, have you ever thought about a completely different life?" Yinu was startled. Looking into the young man's clear eyes, he felt as if someone was using a feather to gently flutter his heart. Had he ever thought about a completely different life? How could he not? He dreamed about it even in his dreams. But what was the point of thinking about it? Since he could remember, he had already been sold to this, drunk and dreaming. Before his face was ruined, the club was willing to feed him well, and sell him for a good price. But before he could be sold, his face was ruined. Since then, no one coveted him anymore. But he also became the lowest servant, and anyone in the club could beat and humiliate him at will. He was not a masochist. Why would he want to continue living like this? But at the same time, he understood the fickleness of the world better than anyone else. There was no free lunch in the world. Yinu's eyes were filled with mockery. So what if I want to? So what if I don't want it? The young man didn't seem to notice his sharpness. The smile on his face was still gentle and calm. If you want, I can take you away from here. Why? The night slave frowned and looked at him. I'm not related to you, and he laughed self-deprecatingly. You're just an ugly piece of trash. Why are you helping me? Do I need a reason to help someone? The young man pursed his lips, revealing a childish willfulness on his face. I'll help people if I like. I'll help whoever I like. Why do I need a reason? I just find you pleasing to the eye, and I want to fulfill one of your wishes. Can't I? The young man stretched out his slender fingers and pointed at his eyes. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. I suddenly had the idea to land and rest. Then, I just happened to land in this small courtyard and saw you. Perhaps this was fate destined by the heavens? And I like your eyes very much. Isn't this a good reason? Yinu's face turned red at once. His ears were on fire. Almost subconsciously, he wanted to touch his eyes. The young man's words, "I like your eyes very much," kept echoing in his mind. This person. Did this person know what he was talking about? Yinu, are you willing to go with me? Hearing the young man's voice again, Yinu raised his head and was stunned for a moment. It was because of the warm smile on the young man's face, and also because of the light without a trace of malice in his eyes. He moved his chapped lips and was about to answer. Suddenly, a sharp voice came from behind him. Yinu? Yinu, come here quickly. I have a good news for you. Do you still remember Elder 2 who came to my dream of drunken life a few days ago? He's the elder of Gentle Wind sect 5 miles away. He said that he wants you to accompany him. He said that he doesn't mind your ugly appearance. As long as you can serve him well, he's willing to bring you back to Gentle Wind sect and let you take the elixir to cleanse your muscles and marrow. Your luck has turned for the better now, kid. Yinu, bastard, where are you? Answer me if you hear me. The moment he heard the sharp voice, Yinu's heart that had just warmed up felt as if it was poured with a basin of ice water. It was bone-chilling. The corner of his mouth curved into a self-deprecating smile. He thought to himself, Yinu, what were you thinking just now? The person in front of him looked like a high and mighty immortal cultivator. Haughty bouquets for himself, he was just a filthy, ugly freak in the lowest brothel who could be stepped on by anyone. His eyes fell on the young man's outstretched hand. Slender, fair, well-proportioned joints, every inch of it was perfect like a work of art. Then he looked at his hand that was full of mottled calluses and seemed to emit a foul smell. It was as if touching the young man lightly was already blasphemy. The sound of hurried footsteps approached from afar, accompanied by a flattering voice, Elder 2, don't worry. It's the good fortune that Slavey has accumulated in his past life to be able to follow you. If he were to find out about this, he would be delighted. You just need to wait in the front hall. Why bother to find him yourself? Yinu's expression changed and he pushed the young man away in panic. Leave this place. The young man was stunned by the push. Yinu couldn't help looking back, looking more anxious, but his tone was still extremely rational and calm. Tu Biaobing, an elder of the Wind sect, 67 years old at the high level of the Yuanying realm. By nature, she liked young and beautiful men and took pleasure in torturing them. This news was known to everyone within a radius of several dozen li. Have you never heard of it? The young man shook his head innocently. It's not like I don't live nearby. The night slave was exasperated when he saw Meng Qi's unhurried manner. Do you know what would happen to a clean and good-looking cultivator like you with a low cultivation level if you were to fall into his hands? Ordinary people like them were taken away by Tu Biaobing, and they were only tortured. But when those small cultivators that passed by fell into Tu Biaobing's hands, not only were they tortured, they were even taken as cultivation furnaces and sucked dry, causing practically all of them to die extremely miserable deaths in the end. The young man blinked and said with a smile, "Thank you for your compliment." Only then did Yinu notice that there were actually dimples on the young man's face when he smiled. The originally gentle and elegant young man was infected with childishness in an instant. Charming Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby is a black-bellied dad, please collect. 1. Charming Enchantress, Heaven-Defying Baby is a black-bellied dad. Yinu suddenly came to his senses, and his face turned livid. What the F***K is this? He was still concerned about whether or not she had dimples. Yinu grabbed the young man's wrist, and was about to take him away from the back door. However, he was still one step too late. Little bastard, you're here. Didn't you hear me calling you for a long time? You didn't even respond. Elder 2 is here, come and greet him. Yinu's body suddenly froze. Looking at the few people walking towards him, he unconsciously clenched his teeth. Because he saw Tu Biaobing. His evil eyes swept past him, and fell on the young man. His eyes were filled with excitement and greed. The night slave's heart sank. Suddenly, he had the courage to open the door behind him, and pushed the young man out. I said you're in the wrong place, get out. After that, he closed the door, and faced Elder 2 with a sullen face. Elder 2's face was obviously gloomy at this time. The steward of Drunk and Dreaming knew how to read the situation. Seeing this, he slapped Yinu's face hard. Little bastard, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Who asked you to let outsiders in? Who asked you to let people go so casually? What kind of place do you think Drunk and Dreaming is? You can come and go as you please? The slap with 100% strength was about to fall on Yinu's face. Suddenly, a bang came from behind. The door that was closed and locked by Yinu was opened by itself. Yinu felt a huge suction coming from behind. Then, his body involuntarily soared into the air and flew backwards. A hand gently supported him from behind. He could feel the softness and warmth of that hand through the thin cloth. Xianxia. Before Night Slave could react to what had happened, his extremely thin wrist was grabbed by someone. A low and sweet voice rang in his ears, "Are you ready?" What? What preparation? The thought just flashed in Yinu's mind, and before he could say it out. His feet had left the ground again, and his body was flying high in the air. His head felt heavy and his feet felt light. The feeling of being unable to control his own body caused a rare trace of panic to appear in his usually calm eyes. But soon, he realized what had happened. He was flying, no. It should be said that the young man was flying with him. The two of them were standing on a large gray bird. However, there were no feathers on the back of the bird. Instead, it was smooth and hard, just like a stone. Seeing Yinu staring at the bird under his feet in a daze, the young man smiled and said, "This is a flying golem." The flight speed was not fast, but it was very stable. Are you afraid? The night slave stared blankly at the young man. He didn't know what a puppet beast was. For some reason, the ground beneath their feet was rapidly receding, but the young man said that their flying speed was not fast. He was in a trance and was in a daze. At this moment, it still felt like a dream. Did he really leave, dreaming or drunk? It was that simple and effortless. And he even tasted the feeling of riding the clouds like a cultivator. Yinu had a vague feeling that his life had been turned upside down from this moment onwards. And all of this was given to him by the young man before him. His cracked and pale lips moved. The night slave didn't answer the young man. Instead, he asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "You. Who are you?" "The Enchantress, charming doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect, charming doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect." Was he an immortal sent by the heavens to save him, or was it just a dream? When the young man heard this question, he pursed his lips and fell silent for a moment. Then he curled his lips and said softly, "My name is Xianxia, a puppet master. I'm very happy to meet you today." On the street where people were shuttling back and forth, a handsome man led an ugly young man with a scar on his face through the crowd. The man had a gentle temperament, like a gentle warm breeze in spring. The youth behind him, however, was filled with coldness and vigilance. It was as if he was guarding against anyone who approached him. Only when he looked at the young man in front of him would his eyes show a trace of gentleness. Elixir Pavilion, found it. Xianxia stopped in front of a pharmacy with a joyful expression on his face. Yinu asked doubtfully, "Young master, you want to buy elixirs?" Xianxia sighed and said, "I told you not to call me young master. I'm a few years older than you, call me brother." Yinu blushed. He chewed on the word brother and was a little dazed for a moment. "Shopkeeper, I heard that Elixir Pavilion has an exclusive rejuvenation pill for sale, is that right?" After a quarter of an hour, Xianxia spent 200,000 crystals to buy a rejuvenation pill and handed it to Yinu. Yinu asked, "What's this?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Rejuvenation pill is not a precious elixir that's difficult to refine. It's just that the elixir formula is passed down from a small sect and I'm not good at refining it, so I came here to buy one. As long as you take it, the scar on your face will disappear." Yinu tightened his grip on the porcelain bottle. There was some uncontrollable bitterness and pain in his voice. "So, you also think I'm ugly?" Xianxia was startled, then he could not help but pinch the young man's face. "Xiaoyi, you're a good person, but you're too sensitive." "Why would I think you're ugly? Our Xiaoyi is the cutest." The young man's fingers were soft and warm. Yinu's face suddenly turned red and he did not know where to put his hands and feet. That trace of pain and anger just now disappeared without a trace in an instant. Xianxia continued, "I don't care if you have scars on your face, but Xiaoyi, you do. I don't want you to always feel inferior about your looks. Of course, if you don't like it, I..." The night slave retracted his hand abruptly and held the porcelain bottle tightly to his back. His voice was as soft as a mosquito's. "No, I like it very much. As long as you give me something, I like it." The night breeze was gentle, bringing with it a trace of refreshing coolness. Xianxia stood alone in the night breeze and looked at the vast night sky in the distance. A trace of worry slowly appeared between his brows. His hand gently caressed a pendant on his waist. The ornament was an extremely exquisite silver halberd. It was only the size of a palm, but if one used one's divine sense to sense it carefully, one would be able to feel a pressure that was like a monstrous wave assaulting one's face. Xianxia's slender fingers gently brushed across the markings of the halberd, as he murmured with some agony and anxiety, "Father, father, can you please give up?" Suddenly, he heard footsteps behind him. Xianxia suddenly came back to his senses. He withdrew his hand from the halberd and turned around subconsciously. "Xiaoyi, have you already taken the facial restoration pill? The medicinal effect is..." The gentle voice stopped abruptly. Xianxia stared blankly at the tall and handsome young man in front of him. For a moment, he seemed to have lost the ability to think and speak. "Enchantress, charming doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad, please collect. Enchantress, charming doctor, heaven-defying baby, black-bellied dad." Under the moonlight, the young man's skin was as fair as the bright moon, making his red lips look even more plump and alluring. The ferocious scar between his brows, along with the traces of hardships on his face and hands, had disappeared without a trace. Thus, the pair of bright almond-shaped eyes became prominent. Xianxia had seen the description of the spiritual monsters in the mountains in the picture books. They were full of charm and captivated one's soul. At that time, he could not imagine how the spiritual monsters looked like. At this moment, those words appeared in his mind unconsciously. Yinu's chest was thumping and his heart was in a mess under his gaze. She wondered if it was because she looked too ugly that she scared Lan Chushi. He was a sensitive and decisive person. Just as the bad thought rose in his mind, he suddenly clenched his fists and turned to leave. Wait. Lan Chushi quickly pulled him back. Why are you running? I haven't seen your original appearance clearly. Yinu gritted his teeth and said, don't you think I look ugly? You don't even want to talk to me about the paintings. Lan Chushi could not help but laugh. What are you thinking about every day in that little brain of yours? I just didn't expect my little Yi to be such a handsome and pretty man. When you grow up in the future, you will definitely charm thousands of girls. Yinu blushed when he heard the first half of his sentence. His eyes revealed a shy joy. But when he heard the second half, his face suddenly darkened and he said stiffly, I have grown up, and I have no interest in charming anyone. Lan Chushi looked at him helplessly. Yinu was good at everything. He was smart, eager to learn, and even his talent in cultivation was top-notch. He had only been by his side for half a year, but he had already advanced from a mortal to the stage of fasting. There was only one thing that made Lan Chushi very helpless. Wuyo Literature Network. This little fellow was very wary of people. Regardless of whether it was a man or a woman, gentle or rude, he would always look at those people with vigilance. Even when someone tried to get close to the two of them, the murderous intent he exuded was so strong that Lan Chushi could not even ignore it. Only when facing him would Yinu show the gentleness and naivety that a young man should have. But when he thought of Yinu's childhood experiences, Lan Chushi could not bring himself to blame him. He only felt heartache. She only hoped that after a long time, the knot in his heart could be fully untied so that he could live like a normal child. Lan Chushi was about to reach out and pat the young man's head, instructing him to rest early. However, his expression suddenly changed. Xiao Yi, hide in the house. Don't come out without my permission. Without waiting for Yinu's response, Lan Chushi grabbed his wrist and threw him into the house. At the same time, his hands quickly formed a seal, and a huge white ape puppet appeared in front of the door. The night slave wanted to rush out, but he was firmly blocked and protected by the white ape. Almost at the same time, dozens of figures descended from the top of the wall and surrounded Lan Chushi. As soon as these dozens of people appeared, it was as if the entire courtyard was filled with powerful air currents. A strong gust of wind blew, and the pressure was monstrous. Even though he was protected by the white ape puppet, Night Slave felt as if his internal organs were being crushed by a huge pressure. These people's cultivation bases were obviously very high. They were so high that Yinu could not see through them at all. Obviously, these people did not take a young man in the stage of fasting seriously. But their behavior was very respectful. Almost everyone lowered their heads and bowed to Lan Chushi. I've long heard of young Master Lan's name. It's our honor to be able to meet you today. Lan Chushi looked at these people expressionlessly and did not speak. The attitude of these people was still extremely respectful. The leader took a step forward and bowed, saying, We're Taoist friends from the Vast Sea Alliance. I'm Zhou Jingtian, the leader of the Sea Shark sect. We're here today to invite young Master Lan to stay in our sect. I wonder if young Master Lan would do us the honor? Lan Chushi said lightly, What if I don't go? Haha, young Master Lan, why are you so unreasonable? We're also inviting you with good intentions to form a good relationship with Senior Lan. Young Master Lan is so unapproachable. Do you have no respect for the Vast Sea Alliance? Lan Chushi sneered, Who do you think you are? Why should I have any respect for you? Yinu, who was blocked by the white ape in the room, was stunned when he saw this scene. He had never seen Lan Chushi like this before. He was high and mighty, confident and disdainful. Obviously, these people had such high cultivation and were outnumbered, but it seemed that they were not taken seriously by this gentle and weak young man. Sure enough, Lan Chushi's words made these people from the Vast Sea Alliance furious. Lan Chushi, who do you think you are? If not for the fact that you're the only son of Lan Xiaoza, do you think you're qualified to be on equal footing with us? You're just a greenhorn. Do you know what our cultivation is? We're cultivators who have passed the tribulation. We've come to invite you nicely, but you don't know what's good for you? Do you really think we can't do anything to you? Haha, I advise you not to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Lan Chushi swung his roar slowly. The night wind blew his clothes and black hair. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a calm and disdainful smile. Then come and try. How do you want me to drink the forfeit? In the next hour, the shock subverted Jinu's understanding. He never knew that there was a puppet master who could be as strong as Lan Chushi. Everything in the world was under his control. Every blade of grass and every tree was a puppet that he could control with ease. A young man who looked to be in his 20s was fighting against 5 tribulation transcending cultivators and more than 10 leaving aperture cultivators, but he was not at a disadvantage at all. However, this battle was obviously not going to be easy. Yinu watched helplessly as the young man's clothes were dyed bright red. The powerful puppets were destroyed one by one. More and more wounds appeared on his body. His eyes were crimson red, and the violent rage in his chest almost made him lose all reason. At this moment, he just wanted to rush out and tear these people who dared to hurt the young man into pieces. Ever since his life had been turned upside down, the night slave had never had a clear goal. In other words, other than following Lan Chushi, he had no other desires. But at this moment, there was a crazy thought burning in his heart. He wanted to become stronger. He wanted to become stronger than anyone, even stronger than Lan Chushi. This was the only way he could protect this person from any harm. The night slave slapped the white ape with all his might, hoping that it would let him out so that it could help Lan Chushi. However, the white ape was a puppet without any intelligence. Lan Chushi was the only master who could control it, so why would it listen to the night slave? However, just as Lan Chushi fell into a disadvantageous position and was in imminent danger, a white pearl floated out from behind him, releasing a dazzling light. The huge white divine beast soared into the sky. The blood-red horn looked like a raging flame under the bright moonlight. His ice-cold inorganic eyes looked down, as if he was looking at the smallest ant. Bai Zhe. How can it be the divine beast Bai Zhe? Isn't Lan Xiaoza the only one who can summon Bai Zhe? Why can his son, Lan Chushi, do it too? No, this is impossible. Impossible. Everyone knew that Lan Chushi was only a puppet master. How could he summon the divine beast Bai Zhe? Was Lan Xiaoza here? Yes, it must be Lan Xiaoza. The people of the Vast Sea Alliance were getting more and more shocked as they fought with Lan Chushi. In the cultivation continent where the stairway to heaven was broken, all cultivators were unable to ascend. Indeed, it could be said that cultivators who were undergoing tribulation could be seen everywhere. But how old was Lan Chushi? Everyone in the world knew that the legendary summoner in the cultivation world, Lan Xiaoza, only had a son with his wife after he was over 60 years old. Now, Lan Chushi was only 30 years old, but he could already fight evenly with the 5 tribulation-passing cultivators. Hence, the moment they saw the divine beast Bai Zhe, the psychological defense of those people in the Vast Ocean Alliance completely collapsed. They were no longer able to tell if Lan Chushi was really so powerful or if Lan Xiaoza had come looking for him. All of them fled in panic. When all of them had run away, they were nowhere to be seen. The pale-faced Lan Chushi's body swayed. He could no longer support himself and fell to the ground. Chushi. The night slave did not know where he got the strength from. It actually knocked away the white ape puppet that was blocking the door and rushed in front of Lan Chushi, hugging him. Lan Chushi panted slightly. He took out a pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Only then did he regain some strength. The night slave looked like he was about to cry. His heart softened a little, and he couldn't help but reach out to touch his forehead. You're so rude. Call me big brother. Seeing his smile, the night slave felt that his heart, which had been boiling in a pot of oil, had finally returned to its original place. However, when he saw the young man's pale face and the bloodstain at the corner of his mouth, he unconsciously clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. The night slave said hoarsely, Chushi, I want to become stronger. I don't want to be as powerless as I am today. Lan Chushi looked at the burning flames in the youth's eyes and was momentarily stunned. He even forgot to correct the way he addressed him. A warm feeling welled up in his heart. Because he knew that the young man wanted to become stronger in order to protect him. Just as he was about to speak, a few figures flew over from the distant horizon and knelt before Lan Chushi. Young master, we've finally found you. Master and Madam are going crazy looking for you. Young Master, when you run away from home in the future, don't be alone. Can you bring the 4 of us with you? Sob sob sob, without you, our days in the Lawn family are too difficult. It was only after this night that Slavey knew what the name Lan Chushi meant in the Cultivation Land. He was the only son of the Cultivation Land's #1 summoner, the #1 genius, and the #1 powerhouse, Lan Xiaozi. 1,000 years ago, the heavenly ladder had collapsed in a great battle. All the cultivators on the continent had no way to transcend the tribulation and ascend. End of chapter 3800. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.